Chu Chen turned his head and saw that the phone showed a video call from Xiang Chuchen's father. After all, this beautiful passenger drank too much, so it was necessary to talk to her parents. Chu Chen took the phone and connected it. You? The video call was connected. Xiang Chuchen's father was surprised when he saw Chu Chen. Hello. I'm her chauffeur. Chu Chen introduced himself while driving. Is that your kid? Xiang Chuchen's father felt angry when he thought of what his daughter said just now. She eloped with her younger brother. You ask Xiang Chuchen to answer the phone. Xiang Chuchen's father ordered. She can't answer the phone now, it's not good. Chu Chen said helplessly. Inconvenient? What do you mean? Xiang Chuchen's father asked nervously. Chu Chen moved the phone slightly and took a picture of Xiang Chuchen, who was lying asleep in the co-pilot. After seeing his daughter, Xiang Chuchen's father's expression changed. Xiang Chuchen is in a coma? Xiang Chuchen's father was nervous and thought his daughter was in a coma. What are you going to do to my daughter? I warn you, don't mess around. On the phone, Xiang Chuchen's mother's warning sound came. She was afraid that Chu Chen was plotting against Xiang Chuchen. After all, it was late at night, one man and one woman, and the daughter was still in a coma. Could it be that Xiang Chuchen was dazed by this kid? At this time, Xiang Chuchen's father also thought of some bad news that he had seen on the internet before. That kind of thing was going to happen to her daughter? Boy, don't mess around, otherwise, the consequences are not what you can imagine. Xiang Chuchen's father threatened Chu Chen, and the aura of the superior came to him. If it were an ordinary person, facing the powerful father of Xiang Chuchen, under such a powerful aura, he would definitely be afraid. Am I so badass? Chu Chen replied helplessly. The more handsome a man is, the less good it is. As soon as Chu Chen finished speaking, Xiang Chuchen's mother added, this is what her life experience told her amazing. She drank too much and fell asleep, not in a coma. Chu Chen explained. Hearing this, Xiang Chuchen's parents breathed a sigh of relief. No, he's taking Xiang Chuchen to the hotel? Suddenly, Xiang Chuchen's mother pointed to the computer next to her and said yes to her husband. Because they were afraid that something would happen to their daughter, and to protect their daughter, Xiang Chuchen's parents had hidden it from Xiang Chuchen 6 months ago, and quietly installed a location tracker on Xiang Chuchen's Ferrari. I had a big fight with my daughter today, and I was worried about Xiang Chuchen, so this location tracker came into play. It was also because the two found that Xiang Chuchen's car was parked in front of a bar, so they just called their daughter just now. Now, Xiang Chuchen's mother was surprised to find that Chu Chen was not far from a 5-star hotel. What? Hearing this, Xiang Chuchen's father was extremely surprised. He has worked hard to raise his daughter for more than 20 years, but is he going to be arched by a pig? Turning his head, he saw that there was indeed a 5-star hotel not far from Chu Chen's car, and the direction of Chu Chen's car happened to be in the same direction as the hotel. Boy, even if you are a good person, don't mess around. Our Yao family, we don't need to be married. Xiang Chuchen's father warned Chu Chen. The Yao family was something that Chu Chen could not afford to climb. Well, you send Xiang Chuchen back, and I'll give you 10 million. As long as you leave Xiang Chuchen. In the future. Xiang Chuchen's father wanted to smash Chu Chen with money. No matter whether Chu Chen is a good person or not, money must be useful. Seeing that Chu Chen didn't speak, Xiang Chuchen's father raised the price. Again, 30 million, no more. You have 30 million, and you can't do anything. Go to a second and third tier city. You can find a lot of beautiful women, drive a luxury car, and live in a villa. That's so chic. What kind of love is not worth mentioning in front of money? Yao Xinxin's father looked arrogant. Originally, Chu Chen had good intentions when he connected to the video TV and wanted to tell Yao Xinxin's parents. Unexpectedly, as soon as they came up, they regarded themselves as bad people. And in the end, actually want to hit him with money? Now, is he still short of money? Ahem, it seems that there is a real shortage. And it is still a long way from becoming the richest man in the world. If Chu Chen took out $1 trillion, maybe, he would think about it. But 30 million, is this an insult to him? I'm sorry. Xinxin and I are true love, we eloped, goodbye. Finally, Chu Chen said something and hung up the phone directly. You guys actually doubt my character, so be mad at you, it's not too much. What? Sorry, Xinxin and I. Our true love, we eloped? After listening to Chu Chen's words, Yao Xinxin's parents were stunned. How could it be like this? Even 30 million can't make him tempted? No, Xinxin must have told him everything about our family. He definitely knew there were tens of billions in our family. Yao Xinxin's mother maliciously speculates on Chu Chen. Yes, compared with tens of billions, 30 million is nothing, so he refused. Yao Xinxin's father also nodded. The two were unanimous in their affirmation that Chu Chen was coveting their family's money to be with his daughter. No, we'll stop them now. After all, Yao Xinxin's parents left the villa together and went to find Chu Chen according to the positioning. Of course, with them, there are several specially trained bodyguards. 10 minutes later, Chu Chen came to the hospital. He helped Yao Xinxin in and checked his body. Slowly, Yao Xinxin also woke up and had an infusion there. Little brother, I'm so sorry, I've worked hard for you. Lying on the hospital bed, Yao Xinxin said very remorsefully. I just had a drink, and I'll never drink again in the future. Just one cup? Hearing Yao Xinxin's words, Chu Chen was very surprised. The beauty that pours in one cup is definitely the first choice for countless boys to fall in love. It's okay. Just then, there was the sound of hurried footsteps. Xinxin, how are you? Yao Xinxin's mother's concerned voice came. Soon, Yao Xinxin's parents and 3 or 4 bodyguards in black walked in. The appearance of these people immediately caused a lot of discussion. Xinxin? Seeing Yao Xinxin lying on the hospital bed, Yao Xinxin's mother became nervous. Boy, what did you do to Xinxin? And Yao Xinxin's father questioned Chu Chen. Behind, the Yao families bodyguards in black also stared at Chu Chen viciously. Dad, I drank too much. My little brother kindly sent me to the hospital for examination. Yao Xinxin quickly explained. Is that so? Yao Xinxin's father looked suspicious. In the car, they were surprised to find that their daughter's car finally stopped in front of the hospital, not the 5-star hotel. This puzzled both of them. I'm sorry. Yao Xinxin's father apologized to Chu Chen, but he was still hostile. Since you can't hit this kid with money, let's change it. Add tomorrow. In Yao Xinxin's father's mind, Chu Chen was already equated with not being a good person. The most important thing is that Yao Xinxin's father didn't want his daughter to be arched. Although he knew there would be such a day sooner or later, he hoped it would be later. No matter which father knows that his daughter, who has Worked so hard to raise him for 20 years, is about to become someone else's, he is not so happy. I'm sorry just now, it was my fault. Suddenly, Xiangchuchen's father's attitude changed greatly, and he said politely. Seeing this scene, Xiangchuchen and her mother were both surprised. What's wrong? To apologize, I will invite you to my house for dinner tomorrow. You don't know where my home is, right? It's in the famous Thompson Golf Villa area. You should have never been to a villa area of this level. Xiangchuchen's father pretended to be coercive. Hearing this, the others in the ward were extremely shocked. Thompson Golf Villas? He actually lives in the legendary Thompson Golf Villa. Oh my God. Big man. Thompson Golf is also one of the top 10 villa areas in the Magic Capital, but its ranking is very low, even inferior to the villa Mo Chuan bought in Huazhou Junting before. But even so, the price of each villa of Thompson Golf is several hundred million, of which the cheapest is almost more than 200 million. Thompson Golf, like Thompson Epine, belongs to the Thompson Group. Thompson Golf? Chu Chen raised his brows and shook his head. I really haven't been there. A disdainful smile appeared on Xiangchuchen's father's face. He succeeded in pretending to let Chu Chen know his strength in the Magic Capital, and later warned Chu Chen to stay away from his daughter, which would be much easier. Just when Xiangchuchen's father was triumphant, Chu Chen spoke again. I haven't been to Thompson Golf, but I live in Thompson Epine, which is also owned by Thompson Group. Thompson First Product? Xiangchuchen's parents were taken aback. Isn't he a chauffeur? How can you live in the top mansion in the Magic Capital, Thompson Epine? Does he have that money? Thompson Epine? After thinking for a while, Xiangchuchen's father said again, you must be renting a house in Thompson Epine, right? Rent? No, no, no. Chu Chen shook his head, telling the truth. When I first came to Modu, I bought a building at Thompson Epine. Bought a building at Thompson Epine? As soon as Chu Chen said this, the entire ward fell into a dead silence. Are you not mistaken? A building of Thompson Epine? How much would that cost? 3 billion, 5 billion? The smile on Xiangchuchen's father's face froze, and he didn't know what to say for a while. Bought a building at Thompson Epine? This he couldn't hide his shock. How could it be possible? Is he actually driving? Xiangchuchen's mother was also confused. Is that the first product of Thompson? And Thompson Epine has only 4 buildings in the district. Did you buy a quarter of it all at once? For a time, it was difficult for them to accept Chu Chen's words. Young people, it's not good to brag. After thinking for a while, Xiangchuchen's father understood. What about Thompson's first-class building? Others don't know, but he knows that Thompson Epine has a total of 4 buildings, 2 of which are not sold by Thompson Group. There are 2 other buildings that have already been sold. If Chu Chen said that he bought 1 or 2 houses in Thompson Epine, that would be reasonable. But 1 building? Impossible. As for Chu Chen's purchase of one of the 2 buildings that were not for sale from the Thompson Group, that is even more nonsense. Even he is not qualified to contact the high-level executives of Thompson Group. Is it okay to drive on his behalf? Hearing Xiangchuchen's father's words, Chu Chen could only shrug his shoulders. If he didn't believe it, there was nothing he could do. Ding, System Experience Task, the first day of driving life experience is completed. Experience the progress of driving life for 15 days, 1/15. The voice of the system came, and Chu Chen's first day's mission was completed. At this moment, 1/15 of the Patek Philippe belongs to Chu Chen. Earn billions of dollars a day, sprinkle water. It's getting late, I'm leaving. Now that Yao Xinxin's parents are here, there is no need for Chu Chen to stay. After saying a word to Yao Xinxin, Chu Chen turned around and prepared to leave. Thank you, Yao Xinxin said reluctantly. There are not many people with integrity like this little brother. She will never drink again in the future. If she hadn't met this little brother today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Inadvertently, Chu Chen cut off the hope of countless Yao Xinxin suitors. After that, Chu Chen turned around and walked outside. Yao Xinxin's father realized that the opportunity was coming, so he said, I'll send him off. Finally got a chance to be alone with Chu Chen, Yao Xinxin's father was going to warn Chu Chen. Arriving outside the hospital, Chu Chen wanted to take a taxi back to Tian. Yao Xinxin's father caught up with Chu Chen. He wanted to warn Chu Chen that the Yao family was something that Chu Chen could not afford. But before he could speak, a black Maybach slowly stopped in front of Chu Chen. What? Looking at this car, Yao Xinxin's father was stunned, so familiar. Where did he seem to have seen the car? After the car stopped, the rear door was punched, and a middle-aged man walked out. Brother Chu, why are you here? The middle-aged man is Gao Xingqi, the financial boss of the magic capital. He had just finished socializing and was about to go home. When driving here, Gao Xingqi accidentally saw Chu Chen standing on the side of the road. Because of the last yacht incident, Gao Xingqi was very grateful to Chu Chen. Now that he saw Chu Chen, he naturally wanted to come up to him. Beside him, looking at Gao Xingqi, Yao Xinxin's father was dumbfounded. Isn't this the boss Gao Xingqi? He actually knew this kid? And it's still a peer-to-peer look. You know, let alone him, even his old man is not qualified to make friends with a big guy like Gao Xingqi. It turned out to be Brother Gao. I didn't drive, was I going to take a taxi home? Chu Chen explained. Take a taxi, take my car, and I'll take Brother Chu back. At the warm invitation of Gao Xingqi, Chu Chen sat on the Maybach. The Maybach started and walked away. In place, only Yao Xinxin's father, who was messed up in the wind, was left. This young man who is a chauffeur actually has an equal relationship with Gao Xingqi, a dignified financial man in the capital. I go. It was like a dream, which made Yao Xinxin's father feel unreal, and quite unreal. It turns out that he is a super rich who experiences life outside? The shock in his heart could not be dissipated for a long time, and now he finally believed what Chu Chen said before. It is really possible that he bought a building in Tian. Before, he was still proud of himself, saying that the Yao family was something that Chu Chen could not afford. But now, he realized that he was very wrong. Don't talk about the future, now, being able to make friends with Gao Xingqi, this young man has already made him and the entire Yao family look up to him, an unattainable existence. The more he thought about it, the more regretful Yao Xinxin's father was. He was wrong just now, really wrong. He shouldn't do that to this young man, he should be encouraged to be with Xinxin. So young, there are such achievements, the future is boundless. Thinking about it, Yao Xinxin's father walked towards the hospital in despair. In the ward, seeing something wrong with her husband, Yao Xinxin's mother asked in surprise, "What's the matter with you? Didn't you just go out for a while?" So what the young man said was true. Just now outside, I saw the boss Gao Xingqi. Yao Xingqin's father said what he saw just now. What? After listening, Yao Xingqin's mother was also stunned. At this moment, Yao Xingqin's mother felt like a frog at the bottom of the well, and she thought that this young man was plotting their family's property. As a result, the family and Gao Xingqi are the same generation, and their property cannot enter the eyes of others at all. Really? Yao Xingqin was also very surprised. She was the only person who believed in Chu Chen just now. Before she fell asleep, Yao Xingqin inadvertently observed that the younger brother was very skilled in driving a Ferrari, as if he had driven it more than once. You know, if it is an ordinary chauffeur, how can it be so proficient in driving a Ferrari? And the general driver, knowing that he is driving a Ferrari, may not dare to drive, fearing that something will happen. But this chauffeur is different, very casual. Now, after hearing what his father said, Yao Xingqin was finally sure that Chu Chen was definitely a big boss. So handsome, so rich, but so low-key, experiencing life outside. There are not many such simple people. Yao Xingqin sighed with emotion, the more she admired Chu Chen. Oops. Suddenly, Yao Xingqin blamed herself. She had been immersed in Chu Chen's amazing appearance before, but she forgot to ask Chu Chen's WeChat. Yao Xingqin, you stupid woman. On the other hand, Gao Xingqi's Maybach also entered the first product of Thompson. After all, someone sent him back, so Chu Chen invited Gao Xingqi to sit at home. Respect is worse than obedience. Gao Xingqi also wanted to see what Chu Chen's mansion looked like. Because a mansion can reflect a person's identity and financial resources from the side. Owning a yacht worth more than 1 billion yuan made Gao Xingqi even more curious about Chu Chen's identity. Soon, Chu Chen brought Gao Xingqi to the mansion on the top floor of Thompson's first grade. As soon as he walked in, Gao Xingqi was stunned. This is too big. If it was a villa, Gao Xingqi would not be so surprised, but this is not a villa. Thompson Epine still has such a big house? Gao Xingqi sat down and Chu Chen left to make tea. Sitting in the living room, looking at the huge mansion, Gao Xingqi couldn't help but took out his mobile phone and sent a message to his assistant. In less than a minute, the information about the top luxury mansion of Thompson Epine appeared on Gao Xingqi's mobile phone. After reading the information, Gao Xingqi was shocked. It turns out that Thompson Epine still has such a big mansion. This house has killed many top villas in the magic capital. This is... Suddenly, Gao Xingqi noticed something on the table in front of him. Hey, this seems to be the logo of Patek Philippe? Gao Xingqi recognized the Patek Philippe logo above and became even more curious. He likes to collect famous watches, and he also owns several Patek Philippe. Among them, the most expensive and most collectible is a limited edition Patek Philippe of nearly 5 million. How about this piece of Brother Chu? Chu Chen came up with tea and greeted Gao Xingqi. At this time, Chu Chen also saw Patek Philippe on the table. Previously, the system prompted that the Patek Philippe had been placed in his home, but Chu Chen did not come back because he was experiencing the life of a chauffeur. Chu Chen was also curious about what this Patek Philippe 6002G Star Moon Tourbillon, known as the modern watch king and only 5 pieces in the world, looked like. There was no taboo. Chu Chen opened the package in front of Gao Xingqi. Gao Zhenka looped over as Chu Chen opened the packaging of the Patek Philippe 6002G Xingyue Tourbillon. Little by little, Gao Xingqi's face slowly became serious. When the appearance of Patek Philippe was revealed, Gao Jingqi was stunned. Isn't this the legendary watch king, Patek Philippe 6002 G Xingyue tourbillon? Because of the collection of famous watches, Gao Jingqi is very familiar with those legendary watches. He never imagined that one day he would be able to see this legendary Patek Philippe 6002 G Xingyue tourbillon with his own eyes. You know, this Patek Philippe 6002 G Xingyue tourbillon is only 5 pieces in the world. The collectors of each piece are the rich and famous in the world. Brother Chu, is this? Gao Jingqi couldn't believe his eyes and asked. It? Chu Chen explained, this is a small thing I bought, the Patek Philippe 6002 G Star Moon tourbillon. Naturally, Chu Chen couldn't say that it was a reward from the system, he could only say that he bought it himself. Gao Jingqi finally confirmed it. This is really the legendary Table King. Can I take a look? Gao Jingqi asked excitedly and nervously. Certainly. Chu Chen handed the watch over, Gao Jingqi held it in both hands, and carefully observed the legendary watch king. At this moment, Chu Chen's impression in his heart was even more mysterious. To own the legendary Patek Philippe 6002 G Xingyue tourbillon. Brother Chu's worth is unimaginable. Horrible. Gao Jingqi began to frantically make up for Chu Chen's various terrifying identities. The super young man from Yanjing, or the heir of some low-key century-old wealthy family? Even the Patek Philippe 6002 G Star Moon tourbillon, which is only a few pieces in the world, has it. There were only 2 words in Gao Jingqi's mind that could describe Chu Chen, and that was awesome. After chatting for a while, Gao Jingqi left. The next day, Chu Chen continued to experience the life of a chauffeur. It seems that because Chu Chen used real photos on the chauffeur software, Chu Chen accidentally discovered that there were more and more beautiful women who invited him to chauffeur him. This gave Chu Chen a headache. He was handsome, but he was too troubled. Chu Chen even considered whether he should wear a mask to cover up his handsome face, so as not to make those beauties go crazy. In the afternoon, Chu Chen met the first male passenger. This is a 24-5-year-old youth, wearing a straight, expensive suit, with gold-rimmed glasses, a pair of elites, senior white-collar workers in the enterprise. You're here, here it is. The young man gave Chu Chen the car keys of a Maserati. Chu Chen went to drive, and the young man looked at Chu Chen arrogantly, with a sense of superiority. The young man's name is Wei Ongjia, and he is the technical director of his boss's company. When his peers are still working hard to do a job with a monthly salary of several thousand or tens of thousands, his annual salary has exceeded several million. When his peers were still raising money to buy a 200,000 car, he had already bought a Maserati in full. Wei Ongjia also wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength did not allow it. Therefore, whenever he met his peers, Wei Ongjia couldn't help but feel a special sense of superiority in his heart. Wei Ongjia sat in the back of the car, looking like a boss. How long have you been a driver? Wei Ongjia asked. Just started. There is no future for this job, after a day of not pretending, he felt uncomfortable. Wei Ongjia was about to pretend when he suddenly saw the Patek Philippe in Chu Chen's hand. Wei Ongjia narrowed his eyes and looked at it carefully for a while. Patek Philippe? Is he right? This kid who is a chauffeur is carrying a Patek Philippe? He knew a little about famous watches, but Wei Ongjia didn't know the specifics very well. He just saw that Chu Chen's piece was Patek Philippe. That is Patek Philippe, even the most common piece, I am afraid it will cost hundreds of thousands. Even he is not qualified to take it, but now he has appeared in the hands of a substitute driver. Patek Philippe? Wei Ongjie asked. Yeah. Chu Chen nodded. It's not a good idea to bring a fake watch. Wei Ongjie looked disgusted. It's not a shame to have no money to buy luxury goods, but it's too bad to buy a fake one. A chauffeur has a Patek Philippe. The only reasonable explanation is that this Patek Philippe is a fake. Otherwise, it is too unreasonable. This is real. Chu Chen replied casually, not wanting to argue with Wei Ongjie. Wei Ongjie shook his head in disbelief. At this moment, his cell phone suddenly rang. Mr. Li, what happened? Wei Ongjie answered the phone. The regular meeting in the afternoon won't start. Okay, I understand. Mr. Li. Wei Ongjie nodded. Since the afternoon meeting has been cancelled, he can go lazy and rest this afternoon. Don't go to the company anymore, I'm going home to rest. Wei Ongjie said to Chu Chen. By the way, I live in Tomson-Epine. Wei Ongjie snarled, this is also where he often shows off. He rented a small house in Tomson-Epine for nearly 200,000 yuan a month. For 200,000 yuan a month, it is completely possible to rent a mansion elsewhere, or even a lower villa. But Wei Ongjie gritted his teeth in order to pretend to be coercive and moved into the first product of Thomson. After all, when it comes to talking about the most famous mansion in the magic capital, Tomson-Epine is definitely the first. I have used Tomson-Epine several times to force, and the effect is good. You shouldn't have been to Tomson-Epine. You are lucky today. You met me. You can enter the legendary Tomson-Epine and have a long experience. Wei Ongjie looked like Chu Chen was lucky. Chu Chen shook his head helplessly and didn't say much. Soon, they came to Tomson-Epine, and the security stopped the car. Wei Ongjie opened the back window and asked, what's wrong? Hello, please show your access card. Security spoke up. In a high-end residential area like Tomson-Epine, for safety, even familiar owners must show their access cards. Okay. As he spoke, Wei Ongjie touched his pocket, and the next second, he was stunned. Not even in your pocket? After searching for a few minutes, Wei Ongjie still couldn't find it. By the way, I put it on the company's desk this morning. Wei Ongjie suddenly realized where he had left his access card. For a time, Wei Ongjie became a little embarrassed. He just bragged to the driver, saying that he lived in the first-grade Thomson. What happened? But now he can't even get in the door of the first-grade Thomson. Isn't it a shame to throw it home? I'm sorry, I forgot to be in the company. I'm the owner of room 603 in building C, so let me in. Wei Ongjie stuck his head out and begged the security guard of Tomson-Epine. I'm sorry, sir, for the security of the community, you can't go in without an access card. The security guard shook his head. Tomson-Epine's security system is very strict, and it is never allowed to enter without an access card. Hearing this, Wei Ongjie's face was full of embarrassment. Be lenient, I'm really the owner inside. Wei Ongjie pleaded with security again. Would you like to go back and get it? The security guard shook his head and suggested. In an instant, Wei Ongjie was extremely embarrassed, and he felt hot on his face. Not long after he finished pretending? Also said that let this little brother drive in for a long experience? As a result, he couldn't even get in. Cough, you also know that the first product of Thompson is one of the top luxury houses in the Magic Capital, and the security system is extremely strict. Without an access card, no one, not even a superhero, can get in. Wei Ongjie rounded up the field for himself and found himself the steps to go down. How about you take me to the company and get the access card back? Don't bother, I'll come. Chu Chen didn't want to waste half an hour, so he lowered the car glass in the driver's seat. I prove he's the owner. Here, let's go in. Chu Chen said to the security guard. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Wei Ongjie was stunned. And a mean sneer appeared on his face. Is this chauffeur kid joking, or is he crazy? He thought he was handsome enough to be able to enter the first-grade Thompson without an access card? Do not make jokes. This is Thompson's first-class product. Without access cards, even dignitaries can't get in. This is the confidence of Thompson Epine. He can guarantee that Chu Chen will never get in. If Chu Chen can get in, he will eat this Maserati. So it's Mr. Chu? Sorry, I didn't see you, please come in, please. However, the next second, the security guard said respectfully, and directly opened the front car blocking device and invited Chu Chen to enter. Chu Chen nodded and drove in openly. Later, the sneer on Wei Ongjie's face froze, and he was completely stupid. What just happened? He came in without an access card? Wei Ongjie's mind went blank, completely confused. Especially when I think of what I just said. Thompson Epine is one of the top luxury houses in the Magic Capital, and the security system is extremely strict. Without an access card, no matter who it is, even a superhero, it is impossible to enter. Wei Ongjie closed himself. Came in, this chauffeur brought him in without an access card? Just now, I begged the security guard so much, but the security guard refused. But when he arrived at this chauffeur's place, he just showed a face, and the security guard's attitude changed drastically, skipping the access control card directly, and they came in. Why is that? A fool would think that they came in because the driver was handsome. And it's impossible to let Chu Chen in because the security guard and Chu Chen knew each other. Let acquaintances come in, there is a problem. This responsibility, the security guard can't take it. The only reasonable explanation is that Chu Chen is a super big man, and his status is so terrifying that he can ignore the access card and many regulations of the first-grade Thompson. The more he thought about it, the more afraid Wei Ongjie felt. He actually looked down on this superhero just now. On the other side, watching Chu Chen go in respectfully, the security guard was relieved. What are you doing? How did you put people in without showing the access card? At this time, the security captain came out of the monitoring room and questioned the security guard on duty. Because of the limited field of vision of the surveillance, the security captain did not see the owner of the car clearly. That's Mr. Chu. The security guard on duty explained. Mr. Chu? The security captain was stunned for a moment. Then patted the security guard on duty on the shoulder and said earnestly, "You did the right thing. This is Mr. Chu, the ruthless man who bought a building." He had been told by his boss, before that Mr. Chu should not stop him no matter what he did. Not to mention entering without an access card, even if Mr. Chu demolishes the gate of Thompson Epine, they will not stop him, and even help Mr. Chu arrive. Chu Chen returned the car keys to Wei Ongjie. Under Wei Ongjie's fearful eyes, Chu Chen left. It was almost 2 o'clock in the afternoon, and Chu Chen hesitated again whether to continue taking orders. At 3 o'clock this afternoon, he will Attend a groundbreaking ceremony. Previously, Hilton Group was going to build a new hotel in Modu. With the help of Chu Chen, Du's real estate successfully won the contract. After layers of planning, today is the groundbreaking ceremony for the new hotel. After the foundation stone laying ceremony is over, the hotel can start construction. Because Chu Chen is the vice president of Hilton Group, he will attend the groundbreaking ceremony on behalf of the group today. Just when Chu Chen was thinking, a new order appeared, very close to here. Before it was too late, Chu Chen went to the location of this order to check the situation. When Chu Chen arrived, a Bentley Mulsanne of more than 4 million was parked there. A man who looked like a driver saw Chu Chen and walked over quickly. "You're finally here, brother. My stomach is not feeling well, please send my boss there." It turned out that the driver of the Bentley was not feeling well, so he called for the driver. Under the leadership of the driver, the two met the Bentley owner, a middle-aged boss with a pot belly, who was waiting in the hall. "Mr. Zhu, this is the chauffeur I found for you," the driver said to the boss. "Can you drive a Bentley?" The boss raised his brows and asked Chu Chen contemptuously. "Meeting." Chu Chen nodded. "Bentley, Rolls-Royce, Bugatti, Koenigsegg have all been driven." Hearing this, the boss's expression changed slightly. How could this young man like to brag? "Forget it, it's just you." Glancing at the time, it was getting late, so the boss told Chu Chen the location. After hearing the location, Chu Chen was a little surprised. This boss actually also attended the groundbreaking ceremony? It is good. Just by the way, Chu Chen took the car keys and agreed. "Faster." On the way, the boss urged Chu Chen. "It is good." Chu Chen accelerated, but not too fast. After all, this is just a Bentley, not a tens of millions of supercars. It can't be that fast, and safety is the first priority. A few minutes later, Mr. Zhu urged impatiently, "Can you hurry up, I have to attend the groundbreaking ceremony?" Because of some things, he started late, so he wanted to save time on the road. "Don't worry, the groundbreaking ceremony won't start without me." In order to reassure the boss, Chu Chen didn't rush, and told the truth. As the most important person in this groundbreaking ceremony, Chu Chen did not attend the groundbreaking ceremony, and it was absolutely impossible for the groundbreaking ceremony to begin. Mr. Zhu in the back row was stunned. "What is this chauffeur talking about? Without you, the groundbreaking ceremony won't start? Who do you think you are, the CEO of Du's Group, or the CEO of Hilton?" Just now, after hearing what Chu Chen had driven, he had a very bad impression of Chu Chen. Now it's actually bragging, blowing it to the sky. "Without you, the groundbreaking ceremony will not start. What are you? Young people. Be down to earth. It will only be bragging, and in the future, it will definitely achieve nothing and become a waste." President Zhu reminded Chu Chen. For a while, Chu Chen was helpless. Why did he tell the truth and no one believed him? 10 minutes later, Chu Chen arrived at the site of the groundbreaking ceremony. It is now around 2:40 in the afternoon, and the groundbreaking ceremony is still 20 minutes away from starting. "Don't let me see you again." After taking the car keys, Mr. Zhu said to Chu Chen with a look of disgust. "After all, Mr. Zhu walked in swaggeringly. It seems a little difficult?" Chu Chen shrugged and muttered. After all, Chu Chen also walked into the groundbreaking ceremony and came to the Hilton area. "President Chu. Mr. Chu, you are here." After seeing Chu Chen's arrival, a group of Hilton executives stood up and said respectfully, "Hello everyone." Chu Chen nodded and sat here for a while before leaving to see the groundbreaking ceremony. On the other side, Mr. Zhu also came to his own small circle. Those were a few people with similar identities as him, the bosses of some medium-sized companies in Magic Capital, and they were all invited. Strictly speaking, these business executives are all mixed with Du's group, and they are barely the younger brothers of Du's real estate. "Old Zhu, you are late. What are you doing? Are you married to a petite wife, and your health is dying? At this age, your body is important." After seeing Mr. Zhu, several bosses laughed. Hearing this, Mr. Zhu blushed and shied away from the responsibility. "What, I came late because I met a mentally ill driver." Obviously, because he had some unspeakable things, he delayed the departure time, but for the sake of face, Mr. Zhu could not say that. President Zhu was very disgusted with Chu Chen, so he put all the responsibility on Chu Chen. "Anyway, Chu Chen is not here, and I don't know. Even if you know, so what? He is a boss worth tens of billions, he is a driver, dare to refute him? What? You were almost delayed by a chauffeur?" Several bosses were very surprised. Mr. Zhu talked about the previous things in a poignant manner. Sure enough, he is a small person at the bottom. He can only brag, and he can only be the bottom of the society for a lifetime. In today's society, there really is everyone. Don't talk about a small chauffeur, even us, even President Du wouldn't dare to say that. A mere chauffeur, what's so brilliant? After listening, several bosses couldn't help but sarcastic. "Old Zhu, you can't do it. If that kid is in front of me, I will definitely teach him a lesson. A chauffeur who dares to brag in front of me, almost delaying my major event, I will definitely make you regret it. Old Zhu, you are too kind." It's hard to seize the opportunity, of course they have to make fun of Lao Zhu. "Don't let me touch him again." President Zhu also spoke, but he stopped suddenly, halfway through his words. He happened to see Chu Chen leisurely passing by not far away. Why is he here? That chauffeur actually came in? Old Zhu, what happened? Several bosses asked. "That kid is the driver," I said. Pointing to Chu Chen not far away, President Zhu explained. Several people turned their heads to look, and they were also very puzzled. How can a mere driver be qualified to come in? He must have sneaked in. "You wait." President Zhu took a step forward and questioned Chu Chen. "Didn't I tell you that I didn't want to see you again?" Chu Chen reluctantly replied, "You seem to have said this, it doesn't matter." "You," after being scolded by Chu Chen face to face, Mr. Zhu was shocked. A driver, dare to be rude to him? This kid is bragging. Take it seriously. What kind of big man does he really think he is? Old Zhu, you're not doing well right now, even a chauffeur would dare to ignore you. Yes, Lao Zhu, it seems that you are really dying. Even the chauffeur looks down on you, and dares to refute you in person. Several other bosses followed with sarcasm. The more he listened, the more angry Mr. Zhu became, his face flushed directly, and he was ready to attack Chu Chen. A chauffeur who sneaked in was the opposite. Cough, everyone, be quiet, the groundbreaking ceremony will begin soon. Before Mr. Zhu could speak, a loud voice came. The host took the microphone to the stage. On such an occasion, both Mr. Zhu and the other bosses didn't dare to be presumptuous and hurriedly shut up. Next, let us warmly welcome our Vice President of Hilton, President Chu. With a burst of applause, everyone looked around. They were all curious, what does the dignified Hilton's vice president look like? This is not the vice president of the division, but the vice president of the group. Chu Chen slowly walked forward. What does he do? What is this chauffeur going to do? The bosses who were closer to Chu Chen first noticed the strangeness of Chu Chen. People let the vice president come on stage, and he will drive up and do it on his behalf. President Xu was also sarcastic, but before he finished speaking, his face changed directly. Several other bosses also looked at each other in dismay. Could it be that he is? In an instant, a bold guess appeared in their minds, making them unacceptable. For a while, there was only one person moving at the scene, and soon, Chu Chen attracted all the attention. Chu Chen came to the stage, took the microphone, and introduced himself. Hello everyone, I'm Chu Chen. Today, on behalf of the Hilton Group, I attend this groundbreaking ceremony. As soon as Chu Chen said this, the audience immediately exploded. Is he the vice president of the Hilton Group? It's too young. Originally in their hearts, the vice president of the Hilton Group should be a middle-aged person, or an old man, and most likely a foreigner. But I never thought that the vice president of Hilton was actually a young man. This is incredible at such a young age. He was already a vice president of the Hilton Group. No matter how young and promising, it is not enough to describe this President Chu's arrogance. After listening to Chu Chen's introduction, the bosses were stunned. Their bold guesses became reality. But this reality is so cruel. A chauffeur is actually the vice president of Hilton? It's like acting in a movie? Hilton vice president to do the chauffeur? They don't understand the idea of this big guy. As for Mr. Zhu, the whole person was frightened. The groundbreaking ceremony would not have started without me. Chu Chen's words. Mr. Zhu finally believed, it turned out to be true. At this moment, Mr. Zhu wanted to cry and cried. It's okay not to play like this. You are the dignified vice president of Hilton. What role-playing do you do, and what kind of chauffeur do you do? You are bullying people. Are you sick, or am I sick? President Zhu complained in his heart. No, it's me who is sick. It is impossible for a big man like President Chu to be sick. Therefore, he must be sick. Mr. Zhu had to accept this result. Following the appearance of Chu Chen, several other important guests also appeared. Because a few days ago, Du Wendy went to the field to inspect. And he was not in Modu. This time, Du's real estate group sent a general manager to come. Chu Chen led several senior executives of Hilton and laid the foundation with the senior executives of the Du group. The groundbreaking ceremony was successfully completed. There was applause from the audience, and Chu Chen became the center of attention. After saying a few words on the stage, Chu Chen left. At night, the system sound came. Ding, system experience task. The second day experience of driving life is completed. Today's experience life was successfully completed. Tomorrow, Chu Chen has something to do, and the experience mission is temporarily suspended. The experience task has no time limit and is very user-friendly. Today, Chu Chen promised Su Chuqing that he would accompany Su Chuqing to visit her third uncle in the magic capital. Su Chuqing's third uncle is also a good friend in the magic capital, and he is very expensive. The next morning, the sound of the system suddenly came. Ding, task release, a new day, do you sign in? Huh? Is there a sign-in task? Sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on getting a black card from the world's top 20 banks. Note, each card has 100 million deposits. With the sound of the system, a lot of black cards suddenly appeared in front of Chu Chen. If someone else has a black card, that's pretty cool. When I got to Chu Chen, it turned into a pile. And each card has 100 million deposits. Is it so cool to use? There are 100 million deposits in a black card. Now Chu Chen has 20 black cards, that is 2 billion. Not only did Chu Chen get 20 precious black cards of different levels during the sign-in mission this time. At the same time, it also made a full 2 billion. Cool system. It's best to have such a sign-in task every day. Chu Chen couldn't help but sigh. If there is one sign-in every day, 2 billion a day and 60 billion a month. I am afraid that within 2 or 3 years, Chu Chen will be the richest man in the world. You don't have to do any tasks yet, just laying around to make money. Isn't it beautiful? And Chu Chen's pile of black cards are not ordinary black cards. Such as Citibank Black Card, NatWest MasterCard Black Card, Visa Unlimited Black Card, etc., are the most common and common. Among this pile of black cards, the most precious ones are the following ones. The Oil Country Royal MasterCard Black Card, which completely sets off the inhumanity of the oil country. The left and upper sides of the credit card are wrapped in gold, and a 0.235 carat diamond is set in the center of the card, showing luxury. The bank's CEO once said indifferently, "If you want the moon, we'll find a way to get it to you." Although this is bragging, it is enough to prove the awesomeness of this royal black card. The bank has a 24/7 service team to address every cardholder request. The most important thing is that it has no limit and no restrictions, just brush as you want. And this royal black card is invitation only, not something you can have if you have money. It is a status and status symbol. The Cause World Velvet card is the most royal black card. With this card, you will have the same level of honorable treatment as Queen Elizabeth. There are only more than 100 users in the world with this kind of black card. You read it right, it is the whole world, not a country or region. According to rumors, the bank also has a more advanced royal purple card, which has an astonishing 49.1% annualized savings rate. It is estimated that only the Queen has such a card in the world. But now that Chu Chen has the system, he might break it. Not bad. After reading the information, Chu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Those ordinary black cards are nothing, but these last types of black cards, if you take out one of them, can shock countless bosses in the magic capital. 20 different black cards. Chu Chen put them all in a large custom-made wallet, and carried them. Who knows when they will be used? Because Chu Chuchen's third uncle's house was far from here, Chu Chen chose the fastest Pagani HP Barchetta. Chu Chen went to pick up Chu Chuchen first, and then went straight to Chu Chuchen's third uncle, Su Jingshan's villa. Su Jingshan's worth is not bad. Although the villa area where he lives is not among the top 10 villa areas in Modu, it is also famous in Modu. Chu Chen stopped and Su Chuchen went in. "Uncle Third, I'm here to see you." Su Chuchen went in and spoke. "Oh, Chu Chen is here." Hearing the sound, a middle-aged man with glasses came out from the second floor of the villa. "Oh, who is this?" Going downstairs, Su Jingshan looked at Chu Chen and asked his niece, Su Chuchen. "He's my boyfriend, Chu Chen." Su Chuchen explained. "Today, I brought Chu Chen, the third uncle, the third aunt will not introduce her boyfriend again. When I saw the third uncle and the third aunt before, they often introduced themselves to boyfriends. Oh, Chu Chen actually has a boyfriend? Su Jingshan was a little surprised. She introduced her boyfriend to Chu Chen several times, but Chu Chen refused. Su Jingshan thought Chu Chen didn't want to find a boyfriend so early. Hello Uncle Su, Chu Chen said politely. Hello, please take a seat. Where's the third aunt? After sitting down, Su Chuchen asked. Growing flowers in the backyard. Su Chuchen got up and walked towards the backyard of the villa. In the villa, only Chu Chen and Su Jingshan were left. Little Chu, what do you do? Before Su Jingshan introduced Su Chuchen, they were all top-level young heroes with successful careers, but Chu Chen didn't like them. Su Jingshan was very curious about Chu Chen's identity. I'm working as a chauffeur. Chu Chen told the truth. After all, Su Jingshan is an elder, and it is impossible for Chu Chen to hand Su Jingshan a business card and say, look, this is my identity. Driving? Hearing this, Su Jingshan frowned. The boyfriend Chu Chen was looking for was actually a driver? Su Jingshan was a little dissatisfied. Even if he didn't find the right match, Chu Chen's boyfriend should be an aggressive young man. Driving. This kind of work is not good, and there is no future. Soon, Su Chuchen returned to the villa from the backyard with her aunt. By the way, Chu Chen has just come to the magic capital. As a landlord, I haven't prepared anything. Well, I have a card here, Chu Chen will use it and return it to me when it's finished. Su Jingshan said with ulterior motives. After all, Su Jingshan took out a Citibank black card and handed it to Su Chuchen in front of Chu Chen. Su Jingshan wanted to test and shock Chu Chen. Is it for the sake of plotting their Su family's money? You must know that a black card like the Citibank black card is not available to ordinary rich people, and the conditions are extremely harsh. Even he only has two. If it wasn't for shocking and testing Chu Chen, he wouldn't take it out easily. After seeing the black card that Su Jingshan took out, Su Chuchen quickly refused. The third uncle is kind to me, but I will never take this kind of black card. As the daughter of a rich family, Su Chuchen naturally knew the horror of this black card. Nothing. Su Jingshan waved his hand, looking like he was rich and big and didn't take it seriously at all, pretending to force, take it, do I have two? Other rich people are already very powerful if they have one black card, but he has two, which is what he deserves to show off. Seeing that Su Chuchen still wanted to refuse, Su Jingshan waved his hand and said strangely, my stingy eldest brother won't give you too much money, and it's impossible for your boyfriend to have this kind of black card. Just take it and give it to me when you're done. I have such a card. Before Su Jingshan's voice fell, Chu Chen spoke. In an instant, the eyes of Su Jingshan and his wife were on Chu Chen. Do you have a black card? Both Su Jingshan and his wife were very suspicious. How could a driver have a black card? I have a bunch of these black cards. As Chu Chen explained, he opened his custom wallet on the table, revealing a bunch of black cards inside. In an instant, Su Jingshan and his wife were stunned. Is this a black card? Not Chinese cabbage. How do you have so many? Looking at the pile of black cards in Chu Chen's wallet, Su Jingshan and his wife were dazzled and full of surprise. How much is this? Especially, Su Jingshan was speechless for A long time. He has 2 black cards, which is already pretty cool. But this Chu Chen. How many black cards is this? Su Jingshan was immediately stunned. Just now, he was still very proud, thinking that he had 2 black cards very strong, but they have such a pile of black cards? He was instantly killed. In an instant. Xiao Chu, are these black cards yours? Su Chucheng's aunt couldn't help asking. It's all mine. Chu Chen nodded and added, thank you Uncle Su for your kindness. No need. If Chu Cheng wants to use it, just take it. There's not much money in it. Not much money in there? Su Jingshan and his wife looked at each other. If you say that there is not much money in the black card, even a fool will not believe it. And some black cards, but there is no limit. Is Chu Cheng's boyfriend so good? Su Jingshan and his wife were extremely shocked. Drink tea, drink tea. Su Jingshan quietly took back his black card and looked away. After a while, Su Jingshan realized that things might not be so simple. They didn't look carefully at Chu Chen's black cards, who knows if it's true. If Chu Chen took out 1 or 2, or even 3 or 4 black cards, they would definitely believe it. They would think that Chu Chen was a driver who experienced life or something. But so many black cards are too unreal. When Su Jingshan looked from a distance, just now, Chu Chen's pile of black cards even contained the Royal MasterCard black card of the petroleum country. Is this kind of black card available to ordinary rich people? In the entire Demon City, there are very few people who are qualified to have this kind of card. And this is one of them. Who knows if there are other precious black cards in it? With such a large number of black cards, it seems that only those top-level bigwigs in the magic capital can have them. Su Jingshan knew all those big men, but there was absolutely no Chu Chen, and there was no big man surnamed Chu. Su Jingshan judged that Chu Chen's pile of black cards was most likely fake. As an elder, it is not easy for Su Jingshan to directly ask for these black cards from Chu Chen and check them one by one. Thinking about it, Su Jingshan is no longer in awe of Chu Chen. Little Chu, tell me where you are driving for a while, and I can take care of your business when I'm free. Chu Chen, you just came to the capital, so you probably don't have a car to drive. Suddenly thinking of something, Su Jingshan said again, I have a Bentley Continental in my garage. Xiao Chu is driving it for me. I can take it to some places in your magic capital to play. It doesn't matter if you haven't driven a Bentley. Don't be afraid. If something happens to the car, I will be responsible. Since Chu Chen is driving on his behalf, the car should be a good way of testing. After all, Su Jingshan secretly looked at Chu Chen. He wanted to see what Chu Chen would look like when he knew that he had a luxury car like Bentley to drive soon. However, what surprised Su Jingshan was that Chu Chen sat there indifferently, with no expression on his face. This is a little different from what he imagined. Why is there a Pagani HP Barchetta parked at the door? Outside, a surprised voice came. A boy of 18 or 19 walked in. He was Su Jingshan's son and Su Chucheng's cousin. What is it called? There are no rules. Su Jingshan was not very familiar with sports cars and did not know what Pagani HP Barchetta represented, so he scolded his son. Su Jingshan introduced his son to Chu Chen. Hello. Just a symbolic nod to Chu Chen, and then Su Jingshan's son asked his father, Dad, is that 100 million plus sports car the birthday present you bought for me? More than 100 million sports Cars? Hearing this, Su Jingshan and his wife were dumbfounded. What 100 million plus sports car? It's the $120 million Pagani. HP Barchetta at the door. There is a sports car with more than 100 million parked in front of their house? Su Jingshan and his wife were extremely shocked. We didn't buy it. Su Jingshan shook his head. This expensive sports car is not something their family is qualified to buy. Could it be some big man who parked the car in the wrong place? Aunt Su Chuchen guessed. I parked that Pagani. A faint voice came suddenly. In an instant, the Su Jingshan family opened their mouths wide and were stunned. That 100 million plus sports car belongs to Chu Chen? What? Brother-in-law, you are too arrogant. The son of Su Jingshan, who was originally indifferent to Chu Chen, suddenly changed his attitude towards Chu Chen and looked like a little fanboy. Most boys of this age love sports cars. Gollum. Su Jingshan swallowed hard. It turned out that he was wrong, and it was a big mistake. If the black card may be fake, how can such a sports car with more than 100 million be fake? It is impossible to fake a sports car of this level, it is too expensive. Driving a sports car with more than 100 million yuan, now Su Jingshan completely believes that Chu Chen's pile of black cards is absolutely true. The identity of Chu Chen is too terrifying. The more he thought about it, the more in awe Su Jingshan felt in his heart. Xiang Chuchen really is young and promising. As expected of a family, Su Jingshan changed his face very quickly, and immediately said to Chu Chen with a smile. This level of boss cannot afford to offend. If they can get close to a big tree like Chu Chen, their family will really skyrocket in the future. On that day, Su Jingshan and his wife stayed with Chu Chen for dinner, and they were extremely enthusiastic. On the other side, in the private passage of Modu Airport, a tall foreigner walked out with a group of people. His name is Louis Prada, from the famous Prada family. Louis, now the most powerful person in the Prada family, is also the second largest shareholder of the Prada Group, with a 19% stake in the Prada Group. Before, Chu Chen ordered the Prada headquarters to move to Modu, and he was very dissatisfied. Especially after Mo Yuan became Prada's general manager and began to rectify Prada, it caused Louis's strong hostility. The president of Prada Asia Pacific, who was fired by Mo Yuan, was his cronies. Louis came here this time to represent the Prada family, ready to talk to Chu Chen, warn Chu Chen, and fire Mo Yuan. If Chu Chen doesn't agree, they may have to join forces to fight against Chu Chen. After coming to the capital, Louis was not going to go to Chu Chen directly, but was going to contact some old friends. First set up a table for Chu Chen Hongmen banquet. New January, asking for a monthly pass. As the Prada family that created the international luxury brand, its international status and influence are not bad. As the most powerful person in the Prada family, Louis naturally knows many big people and has a wide range of connections. This time, Louis wanted to put pressure on Chu Chen from the side and let Chu Chen know that although the Prada family was not Prada's largest shareholder now, but still has a strong energy and connections, dominates Prada. If Chu Chen is unwilling to cooperate, then the members of the Prada family, who are fighting infighting, do not mind joining forces to get rid of him as the president. Before coming to Huaxia, Louis had already arranged it. At this moment, outside the airport, 3 tens of millions of Rolls-Royces are already waiting. From a wealthy family in the West, no matter what Louis does, he pays attention to a pomp. If it wasn't to prevent Chu Chen from Knowing about his arrival in advance, I'm afraid there are already more than a dozen Rolls-Royces waiting outside. Louis got into the car and went directly to Yang Yun. Hello, please show the relevant documents. At the front desk of Yang Yun, the staff said politely. Louis took out his documents, and after inspection, he successfully settled in Yang Yun. Is this the rumored Huaxia mansion? As soon as he entered, Louis was deeply attracted by the exquisite and elegant old house. Very well, only such a place can be worthy of the honorable me. Louis nodded in satisfaction. Chu Chen, how can you compare to my dignified Prada family? Louis was smug and arrogant. Just when Louis was proud and thought that Chu Chen would definitely not know that he came to the magic capital. The phone number of the senior management of Yang Yun has already been called to Chu Chen. This executive knew that Chu Chen was the president of the Prada Group and thought that Louis was arranged by Chu Chen, so he specially contacted Chu Chen to ensure that Louis would be satisfied. Oh, here comes Louis? Chu Chen nodded. This matter did not exceed his expectations. Since Louis came to Modu and didn't notify him to contact him, it must be malicious. In fact, when Chu Chen arranged for Mo Yuan to be Prada's general manager and rectified Prada, Chu Chen had already expected a conflict with the Prada family. But he didn't care too much. The current Chu Chen is not afraid of the Prada family. On a new day, Chu Chen went to experience the life of a chauffeur as normal. And Louis met some old friends and big bosses in the magic capital. By the way, is there anyone else I know in the magic capital? Finally, Louis asked the secretary. Yes, it is said that tomorrow, Mr. Herbert, the vice president of Ferrari Group, will come to the capital. The secretary answered. What, Herbert is coming? Louis was very surprised. He and Herbert were old friends. If it was when Prada was at its peak, he would be similar to Herbert. But now, Prada is at its lowest point, far less than the Ferrari Group. Okay, I'll pick up the plane in person tomorrow. Louis ordered the secretary. Originally, he was not sure whether the identity of those old friends he contacted could scare Chu Chen and put pressure on Chu Chen. But if Herbert could come, there would be absolutely no problem. The next day, Louis did meet Herbert at the airport. Louis, why are you here? Seeing Louis, Herbert, the vice president of Ferrari, was very surprised. Louis was polite, then went straight to the subject and invited Herbert to today's dinner. It is good. Herbert agreed. Is there something wrong with you coming to the devil's capital? While chatting, the two walked out of the airport. Oh, I came to Modu on the way to meet a big man. Herbert didn't say anything specific. He was on a business trip and happened to pass by the capital city, knowing that Chu Chen, the second largest shareholder, lived in the capital city. So Herbert deliberately set aside 2 days to visit Chu Chen in the magic capital. What, big man? Louis was shocked. To make the dignified vice president of Ferrari Group say that he is a big man, and to come to visit, that character is absolutely terrifying. Louis sighed in his heart. The magic capital really gathers big bosses. Specifically, Louis is not easy to ask. After a day of preparation, at noon, Louis called Chu Chen. Invite me to the dinner, no problem. Chu Chen agreed. In the evening, Chu Chen came to the agreed place. President Chu. After seeing Chu Chen, Louis said. In broken Chinese. At this moment, there are not many people in the banquet hall. There were 3 tables of banquets in the entire banquet hall, but Louis had ulterior motives and directly arranged Chu Chen to the last table. "Mr. Chu, I have something, I hope you can think about it." After arranging Chu Chen, Louis said, "Our Prada family feels that it is extremely inappropriate for President Chu to let a young woman control such a large group. Hopefully, Chu can replace her." As soon as he came up, Louis took out the entire Prada family to put pressure on Chu Chen, and his meaning was obvious. This was not asking for Chu Chen's opinion. "Cannot." Chu Chen refused directly. "This is not a matter of replacing Mou1. It's a fight for control of product. Good, very good." Louis sneered. "You will be punished by the Prada family." In his heart, Louis had already sentenced the death penalty to Chu Chen. "I hope for a while, President Chu will not regret what he said." After all, Louis walked away rudely, leaving Chu Chen in this inconspicuous corner. Louis's guests came one after another. Even the worst one was the president of the Greater China region, a Fortune 500 company. Louis was at the first table banquet, chatting and laughing with these high-status old friends, deliberately snubbing Chu Chen. Today, he just wants to create enormous pressure on Chu Chen. What surprised Louis was that after seeing so many big people coming, Chu Chen's face was still flat. Not a bit shocked. "It's okay, the main event is coming soon. The most important people he invited haven't come yet. Soon, the first big shot arrived. A new month is coming, ask for a monthly pass." This is a middle-aged man of 37 or 18 years old, with a capable appearance. "Dear Song." Louis got up to meet him. "Louis, long time no see." The two shook hands warmly. "Let me introduce to you, this is the general manager of Uba Gojuling Group." Louis introduced to everyone, and while talking, Louis deliberately glanced at Chu Chen. The man's name is Xiang Chuchen, a well-known Uba country, the general manager of the world's top 500 group, Dueling Group. General manager of Dueling Group? Amazing. There was a commotion in the banquet hall, and these guests sighed unexpectedly. For an ordinary banquet, Louis even invited the general manager of the Fortune 500 group. Xiang Chuchen sat down. Louis looked at Chu Chen again, and found that Chu Chen's expression was still flat, and Louis was a little dissatisfied. "Still so calm?" "Never mind, there are other not easy guests." Not long after, a very gentleman foreigner walked in. "Abner, you are finally here." After seeing this man, Louis's attitude was even more enthusiastic than before. "Louis, I didn't expect you to come to the capital. It's been a long time." The two greeted. "This is Goldman Sachs Group. President of Greater China, Abner." Louis' high-profile introduction. Goldman Sachs Group, one of the oldest and largest investment banks in the world, was released on the Fortune Global 500 list in 2017, and Goldman Sachs ranked 259th. In July 2019, the 2019 Fortune Global 500 was released, and Goldman Sachs ranked 204th. The annual turnover of Goldman Sachs Group is as high as 40 to 50 billion US. Before Chu Chen got 20 of the world's top black cards, including Goldman Sachs Group. Hearing Louis's introduction, everyone present became uneasy and stood up one after another. Even Xiang Chuchen stood up politely. Dueling Group is only at the bottom of the world's top 500, ranking 489, and Goldman Sachs is different. Although Abner is only the president of the Greater China region of Goldman Sachs Group, but backed by Goldman Sachs Group, he is an absolute big man. As expected of the dignified Prada family, even such a big man can be invited. There were muttering noises from the scene, and everyone lamented Louis's connections. Having personally invited Abner to the first banquet, Louis deliberately ignored Chu Chen. Louis's chin was raised, even more arrogant. This is the background of their Prada family, which is comparable to a newly rising rich man in China. These guests chatted, and Louis walked towards Chu Chen arrogantly. Mr. Chu, are you still holding on to your previous thoughts? Louis sneered and asked Chu Chen. At this moment, in Louis's heart, it is almost certain that Chu Chen regrets it, and even his intestines are regretful. The guests around also noticed Louis's actions, as if watching a play. Although they don't know what happened, but looking at Louis's attitude, they knew that Chu Chen was going to be unlucky. Some people even gloat at the misfortune and want to watch the show. By the way, is there another heavyweight guest who hasn't arrived? Without waiting for Chu Chen to speak, Louis added. Ferrari's Vice President Herbert is the finale of the character. Because Herbert just arrived in the capital at noon today, and he was busy with various things, so he hadn't arrived yet. Yeah, why don't I regret it? Chu Chen replied. He also prepared a big gift for Louis, and he hasn't told Louis yet? Hearing this, Louis's face immediately turned ashen. You have an old saying in China that if you don't eat a toast, you will be punished for drinking. Louis tore his face and threatened Chu Chen directly. To be honest, if it wasn't for the last resort, he didn't want to use all of Prada's strength to go to war with Chu Chen. Once the action is taken, even if it is successful, the Prada family has to pay a great price. It would be best if he could put pressure on Chu Chen from the side and make him bow his head. Otherwise, Louis would not have gone to great lengths to prepare such a hangman banquet. But now, the one will come in a while, that's when you regret it. Louis speaks harshly. Just as his words fell, Herbert finally came. After seeing Herbert, the blue-faced Louis immediately walked over with a smile. Let me introduce to you, this is the Vice President of Ferrari Group, the fourth largest shareholder of Ferrari, Mr. Herbert. Louis proudly introduced to the crowd. The place fell into silence. In fact, in terms of company strength, Ferrari is not as good as Goldman Sachs. But today, it is only the president of the Greater China region of Goldman Sachs Group, not a core executive of Goldman Sachs Group, nor a shareholder of Goldman Sachs Group. But Herbert is different. He is not only the core executive of Ferrari, but also the fourth largest shareholder. This identity is far more powerful than Abner of Goldman Sachs. Hello, Mr. Herbert. Hello. After being shocked, everyone greeted each other with respect and respect. Seeing everyone's reaction, Louis became even more domineering. With smug eyes, Louis looked at Chu Chen. President Chu. Chu? Suddenly, a surprised voice came. Looking in the direction of Louis, Herbert was stunned and said in a daze. The next second, Herbert left Louis directly and walked straight to Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, I originally wanted to visit you tomorrow, but I didn't expect to see you here. Herbert said to Chu Chen politely. Seeing this scene, everyone was dumbfounded. What's the situation? How could the shareholders of the dignified Ferrari Group be so polite to this kid? Louis was also stunned. This is the second largest shareholder of our Ferrari Group, President Chu. Introduced by Herbert. Don't talk about him, even the president should be polite when he sees President Chu. You know, there is only a slight difference between President Chu's shares and the largest shareholder. What? Ferrari Group's second largest shareholder? Everyone was stunned. How could such an awesome character be placed at the last table? After knowing Chu Chen's identity, Xiang Chuchen and Abner of Goldman Sachs got up one after another, came to Chu Chen's side, toasted Chu Chen, and wanted to get to know Chu Chen. Even the two of them were like this, and other guests present came to Chu Chen's side one after another, toasting flatteringly, wanting to get to know Chu Chen. For a time, Chu Chen, who had been left out at the last table, became the core of the entire banquet, and Louis was standing there. Alone? Louis is not well. Ferrari Group's second largest shareholder? Chu Chen is actually the second largest shareholder of Ferrari Group, right? And today is clearly the Hongmen banquet he prepared for Chu Chen, and he wanted to put pressure on Chu Chen. In the end, instead, it added countless connections to Chu Chen. This, for a time, Louis wanted to cry. Louis would never have thought that Chu Chen's next sentence would make him almost vomit blood. Looking at the big people he finally invited, surrounded by Chu Chen, Louis wanted to cry without tears. He really did not expect that Chu Chen was actually the second largest shareholder of the dignified Ferrari Group, and even Herbert wanted to please. As a result, his plan to put pressure on Chu Chen completely failed. Mr. Chu is really young and promising. President Chu is in high spirits, and there is no limit to the future. Hearing one after another pleasing Chu Chen's voice, Louis's heart ached. Call. Taking a long breath, Louis calmed down. No problem, no problem. No matter how powerful and rich Chu Chen is, what if he is Prada's largest shareholder? He only holds 35% of Prada's shares. He also owns a 19% stake in Prada. And other Prada family members also have a lot of Prada shares. All of their shares combined, about 40%, completely surpassed Chu Chen. As long as they unite to fight against Chu Chen, there is nothing Chu Chen can do. Although they can't get back the shares in Chu Chen's hands, they can completely abolish Chu Chen's president position through the board of directors, so that he will no longer interfere in Prada's internal affairs. In this way, Prada is still under the control of their family. Louis comforted himself. Chu Chen, don't be complacent, I'll go back right away. You wait for our sanctions, wait for the loss of the position of president. In the end, Louis threatened Chu Chen with a sneer. This is the only thing he can do now. Louis, there is one thing you may not know yet. Hearing Louis's words, Chu Chen was very calm. Yesterday, I bought a 16% stake in Prada, and now I personally own 51% of Prada. Chu Chen said to Louis with a harmless smile on his face. Occupying 51% of Prada's shares, it means that Chu Chen has absolute control over Prada from now on. No matter who it is impossible for him to form the slightest threat. Chu Chen became Prada's real controller. What? Louis just blew up. You bought another 16% of the shares, how is that possible? Louis was astonished. You know, the Prada family and Chu Chen control more than 70% of the Prada Group's shares. There are more than 20% in the hands of several other small shareholders. After so many years, the Prada family did not know how much effort it took to get these shares. But now, why did Chu Chen get 16% of the shares? No, I don't believe it, I don't believe it. Louis said almost insanely. By the way, 9% of the 16% of the shares I just acquired were obtained from your Prada family. Chu Chen added. Before, Chu Chen had ordered Mo Yuan to negotiate with these shareholders. and wanted to acquire some shares. Due to liquidity problems, things were not going well. Although Chu Chen has various assets and companies, all of these require a large amount of working capital to maintain operations. Before, Chu Chen had acquired a large amount of working capital after acquiring the international financial center of Magic Capital. Without sufficient liquidity, negotiations do not go well. A few days ago, Chu Chen checked in and got a bunch of black cards with exactly 2 billion on them. Add in some previous funds and the money is enough. Under the huge money offensive, those who stubbornly said they would never sell their shares immediately signed a contract. 9% of the shares come from the Prada family? Puff. Louis nearly vomited blood. What a bunch of vampires. For the benefit of the Prada family, he worked hard to come to the Magic Capital and warned Chu Chen. As a result, someone behind the scenes, for the sake of money, sold the shares and sold him indirectly. I hate it so much. Louis was heartbroken, but he did not expect that in the end, he would be defeated by his own people. Now that Chu Chen owns 51% of the shares, no matter what he does, it will be in vain. Not only that, he might also be kicked out by Chu Chen from the Prada group. Louis is extremely disappointed with his family who only know how to enjoy. At this point, the Prada family is leaving. I lost. With a sigh, Louis left disheartened, as if he were a dozen years older. Looking at Louis who was leaving, Chu Chen also felt a little emotional. That's the downside of a family business. Soon, under the order of Chu Chen, Prada reconvened the chairman's meeting, and Mo Yuan participated on behalf of Chu Chen. On the board of directors, Mo Yuan announced the latest personnel transfer. Some members of the Prada family who have no ability at all and can only enjoy are moved from important management positions to positions with only vanity names. From then on, they can no longer make waves. Prada's important positions have been replaced by capable people. The future troubles of the Prada group were completely eliminated. Under the governance of Mo Yuan, the Prada group recovered and moved towards its peak. Once Prada returns to its peak, Chu Chen's worth may skyrocket by nearly 100 billion. On a new day, Chu Chen continued his driving life. Soon, Chu Chen received the first order, which was a cute girl who had placed an order for Chu Chen before. This cute girl loves to laugh very much, and she made a good impression on Chu Chen. 20 minutes later, Chu Chen arrived at the agreed location. Chu Chen walked over, but found a lot of people around. There. Little girl, how did you do it? Pay for it. A middle-aged man's voice came. Hey, girl is finished. I've scratched the legendary Rolls-Royce. If there are no hundreds of thousands, I'm afraid I can't handle it. Hundreds of thousands, what do you think? This is a phantom worth nearly 10 million. The compensation may start at 1 million. Or even a few million. Passers-by onlookers sighed. Chu Chen walked over and knew at a glance what was going on. Chu Chen was a little surprised. It was the cute girl who placed the order for Chu Chen who was scratching the Rolls-Royce. She has just bought a car and is not very skilled, so she often asks for a driver. What's wrong? Chu Chen walked over and asked the girl. After seeing Chu Chen, the girl explained her grievances. Because Chu Chen never came, the girl prepared to drive the car forward first to save herself from being late for a while. Unexpectedly, when turning, a Rolls-Royce stopped here abruptly. Thinking of many previous news, she immediately became nervous. Not only is it okay to be nervous, but this tension really happened. She really accidentally scratched this Rolls Royce. Then Chu Chen knew what happened. Stop here? After listening, Chu Chen raised his brows, and Chu Chen looked around. No, this Rolls-Royce is obviously illegally parked. You add me on WeChat, and we will discuss the future. The owner of the Rolls-Royce changed the subject, and said to the girl with some color, obviously malicious. It doesn't matter if you don't add it, you can just give me the maintenance fee, it's not much, just 2 million. The Rolls-Royce owner added. Not much, just 2 million? After listening to the words of the owner of the Rolls-Royce, some bystanders were stunned. Isn't that so much? 2 million, I am afraid that ordinary people, except for the normal living expenses, will not be able to save these in a lifetime. Especially a young girl. Asking her to come up with 2 million is simply as hard as the sky. 2 million is enough to completely bring down a family. Hey. This is life, there is no way. The little girl is so pitiful, I'm afraid she will sell iron. These onlookers also saw that the Rolls-Royce owners had bad intentions, and although they were angry, they couldn't do anything. People who can drive a Rolls-Royce Phantom, they can't afford it. If it is only a few hundred or several thousand yuan, they may help, but 2 million, goodbye. These people just feel sorry for the girl, shoot videos, post on moments, and fight music. What, 2 million? After the girl heard it, she was stunned. Do you want so much? Not to mention 2 million, she can't even get 200,000. She is just an ordinary office worker, how can she have so much money? Can't the girl asked the owner of the Rolls-Royce and wanted to ask for mercy. Don't think about it, it's impossible. Before the girl's words were finished, the Rolls-Royce owner interrupted. Directly. 2 million, not a penny less. The girl's face turned pale, her eyes flashed with tears, and she was very helpless. Seeing this, the Rolls-Royce owner had a bright smile on his face, seeing that he was about to succeed. To be honest, it's only 200,000 to 300,000 yuan to repair this little bit, but in order to get this girl, the lion opened his mouth. How can ordinary people know the maintenance price of Rolls-Royce? Now, the girl is desperate, and he is ready to hint again. You're going too far. At this moment, a sudden voice came. Everyone turned their heads and looked in the direction from which the voice came. What do you mean? Rolls-Royce owner questioned. You're scratching a little bit, and repairing it, it's more than 300,000 yuan, and you actually want 2 million? Are you going too far? Chu Chen questioned. The lie was exposed by Chu Chen in front of so many people, and the smile on the Rolls-Royce owner's face suddenly froze. Humph, you are a driver, what do you know? Do you think you have a Rolls-Royce, or a fancy car? It is naturally impossible for a Rolls-Royce owner to admit that he is lying, and he can only speak hard. The onlookers next to them didn't quite believe Chu Chen's words. In their hearts, the Rolls-Royce Phantom had already been deified. I don't have a Rolls-Royce, but I have it. Chu Chen took out the Ferrari key from his pocket and shook it. Because it was far away. From Thompson first grade, Chu Chen came in a Ferrari. Looking at the Ferrari car key in Chu Chen's hand, the onlookers were all shocked. Ferrari? This chauffeur has a Ferrari? Humph, a lighter, what to pack? The Rolls-Royce owner sneered, and he didn't believe it anymore. A chauffeur driving a Ferrari? Chu Chen didn't explain too much, just pressed the car key. The next second, not far away, a Ferrari's headlights suddenly turned on and illuminated. Everyone turned their head sharply and looked at the Ferrari. I go. What this chauffeur said is actually true. Does he really drive a Ferrari? Rolls-Royce owners are even more embarrassed to the extreme. Today, if she doesn't take out 2 million, don't think about leaving. The owner of Rolls-Royce didn't even pretend, he said arrogantly. And what about Ferrari, comparable to his Phantom? Boy, I'm not an ordinary person, you should weigh it. The Rolls-Royce owner's domineering threat to Chu Chen. Hearing this sentence, Chu Chen did nothing, but the onlookers were very scared. The girl is even more helpless. You're parking illegally, it's justified. Chu Chen retorted. This is my business card, I'll talk about it later. It has been delayed for a long time now, and Chu Chen did not want to be delayed by this Rolls-Royce owner. How many billions in minutes? Glancing at Chu Chen's business card, the Rolls-Royce owner sneered, who do you think you are, and want to solve this matter with a business card? What if I park illegally, little thing, let me tell me my identity, I'm scared to death. As he spoke, the Rolls-Royce owner reached into his pocket and took his business card. Before he could take his business card out of his pocket, out of the corner of his eyes, he suddenly noticed the words International Financial Center on Chu Chen's business card. Could this kid be from a certain company in the Magic Capital International Financial Center? Thinking of this, the Rolls-Royce owner calmed down. You must know that most of the companies that can settle in the Modu International Financial Center are the branches of Fortune 500 companies in Huaxia. Any company out there has a terrifyingly high level of strength and background. Thinking of this, the owner of the Rolls-Royce suddenly became nervous, and carefully brought Chu Chen's business card over. Just looking at it, the body of the Rolls-Royce owner trembled directly. The owner of the Magic Capital International Financial Center? Is he actually the owner of the International Financial Center? This identity is more terrifying than the identity he guessed. The further back you look, the more shocked the Rolls-Royce owner is. Amanyan Yun boss? It is rumored that the most expensive resort hotel in Modu, Amanyanjian, often goes to this young man? Prada president? The Rolls-Royce owner suddenly felt dark and almost passed out. Fortunately, he leaned against the side of the Rolls-Royce, so he didn't fall. What the hell? The more you look, the weaker the Rolls-Royce owner's legs become. Why is this young man so arrogant? Any identity here can scare him half to death. Sorry. The Rolls-Royce owner immediately changed his tune, looking extremely humble. It's just a trivial matter for me, not to mention, I'm still parking illegally. What kind of money do I pay? If you have something to do, please. The Rolls-Royce owner nodded and bowed to Chu Chen, extremely humble. Seeing this scene, the onlookers next to them were stunned. What's the situation? Just now, the owner of a Rolls-Royce, who was domineering and fearless, how could he instantly become a bear? What exactly was written on that card? How awesome is the identity of this chauffeur? Chu Chen didn't say much, nodded, took the car key from the girl, let the girl get in the car, and drove away. Continue your mission. In place, only the Rolls-Royce owner with a pale face and fear remained. I am very grateful to the book friends legend of the night, 6666 book coins for the reward. Thank you for your support, and continue to ask for a monthly pass. Because there are more orders during the day, the system reminded Chu Chen very early that today's experience task was completed. It seems that sooner or later the end of the experience mission is also related to the number of orders received. Before, He had experienced it until 8 or 9 o'clock in the evening, and it was over at around 5 o'clock this afternoon. At this time, Chu Chen suddenly called. "Go to your third uncle's house for dinner. Tonight?" When Chu Chen heard Chu Chen's invitation, he thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. Okay. After coming to the magic capital, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan both lived in the first grade of Thompson. Although Chu Chen could cook, his cooking skills were average, so the cooking was left to Mo Yuan. But recently, Chu Chen acquired 16% of Prada Group's shares. Prada's internal personnel were adjusted. There were many things, and Mo Yuan was busy. System. When will a mission come? Reward a top chef? Chu Chen muttered. Every day is money, 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 so annoying. Too much money is a kind of distress. The system secretly gave Chu Chen a middle finger, despising it. When you got those system rewards, you didn't say that. Back at the place where the Ferrari was parked, Chu Chen drove, picked up Chu Chen, and went straight to Chu Chen's third uncle, Chu Jingshan's villa. When Chu Chen arrived, Chu Jingshan was receiving guests. It was a 26 or 7-year-old youth with a handsome appearance. Oh, Xiang Chuchen and Chu Chen are here? After seeing Chu Chen, Chu Jingshan got up and took the initiative to say hello. After learning about Chu Chen's more than 100 million supercars and a bunch of black cards, Chu Jingshan's attitude towards Chu Chen also became extremely enthusiastic. Xiang Chuchen, sit down, the meal will be ready soon. Chu Chen's aunt also smiled and said to Chu Chen, introduce. This is the son of an old friend of mine, Yu. This is Chu Chen's boyfriend, Chu Chen. Chu Jingshan introduced them to the two. Chu Chen's boyfriend? Originally, after seeing Chu Chen walk in, the young man's complexion changed subtly, especially after hearing Chu Jingshan's introduction. Yu's complexion became more subtle. Chu Jingshan also felt that the atmosphere had changed. He was also very helpless. He only invited Chu Chen and Chu Chen to dinner today, but he did not expect that Yu would come to visit unexpectedly. Chu Jingshan and his wife once wanted to introduce a boyfriend to Chu Chen, and Yu was one of them. After all, one is his own niece and the other is the son of an old friend. Half a year ago, when he went to Jiangzhou, he let Chu Chen see Yu's photos and wanted to match the two. However, Chu Chen refused directly, and the matter was over. Coincidentally, Yu had also seen Chu Chen's photos. Hello. Yu greeted Chu Chen with hostility in his heart, but he hid it. Hello. I don't know where Mr. Chu is in high school. After sitting down, Yu asked. It's not a high-ranking job, I've been driving in the contemporary era recently. Driver? Yes. Yu was not sarcastic, but nodded in agreement. It's a little harder, 1 or 2,000 a month. Or even more. But you don't have to sit in the office, it's very chic. Unlike me, I can only sit in the exclusive office of the dueling group every day. The next second, Yu changed the subject and said deliberately low-key. Dueling group? Xiaoyu, have you gone to dueling group? Next to him, Chu Jingshan was very surprised when he heard Yu's words. Dueling group, that is a Fortune 500 company. Although it ranks relatively low, it is already very impressive to be able to enter the Fortune 500. I just went in a few months ago. Yu explained. What kind of work are you doing at dueling group? Chu Jingshan asked, curiously. It's nothing. I'm just working as a director in the design department now. Ji Lingyu said low-key again. After all, Ji Lingyu glanced at Chu Chen secretly. At the beginning, he was very satisfied with Chu Chen, she was so beautiful, but he didn't expect that he didn't even meet in the end. Ji Lingyu is very sorry, and it's not good. Today, he unexpectedly learned that Chu Chen actually had a boyfriend, and he was also a driver. Immediately he felt humiliated. How can he say that he is also a tall, rich and handsome, but he is not as good as a kid who is a driver? He decided to humiliate Chu Chen and vent the unhappiness in his heart. Of course, directly insulting and humiliating Chu Chen is what an idiot would do. He wants to crush Chu Chen. Invisibly, this is the coolest. It would be even better if Chu Chen could regret it. In a few months, you became the director of the Fortune 500? Su Jingshan was even more surprised. Even in an ordinary company, it takes a long time to be promoted to director, and a few years are considered very fast. But Ji Lingyu, in just a few months, became the director of a Fortune 500 company. Is he so strong? Have you heard of our company, Mr. Chu? Ji Lingyu asked Chu Chen with a smile. Chu Chen nodded. I met your general manager, Xiang Chuchen, a few days ago. He invited me to play golf, but I have been busy recently, so I refused. Chu Chen is telling the truth. A few days ago, at Lewis's banquet, Chu Chen, Xiang Chuchen from Dueling Group, Abner from Goldman Sachs Group and others got to know each other and left their contact information, adding a lot of contacts. At the banquet, Xiang Chuchen invited Chu Chen to play golf tomorrow, but because Chu Chen had to do the experience task and won the Patek Philippe early, he refused, saying that he would play again when he had time. Know the general manager, Xiang Chuchen? Most importantly, the general manager invited him to play golf. But he refused? Chu Chen's words blew up in Ji Lingyu's ears like thunder. Ji Lingyu was shocked. That is the general manager of a Fortune 500 company. It's been amazing to know. Not to mention ordinary people, even some big bosses in Magic Capital would be very honored to be invited by President Song to play golf, and they agreed immediately. But this Chu Chen rejected President Song? Those who dare to reject President Song, I am afraid that there are not many people in Modu, right? Ji Lingyu was shocked. Who is this kid? Beside Su Jingshan and his wife heard Chu Chen's words, and they were more convinced that Chu Chen's identity was extremely terrifying. Even the invitation of the world's top 500 general managers can be refused casually. Today's food is delicious. In order to hide the embarrassment, Ji Lingyu deliberately changed the subject. He was really embarrassed. Originally, he wanted to pretend to be a coward and humiliate Chu Chen. Unexpectedly, people actually know their general manager. After that, Ji Lingyu was much more honest, and after having dinner, he didn't pretend again. Mr. Su, something happened. When everyone was drinking tea in the living room, one of Su Jingshan's subordinates suddenly arrived. Brought devastating news to Su Jingshan. Belden Bank suddenly rejected our loan invitation. The subordinate said to Su Jingshan. Su Jingshan's company has just received a large order. Because of the lack of liquidity, it wants to borrow money from the old friend Belden Bank. Belden Bank is a private bank with relatively strong strength. Loans are easier than other banks. Refused? How come? Su Jingshan had a look of disbelief. He and the general manager of Belden Bank had known each other for a long time, and his company had been borrowing from Belden Bank before. The relationship between the two is good. How could Belden Bank refuse him this loan? Su Jingshan didn't want to believe it. For this big deal, he bet all his worth. If it goes well, he will make a lot of money. But if there is an accident, I am afraid that bankruptcy is still light, and he is afraid that he will be in debt of several billions. Once the loan application fails, and there is no working capital, everything is over. I do not believe. While speaking, Su Jingshan took out his mobile phone and called the general manager of Belden Bank. What? Why do you, however? The result was really like that. Before Su Jingshan could finish speaking, the general manager of Belden Bank hung up. It's very likely that they did the ghost? The subordinate guessed. They, of course, are referring to the company's old enemies. If you haven't competed with us, you're just playing a dirty game. Let's take a trick to draw money from the bottom of the pot. Well, that's good. Su Jingshan gritted his teeth and exploded with anger. Jilingyu's eyes lit up after he had a general understanding of what had happened. He felt that the opportunity to regain his face had come. His father knew the executives of Yelink Bank. Uncle Su, how much do you borrow? A smile appeared on Jilingyu's face, and he was ready to pretend. However, Su Jingshan's next sentence made Jilingyu unable to laugh. 5 billion. Su Jingshan sighed softly. 5 billion? I go, so much? Jilingyu was even more embarrassed for a while. If it is about 1 billion, he is still sure to ask his father to help. But 5 billion, even if his father uses all his strength, he may not be able to get it. In an instant, Jilingyu stopped talking, lowered his head, and pretended to be an ostrich. Jilingyu was cursing in his heart. Uncles, he died before he pretended to be forceful. At this moment, even he himself felt that he was a joke. What a shame. Hearing Jilingyu's words originally, Su Jingshan thought that Jilingyu had a solution. However, seeing Jilingyu acting like an ostrich and not saying a word, Su Jingshan let out a long sigh. 5 billion? It's simple. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Uncle Su, you can go to Goldman Sachs Group tomorrow and find Abner, the president of their Greater China region. Just mention me. For this trivial matter, Chu Chen didn't even need to contact Abner. A mere $5 billion. For Goldman Sachs, one of the top 10 banks in the world, it is a drop in the bucket. Even without Abner, just a senior executive of a Goldman Sachs Group division, it can be solved. But if you go to Abner, you can save time. Goldman Sachs Group? Su Jingshan was very excited. Although I didn't say it just now, Su Jingshan's only hope is Chu Chen, who has a bunch of black cards. With so many black cards, Chu Chen definitely has a difficult relationship with many banks. I just didn't expect that Chu Chen casually said that it was Goldman Sachs Group, one of the top 10 banks in the world. And still go directly to Abner, president of Goldman Sachs Greater China region? Awesome. At this moment, Su Jingshan was extremely grateful to Chu Chen. Chu Chen was right. At first, he thought it was a pity for Chu Chen to reject Jilingyu, but now that he thinks about it, he is so right. This kid, Jilingyu, is not worthy of Chu Chen. Next to him, Jilingyu, who acts as an ostrich, would probably vomit blood if he knew what Su Jingshan was thinking. Is Jilingyu still shocked by Chu Chen's words? Chu Chen's network is too wide, even the president of Goldman Sachs Group's Greater China region knows? Jilingyu couldn't stay any longer, so he said goodbye. Soon, Chu Chen and Xiang Chuchen also left. The next day, Chu Chen continued to experience the life of a chauffeur. Chu Chen drove to a photography base in Modu, and the new list was here. This photography base is relatively large, and several plays are here. Are you the driver? This time, the guest was a handsome young man. Of course, there was still a little distance from Chu Chen's appearance. That distance is called 108,000 miles. Right. After getting a positive answer, Xiao Xianro threw the Lamborghini key to Chu Chen. The car is there. Pointing to a red Lamborghini in the distance, Xiao Xianro said. Chu Chen drove the car over. And Xiao Xianro got in the car. Where? I'm not going anywhere for now, just wait. Xiao Xianro answered impatiently. Xiao Xianro is a traffic star. It has just become popular recently, and the number of fans has skyrocketed, which makes Xiao Xianro float and swell. Today, he is filming a scene here. Originally, he was the third male lead, but after the expansion, he was dissatisfied, so he found the director and asked for more dramas. He wanted to be the male lead, or at worst, the second male lead. But now that 1/3 of the filming has been completed, it is very troublesome to change people, and the director directly rejected him. Xiao Xianro had a big fight with the director and left the studio. This is his attitude to put pressure on the director. He's going to wait here and let the director come to him. Then when the director was approaching, he let Chu Chen drive again, causing the director to almost miss his scene. He doesn't believe it anymore. With his current popularity, the director will not come. Where are you not going? Hearing Xiao Xianro's answer, Chu Chen frowned. Yes, just wait here. Xiao Xianro nodded. Then why are you looking for a chauffeur? Knowing yesterday that the number of orders received is related to the length of the task, Chu Chen began to pay attention to the number of orders received. Isn't it a waste of time to let him wait here in vain? His time is precious. I'm happy, can't you, just wait. For me, the money won't be short of you. Xiao Xianro scolded Chu Chen. I'm not picking up. Chu Chen rejected Xiao Xianro and did not want to waste time. No. However, what Chu Chen didn't expect, Xiao Xianro's overbearing order, just wait for me in the car now, and don't go anywhere. In terms of time, the director is coming. If the driver leaves at this time, wouldn't he be very unpretentious? Chu Chen laughed angrily. No one dared to order him like that for a long time. This little meat can do it. At this moment, the director's figure appeared in the distance. Seeing the director appear, Xiao Xianro was very proud and laughed out loud. You see, he knows that with his enthusiasm, the director will agree to whatever request he makes. Did you see, this is the strength of Lao Tzu, and even the director has to respect me. Xiao Xianro pretended to be aggressive and showed off to Chu Chen. Is it? Chu Chen asked back. Why doesn't he look at the director's expression? Of course. Hearing Chu Chen's rhetorical question, Xiao Xianro Star said confidently. I'm so popular right now, if I post a message on Weibo casually, I can rush to the top 10 of the hot search list. Isn't it awesome? Xiao Xianro has swelled completely. He feels that it will not be long before those top fresh meat stars, such as celebrities with the surname Huang and Wu surnamed, will be stepped on by him, kneeling and licking him. The chubby director came over. You're a chauffeur, what do you know? Look. Disdainfully said something to Chu Chen, and Xianro immediately pretended to be angry. What's wrong with Director Zhang? The director stopped from the co-pilot, so Xiaoxianroxing rolled down the window and asked, coldly. At this moment, he was laughing wildly in his heart, very proud, waiting for the director to beg him. The director speaks. In fact, this time he came, just to tell this self-righteous little fresh meat star. He was kicked out of this drama, let alone the second male lead, not even the current male third. However, before he finished speaking, the director suddenly noticed Chu Chen sitting there. The director was immediately stunned. My God! How can there be such a handsome person in the world? This face value is so handsome that it explodes. Don't talk about the second male, the male lead can also. The director speaks. Can the male lead? Xianro was even more excited. Originally, he thought that even if the director bowed his head, he might be the second male lead. I didn't expect that it would be okay to be the male lead now. Hey! He also wanted to keep a low profile, but his strength didn't allow it. People are so hot, there is no way. Thinking about it, Xianro glanced at Chu Chen. Doesn't this driver look good? Director Zhang, I don't think it's impossible to be the male lead. The little fresh meat star said to Director Zhang. If Director Zhang insists on doing this, then I have to reluctantly accept it. With that said, Xianro opened the car door and walked out, wanting to talk to the director in detail. Accept what? However, looking at the excited little fresh meat, Director Zhang looked puzzled. Please let me go, I am talking to this gentleman. As Director Zhang explained, he ruthlessly pushed the little fresh meat star aside. In an instant, the little fresh meat star was stunned. Sir, can I invite you to a cup of tea? Director Zhang invited Chu Chen with a smile. It's a pity not to be a star with this face value. Can. After talking with Xianro for a while, Chu Chen was also thirsty, so he agreed to this. Director Zhang. Chu Chen got out of the car and walked inside with Director Zhang. Director Zhang, wait a minute? The little fresh meat star couldn't help shouting, you just said to be the male lead, wasn't it me? He is so hot and handsome, how could it not be him? You? Director Zhang looked disgusted. What are you? Don't take a good look at yourself, look so ugly, and still be the male lead? I just said that I can be the male lead, referring to this gentleman. You're still handsome, you and this gentleman are 108,000 miles apart. After all, Director Zhang and Chu Chen walked inside. Just after walking a few steps, Director Zhang suddenly stopped and added, by the way, you won't be here anymore, male number 3, I don't need you anymore. After speaking, Director Zhang and Chu Chen left. In situ, only the little fresh meat as if 10,000 arrows pierced through the heart remained. The difference in appearance is 108,000 miles? And not even the male number 3? In an instant, Xianro burst into tears. On the way, Director Zhang introduced himself. He is the assistant director of the play and is in charge of various things. What are you doing? It took so long to come back, and you still brought an outsider? It seems that the filming is not going well. And the director, a middle-aged man, angrily reprimands. Zhang Daogang wanted to explain. In the next second, an unexpected scene appeared. The short-tempered, arrogant director actually walked up to Chu Chen with a look of surprise. Are you Mr. Chu? I heard your name before. A few days ago, Chu Chen met a talent scout who wanted Chu Chen. To film the overbearing president is good physical strength. Inadvertently, the scout found out the identity of Chu Chen's super rich, so he wanted Chu Chen to invest. Chu Chen had something to do and was in a hurry to complete the task, so he left a contact information for the scout. Back at the company, the scout told the company's executives about the secretly photographed photos of Chu Chen and what happened, and the director also knew about Chu Chen. Unexpectedly, I encountered it today. Soon, under the leadership of a group of beautiful stars called by the director, Chu Chen visited. This was another scene, not the crew of the overbearing president. Because he was surrounded by several popular female stars, Chu Chen instantly became the focus of the entire photography base. After a brief chat, Chu Chen left. Chu Chen received the second order. It was a bald man in his 30s with a beautiful woman. He drove a more than 1 million Maserati president. It seemed that he had just met this beauty, and as soon as he got in the car, the man began to pretend for a while, arousing the interest of the beauty. When the man noticed that the beautiful woman glanced at Chu Chen secretly from time to time, the man said with deep meaning, "In today's society, money is the most important thing. What age, what appearance, it's all rubbish." The man showed off, causing a burst of surprise from the beautiful woman. Mr. really sees through the society, and is extremely intelligent. Chu Chen spoke, he already felt the man's provocation. In fact, he meant to say a smart head does not grow hair. "I'm so smart, of course I'm so smart." The bald man thought that Chu Chen was praising himself, and nodded with satisfaction. He was indeed extremely smart. "Just like me, with a salary of 2 million a year, this is the real successful person." The man continued to pretend, and just now attracted the attention of the beautiful woman. "I'm only 32 years old this year, and I've already become a high-level executive of the Xingtang auction house and the Magic Capital branch. As long as I work hard, it will be easy to make money in the future." The man pretended to be a little over the top. Pfft. Beside her, the beautiful woman couldn't help laughing. The bald man didn't notice it, but she understood. "Super smart." Hearing the beauty's laughter, the bald man immediately reacted. "No, are you mocking me?" The bald man touched his head and questioned Chu Chen. "How come?" "I think you're right that you should work hard," Chu Chen said solemnly. "You don't work hard and earn money, how can I be richer?" Hearing Chu Chen's words, the bald man and the beautiful woman were puzzled and did not understand what Chu Chen meant. Wrong? The bald-headed man was really smart, and he quickly thought of Chu Chen's identity and asked tremblingly, "Are you President Chu?" "I'm Chu Chen." After receiving an affirmative reply from Chu Chen, the bald man slumped in the back seat. Add tomorrow. "President Chu? Is he President Chu?" The bald man seemed to have 10,000, no, 100,000 grass and mud horses galloping past, and kept stamping on his heart. The bald man is messy, although there is no wind, he also has no hair. Thinking back to the green years, he used to be a teenager with unusually thick hair. As time passed, finally one day, he became stronger and bald. Bah, this is the line. The reality should be that he became rich and bald. This is the sad part of the bald man, who also had fine hair back then. Looking at Chu Chen at this moment, the bald man felt a sense of despair and helplessness in his heart. Who would have thought of such a coincidence? Called a chauffeur, and actually met his own boss, President Chu? Is he going to buy a lottery ticket? Although I complained in my heart, you, the boss of the dignified Tang auction house, the super rich, what are you driving on your behalf? But the bald man dared not show it. Next to her, the beauty was also stunned, listening to the words of the smart and desperate bald man. Is this handsome little brother his boss? So handsome, yet so rich? In an instant, the beauty looked at Chu Chen with admiration in her eyes. Mr. Chu, that me, the bald man said tremblingly. It was me. Who was wrong just now? Don't forget to take it seriously. I'm still doing my best in our auction house. Please don't fire me. The bald man was really afraid that Chu Chen would fire him. How could be? I won't fire you. I'm still waiting for you to work hard and make money for me. Chu Chen shook his head. One more person to create wealth for him, isn't it? And this man is so smart, he is definitely a good employee who often stays up late and works overtime. After hearing what Chu Chen said, the bald man's mood became complicated for a while. Originally, knowing that Chu Chen would not fire him, he should be very excited. But when Chu Chen said this, he was really not happy at all. I worked hard, and indeed I worked for President Chu, and Chu Chen took most of the money. Thank you, President Chu. No matter what he thinks in his heart or how he complains, the bald man still has to say respectfully. A few minutes later, when the location arrived, Chu Chen got out of the car. Don't forget to take care of my business. After all, Chu Chen left. Looking at Chu Chen, who was far away, the bald man shook his head. Again and again. Continue to look for President Chu to drive, is he crazy? President Chu is a devil. The more he thought about it, the more frightened the bald man became. He was going to leave the magic capital and be transferred to another branch, away from President Chu. It was too terrifying. Today's experience mission ended, and Chu Chen returned to Thompson's first-grade product. I'm tired, why don't you move to Tian Palace for a few days? Chu Chen has lived in Thompson Epine for more than a month, and he's tired of it. And since he got the Tian Palace villa, hasn't he lived there yet? In the eyes of others, it is synonymous with luxury and luxury, Thompson Epine, just like that, ordinary. After thinking about it, Chu Chen simply packed up and prepared to go to the Tian Palace. Of course, Chu Chen called Mo Yuan along. Chu Chen was very satisfied with Mo Yuan's cooking skills. After all, it was much better than the king crab and Australian lobster instant noodles that he had eaten. Mo Yuan also tidied up briefly, and came to the Tian Palace with Chu Chen. Are you looking for an opportunity to buy all the other villas in Tian Palace? Looking at the other villas outside the Tian Palace, Chu Chen muttered casually. If this sentence is heard by others, I am afraid that countless people will be shocked, comparable to a big earthquake. Are you speaking human language? Even those big bosses in the magic capital, rich businessmen know, I am afraid that their jaws will drop. If they can have a villa in the Sandalwood Palace, I am afraid that they will not be able to sleep for days and nights with excitement. This is their dream. But now, you actually want to buy all the villas in Tangong? Make Dangong private? Want to be so rich? If you have a chance, you can try it. Chu Chen nodded. In Hangqing, he had 10 villas on Lake Heart Island, and he lived there every day. Now there is only one villa in Tangong, which is not good, very bad. After dinner, Chu Chen suddenly received an unexpected call. This is an international call. Hello. Hello, I'm the president of Ferrari. An old voice came from the phone. The call was actually made by the president of the Ferrari group himself. Although Chu Chen's English level is average, it is not a problem to communicate with people. Soon, Chu Chen knew what the president of Ferrari group was looking for him to do. Some time ago, Ferrari group wanted to cooperate with a large domestic company. Once successful, it will be a super large contract of nearly 100 billion. The president of Ferrari is a little old, and it is inconvenient to come. Moreover, Huaxiao also had Chu Chen, the second largest shareholder, in charge, so the Ferrari president wanted to hand over this matter to Chu Chen. And the Ferrari group has almost negotiated with that company, only to finalize the contract. Okay. Chu Chen nodded. As the vice president of Ferrari group, he did have this responsibility. And this is also a good thing. Once this contract is completed, the Ferrari group will gain a lot of profit, and Chu Chen's worth will also rise. Chu Chen has no reason to refuse. After inquiring about the specifics, Chu Chen hung up the phone. The next day, Chu Chen woke up and the system sounded. Ding, sign in task, whether to sign. Chu Chen was very excited when the familiar voice came. It has only been a few days, and there is a new sign in task? So cool? What Chu Chen likes most is the sign in task. As for why, of course, it is because it is simple and easy. Sign in. Sign in successfully. Congratulations on getting 2 Tian Palace. Dilla's hearing this, Chu Chen was stunned. The reward for signing in this time is actually 2 villas in Tian Palace? I go. He just had an idea yesterday, and today the system gave him 2 villas? The system is really nice to itself. A bright smile appeared on Chu Chen's face. Originally, Chu Chen felt that it might take a lot of time and effort to buy other villas in Tian Palace. But now Chu Chen doesn't think so. He is a coercion, there is a system, what is impossible? Now for Chu Chen, the entire Tian Palace was taken. Turning the Tian Palace, known as the first luxury house in Shanghai, into a private one seems to have become easier. However, if I can give Ari next time, or the shares of the Penguin Empire, it will be fine. He is not too demanding, the second largest shareholder is fine. The next day, Chu Chen went to Ferrari Group's branch in Modu and read some materials. Then went straight to the Chuchen Group. Chuchen Group is a well-known large enterprise in Magic Capital, and its total assets even exceed Du's real estate group, where Du Wendy is located. Even Du Wendy would be more polite when he saw Zhao Yuanliang, the chairman of Chuchen Group. Chuchen Group is also the big company that negotiated cooperation with Ferrari this time. Hello, I'm here to find your chairman, Zhao Yuanliang. Chu Chen said at the front desk. Okay, just a second. The lady at the front desk made a call. Soon, a 28-year-old young man in a suit came over. Secretary Tian, this gentleman is looking for Mr. Zhao. The lady at the front desk said to the young man in suit. The young man in the suit is Zhao Yuanliang's secretary. Secretary Tian glanced up and down at Chu Chen and shook his head in disappointment. Come with me. As the secretary of the chairman of the dignified Chuchen Group, even many rich people in the Magic Capital are very polite when they see it. This made Secretary Tian develop the habit of being uninvited. After a while, the two came to the chairman's office on the 23rd floor. In Front of the office is a small waiting area for people who want to meet Zhao Yuanliang, chairman of Xiang Chuchen Group. Now, there are 3 or 4 bosses waiting in the waiting area. Every boss is surrounded by front and back, secretary, and a lot of subordinates, making the rest area very crowded. You wait here. Glancing at Chu Chen, Secretary Tian said casually. In his eyes, Chu Chen, who is alone, is even inferior to these waiting bosses. You see, which old man always comes alone and is so unpretentious? When will I see Zhao Yuanliang? Chu Chen asked. Well, can you call Mr. Zhao's name directly? Hearing Chu Chen's address to Zhao Yuanliang, Secretary Tian refuted sharply. Please recognize the gap between you and President Zhao. Secretary Tian actually wanted to say, what kind of thing are you? You dare to call us President Zhao, but in front of so many bosses, Secretary Tian didn't have the nerve to say it. After that, Secretary Tian turned around and left arrogantly. Does he have important guests waiting? No time to play with this kid? Click. Secretary Tian just took a few steps when the door of the chairman's office suddenly opened, and an old man in his 60s walked out. Mr. Zhao, why did you come out? Hearing the sound of the office door opening, Secretary Tian had already rushed over. At this moment, Secretary Tian asked the old man flatteringly. This boss is the chairman of Xiang Chuchen Group, Zhao Yuanliang. What are you doing? Why hasn't the person I asked you to wait for come yet? Zhao Yuanliang questioned Secretary Tian angrily. Secretary Tian immediately quibbled, Mr. Zhao. I've been waiting seriously, and I'm meticulous. But so far, I haven't seen the boss of the Ferrari Group. I'm sure they didn't come. Hearing this sentence, Zhao Yuanliang wanted to say something when an abrupt voice suddenly came. Here comes the Ferrari Group. As soon as Chu Chen said this, he instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Come on, where is it? Why didn't I see it? Secretary Tian questioned Chu Chen. Just after he finished speaking, this kid just said that, isn't he hitting him in the face? Far in the sky, right in front of me. I am the vice president of Ferrari Group, Chu Chen. Chu Chen introduced himself. Ferrari Group vice president? Mr. Chu. Hello. After knowing Chu Chen's identity, Zhao Yuanliang immediately came over and shook hands with Chu Chen enthusiastically. Please come in. Zhao Yuanliang invited Chu Chen in. Today, he deliberately waited in the office for the senior management of Ferrari Group to discuss cooperation. Chu Chen nodded slightly and walked into the office with Zhao Yuanliang. It turned out that only the shocked people were left. This young man is actually the vice president of Ferrari Group? I go, so young? The bosses sitting there waiting had shock written all over their faces. It's amazing. Although they are both big bosses in the magic capital, compared with the Ferrari Group, they are the younger brothers. They decided by coincidence that when President Chu came out, they must go over to please him and show his face. Gudong. As for the arrogant Secretary Tian just now, he was directly paralyzed on the ground with fright, his whole body trembling. He is the vice president of the Ferrari Group? Secretary Tian was completely dumbfounded. Originally, he thought that Chu Chen came alone and must not be a bigman, so his attitude was unusually cold. But now that he knew Chu Chen's identity, Secretary Tian was completely frightened. How could it be? In his mind, shouldn't the vice president of the dignified Ferrari Group be a foreigner and older? How could someone be so young? Before, he felt that he was very young. to be the secretary of President Zhao. As a result, compared with Chu Chen, it was simply the difference between clouds and mud, a difference of 108,000 miles. He's actually disrespectful to the dignified vice president of Ferrari Group. It's over, he's dead. The more he thought about it, the more frightened he became, and Secretary Tian finally fainted from fright. In the office, Chu Chen and Zhao Yuanliang had a detailed discussion for a while, and settled some important details. Now only the last step is to sign the contract. Just then, the knock on the door rang again. Enter? Zhao Yuanliang was a little surprised. Chairman, Vice President of McLaren Group, Mr. Roderick asks to meet, said the staff. McLaren Group Vice President? Hearing this, both Chu Chen and Zhao Yuanliang were very surprised. You know, as a top sports car brand, McLaren Group is no weaker than Ferrari Group. At this time, what does the Vice President of McLaren Group do? Especially Zhao Yuanliang, he was even more puzzled. Did he not invite anyone from McLaren Group? Let Mr. Roderick wait a moment. Zhao Yuanliang spoke. No, I'm already here. The office door was fully opened, and a tall middle-aged foreign man walked in. He is McLaren's vice president, Roderick. Because he lives in Huaxia all year round, he is fluent in Chinese. Roderick suddenly broke in, making Zhao Yuanliang very dissatisfied. Is he still entertaining guests? This foreigner is a little too rude. But with Roderick's identity there, Zhao Yuanliang couldn't say anything. As soon as Roderick came in, he turned his attention to Chu Chen. After all, he came today because of Chu Chen. This is a big contract of 80 to 90 billion, close to 100 billion, and the profits are huge. They naturally want to step in. The next second, Roderick attacked Chu Chen. Are you the representative of the Ferrari Group? Roderick didn't know the specific identity of Chu Chen, but sitting here with Zhao Yuanliang must be the top of the Ferrari Group. Ferrari Vice President, Chu Chen. Also the Vice President? Hearing Chu Chen's words, Roderick was a little surprised that this young Chinese man had the same identity as him. Mr. Zhao, I think it's much better for you to cooperate with our McLaren than to cooperate with the Ferrari Group? As soon as he came up, Roderick explained his purpose directly. Why? Because we McLaren, we can give up some of the benefits. Roderick explained. If you sign a contract with the Ferrari Group, the profit is average, but if you cooperate with us McLaren, I guarantee that your profit will be at least 1/3 more. And I am also the 5th largest shareholder of McLaren Group. I have an important right to speak in McLaren and can agree to more requests from you. Roderick pretends. You know, there are many vice presidents of an ordinary group. But not every vice president will have group shares. Individual companies, even presidents, may not have group shares. For example, McLaren Group, the largest shareholder and the second largest shareholder, will not interfere in the work of the group unless there is a major event. Every year, they just split the money. The president of McLaren is only the 3rd largest shareholder of the McLaren Group. As another example, take Ollie as an example. As a supergroup with a market value of several trillions, Papa Ma is only the 3rd largest shareholder. And as the vice president of McLaren Group and the 5th largest shareholder of McLaren, he is already very good. Absolutely crush the vice presidents of other companies and have more power. What, the 5th largest shareholder? Zhao Yuanliang was also very surprised. He did not expect that Roderick actually had such an identity. This status is not comparable to a vice president. Having said that, Roderick looked at Zhao Yuanliang and Chu Chen with a proud look, stunned. He was ready to accept Chu Chen's astonishment. Knowing Roderick's heavy identity, Zhao Yuanliang was more polite to him. How about it, Vice President Chu, do you still think there is any competitiveness? Roderick asked Chu Chen with a smile. The word vice president was specially pointed out by Roderick. Cough cough. Chu Chen coughed dryly. Actually, apart from the vice president, I am also a shareholder of Ferrari Group. Chu Chen originally wanted to keep a low profile, but now it's impossible not to tell the truth. Oh? Roderick and Zhao Yuanliang looked at Chu Chen together, curious about what Chu Chen said next. I am the second largest shareholder of the Ferrari Group, Chu Chen said calmly. Second largest shareholder? Zhao Yuanliang's eyes widened instantly, with a shocked expression. This President Chu is actually the second largest shareholder of Ferrari Group. Is it so awesome? As for Roderick, he almost slipped off the chair he was sitting on. Second largest shareholder? Oh my God. Even their president is only McLaren's third largest shareholder. Is this Chu Chen the second largest shareholder of Ferrari Group? Roderick stopped talking. For a moment. For some reason, he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable on his face. Can he, the fifth largest shareholder, be compared with the second largest shareholder? So embarrassing. Mr. Chu is too powerful. Zhao Yuanliang sighed. Although the market value of Xiang Chuchen Group is not lower than that of Ferrari Group, its international status and influence are far less than Ferrari Group. Seeing the pleasant exchange between Zhao Yuanliang and Chu Chen, Roderick couldn't sit still. Before he came, he had guaranteed the president's vote, swearing that he would be able to grab the contract from the Ferrari Group. But now, by the way, I wonder if the two of you have time tomorrow? Roderick deliberately changed the subject. I want to invite the two of you to have tea at Tian Palace tomorrow. It has been a while in Huaxia, and Roderick loves Tian Palace, and he has tried his best to use countless contacts. Finally, Roderick and the owner of Villa number 16 in Damgong are almost done talking. Now, as long as he sends the money, Villa number 16 in Damgong is his. What, Tangong? Zhao Yuanliang asked back. To be honest, if Zhao Yuanliang wants to get a villa in Tangong, he can. But that was only what he could do. On the basis of the personal connections he had accumulated in the magic capital for decades. But how long has Roderick been in the magic capital, and was he able to get a villa in the Sandalwood Palace? Not easy. Which is the first villa Mr. Roderick bought? I know a few bosses who live in the Tang Palace. Zhao Yuanliang asked. The 16th villa. Roderick showing off. The 16th villa? Beside him, Chu Chen raised his brows. Unfortunately, you are one step late. Chu Chen said to Roderick. What do you mean, why am I only step late? Roderick asked inexplicably. I have already bought the 16th villa in Damgong. Signing in for the mission this morning, Chu Chen got 2 other Tian Palace villas. One of the villas is Villa 16. Bought it? When Roderick heard Chu Chen's explanation, he had a look of disbelief. How could it be possible? Absolutely not. He has already negotiated with the owner of the 16th villa. He made a sky-high price? The owner of Villa 16 has no reason to sell it to others? However, seeing Chu Chen sitting there indifferently, Roderick began to doubt and beat a drum in his heart. Sorry, I'll make a call. After saying a word to Zhao Yuanliang, Roderick took out his mobile phone and dialed the number of the owner of villa number 16. What? You sold it this morning? Hearing this, Roderick was stunned. Who did you sell to? Chu Chen? Hanging up the phone, Roderick sat there dumbfounded. Really, Chu Chen really bought that villa one step ahead of him? President Chu lives in Tian Palace now? Zhao Yuanliang asked. If Chu Chen lives in Tian Palace, he can visit Chu Chen in the future when he goes to Tian Palace to find old friends. Yes, I am living in Villa 11 in Dangong now. Chu Chen replied. Villa number 11? Didn't Mr. Chu buy the number 16 villa? Zhao Yuanliang thought he had heard it wrong. It's villa number 11. I have 3 villas in Dangong. Chu Chen explained. There are 3 villas in Dangong? As soon as Chu Chen said this, even the air in the office seemed to freeze. 3 villas, 3 villas. That's Tian Palace, the villa of the most luxurious mansion in Shanghai? President Chu actually has 3 buildings. I am afraid that in the entire Demon City, there is no second person who has 3 villas in Tian Palace. After listening to Chu Chen's words, Roderick was completely convinced. He admits defeat, he will not intervene in this contract, he is not worthy. At this moment, Roderick's mood is extremely complicated. Originally, he just wanted to show off the sandalwood villa he was about to buy, in order to divert the attention of the shareholders just now. But he didn't expect that he was digging a hole for himself, jumping from one hole to another. God, are you playing with me? Roderick complained in his heart that if he met him once, he would probably believe in Satan. Now he is not only embarrassed to death, but even the villa in Tangong is gone? Roderick wanted to cry, he really shouldn't be here. As for Zhao Yuanliang, after hearing what Chu Chen said, he was also dumbfounded. 3. President Chu actually has 3 villas in Tian Palace. Zhao Yuanliang swallowed hard, even he was deeply surprised. In the magic capital, he is also a top-level boss, sitting on the Chankuan group. He has worked hard in Modu all his life and accumulated a lot of contacts, but even he can at most get a villa in Tian Palace. As the famous #1 mansion in Shanghai, Tangong is a symbol of identity and status, and I don't know how many big people stare at it. Not only the big figures in the magic capital, but even the rich people in other parts of the country are also very concerned about Tian Palace. Being able to have a villa of one's own in the first villa area of the Magic City is a very face-to-face thing. Now, President Chu actually has 3 Tian Palace villas. It's so terrifying. At this moment, Zhao Yuanliang has made up his mind that no matter what price Roderick offers, he will only sign a contract with the Ferrari Group. If you can increase a network like President Chu, even if you make a little less money, it doesn't matter. Networking is an intangible asset. It is more difficult to increase contacts than to increase assets. It's a pity that Zhao Yuanliang thought too much. After knowing Chu Chen's identity, Roderick didn't have the slightest idea of competition. Sorry, this contract, we McLaren Group withdrew. Roderick couldn't sit still, stood up, and said politely. If it is the largest shareholder of the group, or the second largest shareholder here, it is possible to compete again. But forget it. It's a pleasure to meet Mr. Chu and Mr. Zhao today. After saying a polite word, Roderick left in a hurry. In Zhao Yuanliang's office, he couldn't breathe. Zhao Yuanliang's work efficiency is also very fast, and he directly ordered the staff to draw up the contract and print it out. On the same day, Zhao Yuanliang and Chu Chen signed a contract. Chu Chen sent the contract back to Ferrari's division. After the end, it was getting late, and Chu Chen drove towards the Tian palace. Inside the sandalwood palace, a middle-aged couple seemed to have just had dinner and were walking in the sandalwood palace. After all, it is a dignified the first mansion in Shanghai, and the scenery in Tian Palace is by no means inferior to some famous scenic spots. What? Is there anyone in Villa 11? When the couple passed by Chu Chen's villa, the man said in surprise. He is the owner of a villa next to him and has lived here for several years. Villa number 11 has never been inhabited. The middle-aged man knew about it, but he didn't expect that there would be someone today. Visit? The middle-aged man and his wife discussed it. After all, it is a new neighbor, and it is necessary to get to know each other. And being able to live in Tian Palace is definitely not an ordinary person. The middle-aged man's name is Jiang Yongyan. He is the founder and chairman of the well-known Zhang's investment group in Modu, and a top boss in Modu. Zhang's investment gold group is not only famous in Modu but also in China. In the magic capital, Jiang Yongyan's status is not inferior to Du Wendy of the Du Group, who gave this villa to Chu Chen. This kind of big boss in the magic capital pays more attention to personal connections and circles. They don't miss any opportunity to network and make friends. The network is wide, anything, just say hello, a phone call. Being able to live in Tian Palace, the owner of villa number 11, is worth getting to know him. Walking to the villa, Jiang Yongyan knocked on the door. The villa door opened. Mo Yuan asked in surprise after seeing Jiang Yongyan, "Excuse me? I'm your neighbor, the owner of the villa next to me, Jiang Yongyan." Jiang Yongyan introduced. "This is my wife. Come to visit on purpose." It turned out to be Mr. Jiang. "Please come in." They were here to visit, they were very polite. And it was impossible for Mo Yuan to refuse them, so Jiang Yongyan and his wife were invited in. Mo Yuan also introduced herself. "Oh, does Miss Mo live here alone, or with her husband?" Madame Jiang asked, curiously. "We are two." Mo Yuan and the Jiang family chatted. "By the way, don't you know what Miss Mo does?" "Madam," Jiang said. Mo Yuan said briefly. "Oh, I didn't expect that Miss Mo was actually the general manager of Prada." After knowing Mo Yuan's identity, Madame Jiang was very surprised. On the contrary, Jiang Yongyan's performance was very dull. "Who is your husband?" Jiang Yongyan asked. "He's the president of Prada." "That's it, very good." Jiang Yongyan replied politely, but he was very disdainful in his heart. He was wrong. Originally, he thought he would be able to make friends with some great people. Even if it is a little bit worse, it should be similar to him. Unexpectedly, he is just the president of a mere Prada group. Jiang Yongyan was greatly disappointed. If it is an ordinary person, the president and general manager of the Prada group is definitely a high-ranking existence. But to Jiang Yongyan, Prada is average. After all, the current market value of Prada group is only a few tens of billions. Although Prada's international status and influence are not low, it is the same in China. And his company and Prada can't compete, and there is no intersection. After knowing the identities of Chu Chen and Mo Yuan, Jiang Yongyan sat up straight and set the score, not being so polite. Forget it, such a person is not worthy, nor worthy of his friendship. It's getting late, let's go first. Jiang Yongyan spoke impatiently, and after speaking, got up and prepared to leave. At this moment, Chu Chen drove back. After Jiang Yongyan finished speaking, he hinted at his wife. Mrs. Jiang also got up. To be honest, she was not disdainful, but was very interested. After all, she has quite a few Prada bags. Miss Mo, we have something to do when we go back, so let's say goodbye first. Madame Jiang said reluctantly. Jiang Yongyan had a cold look on his face, and walked out with his wife. Click. Just when the two walked to the door of the villa, the door of the villa was opened from the outside, and Chu Chen walked in. Jiang Yongyan, his wife, and Chu Chen happened to meet. These two are the owners of the villa next door, our neighbors. Mo. Yuan introduced. As for Chu Chen's identity, Jiang Yongyan and his wife had already guessed it. Mr. Chu is indeed a talented person, Madame Jiang said in surprise. As for Jiang Yongyan, he nodded coldly and did not speak. Oh. So it's a neighbor. Knowing the identities of Jiang Yongyan and his wife, Chu Chen explained, I'm sorry, I just signed a small contract of 100 billion yuan. I came back late, and the reception was not good. I'm sorry. After all, he was a neighbor, so Chu Chen naturally wanted to be polite. Chu Chen's words exploded in the ears of Jiang Yongyan and his wife. Just signed a small contract of 100 billion, come back late? Especially Jiang Yongyan, the whole person was stunned. Chu Chen's words, like a big hammer, slammed into his chest, causing his whole body to tremble heavily. Hundreds of billions of contracts, or small contracts? Is this a human word? Jiang Yongyan stood there stiffly, unable to say anything for a while. Just now he was disdainful and looked down on the identity of the president of Prada in Chu Chen district. But now, he was shocked and could not say a word. Let's not talk about this contract, in Mr. Chu's eyes, is it a big contract or a small contract? But this is a contract worth 100 billion after all. 100 billion. Not to mention for ordinary people. Even for him, it is a super big contract. Anyway, in his life, he has no chance to sign such a 100 billion contract. Thinking about it, Jiang Yongyan secretly glanced at Chu Chen. Looking at Chu Chen's indifferent appearance, it seems that signing this contract is easy and casual. This a president of Prada Group with a market value of tens of billions, can't have this strength? Is this just his primary identity? Jiang Yongyan couldn't help but make up for it. Could it be that Mr. Chu is the heir of some super wealthy family, or the successor of those world-class chaebols, or, perhaps, a young master from Yanjing? Chu Chen didn't say anything, but Jiang Yongyan couldn't help but assign another terrifying identity to Chu Chen. The more he thought about it, the more ashamed Jiang Yongyan felt. Just now, I still look down on others, thinking that such a person is not worth it, and is not worthy to let him befriend. But now, things have taken a 180-degree reversal. Now, it is him who is not worthy and not qualified to make friends. No problem, no problem. In an instant, the cold Jiang Yongyan became extremely enthusiastic. Mr. Chu is strong, so he is busy, unlike us idlers who have no ability. Jiang Yongyan said flatteringly, Mr. Chu has worked too hard. Just come back, just take a good rest. Let's go first, and visit Mr. Chu when we have time. After speaking respectfully, Jiang Yongyan and his wife prepared to leave. Mr. Jiang is very kind. If you come to visit in the future, we are not here. You can go to Villa 16 or Villa 8 to have a look. I might be there. Chu Chen kindly reminded him that he was going to live in Villa 11 for a few days, before going to other villas. You must know that these villas in Tian Palace are completely different in design and architectural style. Every villa has a new experience. Go to Villa number 16 and Villa number 8 to see? Jiang Yongyan got a hidden message from Chu Chen's words. That is these two villas, which also belong to Mr. Chu. Oh my gosh, this is amazing. There are 3 villas in Tangong. I can't believe it. Because of Chu Chen's words, Jiang Yongyan was even more certain. He just made up his mind and guessed the identity of Chu Chen. No, we must find a way to make friends with Mr. Chu. It would be a huge mistake not to befriend such a big man. Okay, rest. At this moment, Jiang Yongyan's address to Chu Chen has also risen to you. After speaking, Jiang Yongyan respectfully closed the villa door and left. If this scene is seen by other bosses or rich people in Modu, absolutely shocked. The arrogant and snobbish Jiang Yongyan was so polite. What a great news. As soon as he walked out, Jiang Yongyan almost jumped up with excitement. Is his neighbor a superhero? He is so lucky. I think next time we visit again, we should prepare a gift. Jiang Yongyan said to his wife seriously. He tried his best to befriend Mr. Chu. Well, it's necessary. Madame Jiang was also shocked and nodded in agreement. But this gift has to be both expensive and not tacky. As the two walked, they discussed what to prepare for the meeting ceremony. A new day came, and Chu Chen continued to experience the life of a chauffeur. The task is now nearly half completed. Half of the Patek Philippe company also belongs to Chu Chen. Thinking about it soon, the world's top watch, Patek Philippe, completely belongs to Chu Chen. In the afternoon, Chu Chen received a new order and went to Chanda Plaza. Near Chanda Plaza, in front of a black Mercedes-Benz, a 35 or 6-year-old man was waiting. I don't know how this chauffeur is? The man muttered. The few chauffeurs called in the morning gave the man a more general impression. The man's name is Gu Feihong, and he is the new general manager of Tingyun's driver. The chauffeur company registered by the system for Chu Chen is also this Tingyun chauffeur. Gu Feihong was Chu Chen's boss. Soon after Gu Feihong finished speaking, a handsome and explosive handsome boy walked over. Hello, I'm the driver. Gu Feihong only glanced at Chu Chen and was shocked. Looking at Chu Chen, Gu Feihong asked in surprise, Are you really driving? Gu Feihong was very suspicious of Chu Chen's identity. This brother is too handsome. If he doesn't say that he is a driver, and that he is a big star, I am afraid many people will believe it. Of course. Chu Chen nodded. Can. Gu Feihong was very satisfied, even a little proud. Such handsome people are all working in their Tingyun chauffeur, which shows that their Tingyun chauffeur is good. Giving the car key to Chu Chen, Gu Feihong watched Chu Chen secretly. In the car, Gu Feihong communicated with Chu Chen casually. How much money can you make in a month when you drive on Tingyun's behalf? This is a question that Gu Feihong must ask in this private interview. How much, SOSO? Chu Chen replied that he really couldn't tell how much money he could earn in a month. Now, the task of the system is only half a month, rewarding Patek Philippe 100% ownership, about 60 billion. A month, I can't tell. So. Gu Feihong nodded. He thought that Chu Chen didn't want to be specific. This morning, a driver also answered him. That way. Shouldn't be much. Otherwise, there is a chance, why not pretend to be a force? What do you think of Tian's driver? Gu Feihong asked if he meant something. He was laying the groundwork for the future. It's okay. As a newly founded company, in just 2 or 3 years, it already has a large scale. Chu Chen replied that he was telling the truth. Tian was really good, and he didn't know about other places. But in the magic capital, Tian's chauffeur has been able to compete with Didi's chauffeur. It is quite powerful. Cough cough. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Gu Feihong coughed dryly and sat up a little. To be honest, my lord Gu Feihong has just become the general manager of Tian's driver. Gu Feihong introduced himself very low-key. Since this chauffeur said that Tian's chauffeur is good, it means that Tian's chauffeur is awesome. Yes, and Nyobi, the meaning should be similar, almost. Since Tian's chauffeur is very good, isn't his new general manager even more good? Gu Feihong didn't want to be low-key anymore, so he revealed his identity. This will facilitate the smooth progress of his future discussions with Chu Chen. Gu Feihong sat up straight, ready to accept Chu Chen's admiration and praise. Oh, Tian is driving the new general manager? Chu Chen said something in surprise. So coincidentally? Just a little surprised, it was a coincidence that Chu Chen regained his composure and sat there calmly driving. Beside him, observing Chu Chen's expression and movements, Gu Feihong was a little stunned. How could this be? After knowing that he is the new general manager of Tian's driver, the boss of his boss, why is this driver so calm? Is this unreasonable? It stands to reason that ordinary employees will be frightened and even flattered when they know that their big boss is next to them. After all, being able to sit with his big boss is a huge asset to brag about. Gu Feihong, who was sitting upright, was embarrassed. Is he still going to accept the praise and flattery of others? As a result, people behaved unusually calm. Cough cough cough. This time Gu Feihong coughed, just to ease the awkward atmosphere. I have an idea, and I want to hear your opinion? Gu Feihong didn't make any preparations, and went straight to the point. Since the establishment of Tian Drive, we have not invited any celebrity endorsement or anything. Before, our senior management was still discussing which celebrity to invite to speak for us. Gu Fei explained to Chu Chen, but seeing you, I've got an idea. What star is invited? It's a waste. Why can't we get our own employees to speak for themselves? This is more close to the people and more different. Chu Chen agreed with Gu Feihong's idea. Something makes sense. I won't go around in circles anymore, let's get it straight. I want to ask you to be the spokesperson for our Tian chauffeur, what do you think? Gu Fei threw an olive branch towards Chu Chen. This chauffeur is really handsome, enough to kill many fresh meat stars in seconds. If he goes to endorse, the effect must be no worse than inviting a star. Although he said a lot of reasons just now, it is not the most important thing. The most important thing is to invite celebrities. It will cost a lot of money, I am afraid it will cost more than 10 million. Wouldn't he save a lot of money if he had his employees do the endorsement? Hey. Ask me to be the spokesperson? Chu Chen didn't expect Gu Feihong to say that. Don't worry, you can ask whatever you want, no matter what, I can promise you and make you satisfied. Gu Feihong patted his chest and said confidently. It's not impossible to endorse. Chu Chen thought for a while. Just the endorsement fee? Gu Feihong looked like he was rich and powerful. You can bid whatever you want, it doesn't matter. For a driver who can drive anything, hundreds of thousands of dollars are beyond the sky. If he only used a few $100,000, he could save 10 million, and he made a lot of money. Gu Feihong was so polite, and Chu Chen could not refuse. You can be a spokesperson. I don't ask for a high price. The endorsement fee is 100 billion. Chu Chen said seriously. 100 billion. Chu Chen has given in. With his looks, as well as his current status, 100 billion is not much. After all, if Chu Chen became the spokesperson, there would definitely be some things that would take up his time. 100 billion is already an internal price, which is very low. Puff? He just picked up the mineral water and took a sip. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Gu Feihong spit it out directly onto the front glass of the car. 100 billion? His ears aren't broken, are they? Doing yarn? Even if you are a lion, you can't ask for 100 billion. 100 billion, he can find a bunch of them. No, all the celebrities in the entertainment industry are invited to speak. Even if it is a famous star, the endorsement fee is only tens of millions. You want 100 billion, are you crazy? And even if they sold Tian on behalf of the driver, there would not be 100 billion. Brother, are you sure there is nothing wrong with your head? Gu Feihong thought that Chu Chen's head was broken, and he actually said so. Much money. While speaking, Gu Feihong stretched out his hand, wanting to test the temperature of Chu Chen's forehead, whether he burned out his brain. Before Gu Feihong's hand touched Chu Chen, he was stopped by Chu Chen's hand. Just as Gu Feihong was about to speak, Yu Guang accidentally noticed the watch on Chu Chen's hand. This is in an instant, Gu Feihong was dumbfounded. Isn't this the legendary watch king Patek Philippe 6002 G Xingyue Tourbillon? If he remembered correctly, the price of this watch seems to be more than 10 million, close to 20 million. And there are not many in the world. But now, it has appeared in the hands of this chauffeur? Gu Feihong was stunned. Just now, Gu Feihong's attention was only on Chu Chen's appearance and various comments on Tian's driver, but he didn't notice the watch on Chu Chen's hand. And because of the long sleeves of Chu Chen's clothes, Patek Philippe was blocked by the sleeves. Chu Chen stretched out his hand to block Gu Feihong just now. And Patek Philippe was exposed from his sleeve. Looking at the Patek Philippe 6002 G Xingyue Tourbillon worth nearly 20 million. On Chu Chen's hand, he glanced down at the 200,000 Longines he was wearing, and Gu Feihong secretly hid his hand. At this moment, Gu Feilong was only horrified. He has no doubts about the authenticity of Patek Philippe. There are only a few pieces in the world. How can this kind of Patek Philippe's top art be fake? However, it is unreasonable for a mere chauffeur to have a legendary watch king. Like a poor man with a house full of gold and silver treasures. Is it? Suddenly, I thought of the 100 billion endorsement fee that Chu Chen just mentioned. Gu Feihong had a bold guess in his heart. Could it be that Chu Chen is a top boss in the magic capital? Maybe this is the only explanation. Ordinary stars, even if they are at the top, don't dare to pay 100 billion endorsement fees. Only the kind of big boss in the magic capital, and he is still top-notch, with his status, he can say that. Only this identity can explain why Chu Chen has a watch king. Sure enough, he was still an ordinary person. He couldn't understand the habit of such a big guy. With so much money, he actually came to drive today. Mr. Chu is joking, we, Tingyun, are not worthy of your endorsement. In an instant, Gufeihong's attitude towards Chu Chen changed greatly, and he said very politely. Along the way, Gufeihong did not dare to speak loudly. Finally, he respectfully took the key that Chu Chen handed over with both hands and watched Chu Chen leave. After a rest, Chu Chen received another order. In an upscale apartment. Chu Chen came here in a Ferrari. In order not to cause a stir, he kept a low profile, and Chu Chen did not drive the Ferrari in. Chu Chen parked the car outside the community and walked in alone. In Building 17, Chu Chen found the man named Driver. At this moment, the man is holding a bunch of roses and waiting patiently. You are the driver, wait a while, the goddess will go downstairs immediately. Seeing Chu Chen, the man said. The man's name is Chen Diyu, an ordinary office worker. Today, the goddess promised him to go to the movies together. Driving is too long. In order to talk more to the goddess, look at the goddess more, so Chen Diyu called for a driver to drive for him. It is good. Chu Chen nodded. But soon, Chu Chen realized that something was wrong. Friend, how long have you been waiting? Chu Chen asked. Chu Chen inadvertently noticed that Chen Diyu's legs seemed to be shaking a little, and at first glance it was the reason for standing for a long time. Not long, only 2 hours. Chen Diyu said excitedly. Chen Diyu's words made Chu Chen head big. 2 hours is not long? How many hours does that take? And Chu Chen saw a trace of dog-licking potential from Chen Diyu's body. Friend, have you waited so long before? Chu Chen asked, wanting to verify it. It's okay for him to wait, Chu Chen is not willing to wait for such a goddess. There are 3 hours, there are 5 hours, the longest time, it seems to be from the evening, until the next morning. Chen Diyu thought for a while to answer. The goddess said she was going out that day, so I came to pick her up, but she never came down. The next morning, the goddess went downstairs with one of her male friends and asked me to drop them off at the train station. Chen Diyu's answer made Chu Chen even bigger. He finally realized what ultimate dog-licking is. After waiting all night, the goddess went downstairs with one of her male friends, and the two stayed together for one night? Are you sure that man is just your goddess male friend and nothing else? Chu Chen shook his head helplessly, he wasn't going to take this deal. Who knows when Chen Diyu will wait, listening to his words, 2 hours is still short. Friend, listen to me. Your goddess is not a good person. You have this time to find a serious girlfriend, isn't it bad to talk about love? Before leaving, Chu Chen couldn't see it and persuaded Chen Diyu. In an instant, Chen Diyu froze. What do you mean, who are you saying is not a good person, and who is a green tea watch? Chen Diyu scolded Chu Chen angrily and was extremely mad. My goddess was never that kind of person, she was kind, pure, loving, and upright. Chen Diyu had a look of admiration on his face. Chu Chen was even more helpless, treating his kindness as a donkey's liver and lungs. There are more beauties who have confessed to me than you know. Do you think I'm wrong? Chu Chen said lightly and was ready to leave. At this moment, the sound of high heels came. This is a beautiful girl. Unlike those scumbags, she is not a big wave. At first glance, she is a senior green tea watch. Humph, boy, did you see that my goddess has come down? Chen Du said something to Chu Chen triumphantly. After that, Chen Du smiled and ran over, kneeling and licking. Goddess, you are beautiful again today. The senior green tea watch had a dull face and asked, do you mean I wasn't pretty before? No, in one sentence, Chen Du was stopped, and Chen Du didn't know how to answer. Come on, take me to the Sheraton Hotel. The senior green tea watch said coldly. Okay, no problem. Chen Du nodded. Walking forward, the senior green tea watch noticed Chu Chen and was immediately stunned. How handsome. This beauty, love. It. I just don't know if I have any money. Goddess, this kid slandered you just now, saying that you are not a good person? Discovering that the goddess was looking at Chu Chen, Chandeli immediately flattered. The senior green tea watch frowned instantly. Chu Chen didn't speak, just stretched out his hand, revealing the watch he was carrying. Just when Chen Du thought the goddess was going to refute Chu Chen, the goddess spoke up. This little brother is right, I'm really not a good person. As a senior green tea woman, although she didn't know what model Chu Chen's watch was, she knew the Patek Philippe logo. Those who can bring Patek Philippe are definitely rich and handsome. What? Chen Du was instantly stunned. I'm not a good person, I'm the admirer of this little brother, Kitty. The senior green tea girl pleases Chu Chen. And you, stay away from me in the future, what are you? And you still want to be my boyfriend, are you worthy? To tell you the truth, in my eyes, you are just a spare tire, no, not even a spare tire, you are just a tool person. In order to make Chu Chen think less, the senior green tea watch and Chen Du drew a clear line. Hearing this, the rose in Chen Du's hand fell to the ground and collapsed. Is he wrong? Chen Du's whole person is not well. The reality is so cruel and unacceptable. It turns out that I'm just a spare tire, no, even a tool man who is not as good as a spare tire. Chen Du said stupidly. I'm not licking a dog anymore. Chen Du roared. At this moment, he understood that he was wrong before. And this chauffeur was for his own good. For a time, he was very grateful to Chu Chen. On the other side, Chen Du expressed his attitude, and the senior green tea watch turned around, trying to please Chu Chen. No, what about that tall, rich and handsome little brother? Turning around, the senior green tea watch was also dumbfounded. Can't find the little brother with Patek Philippe just now? After thinking for a while, the senior green tea watch guessed that it must be when he and Chen Du made a clear line, that little brother left. Did you just miss it? Do not do this. Senior green tea Biao looked regretful. Why didn't she go downstairs earlier? Go downstairs earlier, maybe she can meet that little brother earlier, and that little brother won't leave. This is the rich and handsome with Patek Philippe. Step aside. Chen Du smashed the fallen roses and walked past the senior green tea watch. Looking at Chen Du, who was far away without looking back, the senior green tea watch had a feeling that he had lost his wife and lost his army. Not only did he not catch the little brother with Patek Philippe, but he didn't even have the best tool man? No. Senior green tea watch didn't want to give up, so he ran in high heels and found it in the entire community. After searching for the green tea watch for 2 full hours, I was finally exhausted. Naturally, Chu Chen didn't want to have anything to do with such a senior green tea watch. When he found a chance, Chu Chen just left. Because there are more orders received during the day, the sound of the system came early, and today's experience task was completed. Chu Chen was about to return to the Tian Palace. On the way, Chu Chen happened to pass by the Xingtang auction house. Chu Chen stopped and wanted to investigate. After looking at it, after the last incident of experts fooling old people, the Xingtang auction house and the Magic Capital branch have been rectified, and they are much better. Chu Chen nodded with satisfaction. Just when Chu Chen was about to leave, he happened to pass by Qi Shifeng. In addition to auctions, Xingtang Auction House also operates other businesses, and stone gambling is one of them. After all, the auction circle is so large, the profits are limited, and the market is almost divided, so the Xingtang Auction House naturally needs to develop in many ways. And Qishifeng is the place where the auction house of the prosperous Tang dynasty gambled stones. Chu Chen had seen it online before, but he had never seen gambling stone with his own eyes. With curiosity, Chu Chen walked in. Anyway, this is his own place, even if he gambles on stones. It doesn't matter if he doesn't open jade or jade. When Chu Chen entered, there were already many guests in the Qishifeng. The area of Qishifeng is medium, and there are various types of gambling stones, large and small. Not long after Chu Chen entered, the person in charge of Qishifeng found Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, hello. Chu Chen nodded slightly and asked, curiously. Betting on stones, is there a good chance of getting good jade? The person in charge looked around and found that there were no guests around. He told the truth to Chu Chen and did not dare to deceive Chu Chen at all. Mr. Chu, to be honest with you, the odds of gambling stones being able to get good things are very slim, maybe 1 in 1,000. If it's in the country of origin, maybe there's a better chance. But in some of our stone shops, the odds are very small. The person in charge of Qishifeng told Chu Chen what he knew. In the origin of the gambling stone, when the gambling stone comes out of the pit, it will be screened by the owner of the pit. They have dealt with gambling stones all the year round, and they have no eyesight to say, and these gambling stones will be screened by different experts, and the good ones will be kept, and the next ones will be sold. After these gambling stones are sold, the middleman will send someone to screen and find out the good ones. After being screened over and over again, it was sent to us. The chance of something good coming out is too small. Hearing this, Chu Chen understood. Now that he's here, Chu Chen naturally wants to open $1 or $2 to try it out. And he won't lose money anyway. Chu Chen watched in the Qishifeng. Hey, anyone is qualified to come here. Do these laity know what elegance is? Chu Chen stood next to a black gambling stone, a thin young man with a top-quality jade bead and a plate, pretending to be aggressive. Hearing this, Chu Chen frowned and turned to look. While Chu Chen was not paying attention, the young man suddenly took down the black gambling stone that Chu Chen was looking at, and he was attracted to this stone. With that stone, the young man looked at Chu Chen provocatively. There are so many idiots now. There's nothing in this piece. Chu Chen shook his head helplessly. You think I'll be fooled and put down this gambling stone? The young man sneered. Chu Chen ignored the young man, but just took 2 gambling stones from the shelf at will. Cut them up, Chu Chen said to a staff member. Someone was cutting stones, and many customers came to watch, including the young man. The first gambling stone was cut open, which aroused a moment of amazement. There was actually stock in it, and it was not bad. It was no problem to earn hundreds of thousands of dollars. The second block, even better than the first. Well, I bought all the gambling stones here today. Suddenly, Chu Chen's words were astonishing. Hearing Chu Chen's words, the young man who was still in shock, suddenly realized. This kid just took 2 gambling stones at random, and the results were good. Could it be that the betting stones in Kistler Square today are not bad? Otherwise, this kid can be so crazy and buy them all? You know, if you want to buy all the gambling stones here, I am afraid it will cost more than 30 million. I also bought it all, and I paid 40 million. The youth spoke. For a moment, everyone was dumbfounded. And Chu Chen also seemed to be surprised. Taking advantage of Chu Chen's surprise, the young man hurriedly paid the money and made the deal. Congratulations. Chu Chen smiled and said something to the young man. It was just the young man, Chu Chen King, just now. The person in charge of Kishifeng has secretly revealed to Chu Chen which gambling stones in Kishifeng are good. In order to attract customers, Kishifeng will secretly put a few good gambling stones into it. According to what the person in charge said, Chu Chen's gambling stone is naturally good. As for other gambling stones, I'm afraid I can't find a few better ones. Geek. Looking at Chu Chen's smile, the young man's heart skipped a beat, realizing that he had been fooled. Do not. 40 million, his 40 million is gone? The young man's whole body is not well, and his heartache is so extreme that he can hardly breathe. Chu Chen left with a smile. Back at the Tian Palace, Chu Chen received an invitation letter inviting Chu Chen to attend a private financial summit in the magic capital a few days later. At this financial summit, all the bigwigs and wealthy businessmen in the magic capital were present. After taking a look, it has actually increased by more than 200 monthly tickets today. The author is very grateful for everyone's support. According to the rules of adding updates, one more update will be added tomorrow. Chapter 369, Pretending to be the boss of Tianyun Jewelry? 17. Chu Chen looked at the time of the financial summit. That day, my experience mission should be over. Chu Chen thought for a while. The financial summit was held a few days later, and Chu Chen's experience mission was over. Patek Philippe has also successfully become Chu Chen's. If he has nothing else, he can take a look. Chu Chen put the invitation letter at random and went to rest. The next day, Chu Chen accidentally received an order from an old customer. That was the beauty that Chu Chen knew before, Yao Xinqin. That is, the beauty who got drunk from the bar, had a conflict with her parents, and said she was going to elope with her younger brother. Brother Chu Chen, long time no see. After seeing Chu Chen, Yao Xinqin said with a smile, very excited. In the past few days, I had discussed with my parents for a long time, and they finally agreed to not let me go abroad. If there is no event on that day, I am afraid they will not agree. I am very grateful. Yao Xinqin said from the heart. If it weren't for that day, he was frightened by Chu Chen's identity, thinking that his daughter was chasing Chu Chen. Yao Xinqin's father would not have agreed easily. You're welcome. Congratulations on not having to go abroad. Chu Chen replied. Yao Xinqin wanted to speak, but not far away, a black Lamborghini suddenly drove over and was about to stop. Why is he here? After seeing this Lamborghini, Yao Xinqin's face turned cold. This Lamborghini belongs to the son of a friend of Yao Xinqin's father and one of her suitors, the famous playboy Su Kaiying. Yao Xinqin has no interest in Su Kaiying, and has rejected Su Kaiying many times, but Su Kaiying is still stalking Yao Xinqin. This made Yao Xinqin very troubled. After thinking for a while, Yao Xinqin's eyes suddenly lit up, thinking of a way to get rid of Su Kaiying. Brother Chu Chen, can you do me a favor? Yao Xinqin begged. Chu Chen. What help? Can you pretend to be my boss, the owner of that Lamborghini? His name is Su Kaiying, a well-known young master who often pesters me. Yao Xinqin explained. When he comes over, you pretend to be my boss, and I tell him that we have work to do and get rid of him as an excuse. Yao Xinqin wanted to use this reason to temporarily get rid of Su Kaiying's entanglement. Can? Chu Chen nodded. He still has to hurry up and complete this order early? By the way, what's the name of your company? Chu Chen asked. Tianyun Jewelry Group, just pretend to be the boss of our branch. Yao Xinqin explained. She stopped going abroad for further studies, so Yao Xinqin joined the branch of Tianyun Jewelry Group under the arrangement of her parents. Oh? Hearing this, Chu Chen raised his brows. Does this still work? He is the vice president of Tianyun Jewelry and the second largest shareholder. Unexpectedly, after a long time, Yao Xinqin became his employee. At this time, Lamborghini had stopped. A slender young man in a suit, holding a bunch of flowers, walked towards Yao Xinqin with a smile. Xinqin, long time no see. Su Kaiying said. I have work to do today. I have to deal with some things with the boss. Please come back. Yao Xinqin said something to Su Chen, and then dragged Chu Chen to a store next to Tianyun Jewelry. Today, she specially came to this Tianyun Jewelry store to get information and bring it back to the branch. Su Kaiying didn't want to give up, even if Yao Xinqin said she had work to do. He still chased after him. In the store of Tianyun Jewelry, Su Kaiying said, if you don't work, you can do it later. Let's go have a meal first, don't be in a hurry. Originally, Yao Xinqin thought that if she could not involve Chu Chen, she would not involve Chu Chen, so Yao Xinqin did not introduce Chu Chen as soon as she came up. But now, it seems that it is impossible not to introduce Chu Chen. This is the boss of our Tianyun Jewelry Group branch, President Chu. Yao Xinqin introduced Chu Chen. My boss. And I have to deal with work, you can go quickly. As one of the top 10 jewelry companies in China, Tianyun Jewelry has a market value of 100 billion yuan. It is not something that a playboy, Su Kaiying, can provoke. So Yao Xinqin came to scare Su Kaiying with Yun Jewelry that day. What? Su Kaiying was a little surprised and said playfully, is he the boss of Tianyun Jewelry Group branch? Are you kidding me? If he is the boss of Tianyun Jewelry branch, then am I still the president of Tianyun Jewelry? Tell you, the boss of your branch, I know. Unfortunately, Su Kaiying happened to know the owner of Tianyun Jewelry branch, so Yao Xinqin's lie was directly exposed. In an instant, Yao Xinqin was extremely embarrassed. Boy, I don't know who you are, I advise you to leave quickly. Walking to Chu Chen's side, Su Kaiying threatened Chu Chen, very arrogant, and didn't want Chu Chen to disturb his sister. After that, Su Kaiying said, Xinqin, let's go to dinner, your excuse won't work. I'm not the boss of Tianyun Jewelry branch, what if I were the boss of the head office? Chu Chen asked. Back. Still acting, boy, how long do you want to act? After what happened just now, Su Kaiying didn't believe it anymore. Su Kaiying ridiculed, as for the boss of the head office, you are so arrogant. That's Tianyun Jewelry Group, a large company with hundreds of billions of dollars. I'm afraid you are younger than me, and you are the boss of the head office? Moreover, Chu Chen was too young to be the boss of a billion-dollar group. At all. Before Su Kaiying's voice fell, the manager of this Tianyun jewelry store came out anxiously. I'm really sorry. Last night, I was seriously stuck, and the update was a few hours late. Today, I'll make up for yesterday's fourth watch, plus today's third watch, for a total of 7 watchdogs. Chapter 370, Is There Such a Persuasion? 27, Oh, Manager Zhao? After seeing the store manager come out, Su Kaiying asked in surprise. Have you been transferred to work here? As a famous playboy, Su Kaiying often buys some small gifts for others. Tianyun Jewelry is where he often goes, but he went to a store in Chanda Plaza. And the manager of that store, the manager Zhao, went there many times, and he got to know the manager Zhao. It turns out that Mr. Su. After seeing Su Kaiying, the store manager Zhao said very politely, This is a big customer. It is said that the family's wealth is over 10 billion, and he is a big person who cannot be offended. I was transferred to this new store not too long ago. Manager Zhao answered Su Kaiying. Su Kaiying was talking to store manager Zhao, and Chu Chen and Xiang were left out in the cold. By the way, Manager Zhao, there is a kid here who pretends to be the boss of your Tianyun jewelry branch. Do you care about it? Su Kaiying said deliberately. What? Hearing this, Manager Zhao immediately became angry and asked, Who dares to pretend to be the boss of our Tianyun jewelry branch? Su Gongzi told me that I will never let him go. It's him. While speaking, Su Kaiying turned around and pointed at Chu Chen playfully. Just now because Su Kaiying was standing here, Chu Chen was blocked by Su Kaiying. Looking at Su Kaiying's pointing, Manager Zhao's eyes immediately became round. He? Master Su, are you referring to him? Manager Zhao asked in a trembling voice. Yeah, that's the kid. Su Kaiying replied proudly, he was waiting to watch the play. Tianyun Jewelry is a big company with hundreds of billions of dollars. Now someone dares to pretend to be their high-level executive. Tianyun Jewelry will never let Chu Chen go. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Manager Zhao walked nervously towards Chu Chen. Su Kaiying thought that Manager Zhao was going to scold Chu Chen, and was even more arrogant and proud. Manager Zhao, I'm from the branch. I'm here today. Xiang was also nervous, afraid that something would affect Chu Chen, so she quickly explained. Su Kaiying wouldn't give Xiang a chance to speak. Xiang had just finished speaking when Su Kaiying spoke again. By the way, Manager Zhao, this kid just said that he is the boss of Tianyun Jewelry's head office? This is even more outrageous, you can't let him go easily. Hearing this, Manager Zhao's head almost exploded. Mr. Chu is here, I'm really excited. Ignoring Su Kaiying, Manager Zhao said nervously. President Chu? What the hell? Su Kaiying was stunned when she heard the name of the store manager Zhao to Chu Chen. Manager Zhao actually called this liar President Chu? Manager Zhao, you didn't admit the wrong person, did you? Su Kaiying asked. Beside him, even Xiang was dumbfounded. How come? This is our vice president of Tianyun Jewelry, Mr. Chu, how could I admit my mistake? Manager Zhao introduced Chu Chen. A few months ago, he went to Hangzhou headquarters to study for a period of time. And happened to meet Chu Chen from the headquarters. What? Vice president of Tianyun Jewelry? Su Kaiying was completely stupid. It turns out that this kid wasn't bragging just now, was he telling the truth? Su Kaiying roared in her heart, how could this be? As for Yao Xinqin next to her, she was also extremely shocked. It turns out that Chu Chen is the vice president of Tian Jewelry? He actually let Chu Chen pretend to be the boss of a branch company. Looking at Chu Chen, Su Kaiying felt that her legs were weak and she could hardly stand up. Are you sick? President Chu, it's my fault that I don't know Mount Tai. It's my fault. Su Kaiying quickly apologized. Snapped. In order to apologize, Su Kaiying slapped herself hard. From now on, I will never pester Miss Yao Xinqin again. After all, Su Kaiying ran away immediately. Nailed it. Chu Chen said something to Yao Xinqin. Yao Xinqin was still a little confused. This time, with the help of Chu Chen's little brother, he finally got rid of Su Kaiying's stalking, which is really good. Thank you so much, little brother Chu Chen. Yao Xinqin hugged Chu Chen excitedly. But in the next second, Yao Xinqin suddenly realized that something was wrong, and quickly let go of Chu Chen. Her face turned red all of a sudden. Yao Xinqin took the materials Chu Chen sent her to the designated place, and left. Before leaving, Yao Xinqin asked for Chu Chen's WeChat, saying that he had time to invite Chu Chen to dinner, and thanked him. If it wasn't for Chu Chen, Yao Xinqin's heart would have been devastated by these two events. Looking at Chu Chen who was leaving, Yao Xinqin was stunned. At noon, Chu Chen had lunch and was walking on the road, waiting for the next order. When Chu Chen walked past the intersection and came to another street, he suddenly saw a large group of people surrounding him in the distance. Boy, don't jump. Brother, there is nothing to think about. Go back, we can help you with anything. In the distance, on a tall building, a young man of 27 or 8-year-old was sitting on the top, looking like he was about to jump off the building. There was a circle of people below, and they all persuaded the youth. But because the police had just called the police and the police had not come, the scene was rather chaotic. Ding, system task release, save the little brother who was about to jump off the building, task time, 1 hour, system reward, top cooking skills. The sound of the system came suddenly. Chu Chen walked over quickly, walked to the building, and went straight to the elevator. In fact, if the system didn't release the task, Chu Chen would also go. When this happens, very few people will stand by. Chu Chen came to the rooftop, and there were already several people trying to persuade him. But no matter what they said, the desperate young man was indifferent. How to do it? These people became ants on the hot pan. At this time, Chu Chen walked over, and when they saw this, everyone stopped talking and calmed down. Don't come here. The youth who jumped off the building said loudly to Chu Chen. I'm just here to blow the wind. It's very windy. Let's watch the show by the way. Go ahead. Chu Chen shrugged and explained. Hearing Chu Chen's words, let alone the youth who jumped off the building, even those passers-by were stunned. Did you say that? Go on. Chapter 371, Can you move to the side? What if you hit my Ferrari? 37, everyone on the rooftop was stunned by Chu Chen's words. If someone jumps off the building, it's fine if you don't come to persuade them. You actually came to the rooftop to blow air. The wind on the rooftop is strong, aren't you afraid of blowing you down? What's more, you actually let it continue. Please, be a person. Some passers-by wanted to scold Chu Chen, but others stopped him. Now this young man who jumped off the building is really unstable. It is best to keep quiet and try not to quarrel with others. The young man who jumped off the building looked at Chu Chen for a while, but didn't say a word. Just treat me as a transparent person, leave me alone. You continue. Chu Chen added. By the way, brother, can you move to the side? What if you hit my Ferrari parked below? As soon as Chu Chen said this, he once again shocked the audience. What if you hit your Ferrari? Those passers-by are completely helpless. Big brother, what are you doing here? Can you be an individual? As for the youth who jumped off the building, he wanted to cry without tears. Uncles, as expected, people are more than people, and people are mad. He felt that he might not have to jump off the building. He jumped off the building himself because of economic pressure. Look, this brother is younger than him and actually drove a Ferrari? Hey! The youth who jumped off the building sighed and fell into memory. Last year, I also drove a Maserati with 3 or 4 houses. This year, I'm down and I can only drive a broken Audi. After listening to the words of the youth who jumped off the building, those passers-by didn't want to stop the youth who jumped off the building for a while. Listen, are you speaking human words? Once drove a Maserati and owned 3 or 4 houses? Now that I'm down, I still drive an Audi? Even if they are at their peak, they can't drive an Audi. Brother, are you here to pretend, or are you here to jump off the building? It's good to have a touch of professionalism. At this moment, there was a sound of footsteps, and an aunt rushed upstairs. She seemed to be the owner here. Young man, don't jump off the building, the aunt said bitterly to the young man who jumped off the building. I don't know why, but some tired passers-by felt very moved when they heard the words of the aunt. Finally, a normal person. The youth who jumped off the building were also somewhat relieved. However, aunt's next sentence made everyone present dumbfounded. Young man, if you jump off the building, the property price of our building will fall. Don't jump, the aunt said earnestly. Don't jump. If you jump, the property price will fall? Special those gratified passers-by have collapsed in their minds. My God, who are these people? Can you stop people normally? As for the youth who jumped off the building, it was about to collapse. You too are here to stimulate yourselves. One worried about his Ferrari, the other worried about property prices. He is someone who is about to jump off a building. Can you respect him? Inadvertently, the attention of the youth who jumped off the building was diverted. Brother, I see you are wearing a ring. Get married? Chu Chen asked. Well, I got married last year and have a very beautiful wife. Speaking of his wife, the young man who jumped off the building was a little relieved. And she's pregnant, I'm sorry for her. The more he said, the more painful the young man who jumped off the building. He wanted to jump off. You wait. Suddenly, Chu Chen spoke again. Can you leave me one of your wife's contact information? Once you are gone, your wife will be single again. Hearing Chu Chen's words, the young man who jumped off the building's eyes widened, looking like he was angrily scolding Chu Chen. Cough, don't get me wrong, I don't mean anything else. Chu Chen coughed and explained. I already have a girlfriend, so I won't think otherwise. It's just that I know a friend named Chow, and I want to introduce him to him. My friend surnamed Chow likes a wise saying, after you die, I will take care of your wife, so don't worry about it. I think now is a good opportunity. In an instant, the young man who jumped off the building felt that his head was green. As for those passers-by, their mentality has long since collapsed. Chu Chen's words are more amazing than one sentence. I think that friend of mine will definitely like it. When the time comes, your wife, he has raised him, and your son or daughter is born, call him father. Directly. At that time, you were gone. The house and car you bought so hard are useless. I think he will accept it generously. Chu Chen said with a smile. Hearing this, the expressions of a few single passers-by changed. Slightly, not knowing what they were thinking. The youth who jumped off the building was blown away. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. If he is gone, his wife will marry someone else in the future, and even his daughter or son will call someone else's father. The house you bought with your hard work, the car you bought, are cheaper for others? At the end of the day, didn't you earn money through hard work and work for others? No, absolutely not. The youth who jumped off the building immediately thought about it. The youth who jumped off the building turned around and returned to the balcony. I'm not jumping off the building. The youth who jumped off the building said to everyone. Call. Everyone finally breathed a sigh of relief. At this moment, they also understood the kindness of Chu Chen and the ant just now. I admire Chu Chen and that ant very much. If you follow the ordinary method of persuading people, it is absolutely useless. Young man, it's great. In this way, my 10 houses here won't drop in price. The ant came over and patted the young man on the shoulder happily. 10 houses? This ant has 10 houses here? Although it is not the city center. How can the housing prices in the magic capital be cheap? For a time, they began to doubt the ant's original intention to persuade people. As for Chu Chen, he stood by the rooftop and looked into the distance. Brother. Thank you. At this moment, the youth who jumped off the building also understood Chu Chen's good intentions. Nothing. By the way, brother, you are down there, is there really a Ferrari? The youth who jumped off the building asked. Curiously. No. Chu Chen shook his head. Nothing is fine. The young man who jumped off the building smiled, and his mentality recovered a little. You see, isn't the gap between people so big? But in my villa in the magic capital, there are Ferraris and Pagani, and in other cities, there are Koenigsegg, Bugatti, Aston Martin, Rolls-Royce and so on, which add up to 70 or 80 cars. No, let's go to 100. Chu Chen added. Chapter 372, Isn't it normal to be chased backwards? 47. As soon as Chu Chen's words came out, the smile on the young man's face froze. Chu Chen is telling the truth. In the magic capital, Chu Chen has 3 luxury cars. In Jiangzhou, Chu Chen has several, and in Hangzhou, Chu Chen has 60 luxury cars, adding up to a conservative estimate of more than 70 cars. Several passers-by who wanted to leave, as well as the ant, were all dumbfounded. There was too much information in Chu Chen's words, so they didn't slow down. Sort it out. The first sentence, a villa in my magic capital. Do you have a villa in the magic city? Villa. This is in the magic capital. Even if it is a poor villa, I am afraid it will cost tens of millions, right? You are so young, yet you have a villa in Madu? I'm afraid he's not a billionaire. Several passers-by suspect that Chu Chen is a billionaire. As for the ant just now, she was a little stunned. Originally, she thought she had 10 houses, which was very powerful, but she showed it just now. But now, people actually have villas? The youth who jumped off the building wanted to cry without tears. Villa, that was his lifelong pursuit. His lifelong pursuit, this brother realized in his 20s. I was wrong, I was really wrong. The gap between people is really so big. The second sentence, in the magic capital, he has Ferrari, Pagani. In other cities, there are Koenigsegg, Bugatti, Aston Martin. These are top luxury cars, which one doesn't cost tens of millions. These cars add up to 300 million. Hearing this, these people denied their previous thoughts. Chu Chen is not a billionaire, he is probably worth billions, tens of billions. The scariest thing is the last sentence. His luxury cars add up to 70 or 80, less than 100. That's it is very good, this should be the key point, and it will be tested in the future. These passers-by had admired Chu Chen very much just now. But now, they really want to kneel down and beg Chu Chen to be a person. What does it mean to be 70 or 80, less than 100? They don't say 7 or 80 cars, they don't even have 7 or 8 cars, no, they don't even have one. What kind of billionaire is this? It's obviously a billionaire. 70 or 80 luxury cars add up to a minimum of 1 billion. Without a worth of hundreds of billions, how could it be possible to afford so many luxury cars? This young man turned out to be a billionaire? I'm going, it's too cool. The youth who jumped off the building began to doubt life. The gap between people is not that big anymore, but a difference of hundreds of thousands of miles. The mentality of the youth who jumped off the building is a little broken. Call. Taking a long breath, the youth who jumped off the building tried his best to adjust his mood. It's okay, no problem. He also has a very beautiful wife who loves him very much. I should go home, or my wife should be angry. At the beginning, my wife took the initiative to chase me. At that time, I was really charming. The youth who jumped off the building worked hard to regain their self-confidence. Isn't it normal to chase backwards? Why is it so charming? Chu Chen asked curiously. Since I was a child, I was chased by beautiful women, how normal. Chu Chen's words made everyone self-isolate again. Normal? Normal ghost? We don't believe you, these people just wanted to say whether they believed it or not, but looking at Chu Chen's amazing appearance, they instantly shut up. They believed it. It is really normal for this beauty to be chased by beautiful women since childhood. If they can have 1/10 of Chu Chen's face value, no, 100th, or even 1000th, they will be chased by many beauties. The problem is, they don't. And let the beautiful women chase after them? They wanted to cry, but they recalled subconsciously that they were all good people. When they chased after beautiful women and were ruthlessly rejected by them. Perhaps the most they receive is the good person card. Hey! Wanting to find the confident young man who jumped off the building, he was embarrassed. Forget it. Forget it, no need to be confident. What's the use of that thing? In the end, the young man who jumped off the building could only comfort himself. I'm going home to accompany my wife, brother, if you have a girlfriend, go accompany your girlfriend too. The youth who jumped off the building said something to Chu Chen and was about to leave. Forget it, I'll go to work. I don't know which girlfriend to accompany, it's annoying. After all. Chu Chen left and continued to take orders. Don't know which one to accompany? How many girlfriends do you have? Seeing Chu Chen leave, everyone was very envious, like eating a pound of lemons. Looking at Chu Chen, and then at the rooftop, the youth who jumped off the building felt a little regretful. I should have jumped off just now. Now being stabbed in the heart with one knife after another, it's so terrifying, it's a torment. Thinking about it The youth who jumped off the building came to the rooftop and the wind blew. The wind on the roof is really strong. As for the few passers-by who did not leave, they came to the rooftop one after another. And they wanted to jump off. Don't take such a blow to people again and again. Of course, after what Chu Chen said just now, they just complained they wouldn't really dance, they didn't like green. Finally, a few people on the rooftop smoked lonely cigarettes. After going downstairs, the sound of the system sounded again. Ding, the task is completed. Congratulations on getting the system reward. The task was successfully completed, and I was so loving and great. Chu Chen couldn't help but admire himself. In just a few words, people were saved. Hey, why didn't they come down? Walking out of the elevator, Chu Chen muttered inexplicably. Isn't the matter over? Why are they still on the rooftop? The typhoon is too strong, which is not good. Today's chauffeur job is very easy, all in the urban area. Early, Chu Chen completed the task. Chu Chen called Chu Chen and wanted Chu Chen to accompany her. Her best friend Gao Qichin wanted Chu Chen to accompany her to the bar. Several of Gao Qichin's friends were waiting there. In the end, unable to resist the coquettish behavior of her best friend, Chu Chen agreed. All right. Today's task was completed, and Chu Chen agreed. Half an hour later, Chu Chen, Chu Chen, and Gao Qichin met. Let's go, they've been waiting for a long time, Gao Qichin said. Soon, they came to a high-consumption bar in Modu. In front of the bar, all the luxury cars were parked, and there were a lot of Lamborghinis, Ferraris, and even tens of millions of cars. Make up for the 4 updates owed last night, 3 updates are normal. And 1 update adds 200 monthly tickets plus more. I'm really sorry, the update is a long time late, needless to say, the author scolds himself, the author is short and powerless. Chapter 373, Tonight's consumption will be paid by Higongzi. 57, in Modu, this bar is one of the best. After Chu Chen, Chu Chen, and Gao Qichin entered, Gao Qichin's friends quickly found them and called them over. These early arrivals consisted of 3 men and 2 women. The men were dressed as playboys. At first glance, they were the sons of the devil. As soon as Chu Chen came in, the young man headed by the 3 young masters immediately radiated an astonishing light. So beautiful. Hello, Miss Su, I'm He Ji-yoon from an ordinary family. This son-in-law took the initiative to approach Chu Chen. Especially when talking about the words ordinary family, He Ji-yoon pointed it out. He Ji-yoon's remarks immediately aroused strong reactions from others. He Xiao comes from an ordinary family? If He Xiao is an ordinary family, who are we? Gao Qichin was very curious about what identity this Xiao he was. Although it is said to be her friends, in fact, Gao Qichin is only familiar with a short-haired woman among the 3 boys and 2 girls. The other people have only met a few times at most, and are not familiar. Gao Qichin did not know He Ji-yoon's identity. He Xiao is really too low-key. If the dignified Hongxing Technologies prince is an ordinary family, then I'm afraid there will be few people in the entire Demon City who are rich families. A son-in-law boasted. The people present were vaguely headed by He Ji-yoon, and they would naturally spare no effort to please He Ji-yoon. Next to them, several guests overheard these words, and their faces suddenly showed a shocked expression. Go. This gentleman is actually the Prince of Hongxing Technology? You know, Hongxing Technology is a leader in the field of science and technology, with total assets of more than 100 billion. The 100 billion crown prince, this identity is enough to stun a bunch of people. Hello. Facing He Jiyun to say hello, Xiang Chuchen just responded politely, then ignored He Jiyun and continued chatting with Chu Chen. Seeing this scene, He Jiyun was a little surprised. Failed to force yourself? Can this fail? This is what he learned from Xiao Ma, that is Xiao Ma, his idol. The stock of ordinary family, but it is also called the four famous scenes with I'm not interested in. Money, I don't know the beauty of my wife, and a small goal of 100 million. He Jiyun did not expect this to fail. After Xiang Chuchen knew that she was the prince of Hongxing technology, she was very calm. And was not surprised at all. It seems that the little brother is still not good. He Jiyun naturally didn't want to give up. Since it was not enough to take the initiative to approach Xiang Chuchen, he would start with Chu Chen. He Jiyun found that Xiang Chuchen looked at Chu Chen differently. He Jiyun took the initiative to chat with Chu Chen. When He Jiyun found out that Chu Chen was actually a chauffeur, he was shocked. I'll go. What kind of vision does this beautiful lady from Su have? The prince of his own dignified Hongxing technology group is actually not as good as a chauffeur? Isn't it just that this kid is a billion points more handsome than him? In this society, looks are useless, money is king. Learning to do business with his father, He Jiyun unconsciously developed the idea of the rich is the uncle. Just be a chauffeur. I will definitely be very envious when I see those luxury cars that are not my own. He Jiyun opened his mouth. I think brother Chu is also a car lover. This is simply a torment. I wish you that one day you will be like me, buying more cars than vegetables. He Jiyun pretended to force again. As a car lover, He Jiyun naturally buys cars often. Hearing He Jiyun's words, everyone was even more stunned. The number of times to buy a car is more than the number of times to buy food, awesome. As expected of the dignified 100 billion group prince. I spent more than 8 million yuan on an ordinary supercar some time ago. He Jiyun opened his mouth. The number of times you buy a car is more than the number of times you buy food. Chu Chen muttered. And asked, how long have you been shopping for groceries? How long? He Jiyun thought for a while, about 3 years. It's normal to change a car every 3 years. Chu Chen asked back. For a time, He Jiyun was embarrassed and didn't know how to answer. He just saw a big playboy kid act like this last time, so he borrowed it. Before, he was invincible, and with these 2 moves, he would definitely shock countless people. But how? Did you meet this kid, and you can't do it? Not understand. Ahem, I'm just making an analogy, I just say that I often buy a car. He Jiyun explained for himself, of course he wouldn't say that he was pretending, so he could only use an analogy. He shall often buys cars, how many are there? Chu Chen asked. He Jiyun straightened his back, with a smug smile on his face, and said, it's not too many, just more than 20 cars occupying several of my garages. The few people next to him were stunned. They knew that He Jiyun was awesome and rich, but they didn't expect that he was so rich. 20 luxury cars. It might add up to several 100 million. Take it, they take it. Not even 100 cars, too few. Chu Chen shook his head helplessly. There are 20 luxury cars in the district, what are you wearing? If you have the strength, that's all. If you don't have the strength, are you still here to be swollen and fat? Humph, do you have one? Excited by Chu Chen's words, He Jiyun asked Chu Chen back. No. Chu Chen shook his head. He Jiyun was just about to be sarcastic, but Chu Chen's next sentence made He Jiyun not know how to ridicule. 100 cars are not available, 70 or 80 cars are there. He Jiyun had already been stunned, but now hearing Chu Chen's words, these onlookers were even more shocked. If there are not 100 cars, 70 or 80 cars are. Very cool, right? If there are so many luxury cars, they add up to more than 1 billion. You said. I pretended, why didn't you pretend? Looking at Chu Chen, He Jiyun sneered in his heart, he thought that Chu Chen was pretending, not telling the truth. He Jiyun didn't want to refute either, after all, it couldn't be verified. Here. It's not easy to pierce Chu Chen's lie. Looking around, He Jiyun thought of a wonderful way to pretend. No matter how many luxury cars there are, it is impossible to verify them one by one. Now it is best to find one that can be verified, and one who can prove that he is awesome. Since he couldn't compare to Chu Chen in terms of appearance and convenience, he would use money. This way you are when everyone was not paying attention. He Jiyun secretly said something to a young master and a younger brother. Slowly, more and more people in the bar. When the time came, according to He Jiyun's instructions, this young master suddenly stood up. Everyone be quiet. Tell everyone good news, we are in a good mood today. Young master, he will pay for the entire consumption tonight. As soon as the news came out, as if the powder keg had been blown up, the entire bar boiled. Chapter 374, I just let you have a look, I didn't plan to lend it to you. 67, who will pay for the entire consumption? Oh my God. This kind of plot that only happens in the movie actually happened in the show. This is one of the top bars in the Magic Capital, and the average consumption of each person is probably 2,000 or 3,000. Although the people who appear here are all high-spending people, it is also a very happy thing to have someone pay for them. Oh, young master, he is awesome. Young master, you are the only king here tonight. Young master, I love you. Suddenly, all kinds of crazy voices came from the bar, and everyone went crazy. Tonight, they can finally have fun. Finally, surrounded by several people, He Jiyun reluctantly stood up. Small idea, everyone can have a good time tonight, and I will be responsible for all the consumption. Everyone is having fun. He Jiyun spoke, as if he had no concept of money, as if money was just a bunch of numbers in his eyes. Wow, young master, he is generous. Young master, he is too arrogant. So rich and so low-key, young master, he is amazing. Countless touted voices came, and He Jiyun showed a satisfied smile. On his face, what he wanted was this effect. Pretend, it's so cool. Thinking about it, He Jiyun looked at Chu Chen with a sneer. Before, no matter how hard you tried, there was no way to show it. But it is different now. All the consumption here is paid by him, and so many people kneel and lick him. No matter how powerful this Chu Chen is, what can he do? He had no choice but to surrender obediently. Ha ha ha. The more he thought about it, the more excited and arrogant He Jiyun became. Anyway, there are only a few hundred people here, so what if each person spends 3,000? All in all, it's only a few million. Never mind. Money is something he has. Looking at He Jiyun, who was stunned, Chu Chen couldn't help sighing. In his heart, this He Jiyun is still too young to know the dangers of society. Since I know it, I have the responsibility to help He Jiyun know what is the sinister society. Chu Chen thought about it and took out his mobile phone. Chu Chen briefly explained what had just happened, and then sent it out. He didn't send it to many people, just the Prada Group, Ferrari Group, Hilton Hotel Group, Xingtang Auction House, etc., several senior executives of the group related to him. Let them inform their employees that there is such a good thing. Don't worry about spending money, Chu Chen will send benefits. After learning the news, many employees rushed here without stopping. Because it was too sudden, and it was already 8 o'clock in the evening, not many people came. All in all, that's just over 2,000 people. Even if this bar is large, it can't hold so many people. Therefore, many people were blocked outside, and when a group of guests came out, they were let in. Time passed a little bit, and it was almost 12 o'clock in the evening. He Jiyun is about to leave. Waiter, check out. He Jiyun snapped his fingers, with the attitude of a boss. Okay. He came over with the bill and handed it to He Jiyun respectfully, the waiter said with a smile. Tonight, your total consumption is 32,678,900 yuan. According to the manager's request, the fraction was wiped out for you, and you only need to pay 32 million. At this moment, the waiter smiled extremely brightly. What did you say? He Jiyun stood up abruptly when he heard the waiter's words before he could read the bill. His whole body seemed to be fried. 30 million, 30 million? How is it possible? So many? More than 30 million, you are blackmailing me. He Jiyun angrily scolded the waiter. No, I don't believe it. Look at the bill. It's more than 30 million. The waiter pointed to the bill and said with a smile. He Jiyun frowned and looked at the bill with trembling hands. In an instant, He Jiyun was stunned. Really? Is there really so much? This bunch of bills, what, even Romane Conti ordered a dozen bottles? Suddenly, looking at a string of very eye-catching words in the bill, He Jiyun shouted in shock. That is Romane Conti, and a bottle costs hundreds of thousands. Yes, all the Romane Conti in our collection today have been ordered. Usually it is difficult to sell a bottle in half a month, but today all the stocks are sold out. If it weren't for us, I'm afraid someone would order it. In addition to Romane Conti, there are some other famous wines, which are also sold out. Today, their bar is almost empty. Bastards, these bastards. He Jiyun scolded, almost crazy. There are an unusually large number of guests today, so that's fine. But the average consumption of these people has exceeded 10,000. It seems that after knowing that someone paid the bill, they desperately ordered all kinds of expensive and famous wine. Masters. He Jiyun was extremely embarrassed. Originally, he thought that he was pretending to be a force, and he covered the consumption of the whole audience, which was about 3 million. But I never thought that it would be 10 times more. And it would cost 30 million. 30 million, I don't have it. He Jiyun said helplessly to the waiter. The sum of all his money is only more than 5 million. Some time ago, he took out most of his savings to buy a new sports car. Even if you don't spend that money, you won't be able to reach 30 million. He Jiyun's words made the originally hot bar quiet down immediately. Those very excited guests immediately glared at He Jiyun, looking like they wanted to gang up on He Jiyun. They kneeled and licked He Jiyun for so long, but he actually said that he had no money. Do they have to pay for it themselves? Being watched. by countless people. Jian's heart was trembling. I was afraid that if he said a wrong word, he would be beaten by the group. I have money, I have money. Jian quickly circled the field. Come together, put together. Jian said to several sons and brothers. In the end, when a few people got together, there were only 10 million. Jian really didn't dare to call his father and let him know that if he pretended to be a coward and spent 30 million, he might be killed. Jian didn't know what to do. At this time, Chu Chen slowly opened his wallet, revealing various black cards. Seeing this scene, a few people around were dumbfounded. Oh my God! How much is this black card? How much is it? Thank you, thank you. Jian quickly apologized to Chu Chen. You're welcome, I didn't plan to lend it to you. I just let you look at them. Chu Chen shrugged and said with a smile, he lent it to him, how could he let him experience the sinister society? I just let you look at them? After hearing Chu Chen's words, Jian almost vomited blood. What? Jian was roaring in his heart and was extremely angry. Especially looking at Chu Chen. With a harmless smile on his face, Jian even collapsed. Chapter 375 Unexpected List 77 I wish the college entrance examination smoothly. At this moment, Jian even hoped that Chu Chen would mock him like he did just now. Is that okay? Now, Chu Chen's smile made Jian even more angry. Jian's whole body exploded. Putting away the wallet, Chu Chen, Su Chuqing, and Gao Qiqing left the bar, leaving the hopeless Jian behind. In desperation, Jian had to call his father. Jian's father came, paid the money, and took Jian away. Back at home, Jian's father smiled, holding the family method, a wooden stick, and walked to Jian. Half an hour later, Jian was sent to the hospital. This time, Jian's father made a ruthless move in order to keep Jian's memory long. On a new day, Chu Chen continued to experience the life of a chauffeur. At noon, Chu Chen received a new order and went to a high-end restaurant. At this moment, in front of this high-end restaurant, two people dressed as a fat and a thin man are arguing. Yueling is mine. The fat boy said confidently. Bah, Yueling is obviously mine. The skinny boy didn't want to be outdone. The Yueling in their mouths, named Fang Yueling, is a beautiful beauty with a high appearance and outstanding temperament. At this moment, Fang Yueling is eating here. As Fang Yueling's suitors, the fat and skinny brothers came here together. Both of them wanted to eat with Fang Yueling alone, and neither wanted the other to enter. If they were ordinary people, they might have a fight, but as the young master of the magic capital, they naturally wouldn't fight because of their identity. In fact, they were just afraid of getting hurt. After thinking for a long time, they came up with an excellent solution. They called for a chauffeur. No matter who goes in to eat with Yueling, it should be drinking, and then they will be called to drive. Regarding the question of driving the younger brother, the two made a bet. The one who called for the driver was the fat man, who was driving a McLaren with more than $4 million. The two bet whether the driver would dare to drive the McLaren. The fat man dares to drive on behalf of the younger brother, while the skinny man does not dare to bet on the driver's behalf. The chauffeur must be an ordinary person with no money. Therefore, he would never dare to drive this multi-million luxury car. Brother Shouzi sneered in his heart. He felt that he would win this time. Brother Fatty also has his own little Jojo in his heart. In Fact, he also wants to bet on a chauffeur who is afraid to drive. If you lend the driver 10 courage, he will never drive. But because he said it was too late, this option was preemptively selected by the skinny boy, and he couldn't choose. The fat man was naturally unwilling to admit defeat. He was going to wait for the chauffeur to come and secretly warned the chauffeur. As long as you give some money, a mere driver dare not listen to him? Let's wait. Wait and see, I'm sure to win. The two continued to quarrel. At this time, Chu Chen also drove Pagani not far from this restaurant. Chu Chen parked the car farther away, because he glanced at it and saw that the car in front of the restaurant was already full. After getting off the car, Chu Chen went straight to the restaurant. Coming. The driver is here. Seeing Chu Chen, the two sons got excited. Brother Fatty just wanted to leave, and went to tell Chu Chen quietly, but he was stopped by Brother Thin. Wait a minute, we are not allowed to go up and talk to him alone, the skinny boy said. The fat boy's face changed greatly. It is good. Brother Fatty took out his mobile phone and secretly sent a message to Chu Chen. As long as Chu Chen did what he wanted, he would give Chu Chen $1,000. You are the driver. I want to ask, do you dare to drive that McLaren with more than $4 million? As soon as he came up, Brother Shouzi asked directly. Look at your phone, look at your phone. Seeing that Chu Chen didn't notice the message he had just sent to him, the fat boy hurriedly alerted Chu Chen with his eyes. However, Chu Chen was unmoved. It's finished. The fat boy sighed softly, thinking that he was finished. Brother Slim was very proud, he saw through Fatty's plan, ha ha ha. Dare to open? Of course, isn't it a McLaren for a mere 4 million? Chu Chen replied. Dare to open? Does he really dare? Confused by Chu Chen's answer, the two sons were very surprised. Who gave him the courage? The fat man was excited. But he didn't expect that he actually won, ha ha ha. As for the thin son, his face was ashen, extremely angry. And he hated Chu Chen. It's still 4 million, do you have it, you? Although Brother Fatty was happy, he was extremely dissatisfied with Chu Chen and scolded Chu Chen angrily. His car was actually despised by a chauffeur. In the end, the fat boy didn't want to continue to talk to Chu Chen, he was going to see Yueling. Without waiting for the fat boy to go upstairs, Fang Yueling suddenly came out, with outstanding temperament. Little brother, have you eaten yet? After walking out, Fang Yueling directly ignored the fat and thin young masters and asked Chu Chen with a smile. So handsome, really handsome. Fang Yueling sighed in her heart, is this the first time she has seen such a handsome little brother? No. Chu Chen shook his head. Can I invite you to dinner? Fang Ji threw an olive branch. Can. It happened to be lunch at noon, and there was another beautiful woman to treat her. How could he refuse? Chu Chen and Fang Yueling entered the restaurant and went upstairs to have lunch. Outside, the fat and thin sons and brothers stared at each other, stunned. The two of them fought hard and wanted to eat with Yueling, but in the end they were cheap for the chauffeur. Ah, how did this happen? He went to eat with Yueling, leaving them outside to drink the northwest wind. The mentality of the two sons collapsed. The two of them also entered the restaurant and just ordered food on the first floor. Half an hour later, Chu Chen and Fang Yueling went downstairs and walked outside. Seeing this scene inadvertently, the fat and thin boy hurriedly chased after him. After chasing for a short distance, the fat and thin boy looked at the scene in front of him, dumbfounded. I saw that the driver who was despised by them actually opened a Pagani. Fuck? At this moment, there are no other words to describe the mood of the two of them except the trough. Looking at Pagani in front of him galloping away, the fat and thin boy was frozen there like a wooden stake. It's over. Did they really make wedding dresses for others? At this moment, they finally understood why Chu Chen just mentioned McLaren with a mere 4 million yuan. He actually drives a Pagani. I'm afraid he can buy a dozen or two McLarens like him. You are so rich, driving a Pagani. Why are you driving it? Is this fetish? Fang Yueling invited Chu Chen to have lunch. Fang Yueling didn't have a car, so he had come by taxi. Chu Chen dropped by and sent her back. On the way, Chu Chen suddenly received an unexpected order. I have been driving a contemporary car for a while, and this is the first time I have seen such a list. Thank you very much for the reward of 10,000 book coins from the big guy, Qingfeng Loan Wolf. According to the rules of adding updates, one more update will be added tomorrow. I wish all the book friends in the college entrance examination all the best. As the president of the National Beauty Association, everyone has a full score for their appearance, and the college entrance examination is low-key, so let's get a full score. The author wishes everyone. Chapter 376, The Shock of the Green Tea Table. Qingfeng Lone Wolf Boss Jiagung, 14, in the past, when Chu Chen received the order, there were all kinds of cars, and even Lamborghinis, Rolls-Royce, and so on. Only this time, Chu Chen really didn't expect to receive it. Bus? Chu Chen muttered. That's right, this time he received an order, and the one he needed to drive was actually a bus. The guest called just now and told Chu Chen the general situation. This guest is a bus driver. Originally, he wanted to drive the bus to the car repair center for inspection and maintenance. As a result, he suddenly had an urgent matter and had to deal with it immediately. He had no time, so he called a chauffeur. After Chu Chen sent Fang Yueling to the place, he drove the Pagani to the place the guest said. When Chu Chen's Pagani stopped in front of the bus master, the bus master was stunned, wondering what happened. Hello, I'm the driver. Chu Chen got out of the car and explained. What? Are you driving? The bus master was very surprised. After a long time, the bus master slowed down and told Chu Chen the specifics. After getting on the bus, Chu Chen left. Hey, rich people's minds don't understand. Looking at the distant Chu Chen, the bus master sighed, so rich, come to experience life. On the way, Chu Chen received another order. Why is it her again? Looking at the customer who placed the order, Chu Chen frowned. The female customer who placed the order was named Xing Xiaoxiao, whom Chu Chen met a few days ago. Although she looked good, she was a typical green tea watch. At first, her attitude towards Chu Chen was extremely cold, but when she accidentally discovered that Chu Chen was actually carrying a Patek Philippe, there was a 180-degree change, asking for help, and even volunteering. Chu Chen was very disgusted with Xing Xiaoxiao. Xing Xiaoxiao also felt it. But she still pretended that she didn't know anything. Ever since she placed the order, she still entangled Chu Chen. Chu Chen blocked her phone number, but she actually changed her number and continued to pester Chu Chen. Just then, Chu Chen's cell phone rang again. It was Xing Xiaoxiao who called. Chu Chen wanted to refuse and hung up. but suddenly noticed the bus he was driving, and Chu Chen had a solution. "Hello. Little brother, you finally answered the phone. People miss you so much. I can't sleep every day thinking about you." As soon as the phone was connected, Xiang Chuchen's coquettish voice came. "I've been drinking too much today, can you come pick me up?" "Can." To Xiang Chuchen's surprise, Chu Chen agreed. "I'll drive right away, coming by car?" Xiang Chuchen's eyes lit up and asked nervously, "What car?" "It's nothing, it's just a small broken car of several million," Chu Chen said. "Although the bus is very common, but the price of the bus, I am afraid few people know." "The price of this new type of bus is comparable to that of a supercar. A few million, even the cheapest bus, is hundreds of thousands larger." As for the one that Chu Chen drove, the market price was nearly 3 million. What? A few million, or a small broken car? After listening to Chu Chen's words, Xiang Chuchen was all excited and almost jumped up with excitement. Before, although she entangled Chu Chen, she was still not sure whether Chu Chen was rich and handsome. After all, Patek Philippe was also fake. Xiang Chuchen did not recognize the model of Chu Chen's Patek Philippe. But now, knowing that Chu Chen drives a car worth millions, she is finally sure that Chu Chen is a tall, rich, handsome, fat sheep. It was so good, so good. And in Chu Chen's eyes, millions of cars are actually small broken cars? How rich should Chu Chen be? In the future, when he and Chu Chen are together, wouldn't he be able to live the life of a rich woman? If it is possible. After getting married, trying to get Chu Chen's property, and kicking him away, wouldn't he become a billionaire? Xiang Chuchen is not the kind of woman who worships money. A woman who worships gold will only covet your money and have no other ideas. And Xiang Chuchen's high-end green tea watch not only wants your money, but also wants to harm you, occupying all your money, and then kicking you away. At this moment, Xiang Chuchen has already started to think about her plans for the future. The road to a rich woman, here I come. Xiang Chuchen laughed proudly. On the other side, Chu Chen hung up the phone, turned a corner, and went straight to where Xiang Chuchen was. After 10 minutes, Chu Chen was about to arrive. "I don't know what his $1 million little car is?" Xiang Chuchen guessed in his heart. "Lamborghini, Ferrari, McLaren, Bentley, or whatever. If it's a Rolls-Royce, that would be great." Thinking about it, Xiang Chuchen closed her eyes and started daydreaming. Beep. After a while, the whistle of a car came. "My big fat sheep is here." Xiang Chuchen trembled all over and was extremely excited. Trying to hide the side of his green tea watch, Xiang Chuchen showed a pure smile on his face. Slowly opening your eyes, the time has come to solve the mystery. Xiang Chuchen guessed that Chu Chen was driving either a Ferrari or a Lamborghini. It was just the next second, when Xiang Chuchen saw the car parked in front of him clearly, he was instantly dumbfounded. "Bus?" Xiang Chuchen made a shocked voice. The expression on his face was wonderful, shocked, surprised, killing Xiang Chuchen. She did not guess that what appeared in front of her was not a supercar like Ferrari or Lamborghini, nor a luxury car like Bentley or Rolls-Royce. "It's a bus. Come up." The bus door opened, Chu Chen said to Xiang Chuchen, with a smile on his face, very enthusiastic. Looking at the smiling Chu Chen, Xiang Chuchen could not laugh or cry. Chu Chen finally agreed to come pick him up, and it stands to reason that she should be happy. But looking at the car that Chu Chen was driving, she really couldn't be happy. Instead she wanted to cry, sobbing. "This is your $1 million little broken car?" Pointing to the bus, Xiang Xiao asked with trembling hands. "Yeah, 2 and 8 million. Chu Chen nodded. He just checked the specific price of this bus. Xiang Xiao's face turned black immediately. Bus? Xiang Xiao felt like an ignited volcano at the moment. Ah. She felt that Chu Chen was mocking her. Xiang Xiao wanted to be angry with Chu Chen, but the reason of the advanced green tea watch calmed her down. No, you can't give up. What if this was his test? Of himself? Controlling his mood, Xiang Xiao got on the bus. Chu Chen drove and went straight to the auto repair center. "Since you're here, do me a favor and clean the inside of the bus," Chu Chen said to Xiang Xiao. Cleaning the bus? Such a lowly job, let her do it? Okay. Xiang Xiao gritted her teeth and agreed. Xiang Xiao had a dark face and started cleaning the bus. This is him testing himself. Xiang Xiao comforted herself while cleaning. Chu Chen was smiling and relaxed. This may be the only time Xiang Xiao, a green tea watch, has done good deeds. More than 20 minutes later, Chu Chen drove to the auto repair center. At this moment, in the auto repair center, there is already a repaired bus parked there. This time, Chu Chen's list also requested that the bus be driven back. Finally say goodbye to that disgusting bus. After getting off the bus, Xiang Xiao said with a look of disgust. Go up. At this time, Chu Chen pointed at the repaired bus and said thoughtfully. What? Xiang Xiao's whole body is not well, and she still needs to take the bus? Why, won't you let me send you? Seeing Xiang Xiao in a daze, Chu Chen asked with a smile. Although there were 10,000 unhappy feelings in his heart, Xiang Xiao gritted his teeth and got on the second bus. If you give up now, everything you have done before will be in vain. Chu Chen drove away. By the way, don't forget, this one needs to be cleaned too. On the way, Chu Chen reminded Xiang Xiao. Hearing this, Xiang Xiao collapsed instantly. What is it? She doesn't want to do such a lowly job. Xiang Xiao began to doubt at this moment. Whether Chu Chen is really tall, rich and handsome is no problem to test himself, but there is no need to drive the bus twice. Are you really driving? Xiang Xiao asked. Originally she thought that Chu Chen was a driver, just for fun, some kind of hobby. Of course I'm the driver. I've already received a lot of orders today. Chu Chen replied. Xiang Xiao stopped talking. Chu Chen is really just a chauffeur. That piece of Patek Philippe is definitely a high imitation, a fake, and I was deceived. Xiang Xiao thought to himself. He was actually played by a poor man. After thinking that he understood everything, Xiang Xiao naturally wouldn't continue cleaning the bus. Time passed quickly, and Chu Chen drove the bus back to the place just now, and handed it to the bus driver who had just returned. Do you still need me to deliver? Chu Chen asked. Humph. A poor guy, really a toad wants to eat swan meat. In the face of a poor man who is not a rich and handsome man, Xiang Xiao doesn't have to pretend, so he tore his face. Chu Chen didn't speak, but just came to Pagani, which was parked not far away, and sat on it. In place, Xiang Xiao, who had not had time to leave, was dumbfounded. Pagani? Why did Chu Chen drive the Pagani again? When Xiang Xiao was in a daze, Chu Chen had already galloped away in a Pagani. Chu Chen believes that after this Incident, Jing Xiaoxiao will not pester himself anymore. What? Looking at Chu Chen, who was far away, Jing Xiaoxiao let out a scream. It turned out that Chu Chen was really testing himself. Just a little bit, just a little bit. She just missed an opportunity to become rich. It's all over. Jing Xiaoxiao sighed softly, and the whole person seemed to collapse. She mocked Chu Chen just now. Even if Chu Chen has a good temper, she will never have a chance. Do not. Jing Xiaoxiao roared loudly, and there was nowhere to send fire. That afternoon, when the mission was over, Su Chuqing and Gao Qiqing happened to be nearby, and Chu Chen had a meal with them. Several people were eating and chatting when suddenly, Su Chuqing's cell phone rang. Su Chuqing opened it and was stunned. No, Qiqing, they don't have an invitation letter anymore. Su Chuqing said to her girlfriend with some disappointment. It doesn't matter, and me, I contacted a friend, and she said she could get an invitation. Gao Qiqing comforted. It's just that Gao Qiqing's voice hadn't fallen, and her cell phone rang. What, you can't get it, no? After picking up the phone and hearing the helpless voice of her friend, Gao Qiqing was also dumbfounded. Even my friend couldn't get 2 invitations. All right. Gao Qiqing hung up the phone in despair. What ticket? Chu Chen asked while eating. Invitation to Prada Fashion Week tomorrow. Su Chuqing explained. A few days ago, Su Chuqing and Gao Qiqing heard that Prada was going to hold a new fashion week in the Magic Capital. As loyal Prada fans, both of them want to go to the scene of Fashion Week to have a look. Just in case, they both started making invitations. Unexpectedly, today, even if this is the case, the two still haven't even got an invitation letter. Invitation to Prada Fashion Week? Chu Chen frowned. He did hear Mo Yuan talk about this fashion week. Mo Yuan just took over Prada, and now after rectifying various problems within Prada, Mo Yuan has begun to develop a new fashion week. Is one measure. Isn't it just an invitation letter? It's simple. Do you have a pen and paper? Chu Chen asked Su Chuqing. Yes, I have. After Su Chuqing finished speaking, she took out a small notepad and a signature pen from her bag. After taking the pen and paper, Chu Chen signed a name on it. Give. Chu Chen handed the signature to Su Chuqing. Tomorrow, you take it, give it to the person in charge of Prada, and you can go in. It can replace an invitation letter. Chu Chen explained that he was too lazy to call, so he went to get the invitation letter. And didn't they also say just now that there is no invitation letter? Really? Su Chuqing received Chu Chen's signature and was very excited. After so many things, of course, Su Chuqing completely trusts Chu Chen. Since Chu Chen said that, he can definitely enter with his signature. Originally, Su Chuqing didn't want to trouble Chu Chen, but in the end, she still had to rely on Chu Chen. A signature? Gao Qiqing leaned over and glanced at what Chu Chen wrote. It turned out to be a signature? Can a signature replace the invitation letter? How is this possible? Gao Qiqing couldn't believe it. She didn't know Chu Chen's identity, but only knew that Chu Chen was rich and handsome. But no matter how rich you are, you can't use a signature as an invitation to Prada, the world's biggest fashion brand. Gao Qiqing complained in her heart and was very suspicious. The next day, Gao Qiqing and Su Chuqing went to Prada's Fashion Week with Chu Chen's signature. Chapter 378 Prada Fashion Week, Encountering an Old Enemy, 34. Along the way, Chu Chen was very excited. After all, it was a rare opportunity to see Prada's Fashion Week in person. If you say it out, your white, rich, and beautiful girlfriends will definitely envy them to death. However, Chu Chen's mood happened to be the opposite of Chu Chen's. At this moment, Chu Chen was beating drums in her heart, and she was uneasy. With just a small signature, the Prada people can let them in? One signature is worth 2 Prada invitations? Chu Chen really didn't believe it. You know, this Prada Fashion Week is the biggest one in the past year, and it is also one of the few held in the Magic Capital. Therefore, this Prada Fashion Week has attracted the attention of many rich women and daughters, resulting in a situation where tickets are hard to get. Otherwise, it is impossible for Chu Chen and Chu Chen to spend a lot of money without getting an invitation letter. At the entrance of Fashion Week, Chu Chen's footsteps became extremely slow, comparable to a snail. Chen, what's wrong with you? You're going to visit soon. Shouldn't you be excited and excited, why is this? Looking at the strange Chu Chen, Chu Chen asked inexplicably. In the early days, do you really believe that Chu Chen's signature can replace Prada's invitation letter, and it's still too? Chu Chen couldn't help but ask. Of course I do. Chu Chen answered without hesitation. Hey. Chu Chen sighed softly. She shouldn't have asked Chu Chen. Now Chu Chen has been carried away by love and lost her reason. People say that a pregnancy is stupid for 3 years. How come you are in a relationship and you are stupid? For 3 years? Chu Chen complained. Chu Chen is a tall, rich and handsome man, yes, but not some top boss in the Magic Capital. How could a signature have such great energy? Chen, just trust me. Chu Chen took Chu Chen and walked towards the entrance of Prada Fashion Week. Looking at Chu Chen, who was very serious, Chu Chen became suspicious. Is it really possible? What? Isn't this Chu Chen and Chen? Why, do you also come to Fashion Week? Before Chu Chen and Chu Chen came to the entrance of the Fashion Week, a yin and yang strange voice came. At the back, 3 beautifully dressed women walked over together. Kong Jiame, have you come to the Devil's Capital? Looking at the middle of the 3 women, Chu Chen and Chu Chen were very surprised. The one who spoke just now was Kong Jiame, the woman standing in the middle. Kong Jiame was Chu Chen and Chu Chen's old enemies in Jiangzhou. They belonged to different circles. I just didn't expect that Kong Jiame would come to the Magic Capital. Of course, my boyfriend is the eldest son of the Magic Capital. Kong Jiame said sternly. Very proud. After all, Kong Jiame and the 3 passed by Chu Chen and came to the entrance of Fashion Week first. Kong Jiame handed an invitation letter to the staff. Beauty, you only have an invitation letter, you can only enter alone, and your 2 friends cannot enter. After the inspection, the staff said to Kong Jiame. Just now, Kong Jiame's 2 friends did not come up with an invitation letter. Oh, I forgot, their invitation letter is also here with me. Kong Jiame looked suddenly realized, and then took out 2 invitation letters from her bag and handed them to the staff. Jiame, thanks to you this time? We wouldn't be able to get in without you. Kong Jiame's 2 friends said with emotion. It turned out that they, like the previous Chu Chen and Chu Chen, did not get an invitation letter. Little things, little things. Hearing the touted words, Kong Jiame showed off, this is all made by my boyfriend. He is the eldest son of the magic capital. It is very simple to get a few invitation letters. This time, Kong Jiamei spoke very loudly, deliberately letting Xiang Chuchen and Gao Qiqing hear it. By the way, Chu Chen, do you have an invitation letter? If not, can I find my boyfriend? Kong Jiamei asked maliciously, extremely ironic. Of course we have. Xiang Chuchen was not to be outdone. As for Gao Qiqing, she was completely cowardly. Where did they get the invitation letter? Obviously it's just a signature. What kind of invitation letter? This time, it's going to be a shame. Gao Qiqing thought to herself that it would be extremely embarrassing if the staff stopped them from letting them in. It was okay to have no acquaintances before, but now he is in front of his old enemy. Where do they put their face? Xiang Chuchen pulled Gao Qiqing to the entrance. Xiang Chuchen handed Chu Chen's signature to the Prada staff, and then asked, "Can we come in?" After taking the signature, the staff was stunned. "Ma'am, are you kidding me? You don't have an invitation letter, you just want to go in with a signature?" questioned by the staff. In fact, the staff member wanted to say, "Are you crazy?" but that was too rude, so he said that. Except for the management staff of Prada, the ordinary staff only. "No, Mr. Chu, but don't know the specific name of President Chu." Hearing this, Gao Qiqing lowered his head suddenly. Shameful, too shameful. Gao Qiqing was extremely embarrassed. "Sign? You actually treat your signature as an invitation? Ha ha ha." Beside, Kong Jiamei, who had not yet entered, burst into laughter. Kong Jiamei's two friends were also sarcastic, and they laughed too. Death. Xiang Chuchen, Gao Qiqing, are you two out of your mind? Kong Jiamei sneered. Chapter 379. A signature can really change a lot. Sharks live the carnival. 44. Ask for a monthly pass. You actually used a signature as an invitation? Are you two funny guys invited by monkeys? Kong Jiamei laughed so much that her waist was bent. Hearing this, Gao Qiqing was even more ashamed and embarrassed. What worries her the most has happened? How did you meet Kong Jiamei? Gao Qiqing lowered her head and did not speak. She was about to pull Xiang Chuchen and leave, not wanting to be ridiculed by Kong Jiamei. And Xiang Chuchen didn't respond to Kong Jiamei, but she was a little stunned. She didn't understand how this happened. Up to now, Xiang Chuchen still believes in Chu Chen. Chu Chen will never lie to her. But where is the problem? After thinking about what Chu Chen said yesterday, Xiang Chuchen suddenly realized. Chu Chen said that the signature should be handed over to the person in charge of the fashion week, not the staff. Hello, can you call your person in charge? When he saw the signature, everything understood. Xiang Chuchen said to the staff. My lady, I'm sorry. Staff refused. We can't. Go and invite Manager Sunday. The fashion week has just started, and Manager Sun is very busy. They will not invite Manager Sun for this matter. In the hearts of this staff member, Xiang Chuchen and Gao Qiqing were already regarded as lunatics. Do you still want to see the person in charge here? Kong Jiamei sneered, the person in charge of the dignified Prada Fashion Week, can it be Xiang Chuchen who can meet? Although she showed off just now that her boyfriend is the eldest son of the magic capital. But this is just her pretending to be coercive. Her boyfriend is barely the son of the devil, and his family's assets are only a few billions. The 3 invitations this time, but Kong Jiamei's boyfriend used all his connections and spent a lot of money to get them. It was extremely difficult. Even if his boyfriend, or even the boyfriend's father, comes here and sees the person in charge of Prada, he should be polite. Now, Amir Chu Chen actually met the person in charge of Prada, which was really funny. What the hell did you two get kicked in the head? I still have a fever, my head is burned out, go back and see a doctor. Kong Jiame sneered. Yeah, go back to see the doctor soon, right? I can really think of using a signature as an invitation letter. Kong Jiame's two friends also agreed. Don't deceive people too much. Gao Qiqin retorted. What happened? Did something happen? At this moment, a serious voice came. A middle-aged man in a suit came over. He is the person in charge of this Prada fashion week, Manager Sunday. He was passing by and suddenly heard the chatter, so he walked over to see what was going on. Manager Sun, it's like this. The staff explained exactly what happened just now. Use a signature as an invitation? Is it the first time that Manager Sun has encountered such a thing? He heard subconsciously, and felt that the other party was crazy, but as the saying goes, there must be demons in an abnormal situation. This thing may not be so simple. Show me the signature. Manager Sun said to the staff next to him. The staff handed over the signature. Looking at it casually, Manager Sun's eyes suddenly widened. Chu Chen? This signature actually belongs to President Chu. Oh my God. Taking a deep breath, Manager Sun couldn't hide his surprise. Thankfully. At this moment, Manager Sun is very fortunate that he didn't rush people, otherwise, things would be big. Which lady brought this signature? Manager Sun asked. It's this one. The staff pointed at Chu Chen. Haha, Chu Chen is finished. Beside, Kong Jiame watched the play and said gloatingly. Her two friends also agreed. Did they think Manager Sun was angry? Miss, it's our honor to have you here. Please come in. However, what everyone did not expect was that the person in charge of the dignified fashion week, Manager Sun of Prada, bent over and said to Chu Chen extremely respectfully. This is incredible. A top-notch beauty came with the boss's signature, so what's the identity of this beauty? Thinking of this, Manager Sun was so polite. There was a smile on Chu Chen's face, and she was absolutely right in her complete trust in Chu Chen. What? Beside him, Gao Qiqin, who was about to pull Chu Chen away, was stunned. Did she think she heard it wrong? He invited Chu Chen and himself in? Is this real? One of Chu Chen's signatures really works. One signature, two precious invitations, and they are not ordinary invitations. Even the dignified Prada manager was very respectful to Chu Chen. It's so arrogant. What kind of identity is Chu Chen? How can he let the manager of Prada like this? Now, Gao Qiqin understands that Chu Chen is not only a rich and handsome man, but also very rich, and his identity and status are also extremely terrifying. I'm an asshole. Gao Qiqin scolded herself in her heart. People are well-intentioned, so that they can enter the fashion week. In the end, I still doubted others. What a bastard. As for the three of Kong Jiame, they were even more stunned there. Can one signature change so many things? Even the person in charge here treats Chu Chen like this. Calling him you? Why did you keep making fun of people just now? But now under the watch of Manager Sun, Chu Chen and Gao Qiqin entered the fashion week. By the way, the invitation letters of the three of them are invalid, and they are included in our Prada blacklist. Just as he was about to go in, he suddenly noticed Kong Jiame and the three people next to him. Manager Sun said to the staff. Although he didn't know Kong Jiame just now, they dared to be disrespectful to the boss's woman, and they absolutely had to deal with them. What? The three of Kong Jiame were in a mess. Not only has the invitation letter been invalidated, but even himself has been included in Prada's blacklist? Do you want to do this? Do not. Kong Jiame let out a scream. For this invitation, she didn't know how long she had been begging her boyfriend before he agreed. Result now during Fashion Week, Chu Chen and Gao Qiqin enjoyed the highest level of treatment, which other guests could never enjoy. On the other hand, Chu Chen received an unexpected phone call while doing the chauffeur task. This is a call from the general manager of Shark's Live. The carnival has begun? Okay, I'll take a look when I have time. Chu Chen nodded. In the past few years, the carnival of Shark's live broadcast was not in the Magic Capital. But because Shark Live has just been listed, in order to better publicize it, expand its influence and popularity, and increase its market value. This year, the carnival of Shark's live broadcast was held in the Magic Capital. Before, they got Chu Chen's approval. Chu Chen is the president of Shark Live. The carnival has started. So naturally he has to report to Chu Chen. That afternoon, Chu Chen ended his mission. When he had time, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan went to the carnival together. Said to do, the fourth is more offered. The third update will be updated normally, and the first update will be rewarded and updated. Thanks again to the Qingfeng loan. Wolf Boss, I am very grateful to the Starting Point book friend 1209011941444465, 5,000 book coins as a reward. Thank you for your support. Continue to ask for a monthly pass. It just so happened that Mo Yuan didn't work overtime today, so Chu Chen was going to have a meal with Mo Yuan outside. It was still early, and the two came to the Shark Carnival. This carnival, Shark executives attach great importance to it. After all, it is the first time to hold it in the Magic Capital, and it is the most grand one since the listing. Under the order of Shark Live's executives, all the big anchors of Shark Live came, and there were many tourists. However, this also has disadvantages, which make some female anchors who never show their faces, or live under the beauty camera, reveal their true colors. Those two-dimensional goddesses, lowly, suddenly turned into tanks. Of course, it also makes those really beautiful female anchors look more beautiful and more popular in comparison. However, when Mo Yuan came to the Shark Live Carnival, he instantly killed all the female anchors, both in terms of looks and temperament. This time, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan just came to have a look. Chu Chen did not go to the person in charge of the carnival. Chu Chen and Mo Yuan walked around at the carnival. On the way, a man in his 30s with a gold necklace and a mobile phone was broadcasting live outdoors. Brother Zhou, look to your left, there is a big beauty. So beautiful. Brother Zhou, you must take this beauty. You go and invite her, and I'll give you a rocket. During the man's live broadcast, a side face of Mo Yuan was accidentally photographed, which immediately attracted the attention of countless viewers, and the barrage swept the screen. This man's name is Zhou Ganying. He is an outdoor anchor of Shark Live. He came here today to find beautiful women. He was looking for 3 beauties to play some games with him, and he had already found 2, and he was just short of the last one. According to what the barrage said, Zhou Gonying turned to look. The next second, Zhou Gonying was also stunned. She was really beautiful. Originally, he thought that the two beauties he had just found were already very good-looking, but compared to this beauties, they were nothing at all. I'll invite you right away. After speaking to the hundreds of thousands of viewers, Zhou Gonying hurried towards Mo Yuan. Hello, beauty, I'm the outdoor anchor of Shark Live, Zhou Gonying, and now there are 10 million followers. Zhou Gonying introduced himself and, when he said 10 million attention, he deliberately increased his tone. With 10 million followers on Shark Live, it is definitely a big anchor. You know, even those super anchors who have been famous for a long time or are now popular, only have more than 10 million followers, about 20 million. Zhou Gonying's number of followers is definitely at the forefront of Shark Live. Now I'm going to do a show, and I want to invite you as a female guest, okay? Zhou Gonying said with a smile. I'm sorry, I don't have time. Mo Yuan rejected him directly. After that, Mo Yuan and Chu Chen continued to walk forward. Refused? Even though she knew that she had 10 million followers, this girl still refused? Zhou Gonying was a little confused for a while. He has never met a beauty who rejected him after knowing that he was a big anchor. Brother Zhou, you can't do it. You can't even invite beautiful women, trash, bah. Brother Zhou goes after him again. Isn't that kid just a little more handsome? Why does he have such a beautiful girlfriend? Brother Zhou went up to pretend, crushed the kid, and invited the beauties over. More barrages to come. Zhou Gonying chased after him again. I didn't introduce it carefully. I am the first outdoor brother of Shark Live. Zhou Gonying pretended to be forceful. Some time ago, with the strong support of the company, Zhou Gonying took over the first outdoor brother before the live broadcast of Shark, and successfully took the position. If the beauty agrees to be a guest, the performance fee for this performance will be 100,000. Zhou Gonying. Looks like he has a lot of money. Not interested in. Mo Yuan refused again. Zhou Gonying still didn't want to give up when a faint voice came. I'll give you 1 million, go away. Chu Chen didn't want to be disturbed by this Zhou Gonying. Zhou Gonying was stunned, he didn't have time to throw money at this kid. This kid actually hit himself with money? Brother Zhou, this kid is provoking you. Can't be cowardly, smash. The barrage from the live broadcast room came. Zhou Gonying's character was Shenhao, and his audience also thought that Zhou Gonying was rich and powerful. Boy, do you think you are rich? My audience here, if each of them gives a piece, can they kill you? Zhou Gonying froze again. Chu Chen was too lazy to talk to Zhou Gonying, so he took out his mobile phone and made a call to seal an anchor named Zhou Gonying forever. The call was made to the general manager of Sharks Live. Beside, hearing Chu Chen's words, Zhou Gonying was stunned for a moment. And then laughed. Boy, why are you laughing at me to death? Ha ha ha. Who do you think you are, and you can permanently block me with just one phone call? Zhou Gonying didn't believe it at all. He had a big backer and was fearless. Zhou Gonying is from Jianhua Interactive Entertainment. The boss is the top young man in the Magic Capital, and he has some high-level acquaintances with Shark Live. Who can block him? Who has the ability to drive him crazy? Not only Zhou Gonying, but even Zhou Gonying's audience were ridiculed. I'm going, this kid is crazy, dare to talk to our brother Zhou like this? Our brother Zhou is the outdoor one of the shark, who dares to block him? Brother Zhou, teach this kid a lesson. These viewers kept posting barrages, but when they posted, they suddenly discovered that Zhou Gongying's live broadcast room was actually dark. Soon, a striking prompt came out. The anchor has been permanently banned. Seeing this, Zhou Gongying's keyboard warrior audience were all stunned. What happened? Sealed, there. Brother Zhou is really sealed forever? Zhou Gongying was still chattering. Boy, you may have some background, but this is in the magic capital, hidden dragon crouching tiger. I still advise you to keep a low profile and save it in the future. Before Zhou Gongying's words were finished, the assistant who had just rushed over suddenly grabbed Zhou Gongying. Brother Zhou, your live broadcast room is gone? The assistant said in a trembling voice. How is this possible? Zhou Gongying looked in disbelief. The next second, you have been sealed forever, and 5 big characters come into Zhou Gongying's eyes. Blocked, your live broadcast room was really blocked forever? Zhou Gongying was dumbfounded. How did that happen? Eternal seal, really forever seal. If he doesn't live broadcast, he will be finished. He still owes tens of millions of foreign debts? No, call the boss. As the top young master in the magic capital, the boss can definitely help him. Unblocking yourself is just a word from the boss. Because of Zhou Gongying's dog-licking skills, Zhou Gongying has a good relationship with the boss. Zhou Gongying just wanted to make a phone call when he suddenly thought of something. Who exactly are you? Zhou Gongying asked Chu Chen why this kid had so much energy. However, Chu Chen's answer shocked Zhou Gongying even more. I'm the president of Shark Live. Shark Live president? Is he the president of Sharks Live? Zhou Gongying was completely stupid, and he met a passerby, who was the dignified president of Shark Live. Before, Zhou Gongying was only a medium-level anchor, but relying on his dog-licking skills, he flattered the boss. So it soared into the sky and expanded. At first, he even directly called the audience Dad and Grandpa. If his live broadcast room was not permanently sealed, this kid would never believe that he was the president of Shark Live. But now the fact was here, and he absolutely believed it. The president is too young. Zhou Gongying looked surprised. He actually offended the president of dignified Shark Live. At the beginning, Zhou Gongying was still a little flustered, but after thinking about it, Zhou Gongying suddenly felt relieved. What? Shark Live broadcast president, he is a fart. His own big boss, but the top young master of the magic capital, and even many rich people in the magic capital, the bosses must be polite when they see it. And a Shark Live broadcast president with a market value of more than 20 billion is nothing. Hello, President, I'm the anchor of Jianhua Interactive Entertainment. Zhou Gongying calmed down and straightened up and said to Chu Chen. He deliberately pointed out where he came from, hoping that Chu Chen would be wise. Bitch entertaining each other? Have you never heard of it? Chu Chen muttered in surprise. Zhou Gongying's face darkened instantly. Mr. Chu, you can hear it clearly, it's Jianhua Mutual Entertainment. Zhou Gongying said sharply. The boss of Jianhua Huyu is the top young master of the magic capital Jiang Feishan, Jiang Xiao. Not wanting to talk nonsense with Chu Chen, Zhou Gongying directly referred his backers, the top young masters of the magic capital Jiang Feishan and Jiang Xiao. Who is Jiang Feishan? Never heard of it? Chu Chen shook his head. He only knew Du Wendy, Gao Xingqi, the big bosses in the magic capital, but he didn't know Jiang Feishan. Yuzhou Ganying pointed at Chu Chen and scolded, "What kind of attitude do you have? Believe it or not, I will call young master Jiang, you will be frightened." Young master. Jiang's identity is terrifying, but you can't compare to the president of Shark Live. Even the big bosses in the magic capital, the rich people must respect Jiang Shao when they see him. Chu Chen shrugged and answered Zhou Ganying. Random. Good, very good. While talking, Zhou Ganying called Jiang Feishan. Boss, someone insulted us, and said we were sluts. Zhou Ganying pretended to be aggrieved and said. Who? Hearing this, Jiang Fei's expression on the opposite side changed immediately. Although Jianhua Interactive Entertainment is only one of his many industries, it is just for fun. But if he dares to say that about his company, he doesn't take Jiang Feishan to heart. It's the president of Shark Live. Just because of my words, he permanently sealed my live broadcast room. Zhou Ganying made a rake. President of Shark Live? Jiang Feishan was a little surprised. Wouldn't Jiang Feishan completely believe Zhou Ganying's dog-licking? He is not a fool. As the top young master of the magic capital, Zhou Ganying's dog-licking, he has seen a lot. This thing might be worth using. Jiang Feishan suddenly had a new idea. This thing seems to be a fuse. I'll go right over, you wait. Without waiting for Zhou Ganying to speak, Jiang Feishan said actively. He was going to go over and beat the president of Shark Live, and let him give a lot of resources to his Jianhua. Hu, now that the live broadcast industry is still developing, the market value of Shark Live will definitely rise. If Jianhua Interactive Entertainment can become bigger, he will gain huge benefits. Don't worry, I will support you, isn't it the president of Shark Live? What is he? Jiang Feishan believed that as long as he passed by, the president of Shark Live would immediately tremble and kneel and lick himself. Hanging up the phone, Zhou Ganying looked excited. Boy, young Master Jiang will be here soon. Chu Chen shook his head, not caring at all. Chu Chen and Mo Yuan continued to stroll around the carnival, but he wouldn't be waiting for that Jiang Shao. Zhou Ganying followed closely behind. More than 20 minutes later, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan walked out of the carnival's exit and were ready to eat. Why hasn't Jiang Shao come yet? Looking at Chu Chen, who was about to leave, Zhou Ganying was very anxious. Zhou Ganying was just about to stop Chu Chen from going to dinner, when suddenly, a huge supercar team came galloping in the distance. The leader is a Koenigsegg that sells for more than 40 million yuan, and the supercar behind it, even the cheapest, costs 80 to 9 million yuan. With the appearance of this supercar team, it instantly attracted the attention of countless passers-by. In Modu, supercar teams are relatively common, after all, there are many rich people. But no one has ever seen a top supercar team like today. Oh my god! How much do these top supercars cost together? A few seconds later, the supercar team stopped in front of Chu Chen and Mo Yuan. The door of Koenigsegg's car opened, and a thin young man stepped out. In the other supercars, a group of people who looked like younger brothers also came out and surrounded the youth. The thin young man was holding a cigarette and looked cold and arrogant. Young Master Jiang, you are here. Zhou Ganying hurried over and said flatteringly. It's him. Looking in the direction Zhou Ganying pointed, Jiang Fei nodded slightly. You are the president of Shark Live. After taking a few steps forward, Jiang Fei said solemnly. Exactly. Chu Chen nodded, quite calm. Looking at the calm Chu Chen, Xiang Feishan was not calm. Why is this kid so calm after seeing him? Unreasonable. I'm Xiang Feishan. Xiang Fei opened his mouth. As soon as Xiang Feishan said this, all the passers-by around were surprised and talked about it. I'm going, is he the famous young master Jiang? The top young master in the magic capital. Chu Chen still shook his head at Xiang Fei. Do not know, do not know? Chu Chen's words almost made Xiang Fei vomit blood, but there are still people who don't know him. Okay, I'll give you a detailed introduction. I'm the boss of Jianhuahuyu, and I'm also the prince of the Zhang's investment group in the capital. Zhang's investment group is well known in Modu, with a high market value, and it is comparable to the real estate giant of Modu, Du's group. As the prince of Zhang's investment group, Xiang Feishan is naturally prominent. How is it, do you know me now? After all, Xiang Fei asked Chu Chen arrogantly. Xiang Fei was waiting for Chu Chen to kneel and lick himself. Zhang's investment group? After listening to it, Chu Chen muttered, as if he had some impressions. He had heard it there. After thinking for a while, Chu Chen suddenly realized, and said to Xiang Fei in a serious manner, I don't know you, but I know your dad. I don't know you, but I know your dad? Chu Chen's voice fell, and everyone at the scene frowned. This sentence seems to be fine, but why does it sound awkward? Who is Xiang Feishan's father? That is the chairman of Zhang's investment group, the top boss of the magic capital. This young man actually knew him? What do you mean? Xiang Fei scolded Chu Chen angrily and became angry. The meaning of Chu Chen's words seems to be that he is not qualified to know him, he is a generation higher than himself. What is this kid? He is just the president of a mere shark live broadcast. Maybe in the eyes of other people, it is very powerful. But in his eyes, it is nothing. The market value of Shark Live is even less than 1/10 of Zhang's investment group, almost. The president of a mere Shark Live broadcast dared to talk to himself like this. Chu Chen, you are too presumptuous. Next to it, Zhou Gongying agreed, Fox, fake tiger prestige. Without Xiang Feishan's support and Zhou Gongying's courage, he would not dare to talk to Chu Chen like this. You know my dad, I'm afraid my dad doesn't know you? Xiang Fei sneered, who is his father, the top boss of the magic capital, a friend. He knows, and his identity is also quite high. A mere CEO of Shark Live is not qualified to make friends with his father at all. Xiang Feishan guessed that Chu Chen might have talked to his father at a banquet or some other place and had a relationship. Dad didn't take him to heart at all. It's just that Chu Chen boasted to the outside world and knew his father. Boy, why are you so shameless? Young Master Jiang spared no effort to come here in person to give you face. How dare you take this attitude towards young Master Jiang? Zhou Gongying knelt down and licked Xiang Feishan, and reprimanded Chu Chen. The onlookers around also shook their heads one after another, and they didn't quite believe that Chu Chen knew the top boss of Dangtang Modu, the chairman of Zhang's investment group. Xiang Fei said to Chu Chen with a sneer. No nonsense, I came today to talk to you about the live broadcast. In the future, we will account for 50% of Shark Live's resources and become the largest trade union for Shark Live. This is not a discussion, but an order. If you agree, it's okay to say. If you don't agree, hee. Xiang Fei sneered. Even after hearing this, Chu Chen was still extremely calm, which made Xiang Feishan even more angry. Boy, don't give up, right? As Jiang Feishan spoke, he took out his mobile phone and dialed his father's number. When the call was connected, Jiang Feishan asked, "Dad, do you know the president of Shark Live?" "President of Shark Live, I don't know." On the opposite side, there was a contemptuous voice. "Who is that?" Jiang Feishan's father, Jiang Yongyan, answered. "Do not know?" Jiang Fei's face was arrogant and proud. "By the way, Feishan, what do you think is a good gift for someone about your age?" Jiang Yongyan asked. That's right, Jiang Yongyan is Chu Chen Tan Palace's neighbor, the middle-aged couple who visited Chu Chen and Mo Yuan that time. Knowing that Chu Chen had signed a large contract of 100 billion, Jiang Yongyan always wanted to please Chu Chen. But after thinking about it for a long time, I didn't know what to give. Today, my son called, so Jiang Yongyan asked his son. After all, they are all young people, of similar age. And their preferences should be similar. Send a gift? Jiang Fei's brows were furrowed. Dad was so concerned about it. And he still gave a gift to someone about his age? Who is that person so holy that Dad paid so much attention to him? Who are you giving it to? Jiang Fei asked deeply. Our neighbors in Tiangong. President of Prada, Chu Chen, Mr. Chu. Oh, President Prada. Jiang Fei nodded subconsciously, but the next moment, Jiang Fei Shen's voice changed directly. What, Chu Chen? While on the phone, Jiang Feishan looked at Chu Chen in disbelief. You live in Tan Palace? Jiang Fei asked Chu Chen seriously. Yes. Chu Chen nodded. Hearing this, Jiang Feishan almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Does this kid really know his father? Dad, if I offend that Mr. Chu, Jiang Fei asked in a low voice, a little lack of confidence. What did you say? Anger came from the phone. Jiang Yongyan's whole person is not well. As a father, Jiang Yongyan knows his son very well. Jiang Feishan said that, what must have happened? That's right. Jiang Feishan didn't dare to hide it, and told his father exactly what happened just now. Little brat, you're mad at me. Jiang Yongyan was so angry that he still wanted to please others, but now, give the phone to Mr. Chu. Things have already happened, it is too late to say anything, only try to make up for it. Chu Chen took the phone, and Jiang Yongyan's voice came from inside. Is that Mr. Chu? I'm your Tiangong neighbor Jiang Yongyan. Chu Chen said, it's me. I am this unfilial son, Jiang Feishan's father. I'm sorry Mr. Chu, I'm really sorry, I have no way to teach my son, I will come to the door to apologize in a few days. Jiang Yongyan apologized to Chu Chen again and again, with a very respectful attitude. After listening, Chu Chen returned the phone to Jiang Feishan. Gudong. The next second, Jiang Feishan knelt directly in front of Chu Chen. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu, I was wrong. As he spoke, Jiang Fei slapped his face hard. At this moment, Jiang Feishan was really scared. His father asked him to apologize to Mr. Chu. If Mr. Chu didn't forgive him, he would cut off the father-son relationship. The onlookers around were stunned when they saw this scene. This is the top young master of the demon capital, actually kneeling in front of this young man? What? Zhou Gonying also knelt down, suddenly, not daring to stand. What's going on here? What's up with the boss? Now that Jiang Fei was like this, Zhou Gonying couldn't just kneel, so he slapped himself hard. After a while, both of them became pig heads. Get out. Chu Chen waved his hand. Hearing this, Jiang Feishan And Zhou Gongying seemed to be granted amnesty. By the way, his mouth stinks. Chu Chen pointed at Zhou Gongying. And added, Uncle Chu, leave this to me. Jiang Feichen assured that at this moment, after Jiang Feichen showed what it means to be more shameless than the city wall, he directly called Chu Chen Uncle Chu. Even if Chu Chen didn't say it, Jiang Feichen would never let go of this bastard Zhou Gongying. If it weren't for him, he wouldn't be able to come, and he almost offended Uncle Chu. Do not. Zhou Gongying's face was pale and her whole body was trembling. It's over, it's over. If you offend these two big men, even if you don't die, you will probably have to peel off your skin. In the end, Zhou Gongying was taken away by Jiang Feishen's younger brother. Jiang Feichen also left respectfully and hurriedly went to the hospital. On the other hand, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan went to the restaurant to eat. The next day, the sound of the system came. Ding, pick in. Task release, go to Chanda Films to check in, task time, within 6 hours. Task reward, 51% shares of Chanda Pictures, becoming the largest shareholder and actual controller of Chanda Pictures. With the sound of the system, Chu Chen was also a little surprised. Unexpectedly, this time the system actually asked me to check in at Chanda Pictures. Chanda Films is affiliated to the well-known Chanda Group, the company of President Wang, who used to be all-powerful. Chanda Film was established in 2009 and entered the film and television industry to carry out the whole industry chain business of film and television investment, production, distribution, projection and after products. Moreover, Chanda Cinema line has always been the leader in China. Chanda Group acquired the American AMC Cinema Company, and Chanda Film and Television became the world's largest theater chain operator, accounting for nearly 10% of the global market share. The current Chanda Film is a giant in the domestic film industry, not Hawaii. For example, well-known movies such as Looking for the Dragon, Chinatown Detective, and Charlotte Trouble, which have exploded before, are all works of Chanda Pictures. 51% of the shares, yes. Chu Chen said with emotion that this time, the system actually gave him 51% of the shares of Chanda Pictures. Walk. After checking the information of Chanda Pictures, Chu Chen went straight to the branch of Chanda Pictures in Modu. Half an hour later, Chu Chen came to the branch of Chanda Pictures. Ding, check if you arrive at the punch-in location. Do you punch in? The sound of the system came again. Pick the card. Check in successfully, congratulations on obtaining 51% of the shares of Chanda Pictures and becoming the largest shareholder of Chanda Pictures. Since then, Chu Chen has been the largest shareholder of Chanda Pictures. It's time to get into the film industry. There are major companies under Chu Chen's name from all walks of life, and now Chu Chen has become the largest shareholder of Chanda Pictures. It means you can enter the film industry. Now the domestic film industry is very sluggish, and the situation of small fresh meat still exists. After that, if there is time, Chu Chen may do something to change the status quo and bring domestic movies to the world. The film industry is also very profitable. Now that he's here. Chu Chen walked into the branch of Chanda Pictures and took a look. As Chu Chen became the largest shareholder of Chanda Pictures, all the senior management of Chanda Pictures also got the news. A mysterious rich man, Mr. Chu, acquired a total of 51% of the shares from Chanda Group and other shareholders, and has since become the actual controller of Chanda Group. Chanda Group took a back seat to become the second largest shareholder and Ari the third. You may not know, Ollie was the second largest shareholder of Chanda Pictures, accounting for 12.77% of the shares. In 2018, Chanda Group declined as a whole, so it sold part of its equity to Ollie. Now Chu Chen has become the largest shareholder, and Ollie ranks third. Along with the news, there was also a photo of Chu Chen. When these executives saw the news, they were very surprised. Although they know that Chanda Group is in a downturn now and may sell the shares of the branch, they did not expect to sell so much. Since then, their big boss has changed. Thinking about it, these high-level executives also told the news to the middle management of Chanda Pictures. For a time, Chanda Pictures exploded. Chu Chen walked into Chanda Pictures, and led by the front desk, came to the general manager's office of Chanda Pictures' Magic Capital branch. President Chu. After seeing Chu Chen, the general manager immediately stood up respectfully. Although he had seen the photos, he was already shocked when he saw Chu Chen. Mr. Chu is really too young and his looks are too high. It's hard to imagine what Mr. Chu's identity is. As soon as he made a move, he bought 51% of the shares of Chanda Pictures. Awesome. It's so arrogant. The general manager accompanied Chu Chen around the company and introduced the operation of the company. In the end, Chu Chen left the branch under the congratulations of the general manager. Inside the branch, a supervisor and a middle-aged man walked out. I happened to see the scene where the general manager sent Chu Chen off. Isn't that Manager Yan? After seeing the general manager, the middle-aged man said in surprise. This middle-aged man is a director. He came to Chanda Films today because he wanted to discuss cooperation with Chanda Films. It's just that his identity is ordinary, and he has not seen the general manager at all. Manager Yan actually sent the young man off in person? Who is that young man? The middle-aged man was shocked when he saw that the high-ranking manager Yan sent a young man away respectfully. He is our big boss. President Chu. After seeing Chu Chen, the supervisor immediately set in. Ah. Big boss? The middle-aged director was deeply frightened. This young man is actually the big boss of Chanda Pictures, my God. This is a superhero. Director Zhao, what do you think about our cooperation? The middle-aged director politely asked the supervisor. We'll think about it again and let you know when there is a result. After a bland statement to the middle-aged director, Director Zhao left. Hey. The middle-aged director shook his head helplessly. Is this obviously trying to perfunctory him? It is too difficult to attract investment from Chanda Pictures. Let's go back to Washington World. After punching in, Chu Chen returned to Tian Palace. After a break at noon, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan set off and went to a high-end apartment in the magic capital, Huafu Tiandi. Although the house price of Huafu Tiandi is not comparable to that of Thompson, it is also extremely expensive. A larger house, or a duplex, can cost no less than tens of millions, or even hundreds of millions. Today, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan came here to find an expert. Internationally renowned designer, Ms. Chi Yiyun. Chi Yiyun used to be the chief designer of Hermès and has won many international design awards. In the design industry, it is a veritable Taishan Beidou. But a few years ago, Chi Yiyun seemed to have some conflicts with the top management of Hermès, so he resigned and returned to China. Mo Yuan just took over Prada. After reform, Mo Yuan is ready to add new vitality to Prada. She wants to invite Chi Yiyun to join Prada. Soon, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan arrived at the high-end apartment where Qi Yiyun lived. After looking at it, the two walked into the elevator. After a while, a Bentley stopped. Mo Yuan is not the only one who has this idea. The Bentley was parked, and a man dressed as a boss walked down, followed by one of his beautiful subordinates. Mr. Zhou, it's on the 11th floor. The beauty subordinate said respectfully. This man is the president of Versace Greater China, Zhou Xinda. This time, he was ordered by President Versace to invite Qi Yiyun as well. Versace is also an international fashion brand, and it was originally a prominent position, but for various reasons, Versace's fate is similar to that of Prada. It fell from the peak to the trough, but Prada stopped at the trough, but Versace did not. In the end, Versace was acquired by a large group in the United States and became a subsidiary. The acquisition of Versace by this large group in the United States is naturally based on its brand benefits. Now backed by the U.S. conglomerate, Versace is rich and ready to return to the top. Walk. Zhou Xinda swaggered in with his female subordinates. At this time, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan had already arrived at Qi Yiyun's house. Qi Yiyun is a woman in her 40s and 50s. She is well maintained and has a good temperament. I don't know what President Chu and President Mo came to do with me. After serving Chu Chen and Mo Yuan tea, Qi Yiyun asked. Before Chu Chen and Mo Yuan could speak, the doorbell rang again. Qi Yiyun went to open the door. Hello, Ms. Qi, I am the president of Versace Greater China, Zhou Xinda, and I came to visit you specially. Zhou Xinda said politely. Hearing this, Qi Yiyun was very surprised. Are you dating? Zhou Xinda also saw Chu Chen and Mo Yuan in the living room. Who are these two? Zhou Xinda asked, curiously. These two are Prada's President Chu and President Mo. Qi Yiyun replied. Prada? Zhou Xinda's mind turned, and he understood everything in an instant. Bring things in. Zhou Xinda turned his head and ordered the female subordinates to bring in the gifts. They brought. It's nothing, it's some gadgets, a welcome gift, don't refuse Ms. Qi. This time, Zhou Xinda paid a lot of money in order to get Qi Yiyun, and the price of these gifts alone would not be less than 3 million. Mr. Zhou is too polite. Zhou Xinda said so, and Qi Yiyun couldn't refuse it. There. It's a matter of etiquette. Unlike some people, they don't even know the etiquette. As a competitor, Zhou Xinda took the lead in attacking, referring to the irony of saying scolding why. This time, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan didn't expect so much, so they didn't bring gifts. Ms. Qi, get straight to the point. On behalf of the president of Versace, I invite you to come out and be the chief designer of our Versace. Zhou Xinda spoke first. We at Prada also want to ask Ms. Qi to be the chief designer. Mo Yuan said not to be outdone. At the same time, being invited by two big fashion brands, Qi Yiyun stopped talking. Prada, a company that's about to go bankrupt. Zhou Xinda sneered. Ms. Qi, you have to think about it. Zhou Xinda said too. Qi Yiyun, if you go to Prada, if they go bankrupt, I'm afraid they will owe you a lot of wages. Thank you for your kindness, needless to say. Qi Yiyun stood up and said to Mo Yuan and Zhou Xinda. I didn't want to be a chief designer, so I decided to retire. Qi Yiyun rejected both. Ms. Qi, think about it carefully. Zhou Xinda spoke quickly. As long as you can come to our Versace, the annual salary starts at 30 million. If you want, you can choose the office location in the United States or in China. And we will also prepare a separate studio for you, a separate villa. Zhou Xingde opened his mouth and said a long list of unusually rich conditions. With the support of the U.S. national group behind him, Zhou Xingde is naturally rich and powerful. After listening to Zhou Xingde's words, even Qi Yun was a little moved. Originally, she had been the chief designer of Hermès for many years and had a lot of savings. But because in recent years, in order to support her husband in making movies, most of Qi Yun's savings have been used up. And the husband's film was even less than half shot. Today he went to Chanda Pictures to seek investment, so he was the only one at home. Seeing that Qi Yun was a little moved, Mo Yuan couldn't sit still. Zhou Xingde is backed by the U.S. national group and has deep pockets. But Prada can't come up with so much money, and now the funds are very tight. Zhou Xingde also noticed the slight change in Qi Yun's expression, and a smug smile appeared on his face. What Prada, can beat him? Double. A dull voice came. Chu Chen only said 3 simple words, but it shocked everyone. Mr. Chu, what do you mean? Qi Yun asked in confusion. Whatever he asks, I'll double it. Chu Chen said calmly. More than money, hee. As soon as these words came out, Qi Yun was startled, and Zhou Xingde's face darkened. It seems that this kid is not a good person. By the way, Ms. Qi, we have invited all the members of your previous Hermès team. Now, they are all working at Versace. Once you agree, we can arrange for you to go to the United States and reform a new team with them. Zhou Xingde spoke again, this time changing direction. What? Hearing this, Qi Yun was really moved. As an internationally renowned designer, if it wasn't for her husband, Qi Yun would not have been tempted by money. As long as it's right, money doesn't matter, what matters is the team. Since resigning from Hermès, Qi Yun often thinks back to her team. Unexpectedly, Versace actually brought them all together. Qi Yun finally made a decision, turned his head, and looked at Chu Chen and Mo Yuan apologetically. Seeing this scene, Mo Yuan groaned in her heart, realizing that it was not good. On the other hand, Zhou Xingde was full of pride, and it was done. Did he think he would compete with Prada again? I didn't expect Prada to be so rubbish, and he was easily defeated by him. How lonely it is to be invincible. Zhou Xingde looked at Chu Chen and Mo Yuan unusually, as if mocking them. Hey! Mo Yuan sighed in her heart. Compared to the team, she really lost. It's a pity that an internationally renowned designer like Qi Yun is about to go to the enemy's camp. This is a big loss for their Prada. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. Qi Yun opened his mouth. It's just that before her words were finished, the door of the room was suddenly opened from the outside. A middle-aged man walked in. Junbo. You are back. After seeing the middle-aged man, Qi Yun said with a smile. This middle-aged man was Qi Yun's husband. The two have been married for 20 years and have always been very affectionate and deeply affectionate. Are there any guests at home? The middle-aged man first saw Zhou Xingde, who blocked Chu Chen, so he asked, curiously. Well, this is the president of Versace Greater China, Zhou Xingde, President Zhou. Qi Yun said to her husband. Versace? After knowing Zhou Xingde's identity, the middle-aged man nodded politely. I've made up my mind, I'm ready to go. Qi Yun told her husband what she thought. Next to him, Zhou Xinda stood there triumphantly. What Prada, what President Chu? It's just garbage. The middle-aged man put the briefcase on the cabinet next to him while listening to his wife. After putting down the briefcase, the middle-aged man turned his head and happened to see Chu Chen sitting there. And he was instantly stunned. Before his wife could finish speaking, the middle-aged man immediately ran to Chu Chen and said respectfully, "Hello Mr. Chu, I didn't expect to see you here." As soon as the middle-aged man said this, Zhou Xinda and Qi Yiyun instantly looked here. "You are?" Being greeted abruptly by the middle-aged man, Chu Chen was puzzled. "Mr. Chu, my name is Han Gaojia. I'm a director. I was fortunate enough to meet you from a distance this morning." The middle-aged man Han Gaojia explained. The middle-aged man was exactly the middle-aged director who Chu Chen visited Chanda Pictures in the morning and saw that the general manager of Chanda Pictures personally sent Chu Chen away. Originally, after being dealt with symbolically by the director of Chanda Films, Han Gaojia was ready to go home. But halfway through, Han Gaojia was unwilling to give up, so he found a friend for dinner and wanted to see if his friend could help him. This friend of his still has some strength in the magic capital. But it is a pity that after knowing the specific things, friends are helpless to Han Gaojia. What Han Gaojia never expected was that when he returned home, he actually met the big boss of Chanda Pictures, President Chu. For a while, Han Gaojia was a little stunned, and his heart was extremely excited. So it is. Chu Chen generally understood. "Hello. Gaojia, do you know President Chu?" Qi Yiyun asked. "How am I qualified to meet a big man like President Chu?" "Let me introduce, this is the boss of Chanda Films, President Chu." Han Gaojia excitedly introduced to his wife. Han Gaojia is only a middle-level director. In his capacity, it is absolutely impossible for him to come into contact with a big man like the boss of Chanda Films. But now, God gave him a chance. Whether I can get the help of Chanda film industry depends on now. Chanda Pictures boss? After listening to Han Gaojia's introduction, not only was Qi Yiyun a little dumbfounded, even Zhou Xinda was dumbfounded. It turns out that President Chu still has such a terrifying identity? Even Mo Yuan was a little surprised. Unexpectedly, in just a few days, President Chu actually bought Chanda Pictures. Mr. Chu is too good. Although Han Gaojia didn't say anything, Qi Yiyun had already guessed Han Gaojia's thoughts after being husband and wife for 20 years. She also knew that her husband was struggling to get the support of Chanda Films recently. "I'm sorry, Mr. Zhou, I decided to go to the Prada Group. I'm really sorry." Finally, after making a decision, Qi Yiyun turned his head and said to Zhou Xinda apologetically. "What?" Zhou Xinda was stunned. How could this be? Although Chu Chen was the boss of Wanda Pictures, he didn't reject him so quickly. "Ms. Qi, can you think about it again?" Zhou Xinda spoke again, chattering. "But no matter what," Zhou Xinda said, Qi Yiyun still refused. Although Versace has its own old team, but compared with family and husband, it is still a little worse. What's more, Prada is stronger than Versace. In the end, Qi Yiyun euphemistically issued an order to evict the guests. "All right." Looking at Chu Chen unwillingly, Zhou Xinda left in dismay. Seeing this scene, Chu Chen also understood Qi Yiyun's thoughts. Chu Chen and Mo Yuan talked with Qi Yiyun and his wife. Han Gaojia finally spoke out about his movie. "Okay, I'll call and tell them, as long as your movie is okay and worth investing in, we Chanda will definitely make it. Chu Chen said. If Han Gaojia's movie is not a junk movie, there is no problem with investing in help. Once the movie sells, their Chanda films will also make huge profits. Thank you, President Chu. Thank you so much, President Chu. Han Gaojia stood up excitedly and thanked Chu Chen again and again. There is absolutely no problem with his films, but because he has no connections, it is difficult for him to get help from Chanda Films. After all, there are many people who want to invest in Chanda Films every day, and there are not a few strong ones. In the end, Chi Yun also reached a preliminary cooperation agreement with Mo Yuan, and Prada hired Chi Yun as the chief designer. As for the treatment, Chi Yun didn't say anything, just according to the normal international treatment level. After the chat was almost over, Chu Chen and Mo Yuan left. On a new day, Chu Chen continued to experience the life of a chauffeur. Today is the last day. As long as today is over, Chu Chen's life as a chauffeur will end. The world's top watch company, Patek Philippe, belongs to Chu Chen alone. Once Patek Philippe became Chu Chen's company, it was one step closer to Chu Chen's creation of a luxury goods empire. There were few orders in the morning, but in the afternoon, Chu Chen received a new order. Go to the film and television base. When Chu Chen arrived at a 5-star hotel, a rich man with a belly handed Chu Chen the key to a Maybach. Chu Chen was driving in the front, the wealthy businessman and a beautiful woman with heavy makeup were behind. Although the beauties with heavy makeup were surprised to see Chu Chen for the first time, they were so handsome. But now she has something to do, so she chooses to ignore Chu Chen and act like a spoiled brat to the rich businessman. Mr. Tian, you promised me. The beauties with heavy makeup flattered to the wealthy businessman. What? The rich businessman seemed to have forgotten. Mr. Tian, you are really a noble person and forget things. The heavy makeup beauty reminds, it's the theme song of the costume movie you invested in. Do you want to sing? It turns out that the beauty with heavy makeup is a famous singer, and the rich businessman with a big belly is a movie investor. People have been with you for a few days, why did you forget? The beauties with heavy makeup are coquettish. Oh, I remember. The fat rich businessman suddenly realized, and said casually, no problem, isn't it just a theme song? Small idea. As an investor, don't say anything about singing the theme song, even changing the heroine is a matter of his words. Compared with the investors, those directors and assistant directors are nothing. Mr. Tian, you are so kind. The beauties with heavy makeup act coquetry again. You can call Director Lin now and ask him to kick that little bitch Xiao and let me sing the theme song. Hearing this, Chu Chen in front frowned. Xiao? Since the last concert in Hangzhou, I haven't seen Xiao for a long time. Now, Xiao has become the pillar of angel entertainment. Through the last concert, Xiao has already entered the Queen of Heaven by half a step. With the explosion of Xiao, the influence and market value of angel entertainment are also steadily increasing. Now, Xiao may be busier than Chu Chen, running around the country, holding concerts, participating in shows, and so on. The fat rich businessman and beauties with heavy makeup in the back are actually calculating Xiao. After listening to a few words, Chu Chen almost understood. This beauty with heavy makeup is also a singer, not as powerful and famous as Xiao, but she is close to this fat rich businessman. I want to snatch the theme song of a costume movie invested by a fat businessman from Xiao. call up? Being urged by the beauties with heavy makeup, the rich and fat businessman hesitated a little. He asked Xiao to sing the theme song. This was a strong suggestion from the director. After all, Xiao is still a powerful singer. Boss, what's the matter, don't you want to? The heavy makeup beauty saw that the fat rich businessman did not answer, so she acted like a spoiled child again. At this time, Chu Chen also arrived at the film and television base. I think if you sing the theme song, Xiao is better. She is so ugly that it will affect the audience experience. After a few people got out of the car, Chu Chen said something flat. Hearing Chu Chen's words, both the fat and wealthy businessmen and the beauties with heavy makeup were stunned. They never thought that Chu Chen would actually speak. You are a stinking chauffeur, what qualifications do you have to speak? The beauties with heavy makeup were instantly unhappy. Whoever prevents her from becoming popular, who prevents her from making money, is her enemy. No matter how handsome she looks. Young man, you have too much control. The fat rich businessman also said a little unhappily. He really hadn't made up his mind yet, but he didn't want a small chauffeur to point fingers at him. What right do you have to point fingers here? The heavy makeup beauty scolded Chu Chen. Are you crazy? She was actually said to be ugly by a chauffeur, and the beauties with heavy makeup resented Chu Chen extremely. Mr. Tian, don't listen to his nonsense. What does Xiao have? Why can she sing? I can't. The beauties with heavy makeup act coquetry to the fat rich businessman. Although her strength is really average, she knows something else. Don't worry, I promise you, it won't change if you kill me. The rich and fat businessman just got this beauty with heavy makeup, and he doesn't want her to go, so naturally he can't refuse, so he assures the beauty with heavy makeup. Young people, the fat rich businessman also wanted to teach Chu Chen a lesson. In the distance, a black Mercedes-Benz happened to drive out of the film and television base. When the black Mercedes passed here, the car suddenly stopped. A man with long hair and an artistic look walked down. Mr. Tian, long time no see. The man came down and said hello to the fat rich businessman. Oh, so it's Director Wang, long time no see. The fat rich businessman shook hands with the man, obviously the two had a good relationship. Director Wang is going back? The fat businessman asked. Well, I just finished filming for a night. I'm going to go back and have a rest. I go first. After all, the fat wealthy businessman is an investor. Now that he has seen it, he naturally needs to get in touch with him. Therefore, Director Wang will get off the bus. Brother Wang, walk slowly. The fat rich businessman said. However, as soon as Wang Dao turned around, he suddenly noticed Chu Chen standing there. Mr. Chu, why are you here? Director Wang asked Chu Chen in surprise. It turned out that Director Wang was the director who had previously invited Chu Chen to invest in the overbearing president. Did Chu Chen also visit his filming? On the side, seeing this scene, the fat rich businessman was a little surprised. A chauffeur who actually knew the famous Director Wang. You? The fat businessman asked. Oh, I forgot to introduce, this is Mr. Chu, and he is also an investor. Yes, Director Wang wanted to introduce Chu Chen, but he stopped halfway through. I'm so sorry, Mr. Chu, I still don't know your identity? It's a mistake. Director Wang said to Chu Chen apologetically. It's nothing, I'm the president of Chanda Pictures. Chu Chen introduced himself. President of Chanda Pictures? Director Wang and the chubby businessman were stunned. As for the beauty with heavy makeup, she was even more stupid. Oh. My God. This chauffeur is actually the president and big boss of the dignified Chanda Pictures? Awesome, so awesome. It's amazing, Mr. Chu is really young and promising. Director Wang said with emotion, and he was even more respectful too. Chu Chen. I really didn't expect that Mr. Chu is actually the president of Chanda Pictures. This identity is placed in the entertainment industry. I am afraid I dare not underestimate it. Horrible. Get out. Are you qualified to sing the theme song? The fat wealthy businessman turned his head quickly, and he did not flatter Chu Chen as soon as he came up. Instead, he turned his head and scolded the heavily make-up beauty who was stunned there. Only Miss Xiaomingqi can sing the theme song of that costume movie. What? The beauty of the heavy makeup is not good. Why is this happening? She worked so hard to lose money for a few days, but in the end, she lost her wife and lost her army? Do not do this. If it were any other time, she would probably be sloppy, crying, making trouble, and hanging herself. But in the face of the dignified president of Chanda Pictures, who lent her 100 courage, she didn't dare to say anything. But she was unwilling to leave. Mr. Tian, did you promise me your promise just now? The heavy makeup beauty said aggrieved. Promise you? I promise you, it's me just now, not me now, go find me just now. The fat rich businessman said innocently. I promise you, it was me just now, not me now, go find me. Just now. Everyone was shocked by the words of the fat rich businessman. Even Chu Chen couldn't help admiring it. Feeling ashamed. In terms of thick skin, fat and wealthy businessmen are definitely one of the best. The beauties with heavy makeup were trembling with anger. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. You 3-second waste. My mother will not serve you. Since the fat and wealthy businessman is so heartless, the beauties with heavy makeup also directly expose the shortcomings of the fat and wealthy businessman. After all, the heavy makeup beauty left. The fat and wealthy businessman stomped his feet in anger, and his face turned green. Mr. Chu, hello. After taking a few deep breaths and calming down, the fat businessman stepped forward and greeted Chu Chen. Just now, I had eyes but didn't recognize Mount Tai. The fat businessman apologized. After briefly saying a few words to the two of them, Chu Chen left. How talented is this President Chu? He is actually the president of the dignified Chanda Films. The future is limitless. The fat and wealthy businessman sighed with admiration. Director Wang, on the other hand, looked around mysteriously, and after confirming that no one was there, he whispered to the fat rich businessman, Mr. Tian, I know a hospital with good treatment. A friend of mine went there to see a doctor. In an instant, the face of the fat rich businessman turned black. After taking a few more orders, at night, the sound of the system came. Ding, experience task, experience the life of a driver for 15 days, 15/15. The task is completed, task reward, 100%. Ownership of Patek Philippe. With the sound of the system falling, Chu Chen's driving experience ended. Chu Chen instantly has 100% ownership of the world's top watch, Patek Philippe. From now on, Patek Philippe belongs to Chu Chen alone. After getting the Patek Philippe, Chu Chen was in a good mood, and the corners of his mouth rose. His luxury empire has expanded again. The news of Patek Philippe's change of ownership quickly spread, causing a sensation. Especially those luxury goods companies, those big groups and big people who want to acquire Patek Philippe, are even more surprised. This is too fast. There was no news before. It was said that Patek Philippe was acquired, and Patek Philippe was acquired. It was too fast. How much financial resources this is. In a good mood, Chu Chen's appetite is also good. Chu Chen found a restaurant for dinner. After dinner, when Chu Chen was about to return to Tian Palace, Chu Chen's cell phone suddenly rang. Chu Chen saw an unfamiliar number. "Hello, who are you?" Chu Chen asked politely. "Brother Chu Chen, I'm Wei Ziying, don't you remember me?" On the phone, there is a voice. Wei Ziying? Chu Chen thought for a while and remembered. Wei Ziying is a capable beauty. When she was in Hangzhou, she was known as the Hangqin car god and competed with Chu Chen in racing cars. In the end, Wei Ziying was crushed by Chu Chen, and the Hangqin car god belonged to Chu Chen. It was also because of Wei Ziying that Chu Chen easily helped Xiao Mingqi find a new venue for the Hangzhou concert. "Little brother, did you promise me to teach me to drive?" On the phone, Wei Ziying complained. When she lost the race, she asked Chu Chen to teach her to drive and to teach her to drift. It's a pity that way. Ziying delayed learning to drive with Chu Chen because of some things. When Wei Ziying had time and went to find Chu Chen, something disappointing happened. At that time, Chu Chen was no longer in Hangqin. Wei Ziying inquired for a long time before knowing that Chu Chen had come to the magic capital. After finishing the matter in Hangqin, Wei Ziying immediately came to the magic capital without stopping. "I seem to have promised." Chu Chen nodded, he was somewhat impressed. But a girl, or a beauty, learn to drive, what to do when you have this time, is it not good to do beauty care and maintain your skin? "Brother Chu Chen, I'm already in the magic capital." Wei Ziying added. "Do you have time now? Want to come out and play?" Wei Ziying asked Chu Chen. "I'm with a few girlfriends. By the way, they are all top-notch, by Fume. There are various types." In order to let Chu Chen teach herself to drive, Wei Ziying decided to sell her best friend. All right. Chu Chen is in a good mood, and he has promised others, so it is not easy for Chu Chen to refuse this time. "Where are you?" Chu Chen asked about the location and drove straight there. Hanging up the phone, Wei Ziying was collectively condemned by her girlfriends. "You want to invite little brother, why are you selling us?" Seeing the ignorant guy, "How can you do this?" "We walked." Wei Ziying's best friends complained and were very unhappy. "Let me tell you, the little brother who is coming soon is so handsome." Wei Ziying knew about these girlfriends, so she said it deliberately. "Amazingly handsome?" "Hee, we don't believe it." As by Fume in the magic capital, they don't know how many boys have been chased by them. Some of them are not much worse than little fresh meat stars. "I don't believe it anymore. How handsome is the little brother you invited?" "Handsome guy, I've seen you a lot." "Now there is no handsome guy who can make our hearts go. We are immune to appearance and don't care anymore." Wei Ziying's best friends looked disbelieving and disdainful. "Remember what you said." "We'll see." Wei Ziying answered confidently. "Wait and see." Wei Ziying's best friends are also full of confidence. They still didn't believe how handsome the little brother Wei Ziying Invited was? 10 minutes later, Chu Chen stopped in front of a bar. Coincidentally, this was also the last time young master he pays the bill for all the consumption, the bar where he Ji-yoon was cheated by Chu Chen. Last time, some employees of Chu Chen's company opened their eyes and drank good wine. They were extremely grateful to Chu Chen, who didn't spend any money. They worked harder, and they met a once-in-a-lifetime good boss. As for He Ji-yoon, who spent the money, no one cared at all. Because this bar is one of the best in the world, these young masters and rich ladies often come here. Brother Chu Chen, you are here. Wei Ziying, who was already standing at the door waiting to see Chu Chen coming, waved his hand. Meeting with Wei Ziying, Wei Ziying took Chu Chen in and came to her best friends. I'm going, handsome little brother. Why is my little brother so handsome? It's over, I think I'm in love, little brother. I even thought about the name of our future child. After seeing Chu Chen, Wei Ziying's white, rich and beautiful girlfriends all looked straight. They greeted Chu Chen with great enthusiasm, and directly pulled Chu Chen among them to sit down and communicate with Chu Chen. Tiger. Ziying, can I change seats with you? One of Wei Ziying's best friends said to Wei Ziying. Wei Ziying had been sitting inside, and now Chu Chen was also sitting inside, and happened to be next to Wei Ziying. This made Wei Ziying's best friend envious. What? Wei Ziying didn't understand. Why did he change seats? You promised? You are so kind, Ziying. Before Wei Ziying could react, Wei Ziying's good best friend dragged Wei Ziying to the very edge and sat down in Wei Ziying's position, just now. Little brother, are you handsome? Brother, what are you? One of Wei Ziying's best friends asked Chu Chen. I belong, Chu Chen just answered, but before he could finish speaking, Wei Ziying's best friend suddenly spoke up and said shyly, no, you belong to me. Hearing this, Chu Chen's face was full of black lines. Another superficial woman who covets his looks and body. Hey. So helpless. Brother Chu Chen belongs to you, what do you think? Brother Chu Chen obviously belongs to me. No, little brother Chu Chen is mine. Not to be outdone, several other beauties argued with the first girl one after another, and there was even a faint smell of gunpowder floating in the air. Facing these superficial beauties, Chu Chen shook his head. God is so unfair, why make yourself so handsome and so rich? It is so annoying to have to face these beauties who covet their looks and bodies every day. He was an upright, pure, and good young man. Looking at the girlfriends who were hard-boned just now, but now they are about to fight in order to fight for Chu Chen. Wei Ziying reluctantly put his hand on his forehead, not wanting to see them. What a bunch of good girlfriends. Just now, I don't know who it is, after I swore to say such a few words. Wei Ziying recalled that, if he had something to say, he said, I don't believe it anymore, how handsome is the little brother you invited? Handsome guy, I've seen you a lot. Now there is no handsome guy who can make our hearts go. We are immune to appearance and don't care anymore. After Wei Ziying finished speaking, all of Wei Ziying's best friends blushed, it was too embarrassing. At this moment, they all make up their own minds, and when they have time later, they must educate Ziying well. But now, no matter how embarrassing they are, they will not leave. Little brother Chu Chen. Can face and future happiness be compared? The girlfriends surrounded Chu Chen, Wei Ziying, and Chu Chen couldn't speak, they could only sit and drink wine. At this moment, she began to doubt that if she invited Chu Chen to come, Was she cheating her best friend or herself? Now, on the contrary, it has fulfilled the best friend. Hey, is there a newcomer? After a while, 3 or 4 young masters came over. They were very surprised to find Chu Chen surrounded by Wei Ziying's best friends. Xuaning, who is this? At this time, a tall young man asked. This is little brother Chu Chen, Ziying's friend in Hangzhou. Wei Ziying's best friend, Tao Xuaning, replied. Originally, today is the group of young masters from the magic capital and the rich ladies out to play together. Just now, these young masters met a few acquaintances, so they left together and went over to say hello. Now coming back, when they saw that all the girls were surrounded by Chu Chen, the faces of these young masters turned green. Especially the tall boy, Pan Bowen. This game was organized by him. He should be the core of everyone, full of flowers. As a result, now, he has been stole the limelight by a boy from Hangqing. Where does this make him save face? Although they did not like Chu Chen, when they came up, they were not sure of Chu Chen's identity. These young masters of the demon capital did not dare to mess around. What if this kid is playing as a pig and eating a tiger and looks low-key, but has a high status? Still trying to find out the identity of this kid. If you are taller than them, then forget it, you are a brother. If not as good as them, a few brothers found a few seats outside and sat down. After a while, Pan Bowen spoke to Wei Ziying without saying a word. Miss Wei. What does this friend of yours do? You're so young? Oh, he is a Hangzhou car god, with first-class driving skills. He can be regarded as a professional player. Wei Ziying said what he knew. By the way, Chu Chen seems to be the chairman of Angel Entertainment Group. Because of Xiao Mingqi's concert, Wei Ziying knew from his father that Chu Chen's identity was very important. Angel Entertainment? Pan Bowen murmured softly. He didn't know much about the situation of this Angel Entertainment Group. A small broken company has some strength in the entertainment industry, but in the magic capital, it is garbage. The total assets are only 20 to 30 billion. A son-in-law whispered in Pan Bowen's ear, looking down on him. Hearing this, Pan Bowen was also disdainful. It turned out to be the chairman of a small company? Those present, the family did not have more than tens of billions, and the company in Pan Bowen's family had a market value of nearly 100 billion. Chu Chen, the chairman of a mere 20 to 30 billion yuan, naturally couldn't get into their eyes. Miss Wei, where is his home? Hangqing, Yanjing, Modu, or where? Pan Bowen finally asked just in case. Where? I'll think about it. Wei Ziying thought for a while. It seems to be Jiangzhou. It's not a secret message either, and there's nothing to tell them. Jiangzhou? Jiangzhou, isn't that a small second and third-tier city? I bother. Originally, Pan Bowen was worried that Chu Chen was pretending to be a pig and eating a tiger, so he was very low-key. The result came from a small city of 2 or 3. Pan Bowen asked where Chu Chen came from. The hidden meaning was to inquire about Chu Chen's family background. It's okay to come from Hangzhou, but if they come from Yanjing, Pan Bowen would not dare to mess around. Yanjing is the place where the crouching tiger hides the dragon. The water is deeper than the magic capital. Who knows if Chu Chen is a young master in Yanjing? As a result, Chu Chen actually came from a small second and third-tier city? I bother. Rubbish. Pan Bowen and the others finally let go of their dangling hearts. They glanced at each other and understood each other's meaning. A kid from a second or third small city dared to steal their limelight? Today, if they don't punish him cruelly, how can they still be in the magic capital in the future? Brother Chu? How about we have a drink? Under Pan Bowen's hint, a thin young man took the initiative to provoke Chu Chen. How to compare? It's very simple, it's just a cup smaller than the size of the dice. The skinny boy said that he was afraid that Chu Chen, a country bumpkin, would not be able to play those troublesome things. Double is too little, 3 cups. Chu Chen said with a smile. Want to compare your luck with him? Chu Chen admired the courage of this young master. 3 cups? So much? The skinny boy is a little hesitant, although he is known as the little prince of the bar, he has good alcohol and luck. But if you lose once, you drink 3 glasses, isn't that a bit too much? What's the matter, don't you dare? It's you who took the initiative to compare, the little brother is so domineering, don't you dare? Seeing this scene, Wei Ziying's best friends started talking. Although they came with these young masters, at this moment, everyone was on Chu Chen's side. Beauty is the truth. Come on, let's compare. I'm not afraid of anyone? The skinny boy was enraged by the provocation and spoke immediately. Soon, the skinny boy started to roll the dice. In the first game, the skinny boy lost and had 3 drinks in a row. In the second game, he still lost, drinking 3 glasses in a row again. Damn, I'm so lucky today? The skinny boy scolded with anger on his face. Chu Chen laughed without saying a word, knowing that he was really black originally, and even the ocean score was negative. But after getting the system for so long, I also got a few ocean experience cards. Chu Chen's ocean value has been greatly improved, and his current ocean point is around 80. Before, when Chu Chen was bored, he saw it on the system. Sure enough, in the next 5 rounds, Chu Chen only lost once. The skinny boy lost 4 games, plus the previous 2 games. He drank a total of 18 glasses of wine. Although he has a good amount of alcohol, he is about to die after drinking so much in one breath. Old Lou, why don't you just forget about it? I don't think you're doing well. Shall we fix him? Seeing that there was something wrong with the little boy, the other boys began to persuade him to stop. Isn't it just drinking? You lose if you lose, it's okay. Even Pan Bowen opened his mouth. At this moment, his face was extremely dark, and he never thought that Chu Chen's luck would actually go against the sky to such an extent. After playing 7 or 8 games, I only lost once. Why? Wei Ziying's best friends also spoke, very happy. Wow. Little brother is so lucky. Little brother is so amazing, people like it very much. Little brother is not only good looking, but also has such a bad luck. I love it, I love it. Yeah, looks represent luck. My little brother is so handsome and handsome, how could luck be bad? With such a high face value, luck will be so good. I have bad looks, so bad. Luck. Hearing this, the skinny boy almost vomited blood. The faces of Pan Bowen and the others were also extremely blue, and they felt that they had been humiliated. Too angry, aren't they just not good looking? Oh, these women. Come. Again. The skinny young man who was almost unable to stand up could not stand such a provocation, and called. Ban Chu Chen again. Forget it? Chu Chen opened his mouth. Forget it, no, whoever doesn't come, whoever loses, is the Grandson. The skinny boy said unconvinced. A grandson like you is too ugly, I don't want it. Chu Chen shook his head. Ha ha ha. Brother is so funny. Several girls couldn't help laughing. On the opposite side, Tao Bowen's sons and brothers were even more livid. What are you doing? Come on. The skinny boy scolded. This boy actually dislikes himself. For being ugly? Don't even want to be his grandson? Let's take a look. Who the fuck is the grandson? The skinny boy scolded. Soon, they had 5 more rounds. This time, Chu Chen didn't lose, and the skinny boy drank 15 glasses of wine again. The skinny boy was shaking all over. In the 6th game, Chu Chen finally lost once. Ha ha ha. Seeing this, the skinny young man laughed out loud, gloating over his misfortune. Very happy, the skinny boy subconsciously picked up the wine glass and drank it. But it was this glass of wine that became the fuse. Joy begets sorrow. The skinny boy couldn't hold it anymore and vomited. He made friends with the toilet for half an hour and was taken straight to the hospital. After this time, he was afraid to drink again, which would be the shadow of his whole life. Seeing that the skinny boy was sent away, Chu Chen was still safe and sound, and he was even chatting with Wei Ziying's best friends. Pan Bowen was even more angry. Special. Finally, with a sudden slap on the table, Pan Bowen couldn't help it. This is my team's game. You are not welcome, go away. Pan Bowen tore his face, scolded Chu Chen angrily, and told Chu Chen to get out. Isn't he the boss of a company with total assets of 20 to 30 billion? Offended is offended? In the magic capital, who hasn't he been afraid of yet? Yes, boy, get out of here. Isn't this a place for you? You better go back to your Jiangzhou, the devil does not welcome you. Several other sons and brothers immediately agreed. Why do you say that, little brother Chu Chen? You still represent the magic capital. What are you? How do you represent the magic capital? You're so ugly, you're still qualified to say little brother Chu Chen? Brother? Wei Ziying's best friends immediately spoke up and scolded Pan Bowen and the others. In the end, Pan Bowen's sons and brothers were beaten to pieces, and they are really not the opponents of these girls. This is my game, I have the right to order anyone to get out. Pan Bowen couldn't say more, so he could only scold. Hearing this, Wei Ziying's best friends didn't know how to refute it. Bowen Pan is right. Isn't it just a broken place? Little brother, let's go. Several of Wei Ziying's best friends got up, pulled Chu Chen, and prepared to go to other places. Ha ha. Get out of here. Seeing this scene, the young master said proudly, very arrogant. This is the magic capital, their territory. A little rich man from a 2nd and 3rd tier city. What kind of thing? Pan Bowen also had a sneer on his face. I'm afraid that's not the case today. He was thinking about how to rectify Chu Chen and drive Chu Chen out of the magic capital. At this time, the other young masters were also preparing to leave the bar. The leader was Jiang Feishan, the top young master of the magic capital. On the way, Jiang Feishan happened to meet Chu Chen, and was immediately stunned. Uncle Chu, why are you here? Jiang Fei asked respectfully. After being reprimanded by his father, Jiang Feishan dared not underestimate Chu Chen, the general manager of Shark Live. As for Jiang Feishan, whose face is comparable to the city wall, he directly called Uncle Chu Chen. Not far away. The proud Pan Bowen was as dumb as a wooden chicken. Uncle Chu? Jiang Shao actually called Chu Chen uncle. Chu? Oh my god? A few of them left just now. In fact, they went to say hello to Jiang Shao and the others and toast. After all, Jiang Shao is the top young master in the magic capital. And his status is much higher than their status. Just got kicked out, are we going to find a place? Chu Chen opened his mouth. Where to find, go to us? Jiang Fei opened his mouth. They were about to leave just now, but now that they knew that Chu Chen was here, Jiang Feishan decided to stay for a while. Also, who dares to drive you out, are you impatient? Jiang Fei asked. Before Chu Chen could speak, Pan Bowen and the others rushed over tremblingly. Young Jiang. Jiang Xiaohao. Pan Bowen and several people greeted Jiang Feishan, feeling extremely nervous. Seeing the expressions of Pan Bowen and the others, Jiang Feishan immediately understood. Who do you think should get out of here? Jiang Fei asked, coldly. Let's get out of here. Let's get out of here. Pan Bowen and the others spoke quickly. After all, Pan Bowen and the others were so frightened that they ran out of the bar. Uncle Chu, come with me. Jiang Feishan took Chu Chen and the others to the place just now. It's only open to the top members here. Back at the Tian Palace Villa, Chu Chen was about to rest when he suddenly noticed the invitation letter for the private financial summit. By the way, the time seems to be tomorrow. Chu Chen recalled. Where is the location? With that said, Chu Chen picked up the invitation and looked over. Hey, you're actually in the Tian Palace? Chu Chen said in surprise. Chu Chen had only paid attention to the time of this private financial summit, but not the location. Unexpectedly, it was also in Tian Palace. And it was in the number 10 villa of Tiangong, which was very close to the number 8 villa of Chu Chen. Although the name is very high, what is it called? Private Financial Summit, it is actually just those big bosses in the magic capital, chatting about the economic situation, drinking tea, and bragging. Otherwise, the word private would not be added. You can have a look. Chu Chen nodded. This invitation was sent directly to the Prada Group and was brought back by Mo Yuan that day. It is written above that the invitation is the president of the Prada Group. The next day, Chu Chen went to this private financial summit as the president of Prada. Brother Chu, are you here too? Not long after Chu Chen walked in, a surprised voice came. The visitor was none other than Gao Xingqi, the big man in the financial world of the magic capital that Chu Chen knew before. As a big man in the financial world, Gao Xingqi must be among the invited. Brother Gao, long time no see. Chu Chen greeted Gao Xingqi. It wasn't the first time that Gao Xingqi came to participate in this private financial summit, so he took Chu Chen to the side to drink tea and chat. Because Chu Chen and Gao Xingqi arrived earlier, after a while other big bosses and wealthy businessmen from the magic capital came one after another. What? Isn't this President Gao? A chubby wealthy businessman looked at Gao Xingqi with a smile. Although he is smiling, the rich businessman gives people the feeling of a smiling tiger. Isn't this President Fan? I didn't expect them to be invited by you? Gao Xingqi also said with a sneer. This chubby wealthy businessman is named Fan Mingkai, who is also a big boss in the financial world of magic capital, and is a competitor with Gao Xingqi. Ha ha. Since they invited President Gao to come, why can't I come? After all, Fan Mingkai didn't ask Chu Chen or Gao Xingqi if there was anyone else here. Just swaggered down and sat down. Who is this? Seeing that Chu Chen was a little unfamiliar, Fan Mingkai asked. This is President Chu, the president of Prada Group. Gao Jingqi introduced. Oh, the president of the Prada Group? After listening, Fan Mingkai was a little surprised. Mr. Chu is so young. And he has become the president of Prada Group. Not bad. Fan Mingkai replied politely. He admitted that Chu Chen was indeed young and promising, but the market value of the Prada Group was only tens of billions, so he ignored it for the time being. By the way, Mr. Gao, I got a good thing recently, okay? No longer. Paying attention to Chu Chen, Fan Mingzhi said to Gao Jingqi sternly. What? Looking at the smile on Fan Mingzhi's face, Gao Jingqi realized that things didn't seem so simple. Fan Mingzhi smiled mysteriously, then slowly opened his wallet, took out a black card from the wallet, and placed it on the table. This is looking at this black card. Even Gao Jingqi narrowed his eyes, and said in surprise, this is the black card of Morgan Bank? Looking at Gao Jingqi's shocked appearance, Fan Mingzhi enjoyed it very much and showed off, it's the black card of the Morgan Bank. Morgan Bank, one of the world's top 10 banks, is a leader in investment banking, financial services, financial transaction processing, investment management, private banking, and private equity. It is also one of the oldest and largest financial services groups in the world. The total assets are as high as more than $2 trillion. Annual turnover $150 billion. The black card of Morgan Bank is even more rare. It is laser-etched by a mixture of a special metal palladium and gold. This card will also only be issued to high-end customers of Morgan Private Bank, Wealth Management and Investment Banking. Chapter 391, that kind of card you mentioned, I seem to have one too. Don't say that ordinary rich people want to get the black card of Morgan Bank. Even a top-level boss like Gao Jingqi, it is extremely difficult to get the black card of Morgan Bank. Fan Mingzhi's ability to own the black card of Morgan Bank is definitely a symbol of identity and status. From this point, Fan Mingzhi completely crushed Gao Jingqi. Magic Root Bank? The black card of the Devil's Root Bank? Looking at this black card of Morgan Bank, Gao Jingqi looked longing and emotional. He was unwilling to lose to this old enemy like this. Although he wanted to fight back, Gao Jingqi had no trump card and was helpless for a while. My God, is this the black card of the legendary Morgan Bank? At this moment, a surprised voice came. Another big boss of the magic capital passed by, and accidentally noticed the black card of the Magic Root Bank on the table, and suddenly made a sound of amazement. As soon as this statement came out, most of the people present looked over. The black card of the Devil's Root Bank? Where is it? Let me take a look. I want to take a look too. I haven't seen the black card of the legendary Morgan Bank. As the exclamations fell, other bigwigs and wealthy businessmen spoke up and walked towards here. I'm going, it's true. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that I could actually see such a black card. The bosses of these magic capitals, the rich, sighed. Even they are not qualified to have the black card of Morgan Bank. President Fan is too strong. I didn't expect President Fan to actually get the black card of the legendary Morgan Bank. It's amazing. President Fan is worthy of being a financial tycoon in our magic capital. Only this black card can be worthy of his status and status. We are ashamed of ourselves. These bosses invariably touted Fan Mingzhi. Where? Fan Mingzhi said humbly, but his face was filled with a very bright smile. Having the black card of the Mogan Bank is nothing. Normal level. Fan Mingzhi continued to pretend. President Fan is humble. President Fan is joking, this is nothing? President Fan's vision can't be compared with us? Fan Mingzhi just finished speaking. And the other big bosses in the magic capital spoke again. Here we are, I am afraid that only President Fan has the black card of the Mogan Bank. It's too awesome. A wealthy businessman pleases Fan Mingzhi. Others also nodded, although this sentence is obviously kneeling and licking Fan Mingzhi, but it is indeed the truth. In terms of strength, Fan Mingzhi is the top one present. Then I seem to have a black card from the Mogan Bank? A sudden voice came. In an instant, everyone's eyes were on Chu Chen. He? This young man has a black card from Mogan Bank? Are you kidding me? As for Fan Mingzhi, he is also disdainful. This Prada president has a black card from Mogan Bank, which is unlikely. If it was at the peak of Prada, the market value of Prada, coupled with its huge brand influence, might be possible. But now, Prada has fallen from the altar. At the scene, only Gao Jingqi believed in Chu Chen. Without waiting for Fan Mingzhi's ridicule, Chu Chen slowly took out a black card from his wallet under the attention of everyone. Everyone looked at it. Chu Chen's black card was exactly the same as Fan Mingzhi's black card. Sure enough, it is also the black card of Mogan Bank. I go. This gentleman actually has a black card from Mogan Bank? We are really hiding dragons and crouching tigers. Here, it's amazing. The crowd was very emotional. Looking at Chu Chen's black card and his own black card, Fan Mingzhi was dumbfounded. Is it true? This kid actually has a black card? Back then, he had worked hard for this black card. Originally, he thought he could kill the quartet and shock everyone at this private financial summit. Modu boss, pretending to force the summit? Didn't expect it to be like this now? A junior actually took out the black card of the Mogan Bank. Cough cough. Fan Mingzhi coughed dryly and continued to pretend, actually. Like I said, the black card of Mogan Bank is nothing at all. I've been trying to figure out a way to get in touch with a friend recently to get a Black Oil Royal MasterCard. This kind of black card is the world's top black card. Fan Mingzhi naturally didn't want to be crushed by Chu Chen, so he started to blow. Although he only has such a little idea, he has not implemented it yet, almost impossible to get it. But that doesn't stop him from bragging. After listening to Fan Mingzhi's words, these big bosses and wealthy businessmen in the magic capital were even more stunned. They have heard of the legendary Royal MasterCard black card of the oil country. The level of this black card is even more terrifying. Oil country, one is known for its inhumanity. And their Royal MasterCard black card, directly decorated with gold and diamonds, is luxurious. This black card has no limit. And no restrictions, just swipe it if you want. The most important thing is that the oil country Royal Black card is an invitation system, not something you can have with money. To be invited by a dignified person in the oil country or the royal family, that network is extremely terrifying. It is unimaginable for ordinary people. Looking at the shocked eyes of everyone, Fan Mingzhi enjoyed it very much. Bragging is cool. I seem to have one of the cards you mentioned. The dull voice came again. Chu Chen once again became the focus of everyone. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he took out a black card decorated with gold and diamonds from his wallet. For a time, The audience was shocked. The card that Chu Chen took out was naturally the Black Master card of the royal family of the petroleum country. Looking at this kind of black card that was only heard in rumors and had never been seen before, everyone present was dumbfounded. No one thought of this. Chu Chen not only has the black card of the Mogan Bank, but even the legendary MasterCard black card of the oil country royal family. Awesome. It's so arrogant. For a time, everyone looked at Chu Chen, and their eyes were full of admiration and respect. Although they don't know the specific identity of Chu Chen, but because of this oil country royal family MasterCard black card, they guess that Chu Chen is definitely a big man. Even stronger than Fan Mingzhi. Didn't hear it? Now Fan Mingzhi is still looking for friends to get it, and he has not yet obtained the Black Master card of the royal family of the oil country. But this young gentleman already has it. From this point of view, this young gentleman has already crushed Fan Mingzhi and President Fan. Even Gao Jingqi was surprised. Chu Chen has the black card of the Mogan Bank, and he believes it. But Chu Chen actually has a MasterCard black card of the oil country royal family. That is what Gao Jingqi didn't think about. Brother Chu is amazing. As for Fan Mingzhi, his expression at the moment is extremely wonderful, full of shock and incredible. Is this fake? Chu Chen even said that he boasted that the oil country royal family has a MasterCard black card? Fan Mingzhi was complaining in his heart. Of course, these two words can only be said in my heart, because there is no possibility that there is a fake MasterCard black card of the oil country royal family. Fan Mingzhi looked at the long-awaited MasterCard black card of the oil country royal family, and was speechless for a long time. After waiting for a long time, Fan Mingzhi was still stubborn. Actually, the most powerful black card is the legendary Cuz World Velvet card. This card is the most royal black card, and you can enjoy the same noble courtesy as Queen Elizabeth with it. It is said that the Cuz World Velvet card is only owned by more than 100 people in the world. Fan Mingzhi continued to speak stubbornly and killed him. He didn't believe that Chu Chen had such a black card. You know, there are only more than 100 of them in the world. How many rich people, big people, royal family members in the world are there? How could Chu Chen have it? Cuz's World Velvet card? As Chu Chen spoke, he took out a purple card. Unlike ordinary black cards, Cuz World Velvet cards are purple. As soon as this card came out, everyone couldn't describe the shock in their hearts. All the adjectives are gathered together, and only one sentence is left. This is too arrogant. Even the legendary, the world's top Cuz World Velvet card? Take it, they really take it. At this moment, these big bosses in the magic capital are even more in awe of Chu Chen's identity. Mr. Chu is afraid that he is not a rich man worth hundreds of billions, or the top young master in Yanjing. The more you think about it, the more outrageous it is. Some people even regard Chu Chen as the prince of a low-key world-class chaebol. Fan Mingzhi looked at the Cuz World Velvet card in front of him, his eyes widened, as if he was going to eat it. Does Chu Chen even have a black card of this level? What an international joke. Mr. Chu is amazing. Fan Mingzhi finally lamented that he lost. He really lost. Beside him, Gao Jingqi was also surprised. Every time he sees Brother Chu can shock him. Who exactly is Brother Chu? Even Gao Jingqi began to make up for Chu Chen's terrifying identity. Soon, the bosses and wealthy businessmen began to greet Chu Chen with great respect. As time passed, And after greeting Chu Chen, the wealthy businessmen left one after another and walked aside. They are naturally interested and will not bother Chu Chen here all the time. These big bosses of the magic capital are talking together in twos and threes, bragging and discussing all kinds of major financial matters. What? President Fan changed his watch? Fan Mingzhi was still here. At this time, a boss noticed that Fan Mingzhi's watch seemed to be changed. Well, for a Patek Philippe 5002p. Fan Mingzhi shows off. This time he doesn't pretend to be coercive with Chu Chen, and pretends to be coercive with others, so he won't roll over again. Before, he brought a Patek Philippe of more than 5 million. Now, he bought this Patek Philippe 5002p from an auction in Guangdong, and spent more than 11 million yuan. Although the money is not much, this Patek Philippe 5002p is extremely rare. In 1 year, Patek Philippe only produces 10 pieces of Patek Philippe 5002p, an absolute limited edition. Incredible. It's actually a Patek Philippe 5002p? Hearing Fan Mingzhi pretending to be coercive, the magic capital boss sighed. These big guys usually like to play with watches. And there has been such a saying, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. These big guys are not too young, and naturally, they are not very interested in sports cars and the like. On the contrary, they are very fond of famous watches, especially Patek Philippe, which has a world's first famous watch. By the way, some time ago, I went abroad to do business. I saw the Patek Philippe Museum belonging to the long-awaited Patek Philippe Company. Fan Mingzhi froze again. It's really a holy place for watch lovers, the temple of watchmaking art. There are more than 2,000 collections in it, and even many international bigwigs often visit it. When I first visited, I was fortunate enough to meet a big man. Not only that, this museum has all the famous Patek Philippe watches in history. After pretending to be forced, Fan Mingzhi quietly waited to accept the admiration and praise of others. But at this time, a voice that Fan Mingzhi did not want to hear came. What, I have a museum? Even Chu Chen was a little surprised. He also did not expect that under the Patek Philippe Company, there is actually a Patek Philippe Museum that many international bigwigs yearn for. Is it that great? I also have a museum? Hearing Chu Chen's words, everyone was dumbfounded. What does Mr. Chu mean? They don't get it? As for Fan Mingzhi, he looked aggrieved. He was about to cry. Why did this Mr. Chu speak again? He didn't just want to pretend to be coercive, and he deliberately carried Mr. Chu behind his back, but Mr. Chu actually spoke again. Although he didn't understand what Chu Chen meant, he had a bad feeling. I'm going to roll over again. Mr. Chu. The Patek Philippe Museum belongs to the Patek Philippe Company. Fan Mingzhi explained. I knew. Some time ago, I acquired the Patek Philippe Company. You said that museum, is it mine? Chu Chen explained. Acquired Patek Philippe? Mr. Chu actually bought the dignified Patek Philippe Company? Chu Chen's words were even more shocking than knowing that Chu Chen had the Cussy World Velvet card. No, it was shocking. Is that Patek Philippe? Say bye. Oh my God. What I heard just now, Mr. Chu actually bought Patek Philippe. It's incredible. After listening to Chu Chen's explanation, the big bosses and wealthy businessmen present were dumbfounded. This news is terrifying. If not just now, Chu Chen took out 3 terrifying black cards in a row. Chu Chen said that he bought the Patek Philippe group. And they would not believe it if they were killed. If the world-class watches are ranked, Patek Philippe is definitely second, even if it is not ranked first. It might even be the first. It is such a powerful Patek Philippe, the world's top watch brand, which is now owned by Mr. Chu. What terrifying wealth does Mr. Chu possess? This is not the most terrifying thing. Money is the second priority. Back then, the LV Group, which was owned by the former richest man in the world, wanted to acquire Patek Philippe. At that time, a sky-high price was set, but Patek Philippe's executives did not agree. But now, Patek Philippe has been acquired by Mr. Chu. In general, it is just one sentence. President Chu is awesome. Gollum. Fan Mingzhi swallowed hard, his face pale. There is no problem with what Mr. Chu said. Mr. Chu acquired Patek Philippe and became the owner of Patek Philippe. The world-famous Patek Philippe Museum is naturally also owned by Mr. Chu. No doubt. Although Mr. Chu's words were unusually plain, to him, it was like a big earthquake. Fan Mingzhi wanted to cry, but had no tears for a while. Isn't he just trying to pretend? Why is it so difficult? In the previous several private financial summits, Modu Boss, the rich pretend to be coercive summit, Fan Mingzhi has pretended to be coercive, which caused quite a stir. But it was all pretending to be small. This time, Fan Mingzhi prepared for a long time and made a series of foreshadowing. Fan Mingzhi was ready to pretend to be big. Did you meet Mr. Chu? He pretended to be coercive in front of Mr. Chu and was instantly killed by Mr. Chu. He had no opinion at all. Even if it is an opinion, Fan Mingzhi dare not say who made Mr. Chu's identity and financial resources so terrible. But he is not pretending to be coercive in front of Mr. Chu, but to others, and Mr. Chu has spoken? Don't have this? Pretending to be his pleasure, Mr. Chu ruthlessly deprived him of his pleasure. This is too hard and too difficult to accept. Looking at Chu Chen, Fan Mingzhi did not speak for a long time. In the end, Fan Mingzhi understood a truth. No, it was a truth. That is, never pretend to be forceful in front of Mr. Chu. Otherwise, the end will be miserable, roll over at any time. Brother Chu is so amazing that he even bought the world's top watches like Patek Philippe. Gao Jingqi said with emotion. Knowing that Chu Chen is inhumane, those big bosses in the magic capital, wealthy businessmen surrounded Chu Chen again. Unconsciously, Chu Chen became the focus of this private financial summit. The influential figures of the previous financial summits were given a cold reception, and no one flattered them. Through this private financial summit, Chu Chen also met a lot of big bosses and wealthy businessmen in the magic capital. When the banquet was over, everyone respectfully sent Chu Chen away. At the same time, Chu Yanhe, general manager of Patek Philippe's Greater China branch, and a group of executives were rehearsing over and over again at the door of Patek Philippe. President Chu, I think it's almost there. A lazy senior complained. Specifically, these high-level executives do not know who they are receiving. Did they think that this time they came to inspect just an ordinary high-level headquarters? Take it. The executive persuaded Qiang. Let's put on a show, do formalism, and that's it. It's a big deal, give that high level a lot of benefits, and it's over. Hearing this executive's words, although other executives did not agree, they also had this idea in their hearts. Isn't it? Just a senior executive who came to inspect it. What's the big deal? Haven't done it before? Not so much trouble. For this inspection, Qiang worked hard. From a few days ago, he began to select beautiful salesmen from branches all over the country and let them come here. At this moment, standing at the door of Patek Philippe, there are more than 40 abnormally beautiful female salesmen. They lined up in 2 teams and kept practicing reception etiquette. On both sides of the road, all kinds of valuable flower baskets and eye-catching red carpets are full of ritual. Some high-level executives think it's over, so there's no need to spend so much trouble. Have you taken it? Hearing the words of this high-level executive, Chu Yanghe immediately exploded with anger and scolded, "Do you know who is going to visit us this time?" Qiang was very emotional. "Who is it?" "Who, tomorrow is our new boss, the controller of Patek Philippe, Chu Chen, President Chu." "What? Tomorrow is their new boss, Chu Chen, President Chu?" Knowing who this is, no one dared to refute or complain at all. If it is an ordinary high-level headquarters, that's fine. This time, their big boss is actually here, how can they not pay attention? I don't think it's good either. Let's practice a few more times. The flower baskets we have prepared are still too few. We will put flower baskets here tomorrow to show how much we attach importance to President Chu. Also, the number of people we greeted is too small, only more than 40. I suggest to double it, 88, auspicious. These Patek Philippe executives, you and I agree with each other. He spared no effort to please Chu Chen, who came tomorrow. Well, since you know what's lacking, let's do it quickly. Xuyang River angrily rebuked. Don't let anything happen tomorrow. Xuyang River prayed in his heart. Continue the rehearsal, if you don't meet my requirements today, no one wants to leave. The next day, Chu Chen drove the Audi from the garage and went straight to the Patek Philippe Greater China branch. This is the first time that Chu Chen has visited Patek Philippe after gaining 100% ownership of Patek Philippe. Chu Chen doesn't want his employees to leave the impression that their boss likes to pretend. He is a low-key, never showing off, a good young man with integrity and purity. 20 or 30 minutes later, Chu Chen finally came to the vicinity of Patek Philippe. There is a parking lot here, and Chu Chen drove the car into it. At this moment, the parking lot was full of cars. Chu Chen looked around, and it happened that a black car drove out. Chu Chen immediately occupied the parking space. When Chu Chen was packing his things in the car and was about to go to Patek Philippe, there was a knock on the window. Chu Chen turned his head and saw that she was a beautiful beauty. Wow! The beauty saw Chu Chen's face and screamed. So handsome? Isn't she dreaming? I actually met a handsome little brother who can't even describe the beauty of a fairy. Do. When the beauty was in a daze, a rapid car horn sounded. In the back, a black Maybach priced at 7 or 8 million was parked there. The beauty who knocked on Chu Chen's car window just now came down from this Maybach. It seems that the beautiful woman was stunned there. And the Maybach owner was a little impatient. Turning her head to look, she found that it was Maybach whistle. The beauty hesitated for a while, then nodded. Although this little brother is very handsome, but this year, handsome can't be eaten. This little brother drives an ordinary Audi, and it seems that his family cannot be very rich. On the contrary, the second generation of Majifu who drove the Maybach at the back was more worthy of her favor. That's right, this beautiful beauty is a well-hidden green tea watch. At this time, Chu Chen also opened the car window. Little brother, can you give us the parking space? My friend just bought a Maybach. the beauty asked. Chu Chen, and when she was talking to Chu Chen, she deliberately added her friend, Maybach. She came here with the owner of the Maybach, the son of the magic capital. But he was surprised to find that the parking lot was full. Only Chu Chen, who was still parked, was here. Cannot. It's just that the beauty never thought that before she could finish her words, a voice of refusal came immediately. Refused? He actually refused? Looking at Chu Chen, the beauty looked surprised. How can that be possible? An Audi driver turned down the request of a 7 to 8 million Maybach owner. This is outrageous. When you look at the car, you will know the identity of the owner of this Maybach, and the status is definitely not ordinary. If ordinary people hear this request, I am afraid they will give way immediately. People who drive 7 or 8 million Maybachs can't afford it. The beauty wanted to continue to say something, but at this time, Chu Chen had already walked down with something. Boy, 5,000 yuan. Give me your spot. As soon as Chu Chen came down, an order came. The owner of the Maybach walked down. It was a young man of 28 or 9 years old. He was wearing Burberry and carrying Patek Philippe. His body was full of international luxury goods. All of these things add up, and it's not a problem to buy a supercar. 5,000 yuan, he doesn't believe it, and this kid will refuse. A few days ago, he just met this beauty, but he has not completely won it. I happened to pass by here today, and the young man took the initiative to stop and prepare to go to the Patek Philippe Greater China branch with the beauty to show the beauty of his strength. There were no other vacancies in the parking lot, so the young man turned his attention to Chu Chen, who was still parking. 5,000 yuan, a lot of parking spaces. Just when the young man was complacent, he held his head high, with a proud look, ready to accept Chu Chen's kneeling and licking. 1 second. 2 seconds. 3 seconds. After waiting for almost a minute, there was no sound. What's wrong? Can the kid not speak? The young man lowered his head and looked forward. The next second, the young man was dumbfounded. At this moment, Chu Chen has gone far, and he has no intention of paying any attention to him at all. He stood here awkwardly, like a fool. Lack of social beatings. The young man had a gloomy face. Now, he finally understands why Xing Wenin was standing there for a long time just now and didn't move. What's so special, isn't it that he looks so much more handsome than himself? This year, handsome is a fart. He can use money to make up the billion bit by bit. Cough cough. The young Yan Xingzhan coughed dryly to ease his embarrassment. Come on, I'll take you to the mysterious Patek Philippe company to take a look. How awesome we Patek Philippe are. The young man said arrogantly. He wants to pretend and show his strength like a beauty, so that he can win Xing Wenin in one fell swoop. Okay. Xing Wenin was very excited. It was the mysterious Patek Philippe company. It was almost impossible for ordinary people to enter. By the way, I am not only an executive of Patek Philippe, but my father is also a super customer of Patek Philippe, and Patek Philippe, the general manager of the Greater China region, is always friends with Chu Yan. Xingzhan continued to pretend. Half of what he said was true. He is actually just a manager of Patek Philippe. Because of his father's relationship, he entered the Patek Philippe company. As for his father being a super client of Patek Philippe, and his acquaintance with Qiang and Mr. Chu, it is indeed true. Their family is indeed super rich. Otherwise, Yan Xingjian wouldn't be able to drive a Maybach worth 7 or 8 million. What? Patek Philippe super big. Customer, do you still know the general manager? Zheng Wenin was extremely shocked. This is too arrogant. It seems that I made the right choice just now. That handsome little brother is too bad. Finally parked the car on the road. Yan Xingjian domineeringly led Zheng Wenin towards Patek Philippe. After walking for a while, the unusually grand welcome ceremony in front of the Patek Philippe company immediately attracted the attention of the two. I'm going, Yan Xiao, is this welcome ceremony to welcome you? Zheng Wenin asked, naturally. What? Yan Xingjian was stunned for a moment, looked at it carefully, and then nodded. Although I don't know what happened, I can't be less pretentious. The most important thing is that it looks like the welcoming ceremony has ended. With his father's relationship, it's nothing to walk over the red carpet by himself. It's over anyway. In this way, you won't fail in trying to force yourself. Yan Xiao is too powerful. Zheng Wenin worshipped Yan Xingjian even more. Compared to the super-rich second-generation Yan Xingjian, that kid just now is a scumbag, nothing. Waste, a poor one. If you are with him, I am afraid that you will not be able to enjoy this kind of treatment for the rest of your life. Great, just so. Yan Xingjian felt even more proud when he heard the praise. Let's go quickly. Yan Xingjian was afraid for a while, and the welcoming ceremony was dissolved. Afraid of revealing the contents, Yan Xingjian urged. After all, Yan Xingjian pulled Zheng Wenin forward. Just as their feet stepped on the red carpet, several security guards surrounded them in an instant. Manager Yan, please. Wait aside, said the security. Stopped so soon? Yan Xingjian was stunned. How could this happen? He was actually stopped by a small security guard? Isn't this welcome ceremony over? Why don't you allow me in? Yan Xingjian questioned the security guard. I'm sorry, according to President Chu's request, this welcome ceremony will not end until President Chu leaves, said the security. Also, now the company only allows executives to enter, and the youth are waiting outside. Wait for President Chu to leave before we can enter. After listening to the security guard's words, Yan Xingjian was completely angry. What the hell, who asked you to explain so much? These few words of the security guard instantly made Yan Xingjian, who had just finished pretending to be aggressive, overturned the car, and the overturning was extremely thorough. And that Mr. Chu, what is that? Why do you do this? It's fine to have a welcome ceremony, but if you want to save the ceremony until the end, it's too much. Beside him, Zheng Wenin also looked surprised. Through the conversation between Yan Xingjian and the security guard just now, Zheng Wenin learned a lot of information. First of all, this welcoming ceremony was over at all, let alone welcoming Yan Xingjian. Also, the security guard said that only the executives of the Patek Philippe group could enter, but Yan Xingjian could not. In this way, Yan Xingjian is not an executive of Patek Philippe. You were actually deceived by Yan Xingjian? Although she was angry, Zheng Wenin didn't have an attack, no matter what. After all, the Maybach opened by Yan Xingjian is real, and the family is definitely rich. When are we going to wait? Yan Xingjian asked the security guard impatiently. I don't know. To tell the truth, the security guard really doesn't know when President Chu will leave. President Chu, what the hell, I'm so pissed off. How old are you? You want me to wait here for you to leave? Yan Xingjian angrily rebuked. Hey, Brother Yin. What did you say? At this moment, a serious voice came. A middle-aged man in a suit happened to walk out of it. Brother Bai, are you out? Yan Xingjian asked in surprise. This middle-aged man is an executive of Patek Philippe. Well, Mr. Chu asked me to come and stare outside, afraid of something happening. The middle-aged man in the suit explained. Originally, he, Qiang, and several other executives of the Patek Philippe branch accompanied President Chu to visit. But Mr. Chu was afraid that something would happen, so he sent him outside. Unexpectedly, as soon as he came out, he heard that Chu Yanghe dared to insult President Chu. I don't want to live anymore. Brother Bai, who? Is that Mr. Chu? Why should I wait for him? Yan Xingjian asked. Cough, Brother Yan, speak carefully. Don't talk nonsense. If your words fall into the ears of President Chu or President Chu, I'm afraid you will be finished. The middle-aged man in the suit explained. This President Chu is the president of our Patek Philippe, the big boss. What? That Chu is always the president? Yan Xingjian was stunned, with a look of horror on his face. Patek Philippe president? Gollum. Yan Xingjian swallowed a few mouthfuls and was deeply frightened. He naturally knew the horror of Patek Philippe's president. The status is unimaginable. He actually scolded the president just now. This I'm really sick, isn't this courting death? The more he thought about it, the more Yan Xingjian shivered. Beside him, Zheng Wenin also looked horrified. She was so lucky that the first time she came here, she was fortunate to meet the president of Patek Philippe to inspect. To Zheng Wenin, the president of Patek Philippe is a huge figure. It would be great if I could get to the president of Patek Philippe. Zheng Wenin even began to fantasize. As a green tea watch, Zheng Wenin naturally wants to climb higher. The original rich second-generation Yan Xingjian is no longer in Zheng Wenin's eyes at this moment. Compared with the president of Patek Philippe, Yan Xingjian is a younger brother. No, it's the younger brother. How could Yan Xingjian be compared with that CEO? This is an insult to Mr. President. Thinking about it, Zheng Wenin began to keep a distance from Yan Xingjian, and when the president came out, she went up to recommend herself. Wait. Knowing the identity of President Chu, Yan Xingjian did not dare to say a word of complaint. In the end, Yan Xingjian and Zheng Wenin faced the big sun and began to respectfully wait outside for Chu Chen to come out. 20 minutes. 40 minutes. In the Patek Philippe branch, under the leadership of Qiang, Chu Chen visited many places. Chu Chen also took a fancy to a few nice watches. Mr. Chu, may I ask where your car is parked? I'll send someone to drive the car over. After a while, I'll put these watches directly on the car, saving you the hard work. Xuyang River, pleases. Chu Chen gave the Audi car key to Qiang. Qiang sent someone to fetch it. After watching for more than 2 hours, Chu Chen and Chu Yanghe walked downstairs together. A few minutes later, Chu Chen's figure first appeared downstairs, followed by Chu Yanghe, who respectfully stood at the back of Chu Chen's side to show his respect to Chu Chen. What? Isn't that the kid? Looking at Chu Chen standing at the front, Yan Xingjian was stunned. No, I must have been standing for a long time and misread it. After standing hard for more than 2 hours, Yan Xingjian thought he had seen the wrong person. Only the president of Patek Philippe can make Mr. Chu stand respectfully behind But now, that president is actually the person he mocked just now, a kid who drives an Audi. This made Yan Xingjian unable to believe it. Yan Xingjian rubbed his eyes fiercely and looked forward. In an instant, Yan Xingjian was dumbfounded again. What he saw was still that scene. That president is still Chu Chen. No, how could this kid be the president? Yan Xingjian muttered. What are you talking about? That is President Chu. Next to him, the middle-aged man in the suit scolded Yan Xingjian and reminded him. President Chu? Yan Xingjian's whole body is not well. President Chu? He is really President Chu. How could it be? As for Zheng Wenin, she was even more remorseful at this moment. She can't wait to give herself a few slaps. Is she blind? That handsome and explosive little brother is actually the president of Patek Philippe, the big boss? Not only is his face value outrageous, but his identity and status are also so terrifying. This is the highest level of rich and handsome. Did you actually stand beside Yan Xingjian just now? Zheng Wenin even regretted her bowels. Chu Chen's Audi was driven over. Under the command of Qiang, they put a pile of Patek Philippe watches in Chu Chen's trunk. Mr. Chu, walk slowly. Congratulations to send President Chu. Several people from Qiang spoke respectfully. Chu Chen got into the car and left under the watchful eyes of several people. Call. It wasn't until Chu Chen's car was out of sight that Qiang breathed a sigh of relief. It was finally over, without the slightest accident. President Chu, just now a confidant of Qiang said a few words beside him. What, dare to scold President Chu? Qiang's heart throbbed. Someone actually scolded President Chu. Fortunately, President Chu was not allowed to come down early, otherwise, all his efforts would be in vain. The next second, Chu Yanghe angrily walked towards Yan Xingjian. Yan Xingjian, from tomorrow onwards, if you don't use it anymore, you will be fired from the company. Qiang was furious. Before, because of Yan Xingjian's father, Chu Yanghe kept one eye open and one eye closed. But now, not anymore. And what you did today, I will tell your father. Finally, Xuyang River added. What? Yan Xingjian was paralyzed by fright. If I let my father know that he satirized the dignified Patek Philippe president and big boss, my father would definitely be very angry. At that time, his end should be very tragic. Thinking of this, Yan Xingjian, who was paralyzed on the ground, blacked out in front of his eyes and fainted from fright. On the other side, driving an Audi car, Chu Chen went straight to the professional drag racing venue in Magic Capital. Yesterday, on WeChat, Chu Chen promised Wei Ziying that he would teach Wei Ziying how to drive and all kinds of driving skills. Today, when he was in Hangqing, after all, Wei Ziying helped, so Chu Chen naturally couldn't refuse. Half an hour later, Chu Chen arrived at his destination. This is a dedicated drag racing arena for those rich and wealthy who love drag racing. It is equipped with a variety of professional coaches and a variety of venues. Because the cost here is extremely high, the guests who come here are either rich or expensive. Chu Chen drove in, and there were all supercars inside, no other cars. And most of the customers are the rich second generation of the Magic Capital, the son, and the small number of rich daughters who like excitement. Not to mention the common supercars such as Lamborghini, Ferrari, and McLaren, and even Pagani and Koenigsegg have several. When Chu Chen drove in an ordinary Audi, he immediately became the target of the audience's attention. Who is this to actually drive an Audi? This is a real boss, very low-key? Or is he poor and has no money to buy a supercar? I think it's more likely to be a fat man with a swollen face. Looking at the slow-moving Audi, many guests whispered. On the way here, Chu Chen had already called Wei Ziying and knew where she was. Chu Chen found Wei Ziying, stopped the car, and walked out. With the appearance of Chu Chen, the people who had paid attention to this Audi suddenly exclaimed in amazement, especially those wealthy daughters. So handsome? Is there anyone more handsome than me in the world? I don't think he's here to play with cars, but to pretend to be handsome. Looking at Chu Chen's face, these guests sighed. These rich second generation, the appearance is very ordinary, or even relatively low. Did you drive an Audi? Looking at Chu Chen's Audi, even Wei Ziying was a little surprised. Learning drag racing, learning driving skills, can Audi be comparable to supercars? Wei Ziying was still thinking about what kind of car Chu Chen would drive, but the result was really unexpected. It doesn't matter, the car is fine, the key is the person who teaches. Chu Chen said indifferently. Although Chu Chen came because he was too lazy to go back and change a supercar, it was too troublesome. As an old driver, what car to use is not a big problem. It is good. In Hangqing, passing a car with Chu Chen Biao, Wei Ziying was 10,000 assured of Chu Chen's driving skills. Let us start. Wei Ziying jumped and tried. Just as Chu Chen was about to open the car door, there was a sound of footsteps. A rich second generation came towards Chu Chen. Are you going to drive an Audi drag racing? Fu Erdai said with a playful expression. Even if you can't afford a supercar, you shouldn't be driving an Audi. Be low-key. It's not good to pretend. Usually, it's these rich second-generation people who pretend to be aggressive and show off in front of others. Now, someone is actually pretending to be in front of them. These rich second generation naturally can't bear it. So a few rich second generations discussed and prepared to make a whole Chu Chen. This rich second generation took the initiative to stand up and show Chu Chen some color, while the others were watching a play not far away. How about it, do you have the guts to compete with me? The rich second generation challenged Chu Chen. Not interested in. Chu Chen shook his head, he didn't want to bully these people. After comparing with themselves, these people may doubt life. Don't you dare? You're not so good. Otherwise, I'll lend you my supercar, don't worry. If something goes wrong, I won't let you lose money. A coward? Just after Chu Chen finished speaking, the rich second generation who were watching the play also walked over and said sarcastically, if you don't dare to compare, then leave quickly. All right. Chu Chen shrugged and replied. Since he finds abuse himself, don't blame me. And Wei Ziying was a little suspicious just now, so I'll show her now. Now it's right. The rich second generation who challenged. Chu Chen nodded with satisfaction. After a while, it was time for him to attract attention and pretend. Fu Erdai slowly raised his arm and looked at the time, it's 20 now, and we'll start when we reach 30. By the way, you should have never seen such an advanced watch. This is Patek Philippe 6104G. It's not expensive. The market price is only 3 million. The rich second generation pretends to be forced. This time, he pretended not to be. Just for Chu Chen, but also to show off to those companions. He just bought this Patek Philippe 6104G, and these people don't know. For this Patek Philippe, he invested his blood. In order to pretend, to show off, he is willing to spend money. Patek Philippe 6104 G. Chen Xiao, yes, even the legendary Patek Philippe 6104 G. It's so handsome. As expected of a Patek Philippe of $3 million, so handsome. The eyes of several rich second-generation generations all turned to Chen Xiao's hands, and they were deeply attracted by the Patek Philippe 6104 G. Hearing all kinds of exclamations and envious voices, the rich second-generation Chen Xiao floated up. This is the effect he wants. This Patek Philippe of more than 3 million is worth buying. Get ready to start. At this moment, a dull voice came, and Chu Chen was ready to get into the car. Seeing this scene, second-generation rich Chen Xiao frowned. Didn't this kid marvel at his Patek Philippe? For this watch, buying 6 or 7 ordinary oddities is not a problem. Have you never seen Patek Philippe? Chen Xiao sneered. Patek Philippe is the world's #1 watch, and the number is limited every year. Every piece of Patek Philippe is extremely rare and extremely precious. Chen Xiao continued to pretend he briefly introduced Patek Philippe and wanted to hear Chu Chen's amazed voice. Patek Philippe is rare and precious? Chu Chen replied. I think it's normal, I have a bunch of them. With that said, Chu Chen opened Audi's trunk, revealing various Patek Philippe watches inside. Seeing this, everyone present was shocked. How much Patek Philippe is this? Several rich second-generation eyes stared round, an incredible look. Everyone was terrified. Looking closely, Audi's trunk is full of various top Patek Philippe styles. Among them, Chen Xiao's Patek Philippe 6104 G also has it, and it is the most common. These famous watches in the trunk alone are worth more than tens of millions. Tens of millions of things just put in the trunk so casually? The crowd was speechless. If it was someone else, with so many famous watches, they would probably be locked in a safe with 3 layers inside and 3 layers outside, and they would be tightly protected. But is this the rich man? It's too random. Millions of things. These rich second-generation families are also very rich, and even the worst ones have tens of billions in their families. But no matter which one, no matter how rich, it is impossible to put tens of millions of things in the trunk of the car so casually. But Chu Chen drive a broken Audi of hundreds of thousands, and put so many precious watches in the trunk? These rich second generations were dumbfounded, not knowing what to say. As for Chen Xiao, who just pretended to be aggressive and showed off his Patek Philippe 6104 G, he was even more unbelievable at the moment. Is this fake? With so many famous watches, there are also super limited editions. Not to mention that he bought one, I am afraid that even his grandfather would not be able to get one. But Chu Chen got it, and put it in the trunk of the car very casually. Awesome. Gollum. Looking at the famous watches in the car, Chen Xiao swallowed a few mouthfuls of saliva with envy and yearning. If he also has some such famous watches, what would it look like? Excited to think about. Cough, it's about time, let's get started. Chen Xiao coughed a few times, to relieve the embarrassing scene. Compared with the famous watch, compared with the rich, he lost and was crushed to the ground by Chu Chen, unable to fight back. But he didn't believe it anymore, he would lose more than drag racing. Although his driving skills are not top-notch, he is definitely a veteran. He has experienced not hundreds of racing competitions, but dozens. Today, he is driving his own handy Lamborghini. Looking at Chu Chen, he drove an Audi. What kind of broken car is Audi? Can it compare to his own Lamborghini? Stop being funny. Yes, let's get started. Let's get started, we can't wait. Old Chen, come on. Several other rich second generations also echoed when they heard what Chen Xiao said. Although they were shocked by Chu Chen, they still hoped that Chen Xiao would win. After all, Chu Chen was just a stranger. Chen Xiao must win, help them get their face back. Can. Chu Chen nodded and got on the Audi. The two drove to the starting point, and with the sound of the beginning, the two rushed out instantly. In the first few seconds, Chen Xiao's Lamborghini went straight forward, relying on the speed of the supercar, and threw Chu Chen 5 or 6 meters away. This state has been maintained for nearly 20 or 30 seconds, but when going through a corner, the situation changed. Every time they cross a curve, especially when they are racing, all drivers will be cautious. Even Chen Xiao is no exception. Although he likes excitement, he wants to live more, so he doesn't dare to mess around and slow down. But Chu Chen was different. With top-notch technology, a drift directly surpassed Chen Xiao. Oh my god. Awesome. Little brother, he's so handsome. This drift is at the level of a textbook. This is the first time I've seen this kind of driving skills in my life. After seeing Chu Chen's driving skills, countless onlookers, both male and female, were deeply shocked. This car is amazing. They admired Chu Chen from the bottom of their hearts. Along the way, with his difficult driving skills, Chu Chen left Chen Xiao far behind. Until the drag racing is over. When Chu Chen came to the end, he was greeted with all kinds of cheers. Those rich family daughters, by Fume, surrounded Chu Chen. Not only is he handsome, but his driving skills are so good, this is simply their Prince Charming. Even those rich second generations kept sighing. Brother Chen is awesome. I've taken it, Brother Chen, from now on I'm a younger brother. Brother Chen's driving skills are unparalleled. These rich second generation also kept touting Chu Chen, and the name became Brother Chen. As for Wei Ziying, who was still suspicious just now, her eyes were full of beautiful eyes, and her mood was difficult to calm down. She saw the flawless drift again. Sure enough, Chu Chen is Chu Chen, so awesome. As for Chen Xiao, who had just parked, after parking, the whole person was stunned in the car, his eyes were blank, as if he had been struck by lightning. Hart is extremely horrified. He lost. He drove a supercar. A Lamborghini of 6 or 7 million, and actually lost. And still lost to a kid who drives an Audi. Is this the top level of driving? Because of his identity, Chen Xiao also knew several champions of national racing competitions. Just now with Chu Chen's driving skills, Chen Xiao felt that he could kill those champions in seconds. Especially when looking at the rich second generation, the rich family's daughter surrounded Chu Chen and kept trying to please him. Chen Xiao felt even more ashamed. Immediately, he drove and left in a daze. Most of the people present were members of the #1 Sports Car Association of the Magic City. With the warm invitation of countless people, Chu Chen finally agreed to have time to go to the #1 Super Car Association of the Magic City. To take a look. Chu Chen asked Wei Ziying to get in the car and began to teach Wei Ziying. After teaching for a while, Chu Chen and Wei Ziying left and went to eat. On the way, Chu Chen received a call from LV Junliang, the vice president of Thompson Group. The Thompson Group, one of the real estate tycoons in the Magic Capital, the top 10 mansions in the Magic Capital, the Thompson Epine and the Thompson Golf county villas are all under the Thompson Group. And the vice president of Thompson Group, LV Junliang, is the head of Thompson Group in Magic City. Lao Li will hold a charity dinner tomorrow night. Hearing Lu Junliang's words, Chu Chen muttered, I have time tomorrow night and can participate. Chu Chen agreed to Lu Junliang. Li Lao is a well-known rich philanthropist in the Magic Capital, and has a high reputation among the wealthy businessmen in the Magic Capital. Tomorrow night, Mr. Li will hold a charity dinner, inviting various celebrities and rich people to attend. Because of old Li's fame, all kinds of celebrities in the Magic Capital, the rich and powerful, all agreed to come no matter what the purpose was. Mr. Li is one of the shareholders of Thompson Group, and Thompson Group will naturally participate. LV Junliang will attend the charity dinner on behalf of Thompson Group. In order to befriend Chu Chen, a big client, Lu Junliang called Chu Chen. After agreeing on the time and place, Chu Chen hung up the phone. Ding, system task release, participate in the charity dinner and do my part for charity, task time, 2 days, system reward, 10 times rebate card, note 1, no matter how much the host donates, the system will return 10 times the amount to the host, and it will be automatically credited to the bank card, note 2, the maximum rebate is 10 billion, Chu Chen just hung up the phone when the sound of the system suddenly came. 10 times the rebate card, so cool? Hearing the reward from the system, Chu Chen was a little excited. Unfortunately, the upper limit of rebates is only 10 billion. It would be cool if there were no caps. Overnight, Chu Chen might become the richest man in the world. However, having said that, 10 billion funds are a lot. Chu Chen just won the Patek Philippe company, and the Prada Group is also rectifying and needs working capital. You must know that even those large groups with a market value of 1 or 200 billion may not be able to come up with tens of billions of liquidity in one go. The next day, Chu Chen and Lu Junliang reunited and went to Mr. Li's charity dinner together. This charity night was held in old Li's private manor, on the outskirts of the capital city. The area was huge and there were many guests. When Chu Chen and Lu Junliang came in, there were already many people inside. Mr. Lu is here. Long time no see, Mr. Lu. After seeing LV Junliang, many people said hello. Most of these rich people have houses in Thompson Epine or Thompson Gulf County, so they naturally know LV Junliang. I didn't expect Mr. Li to invite people from the Thompson Group. A harsh voice came. Not far away, a young man with red wine said playfully. This young man is not an ordinary person. He comes from the rich Chong family in the Magic Capital. He is the heir of the Chong family and has a high status. The Chong family and the Thompson Group had conflicts in business, so every time they met, there would be some quarrels. Haha, Elderly has invited your Chong family, why can't you invite us? LV Junliang and Kong Yongfeng, the heir of the Chong family, were tit for tat. Hey, who is this? He couldn't talk about Lu Junliang, so Kong Yongfeng turned the blame on Chu Chen. This is Mr. Chu, our customer of Thompson Group. Introduced by Lu Junliang. The customers of Thompson Group really have problems with their eyes. They actually bought the house of Thompson Group. Kong Yongfeng shook his head ironically. Mr. Chu, it's ridiculous. Oh, so who are you? Chu Chen asked back. I'm the eldest young master of the Chong family and the deputy general manager of the Chong Group. Kong Yongfeng answered proudly. The Chong family, what kind of small family is that, haven't you heard of it? Chu Chen shrugged, he really had never heard of the Chong family. Presumptuous. After listening to Chu Chen, Kong Yongfeng immediately became angry. Is this provoking their Kong family? Today's charity dinner is amazing, really, any cat or dog can come. Looking at Chu Chen, Kong Yongfeng was ridiculed. Even their dignified Kong family does not. No, the identity of this kid is absolutely average. I'm afraid it's still a poor man. As far as I know, your Kong family has always been famous for being stingy. I don't know about such a charity dinner. What are you doing here? Lu Junliang spoke. Hearing this, some other guests were also a little curious. That's right, in the magic capital, the Kong family is indeed known for being stingy. After Lu Junliang said this, Kong Yongfeng's face turned green and green. You are so ignorant. Some time ago, our Kong family just donated 200 million materials to Mr. Li's charitable organization. Do you think we are stingy? Hee, can your Thompson group donate 200 million? Kong Yongfeng suddenly thought of this, so he straightened his back and pretended to force. That's 200 million. This is an ordinary period, and this time it is a small donation, just donated to Mr. Li's charity. Ordinary groups, individuals, donate tens of millions, which is already a lot. It can be regarded as a face for Mr. Li. And donating 200 million is definitely a huge sum of money. The Kong family donated 200 million before? Is it so? Awesome, 200 million, donate it if you say it is donated. The most important thing is that after the Kong family donated money, it's not easy to be so low-key. Admiration, admiration. After learning that the Kong family had donated 200 million, these onlookers were shocked and sighed, admiring the atmosphere of the Kong family. After being scolded by Kong Yongfeng like this, Lu Junliang stopped talking. He didn't know how to refute it. Kong Yongfeng was right. Their Thompson group really can't donate 200 million yuan. For this charity dinner, their Thompson group is only going to donate 30 million yuan. The Kong family had donated 200 million yuan before, which Lu Junliang never expected. The person who donated the most tonight will also be our Kong family. Kong Yongfeng pretended to be coercive again, extremely embarrassed. In fact, this charity dinner has been regarded by more people as a scene of pretending to be coercive, showing off their wealth, and showing off their strength. Unlike some people, some companies, let alone 200 million, I'm afraid they can't even donate 50 million. Looking at Chu Chen, Kong Yongfeng sarcastically said. Kong Yongfeng guessed that a poor man like Chu Chen might not be able to donate even 10 million, let alone hundreds of millions. No, 10 million would probably overestimate him, maybe 2 or 3 million at most. Donating this amount of money, Chu Chen may become the laughingstock of the entire charity dinner. Really, let's wait and see? Chu Chen replied indifferently, not wanting to argue with Kong Yongfeng here, and would only talk about it. Ha ha. Kong Yongfeng sneered. He really didn't look down on this little guy who even their Kong family had never heard of. This charity dinner, he will definitely be in the limelight. Wait and see. With a sneer, Kong Yongfeng took the red wine and swaggered away. Humph. Lu Junliang snorted coldly and said, Mr. Chu, this Kong Yongfeng is a junior, don't have the same knowledge as him. This charity dinner, the Kong family sent Kong Yongfeng to come. It is very likely that they want to let Kong Yongfeng take the opportunity to show off and expand Kong Yongfeng's network. Give a name to Kong Yongfeng, the future leader of the Kong family. It is very likely that the Kong family has prepared a large amount of money for him. You must not be provoked by his aggressive tactics. How much you donate depends on your own strength. Don't mess around. Lu Jun reminded Chu Chen with a good heart. Mr. Chu was not very old, and his qi and blood were strong. LV Junliang was afraid that in order to fight against Kong Yongfeng, Chu Chen would fight for his qi and blood, fight for a breath, and donate too much money, which was beyond his ability. This time, our Thompson Group has prepared 30 million yuan, and their Kong family will be several times more. It's okay. Chu Chen waved his hand. There is a system of 10 times the rebate. Card to the bottom, be a backer. No matter how much Kong Yongfeng donated, Chu Chen would not be afraid. Soon, the highlight of the charity dinner began. An old man with silver hair and some vicissitudes made his debut. Under the attention of everyone. He is the well-known rich businessman and philanthropist in Modu, Mr. Li. In order to do charity, Mr. Li set up a charitable organization specially responsible for donations. Thank you all for coming. Mr. Li came to the stage to speak and explained. The purpose of this donation is mainly in the following ways. First, it is for children in mountainous areas to build Hope Primary School. Second, it is to build orphanages and nursing homes for homeless children and the elderly. Mr. Li has also donated a lot of money to charity over the years, so everyone believes in him. After Mr. Li finished speaking, those rich and powerful people in the magic capital also spoke up. Elderly has worked hard. This time, our Bai family is willing to donate 20 million. Our Howling Group is willing to donate 40 million to those children. Whatever the purpose, these millionaires did donate a lot of money. Among them, the Wonderland Group of Magic Capital made the most donations, donating 100 million. Our Kong family is willing to donate 300 million. Just when everyone was amazed at the heroic nature of Qijing Group, an abrupt voice came. Under everyone's attention, Kong Yongfeng slowly stood up and pretended to force, our Confucius family is willing to give our love to charity. Although it sounds grand, in fact, Kong Yongfeng is just trying to pretend to expand his network. It is absolutely worth it to exchange 300 million for Mr. Li, and the favor of these bigwigs and rich people. What, 300 million? This time the Kong family will donate 300 million yuan. It turned out that we were looking at people through the cracks of the door and flattened the Kong family. Admiration, admiration. After listening to Kong Yongfeng's words, the scene suddenly fell into a commotion. Countless rich people looked at Kong Yongfeng with admiration. It turned out that they underestimated the Kong family. They decided to meet Kong Yongfeng, a handsome young man, after the fundraising was over. 300 million? Even old man Li was very excited and said with a smile, "Thank you so much, nephew Kong." "Where, there, it's just a little money." Kong Yongfeng replied triumphantly. "Everyone seems to have donated, but there is one person who didn't donate a penny." Kong Yongfeng suddenly attacked. He has been following Chu Chen for a long time. Before, he thought that Chu Chen would be able to donate several million. But he never expected that he would actually look up to Chu Chen. He didn't even donate a penny, he was really poor. "I don't want to donate a penny, but I'm so embarrassed to come here for a charity dinner. This skin is thicker than the city wall." Kong Yongfeng looked at Chu Chen and said sarcastically. Looking at Chu Chen, the other guests also looked disgusted. Although there was no mandatory donation requirement for Mr. Li's charity dinner, This time, he was definitely not an ordinary person after all. Not even giving a penny is too much to say. Stingy, is it like this? It's okay, no problem. Li Lao stood up and eased the atmosphere. As long as you have that kind of intention, it's fine. The specifics depend on your ability. Never force it. Old Li thought that Chu Chen might have a special reason, so he helped Chu Chen out of the siege. Who said, "I don't donate?" A questioning voice came. Charity doesn't depend on how much you donate, but on your conscience and your situation. Chu Chen said lightly, "I don't donate much, just 1 billion. While speaking, Chu Chen wrote a check and handed it directly to Elderly. Looking at the 1 billion check in his hand, even Elderly was stunned. After so many years, it was the first time that even Mr. Li had donated so much. After all, this is just a small donation, giving love, not those who have been affected by disasters or anything like that. I don't donate much, maybe 1 billion? Donate 1 billion, still not much? That's how much you donate. Looking at the check in Old Li's hand, these guests widened their eyes one by one and were extremely shocked. Young Master Kong is so amazing. I donated 1 billion yuan, what about young Master Kong? Chu Chen turned his head, looked at Kong Yongfeng, and asked plainly. Young Master Kong is so powerful. I donated 1 billion yuan. What about young Master Kong? Facing Chu Chen's question, Kong Yongfeng froze in place, not knowing what to say. At this moment, Kong Yongfeng was completely stunned. How could it become this situation? Kong Yongfeng really did not want to understand. 1 billion, he actually donated 1 billion? You know, even in the event of a major disaster, donations from individuals or corporations are mostly in the tens of millions, not in the hundreds of millions. He thought that he said that he donated 300 million yuan, which was already very awesome. He will definitely be praised by the public, show off the limelight, and win a good reputation for himself and the Kong family. In the end, a Chu Chen jumped out, donated 1 billion, and gave the money to Mr. Leon. The spot? In an instant, Chu Chen stole his limelight and became the focus of the audience. Kong Yongfeng didn't know how to refute Chu Chen. 1 billion, he really couldn't come up with it. This Mr. Chu is so loving. Actually, donated 1 billion, my generation is a role model. Originally, I thought the Kong family and nephew Kong Xian donated 300 million yuan, which is already a lot. I didn't expect that Mr. Chu actually donated 1 billion yuan. It's amazing. There were bursts of admiration. These bigwigs and wealthy businessmen are all very emotional. A billion? Looking at Chu Chen's check, Old Li's right hand trembled and was extremely excited. Mr. Li's initial guess was that this charity dinner may have received donations of about 500 to 600 million yuan. He is making up some of it himself, trying to get together 1 billion. But I didn't expect that this Mr. Chu would donate 1 billion yuan by himself. Mr. Chu, on behalf of those children, old man, thank you. Saying that, Elderly bowed to Chu Chen. Chu Chen quickly supported Li Lao, and Li Lao was definitely showing his true feelings. 1 billion is almost a watershed, not because Chu Chen is stingy and unwilling to donate more, but because this is the first time that Chu Chen has donated money here. Although Mr. Li has a high reputation in the magic capital, the waters of charity organizations are very deep, and some of them have turned black. For the first time donating here, Chu Chen naturally has to be more cautious. Looking at Old Li's expression and actions now, Chu Chen felt that His money was not wrongly donated. The specific use of the money will be announced to the public one by one in the future. We welcome Mr. Chu to attend the ribbon cutting for the Hope Primary School and Orphanage. That will be built in the future. Old Li said with emotion. Not only that, Mr. Li also planned to name the Hope Primary School that will be built in the future in the name of Chu Chen as a token of gratitude. Why doesn't Kong Xiao speak? Sitting down, Chu Chen asked. Hearing this, Kong Yongfeng's face instantly turned ashen. It's okay, nephew Kong has already donated a lot. At this time, Elderly suddenly opened his mouth and asked, by the way, didn't nephew Kong donate 200 million to us before? Why haven't we received the money yet? As soon as Mr. Li said this, the scene instantly fell into a dead silence. Kong Yongfeng just wanted to pretend, but told everyone that their Kong family had donated 200 million to Mr. Li's charity before. In the end, it took a long time and it was just bragging. The money has not been taken out yet? That idiot donated 200 million. The guests present looked at Kong Yongfeng with incomparable disgust. The Kong family's reputation really stinks. This Kong Yongfeng was extremely embarrassed. Indeed, he just said that he donated 200 million yuan, but he was just bragging. Including the current donation of 300 million is an exaggeration. Kong Yongfeng is not prepared to give so much. A few months ago, Kong Yongfeng took care of a popular female star. From this female star, Kong Yongfeng learned this. Announce how much you have donated to the outside world. In fact, you can delay it as long as you can, until a certain period of time, and only take out a small part of it, symbolically, to deal with the matter. No one can check anyway. Not only earning a good reputation, but also paying less money. How cool it is. As a result, Kong Yongfeng overturned the car the first time he pretended to force. He forgot that Mr. Li was here, and it was really embarrassing. Kong Yongfeng stammered, not knowing how to respond. To Elder Li, maybe nephew Kong has something to do, forget it. Old Li spoke again. It's simple. Today, nephew Kong can hand over the 200 million last time and the 300 million this time. This is not the first time Mr. Li has encountered such a person who only brags and does not donate money. Li Lao naturally has a way to rectify it. Now, in front of everyone, he doesn't believe it, and the Kong family will still rely on it. Yes, Mr. Li is right. Kong Yongfeng gritted his teeth and nodded. At this moment, his heart is bleeding. 500 million. They actually want to take out 500 million in one go? Too much. This is definitely a huge sum of money for the stingy Kong family. For this charity dinner, in fact, the Kong family only prepared 100 million yuan, and it was already extremely rare. Now, it's 5 times more. Kong Yongfeng has 10,000 unwillingness in his heart, and does not want to pay, but in front of so many big bosses and wealthy businessmen in the devil capital, if he ignores it, their Confucius family's reputation was completely ruined. In the end, Kong Yongfeng reluctantly called his grandfather and told him the matter. He couldn't come up with so much money himself. What? 500 million? Mr. Kong was directly angry. You wait, I'll go right away. I want to take a look. Where is that Mr. Chu sacred? Old Master Kong said to Kong Yongfeng with a gloomy face. Soon, Mr. Kong got into the car and went straight to the charity dinner. Chapter 401. What, President Chu is also here? 15, regardless of the 3721, even though it was because Kong Yongfeng was pretending to be aggressive and arguing with Chu Chen, the Kong family only had to spend 500 million. But in the phone call with his grandfather, Kong Yongfeng put all the responsibility on Chu Chen. Kong Yongfeng made Chu Chen's words unforgivable, like a heinous bastard. In the car, Mr. Kong was trembling with anger. Their Kong family is a well-known wealthy family in Modu, and this time they were actually pitted by a junior. Not only did his reputation plummet, but he also had to spend 500 million? The more he thought about it, the more angry Mr. Kong was, and he was going to give Chu Chen some color. Wanting them to take 500 million is a fool's dream. You must know that even if it was to make Kong Yongfeng stand out at the charity dinner and gain fame, it took a month of negotiation with the Kong family. It's decided. Stingy, that's the fine tradition of their Confucius family. On the other side, the fundraising is over, and the charity dinner officially begins. For Mr. Li, fundraising is the highlight, but for these guests, now is the highlight. The reason why these guests are willing to come, to give Old Li face, is only one aspect. The most important thing is that they want to use the charity dinner to get to know some heavyweights and increase their personal connections. You must know that in the magic capital, Li Lao's reputation is very high, and many big people will come. After the fundraiser was over, the guests started chatting with each other and getting to know each other. People like Thompson Group, Helling Group who donated 40 million yuan, and Qijing Group who donated 100 million yuan are the most popular. Even Kong Yongfeng had a few guests. Only Chu Chen, the person who has donated the most, is the coldest here. Although Chu Chen donated 1 billion yuan, which shocked these guests, they were only shocked and sighed that Chu Chen was very caring, that's all. In the eyes of these people, Chu Chen is just an unknown little person. Haven't let them please, to the point of kneeling and licking. On the contrary, the behemoths such as Thompson Group and Qijing Group are different. These big figures are the existences that they deserve to befriend and please. Chu Chen didn't pay attention to these at the moment, he was busy watching the system. Ding, mission completed, system reward, 10 times. The rebate card, activate now activation. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 10 billion funds, which are now in the bank card. In an instant, there was 10 billion more liquidity on Chu Chen's card. With this large amount of liquidity, it would be much more convenient for Chu Chen to do things in the future. You must know that Chu Chen used a lot of working capital to acquire a part of Prada's shares last time. On the other hand, Mr. Li was also very excited. By the way, tell everyone the good news. Mr. Li instructed others to tell the rest of the charity organization the news of the fundraising tonight. Although Mr. Li is the general director of the charitable organization, there are other important members of the charitable organization. Li Lao's assistant contacted others, while Li Lao personally contacted their charitable organization, the most important vice president, the chairman of Qiankun Group, Zhao Yuanliang. Zhao Yuanliang. That is the top boss in the magic capital. The phone was connected, and after hearing the news from Mr. Li, Zhao Yuanliang nodded slightly. Congratulations, brother Li. Zhao Yuanliang answered plainly, for a top tycoon like Zhao Yuanliang, 1 billion is nothing at all, and he doesn't need to be shocked. By the way, who is the one who donated 1 billion? Zhao Yuanliang asked, curiously, while sitting in his villa, drinking tea leisurely. His name is Chu Chen. He is a young man. Old Li replied that he didn't know Chu Chen very well either. After the phone call, Mr. Li was ready to have a good chat with Chu Chen, expressing his gratitude to Chu Chen. What? Chu Chen? After listening to old Li's words, Zhao Yuanliang, who was originally calm, suddenly sat up from the sofa. Brother Li, hold on to President Chu, I'll be right here. After hanging up the phone, Zhao Yuanliang immediately took the car keys and went straight to Mr. Li's charity night, feeling extremely excited. Originally, Zhao Yuanliang despised this level of charity dinner, and it wasn't worth him to go there in person, to get some money over there, just think about it, that's all. So he stayed at home and drank tea leisurely. But now, knowing that Chu Chen had actually gone, Zhao Yuanliang suddenly regretted it. This charity night, he should go. Zhao Yuanliang is none other than the top boss of the magic capital, who signed a contract of nearly 100 billion with Ferrari Group last time. After what happened last time, Zhao Yuanliang wanted to befriend Chu Chen, but he didn't know what reason to use. Now, here's the reason. He pretended to meet at a charity dinner. Time flies, and Mr. Kong also arrived here. With the arrival of Mr. Kong, many guests took the initiative to greet him. This is the head of the Kong family. Elderly. Even the person in charge of the Kong family, Mr. Kong, would politely call Mr. Li after seeing Mr. Li. After all, there is still a level difference between the two, and they cannot meet each other. Minda is here. Mr. Li nodded to Mr. Kong. In terms of age, Mr. Kong's father, Kong Mingda, was 7 or 8 years younger than Mr. Li. By the way, don't forget it later, hand over the 500 million. You have a good grandson. Unlike you old stingy, you donated these in one breath. Old Li joked. It is good. Hearing Mr. Li's words, Mr. Kong had no choice but to bite the bullet and agree with gritted teeth. He really has a good grandson. After returning home, I must use the family rules to teach a lesson, my good grandson. But now, teaching that Chu Chen a lesson was the most important thing. Chapter 402, Who Dares to Move Brother Chu, Scare Everyone. 25, he simply said a few words to Mr. Li. Under the guidance of Kong Yongfeng, Mr. Kong walked up to Chu Chen and looked at Chu Chen aloofly. Junior. You did a good job tonight. Mr. Kong laughed angrily. Very good? I think it's normal? Chu Chen shrugged, he only donated 1 billion, not much. After that, if the donation effect is good, Chu Chen doesn't mind donating a little more. Chu Chen's words and actions fell into Father Kong's eyes, as if provoking himself. So? Is it normal for them to pay 500 million from the Kong family? How much the Kong family must bleed a lot, you think it's a lot? 5 billion, or 5 billion? Boy, Mr. Kong is talking to you, are you sitting here? Get up quickly. Do you understand the rules, so hurry up and give up your seat too? Mrs. Kong. Some of the guests who wanted to please the Kong family and knelt down and licked the old man Kong scolded Chu Chen one after another. Just now, it was only Kong Yongfeng who was here, and these guests didn't do anything to Chu Chen, they were still polite. But now that the head of the Kong family, Mrs. Kong, is here, they don't have to be afraid of anything, and they don't have to pretend. No matter how powerful this kid is, can he be as powerful as the Kong family? The Kong family is a wealthy family in the magic capital. Except for those big figures in the magic capital, and the top bigwigs, who else can offend the Kong family? Apart from these guests who scolded Chu Chen, some guests were also gloating. For example, Howland Group, etc., they also donated money just now. They thought they would be able to show some limelight. And won the praise of Mr. Li unexpectedly. Chu Chen donated 1 billion in one go, and he immediately compared them. Compared with 1 billion, their tens of millions are nothing at all. Their money was wasted, and naturally they hated Chu Chen. What kind of charity are they afraid to be interested in? Now, seeing old Master Chong and Chu Chen tit for tat, they are naturally willing to watch the play and watch Chu Chen be taught a lesson by the Chong family. It's really uneducated. Stand up and listen to Grandpa's teachings. Kong Yongfeng also scolded Chu Chen. Listening to his teachings, he is not qualified enough. Chu Chen was still sitting there, eating indifferently while replying. If it was old Manly, the old man who devoted himself to charity, Chu Chen would naturally be willing to give up his seat. But this old man Kong can't. Not qualified? As soon as Chu Chen said this, the onlookers were instantly shocked. Even the helm of the dignified Confucius family is not qualified to let you stand up and listen to the teachings? Are you out of your mind? Everyone looked at each other, as if looking at a lunatic, looking at Chu Chen. Hee, Junior, it's okay to be young and frivolous. But it's not good to be arrogant and belittle yourself. Grandpa Kong's voice was cold. If you don't get it right, you will suffer a lot. At this moment, Mrs. Kong has made up her mind that he will ruthlessly clean Chu Chen. The other guests also had playful expressions on their faces. This kid is probably going to die. Tonight, this kid is going to get out of the magic capital. Listen to your accent, you're not from the Devil City, right? Old Master Kong said to Chu Chen if he had something to say. Modu, not other small places, the water here is very deep, very deep. If one day, you accidentally offend a big man, there will be no place for you in the Demon City. Before Mr. Kong's voice could fall, a retorting voice suddenly came from behind. Is it? Who dares to touch Brother Chu? In an instant, everyone turned their heads and looked back. Why not? Mr. Kong was in a very unhappy mood at first, but now there is a second person who dares to refute him. Mr. Kong suddenly became angry. However, he only said half of what he said. After Mrs. Kong saw the person coming, he immediately swallowed the unfinished words. The other guests, looking at the visitor at this moment, were also stunned. President Zhao is actually here? Seeing Zhao Yuanliang coming, these guests greeted them flatteringly. Hello Mr. Zhao. It's a blessing for 3 lives to meet Mr. Zhao. President Zhao is indeed very personable. Zhao Yuanliang did not respond to these people, but just walked straight to Chu Chen, pretending to meet by chance. Brother Chu, I didn't expect to meet you here. The next second, what everyone never expected was that Zhao Yuanliang spoke politely to Chu Chen. Brother Chu? Mr. Zhao actually called this junior with the surname Chu, Brother Chu? Mr. Zhao is the same generation as him, and he is very polite? They heard it right. This is the chairman of the dignified Qiankuan group, the top boss of the magic capital. All the guests were stunned and dumbfounded. As for Mrs. Kong, she was also stunned there, speechless. At this moment, Mrs. Kong was also stunned. What just happened? Zhao Yuanliang is here, and he and this boy are equals? Is this true? You must know that even he, the helm of the Confucian family of the magic capital, is not qualified to be on the same level as Zhao Yuanliang. When I see Zhao Yuanliang, I have to respectfully call Mr. Zhao. But now, Mr. Zhao is actually On the same level as this kid? As for Kong Yongfeng, at this moment, the whole person is not well, and he is scared and stupid. Originally, he still despised Chu Chen. As a result, Zhao Yuanliang, who was very polite even when his grandfather saw him, was actually on the same level as Chu Chen. Awesome. Really cool. Now, only these two words can describe Kong Yongfeng's impression of Chu Chen. Mr. Zhao, long time no see. Chu Chen and Zhao Yuanliang shook hands and chatted, leaving everyone else in the air. The others could only stand by and wait respectfully, not daring to interject a word. Hey, brother Zhao is here? At this time, Mr. Li happened to come out of the house. After receiving Mr. Kong just now, Mr. Li had something to deal with first, and he has just returned. Brother Zhao and Mr. Chu know each other? Of course. Zhao Yuanliang nodded. Brother Chu is young and promising, with strong financial resources, but he is the second largest shareholder of Ferrari Group. After listening to this sentence, don't talk about other people, even elderly was shocked. Ferrari's second largest shareholder? President, it turns out that Mr. Chu is the second largest shareholder of Ferrari Group? All the guests present were dumbfounded. This identity is so shocking. This is the second largest shareholder, not an executive. In other words, a part of the Ferrari Group, and a large part, is Chu Chen in front of them, Mr. Chu's. This is too arrogant. Most of these rich people present are worth around tens of billions. In their eyes, the 100 billion group is already very powerful, just like the previous Howland Group. Not to mention the Ferrari Group with a market value of 200 billion. After knowing Chu Chen's identity, these guests also understood why Zhao Yuanliang, the top boss of the dignified demon capital, wanted to befriend this kid. This identity is worth Zhao Yuanliang doing. Mr. Chu is good. Mr. Chu is too low-key, and is actually the second largest shareholder of Ferrari Group. Just now I have eyes. But don't know Mount Tai, President Chu, don't care. For a moment, these rich and powerful people who had just looked down on Chu Chen, said flatteringly, and greeted Chu Chen enthusiastically. Among these people, those wealthy businessmen who satirized Chu Chen in order to please Mr. Kong just now were trembling and their faces turned pale with fright. Chu Chen is actually the second largest shareholder of Ferrari Group, and he is also Zhao Yuanliang, a friend of President Zhao? Ruined. Now you're dead. Gudong. Some people could no longer stand, their bodies softened, and they fell on the chairs behind. And those bosses who were gloating at misfortune, resenting Chu Chen for donating too much, and wanting to watch the play, also exhaled a long breath at this moment, very fortunate. Fortunately, they didn't speak just now. Otherwise, it would be them who were scared to death now. Mr. Chu has already achieved such achievements at such a young age. Lin admires it. Mr. Chu is really a model for the younger generation of the magic capital. President Chu is not only outstanding in appearance, but also extremely powerful. The bosses said in a pleasing manner. As for Kong Yongfeng, he was already trembling with fright. He actually provokes the second largest shareholder of Ferrari Group. Do you think they are poor people? Compared with him, he is a poor man. To be able to acquire so many shares in Ferrari Group, it should be rich. As for his own ridicule of Chu Chen's identity, it is even more ridiculous. Chu Chen and Zhao Yuanliang were the same generation, and their identity and status were definitely not lower than those of the top bosses in the magic capital. Being crushed by Chu Chen in all aspects. Kong Yongfeng was completely desperate. Grandpa Kong also looked incredulous, looking at Chu Chen blankly. You have this identity, say it earlier. You said earlier that no matter what, it is impossible for you, and you dare not threaten you. Grandpa Kong complained in his heart. As for the fact that he never asked about Chu Chen's identity, Mrs. Kong selectively forgot. Just now, did the Kong family seem to have any opinion on Brother Chu? Zhao Yuanliang said to Mrs. Kong with a smile. Seeing Zhao Yuanliang's smile, Mr. Kong shuddered. Not to mention how powerful Chu Chen, the second largest shareholder of Ferrari Group, is. Let's just say that Zhao Yuanliang can easily get rid of their Kong family. Although the Kong family is a wealthy family in the magic capital, compared with Zhao Yuanliang, it is still insignificant. Opinion, what opinion? Grandpa Kong quickly denied Zhao Yuanliang's words. How dare our Kong family have any opinion on Mr. Chu? It's just that there was a little conflict just now. A big man like Mr. Chu would not have common knowledge with a small family like our Kong family. Grandpa Kong said respectfully, and deliberately raised Chu Chen's identity and lowered the identity of the Kong family. That's good. Zhao Yuanliang nodded slightly, looked around for a week, and said solemnly, Brother Chu is my friend. If anyone has an opinion on Brother Chu, you are welcome to come to me. Zhao Yuanliang also took the opportunity to get closer to Chu Chen. Hearing this, everyone was even more afraid to speak. Grandpa Kong's face was also pale, and he was frightened. Brother Zhao is very polite. Chu Chen said. Zhao Yuanliang was so polite, and Chu Chen naturally wanted to thank him. Mr. Chu, I made a slip of the tongue just now, please forgive me. Grandpa Kong brought his grandson, Kong Yongfeng, forward and took the initiative to apologize to Chu Chen. I haven't apologized to Mr. Chu yet. After he finished speaking, Mrs. Kong reminded Kong Yongfeng. I'm sorry, Mr. Chu. Kong Yongfeng hurriedly bowed and apologized to Chu Chen, his voice stuttering, obviously frightened. After returning home, I will definitely educate him so that he will no longer do any wrongdoing in the future, Grandpa Kong assured Chu Chen. At this time, Elderly suddenly said, Brother Chu, I wonder if you are interested in taking a post in our charity organization? Elderly and Zhao Yuanliang were on the same level, and Chu Chen was on the same level as Zhao Yuanliang. So Elderly also directly called Chu Chen Brother Chu. Mr. Li invited Chu Chen to join the charitable organization he founded. All right. In the end, at the warm invitation of Old Man Li and Zhao Yuanliang, Chu Chen agreed. Chu Chen, Zhao Yuanliang, and Old Li chatted. Mr. Li invited Chu Chen to attend a ribbon-cutting ceremony in charge of their charitable organization after a while. Chu Chen agreed. And after chatting for a while, Chu Chen drove away first. The next day, Chu Chen drove his 100 million plus supercar to the #1 supercar club in the Magic Capital as he had promised before. Today seems to be the day when the #1 supercar club in the capital city will elect its vice president. The #1 Super Running Association in the Magic Capital is also called the #1 Super Running Club in the Magic Capital by many young masters and rich second generations. Previously, when Chu Chen was teaching Wei Ziying to drive, he received warm recommendations from the young masters and the rich lady. Today, Chu Chen was fine, so he drove his Pagani HP Barchetta to the club. It wasn't that Chu Chen didn't want to keep a low profile and drove a supercar of more than 100 million, but that Chu Chen's Ferrari was sent for maintenance. After all, I Was going to the supercar club, and I was at home today, not last time. Chu Chen happened to be driving an Audi and was too lazy to go home and change cars. Therefore, today Chu Chen drove the Pagani. I heard that today is also the day when the first super running club in the capital elects the vice president. If it's not troublesome, Chu Chen doesn't mind, just take a dang. The number 1 super running club in the magic capital was mainly formed by a group of sons and brothers and the rich second generation. In the circle of the second generation of Modu, it is very famous. It is one of the top super running clubs in Modu and can easily rank in the top 3. There are many talents in the club and there are many masters, of course. More are the sons, the rich second generation. Today, countless luxury cars were parked in front of the number 1 supercar club in Modu, which was extraordinarily grand because of the selection of the vice president. Many young masters who are not common in ordinary times also showed up today. Brother Lu, Brother Lu. Brother Kuan. Brother Kuan, the vice president is yours. Brother Zhen, we support you, and we will definitely win the vice president. At the scene, various voices came one after another. The young masters of various magic capitals, the Sun, have been eyeing the position of the vice chairman for a long time. Everyone be quiet. At this time, a young man of 28 or 9 years old stood up, held a microphone, and shouted loudly. The young man's name is Tao Chen Ming, and he is the president of the number 1 supercar club in Modu, and he is also a top young man in Modu. Of course, to be the president of the club, Tao Chen Ming not only has great driving skills, but also has a world-class supercar. Otherwise, he might not be able to be the president for a long time. Today, in order to show his strength, Tao Chen Ming drove his world-class supercar, the Lamborghini Poison. Lamborghini Poison, perhaps the world-class supercar most familiar to many people, is expensive. Tao Chen Ming's car cost nearly 90 million when he bought it, and there are not many in the world, enough to shock everyone. Seeing Tao Chen Ming speak, the scene quickly quieted down. Tao Chen Ming said a few words, and the battle for the vice president was about to begin. After all, unlike a formal association like the Jiangnan Musicians Association, the number 1 supercar club in the Magic City, the selection of the vice president is more arbitrary. Whoever can convince the public can be the vice president. Because the members are all kinds of young masters in the magic capital, and their identities and backgrounds are not simple, it is impossible for any black box operations to occur in the election. After all, no one obeys the other. Who can convince the crowd who is in the top? Before voting, there will be a small drag racing competition to gain popularity. In fact, the game is only part of it. The most important thing is what kind of car you drive and whether you can convince those sons and buddies. If the candidates can also drive a Lamborghini Poison, then the vice president is almost certain. It is even possible to kill Tao Chen Ming and become the new president. After screening, there are a total of 5 candidates for the vice president. The 3 of them drove their own supercars to the field in turn, and the price of each supercar was more than 10 million yuan. When the 4th man came out, there was a commotion. Brother Quint's Ferrari Raphael is here. 30 million supercar, awesome. Quinch drove a 30 million Ferrari Raphael and instantly became the favorite to win. However, before Brother Kuan was happy, another supercar appeared next to him, which immediately snatched all the limelight from Brother Kuan. I saw a silver Ultimate Aero that sold for more than 50 million, parked here. A young man got out of Silby's car and waved to everyone triumphantly. Brother Zhen is awesome. Brother Xian will win. After seeing the young man, a frantic cry came. This 50 million silver ultimate arrow is probably the entire club, second only to the Lamborghini Poison. Although the price of these cars is not as high as the sky, but because they are limited editions, there are not many cars in the world. Therefore, to get one, you need not only strong financial resources. More importantly, there must be terrifying connections. Hearing the screams, Brother Xian and Ma Yongzhen floated up. Soon, the drag racing began, with Silver Ultimate Arrow and Ferrari Raphael rushing out. Due to the limited space, the distance of the game is very short. Silver Ultimate Arrow crossed the finish line first, ushered in a burst of cheers. Brother Xian is mighty. The vice chairman belongs to Brother Xian. Whether it is driving skills or supercars, they have crushed their opponents. If nothing else, the vice president will be Ma Yongzhen. After returning to the starting point, Ma Yongzhen got out of the car and was proud of himself. Now he has considered himself the vice president. Thank you, everyone, thank you. Ma Yongzhen floated up. Humph. Ma Yongzhen, don't be complacent. The vice president is not necessarily yours. Qin opened his mouth. Why are you unconvinced? In terms of driving skills, are you comparable to me? Ma Yongzhen shuddered. Whether it's car skills or supercars, Ma Yongzhen is very confident in himself. The vice president is definitely his. Well, even if I can't compare to you, there are definitely people who are better than you in our club. Qin retorted. His driving skills are indeed average. Not as good as Ma Yongzhen. Oh, who is it? Ma Yongzhen asked flatly. In the entire club, except for the president, who has more car skills than me. Whose car is better than my Silver Ultimate Arrow? Ma Yongzhen said confidently. In the club, Ma Yongzhen's driving skills are also among the best. Who is it? After thinking for a while, Brother Qin suddenly thought of the Chu Chen who drove the Audi and won the supercar from the younger brother. By the way, his name is Chu Chen. Qin replied. Chu Chen? Ma Yongzhen frowned, apparently never heard of it. What kind of thing is he? How can he compare with me? Ma Yongzhen regarded Chu Chen as an unknown little person. He couldn't believe it anymore. With this Silver Ultimate Arrow, the entire club, except for the president, who can beat him? In order to get Silver's Ultimate Arrow here, he worked hard. The purpose is to pretend today and become the vice president of the club in one fell swoop. Now, it looks like it's going to be a success. Chu Chen is a person with great driving skills. If he comes, he will definitely crush you. Qin retorted. Although he didn't know Chu Chen, he had seen the video and admired Chu Chen's driving skills. He. Ma Yongzhen sneered. Stop bragging, isn't that Chu Chen amazing? If he has the ability, let him come out and compare with me. Pooh. In Ma Yongzhen's subconscious, that Chu Chen was Brother Qin, and Xiang Chuchen was just bragging. Not to mention whether there is such a person. Even if there is, the driving skills are absolutely average. Otherwise, it has been 2 years since he joined the #1 supercar club in the capital city. Why haven't he heard of it? If it weren't for his Silver Ultimate Arrow, it would not be as good as the Lamborghini Poison of Chairman Tao Chenming. I am afraid that Ma Yongzhen has already challenged Tao Chenming. Have the ability to let him come and compare with me? After being asked by Ma Yongzhen, Brother Qin Xiang Chuchen stopped talking. He just watched. A video of Chu Chen and didn't know him at all. Where did he go to find Chu Chen and try it with Ma Yongzhen? Xiang Chuchen stood there awkwardly, stunned. Seeing this scene, Ma Yongzhen was even more proud. Hee, there's no way to let that Chu Chen come out? Ma Yongzhen said with a sneer. Is there no such person, or does this Chu Chen have no courage at all to compare with me? Chu Chen, what is he, a turtle with a shrinking head? While speaking, Ma Yongzhen raised his middle finger, and then pressed it down fiercely, expressing his contempt. Cough, now, I think everyone should have their own ideas. President Tao Qianming stood up. Ready to elect a vice president. Hearing this, Ma Yongzhen turned around, tidied up his clothes, and prepared to go forward to accept everyone's cheers. At this moment, a roar that belongs to the supercar suddenly came. In the shocked eyes of everyone, a ghost-like shadow rushed in and stopped in front of the #1 supercar club in the capital city. Seeing this special supercar, the originally boiling scene became extremely quiet in an instant, and the needle drop could be heard. Everyone looked at Chu Chen's car in disbelief. I go. They are not mistaken. Is this the legendary supercar? Many people, including President Tao Qianming, rubbed their eyes, thinking they were wrong. Ma Yongzhen and Xiang Chuchen, who were closest to the supercar, were equally shocked. Especially Ma Yongzhen, his eyes were round and round, as if he was about to stare out. This Ma Yongzhen was completely dumbfounded, stammering and speechless. My God, is this the legendary Pagani Zonda HP Barchetta? Global Limited Edition Pagani Zonda HP Barchetta? It's the first time I've seen a supercar of more than 100 million. After the deadly silence, thunderous discussion suddenly came from the scene. The atmosphere at the scene immediately exploded and reached its peak. Even if the people present are some rich second-generation, son-in-law from the magic capital, they have seen many big scenes. But looking at this Pagani Zonda HP Barchetta that sells for more than 100 million, they are also crazy. The people present are all car lovers. Can you not be excited and excited when you see the world's top supercar? The door opened, and a more handsome guy slowly got out of the car. Chu Chen, who was originally good-looking, now looks more temperamental and unparalleled under the contrast of Pagani Zonda HP Barchetta. At this moment, Chu Chen killed everything in seconds, and the charm value was bursting. No matter what the rich second generation, tall, rich and handsome, are not enough to describe Chu Chen at the moment. Wow. Mom, I'm in love. I have decided that he will not marry in this life. I want to open my eyes and see him at first sight. At the scene, those wealthy daughters who had seen all kinds of handsome guys also fell into madness. Chu Chen? Because of the short distance, Xiang Chuchen recognized Chu Chen at first glance. What did you say? He is Chu Chen? Beside him, when he heard Xiang Chuchen's muttering, Ma Yongzhen's face changed greatly, and he asked in surprise. Yes, he is Chu Chen. In the last video, Xiang Chuchen still remembers it fresh, and it is impossible to recognize the wrong person. What? Ma Yongzhen's face was instantly covered with cold sweat. And his hands and feet were cold. Chu Chen, is he the Chu Chen Xiang Chuchen said? Originally, Ma Yongzhen was also very proud that he had obtained silver ultimate arrow. I thought that at this gathering, I would definitely become the star that everyone was watching. But now, with the appearance of Chu Chen driving more than 100 million supercars, he was instantly killed. Not only him, but even the President Tao Qianming was crushed. Compared with the Legendary Pagani Zonda HP Barchetta, the world's top supercar, the Lamborghini Poison is also a notch worse. This can be seen from the price. And the number of Pagani Zonda HP Barchetta is less than Lamborghini Poison. By the way, someone was very disdainful just now. What kind of thing is Chu Chen, who has the ability, let him come and compare with you? Still holding up the middle finger, saying that Chu Chen is a turtle with a shrinking head? Suddenly thinking of what happened just now, Xiang Chuchen smiled brightly and asked, meaningfully. I think about it, who is that person? Don't, Brother Chuchen, I was wrong. Ma Yongzhen's body trembled, and he directly confessed. And the name became Brother Chuchen. Although I don't know the identity of Chu Chen, but can drive more than 100 million supercars, can he be an ordinary person? Although he also drives a supercar with more than 50 million yuan, is it far from the Pagani Zonda HP Barchetta? Ma Yongzhen is self-aware. As for racing in the race, Ma Yongzhen dared not, even though he believed in his own racing skills. But the cars of the two are not on the same level at all. If you compare yourself to Chu Chen, isn't that courting death? Yourself? I was sick just now, and my mouth stinks. Ma Yongzhen apologized repeatedly. I'm not a thing, I don't deserve to be compared with Brother Chu at all. I'm a shrinking turtle, trash. Ma Yongzhen hurriedly hacked himself to make up for what he just said. Brother Chuchen, don't tell Brother Chu. Ma Yongzhen begged for mercy, terrified. If it wasn't in front of everyone, Ma Yongzhen would have been kneeling on the ground begging for mercy at this moment. If Brother Chu finds out, in a word, I am afraid that he will be finished. Forget it. I won't tell my brother. Xiang Chuchen waved his hand and looked like he was very familiar with Chu Chen. And looked like Chu Chen's younger brother. In fact, Xiang Chuchen is not generous, but he doesn't know Chu Chen. How can he say? With the appearance of Chu Chen, the attention of the members of the number 1 Super Running Club was all on Chu Chen. Everyone wondered what Chu Chen was doing. Could he be someone from other clubs to provoke him? No, I think he may be the young master from Yanjing. What, he is obviously the Prince Charming who came to pick him up. At this time, President Tao Qianming also came to Chu Chen. Excuse me? With a hint of hostility, Tao Qianming asked. With the appearance of Chu Chen, Tao Qianming felt a hint of crisis and hostility. Brother Chen, you are here. At this time, several brothers who had seen Chu Chen last time surrounded him. President, this is Chu Chen, Brother Chen, I told you last time. I invited him to come to our club. Several sons and brothers explained to Tao Qianming. That's right. Tao Qianming nodded and understood, even though his face was expressionless at the moment. It seemed very plain. But he was very irritable inside, and the thing he least wanted to see happened after all. He also guessed a few reasons for Chu Chen's coming. Among them, the last thing he expected was that Chu Chen would come to join their club. When Tao Qianming first saw Chu Chen, he felt a deep crisis. No, it was a threat. In terms of driving skills, although Tao Qianming is a master, he is not the most powerful in the number 1 supercar club in Magic Capital. In terms of family background, there are a few people in the club who are similar to him. The reason why Tao Qianming was able to become the president of the club. Before completely relying on him, he spent several years of time and energy, and used countless contacts in the family to buy Lamborghini Poison. With the Lamborghini Poison, Tao Qianming was able to deter others. After all, in the super running club, super running is the most important thing. Since Tao Chenming got the Lamborghini poison, Tao Chenming's car has become the most powerful car in the club, no one. But now, this. Chu Chen actually drove a Pagani Zonda HP Barchetta with more than 100 million yuan. This even his own Lamborghini poison, and Pagani Zonda HP Barchetta, are also one level worse. As a result, his position as president was severely threatened. At this time, some other sons and brothers, daughters of rich families, also gathered around and greeted Chu Chen enthusiastically. "Hello Brother Chen. Brother Chen, you're too good to drive a Pagani Zonda HP Barchetta. Brother Chu Chen, you are so handsome, can we add a WeChat? I want to invite you to breakfast." As for Ma Yongzhen just now, and Jiang Xingkuan also came. Brother Chen is really amazing. From now on, Brother Chen will be my idol. In this life, Brother Chen's light shines like the sun and the moon, and I can't help but worship. Ma Yongzhen came up, threw his face away, and began to kneel and lick Chu Chen, sparing no effort. Ma Yongzhen, who was disdainful just now, didn't know where he went. Seeing that Chu Chen was extremely popular, Tao Chenming's face darkened even more. He felt more and more bad. If things go on like this, I am afraid that the position of the president will belong to Chu Chen. Cough, I think everyone is tired, it's noon. Everyone have a meal and take a rest. In the afternoon, we will continue to select the vice president. Tao Chenming opened his mouth and changed the subject. Now, he doesn't know the specific identity of Chu Chen, and it's not easy to mess around. So Tao Chenming wanted to take advantage of the noon meal time to talk about Chu Chen's identity. If Chu Chen's identity is better than his, Tao Chenming will admit defeat and hand over the position of chairman obediently. But if Chu Chen's identity is not as good as his, then don't blame him. This is a cruel society. All right. See you in the afternoon. The members of the club nodded, the crowd dispersed, and each went to eat and rest. Although they are also very curious about Chu Chen, they have self-knowledge in their identities. They are not qualified to eat with Chu Chen. At this moment, apart from Tao Chenming, Ma Yongzhen, and Jiang Xingkuan, there are 2 men and 1 woman who stay here. This small group of people can be regarded as the #1 super running club in the Magic Capital, with the most powerful group in their backgrounds. Welcome Brother Chu to join our first supercar club. Tao Chenming deliberately welcomed Chu Chen as the president. It's noon, will Brother Chu appreciate the light, let's have a meal together? Tao Chenming said with a smile. No problem. Chu Chen nodded, and it happened that he was also hungry. Where are we going? Jiang Xingkuan asked, curiously. With the identities of these young masters, naturally they will not go to ordinary places. Well, let's go to Wangjiang Pavilion. As if thinking for a while, Tao Chenming said. Wangjiang Pavilion is not far from us. Wangjiang Pavilion is good. I agree. Several people agreed, and Chu Chen naturally had no opinion. Several people drove and went straight to Wangjiang Pavilion. Tao Chenming and the others were all top-ranked sons in the Magic Capital, so they naturally got the private room, so Chu Chen didn't intervene. In order to show his strength and the majesty of the chairman, Tao Chenming deliberately ordered the most expensive food when ordering. Because of the driving, several people did not drink alcohol. While eating, several people chatted. The food at Wangjiang Pavilion is really good. Ma Yongzhen sighed with emotion. Of course, this is one of the top 10 restaurants in Modu, and among the top 10 restaurants, Wangjiang Pavilion is also in the forefront. It is praised and loved by a lot of big people here. Others agree. Brother Chen, what do you think? Ma Yongzhen asked flatteringly. The rest of the people also looked at Chu Chen. Although Tao Chenming suggested coming here to eat, Chu Chen seemed to be the core. After all, Chu Chen's Pagani Zonda HP Barchetta is amazing. I think? Chu Chen raised his brows and replied, very good, very good. Own restaurant, that is of course very nice. Wangjiang Pavilion is really awesome among the high-end restaurants in the magic capital. Tao Chenming opened his mouth, as if he was very familiar with Wangjiang Pavilion. And Wangjiang Pavilion is most famous for these special private rooms. Especially private room number 1, which is only open 12 times a year, is even more famous in the magic capital. The private room number 1 is only open to the big figures in the magic capital. It is open once a month. Ordinary billionaires and billionaires don't even think about it, and they are not qualified to enter. And I, too, followed my father, and I was fortunate enough to go in twice. Tao Chenming pretended to be forceful. Young Master Tao is amazing, he actually went in twice. I've only heard of it, I haven't even gone in once, but young Master Tao has gone in twice? After Tao Chenming finished pretending to be forced, these young masters let out exclamations, very shocked. Even if their identities are not simple, they have never entered. Where, SOSO? Tao Chenming's humble answer, he pretended to be forceful. If there is a chance in the future, I will take you in to open your eyes. Tao Chenming floated up a little. By the way, everyone has finished eating. I'm going to pay. Tao Chenming continued to pretend. I am a platinum member here and enjoy various special benefits. Platinum member? Tao Chenming is actually a platinum member of Wangjiang Pavilion? After listening to Tao Chenming's words, everyone was shocked again. This is too great. That is, their parents are eligible to become the platinum members of Wangjiang Pavilion. But young Tao has become a platinum member here at a young age. Nyobi. Enjoying the shocked gazes of everyone, Tao Chenming was very proud and he was very proud. Tao Chenming was just about to call the waiter to check out. But at this moment, a faint voice floated, "This is my restaurant, what's the bill?" The young masters who were about to stand up and left, after hearing Chu Chen's words, instantly froze in place. Chu Chen's words were so sudden that they didn't accept it for a while. What did Brother Chen say just now? This restaurant is his, what is the bill? The famous magic capital, Wangjiang Pavilion, one of the top 10 restaurants, is actually Brother Chen's? Brother Chu, what are you talking about? I don't understand. Swallowing a mouthful of saliva, Tao Chenming asked Chu Chen in astonishment. I'm the boss of Wangjiang Pavilion. There is no need to settle the bill. Today's bill is free. Chu Chen explained. Real? He is really the boss of Wangjiang Pavilion. And he heard it right. Looking at Chu Chen, Tao Chenming was a little confused. Before, he seemed to say that he came to Wangjiang Pavilion casually, but he was actually trying to pretend to show off the Wangjiang Pavilion platinum membership card he just got. To this end, he also explained some things about Wangjiang Pavilion to everyone, paving the way for so long. It turned out like this? Just because of Chu Chen's words, all his foreshadowing was wasted, and he completely overturned Tao Qianming wanted to cry without tears. It's amazing, I didn't expect Brother Chen to be the boss of Wangjiang Pavilion? If I were the boss here, I would have pretended to show off long ago, but Brother Chen is so low-key. I only say it now, I admire it. Brother Chen is awesome. The boy said with emotion. This is Wangjiang Pavilion, which is sought after by the great people. I didn't expect it to be Brother Chen's industry. The only girl at the scene, looking at Chu Chen at the moment, even more beautiful eyes, seems to be very moved. As for Tao Qianming, he also slowed down. Tao Qianming looked at Chu Chen vigilantly, not daring to mess around. Unexpectedly, Chu Chen is the mysterious behind-the-scenes boss of Wangjiang Pavilion? Although the value of Wangjiang Pavilion is not high, it is only a few billions. But being able to run such a top-notch restaurant in Modu has also attracted so many big people to come. If the behind-the-scenes boss does not have a strong network of contacts, even a fool will not believe it. If you pretend to fail, you will fail. Fortunately, Chu Chen has not been offended yet. Otherwise, I'm afraid he even regrets his bowels. Unconsciously, Tao Qianming began to make up his mind about Chu Chen's identity. Since he has a strong network of contacts, Chu Chen's identity is definitely very powerful. If his guess is correct, Wangjiang Pavilion is likely to be just one of Chu Chen's many assets. By the way, where does Mr. Chu live? If we have time, we can visit you. Tao Qianming asked with deep meaning. At this moment, Tao Qianming's address to Chu Chen has become more polite. Tao Qianming had a guess, but he couldn't directly ask what kind of property Chu Chen had, it was too impolite. So Tao Qianming turned his mind and thought of where he lived. Where you live can definitely reflect a person's identity and status. Welcome, I live in Tian Palace. Chu Chen was packing his things, so he replied politely. Chu Chen's words fell into the ears of several people like 9 days of thunder. Tian Palace? Brother Chen actually lives in Tian Palace? That is the first mansion in Shanghai. Even if they are the sons and brothers of the magic capital, Miss Tianjin, the family is very powerful. But you don't have the right to live in the Tian Palace? Don't say that their fathers are not good, I am afraid that even the grandfathers do not have that strength. Chu Chen actually lives in the Tian Palace, which is so awesome. At this moment, several young masters looked at Chu Chen's eyes and became extremely respectful. Chu Chen's status in their hearts was several levels higher. Tian Palace? Tao Qianming took a deep breath and was deeply frightened. Living in Tian Palace, that Chu Chen's identity can definitely be compared with the super boss of the magic capital. At this moment, Tao Qianming was very fortunate that he was fortunately not messing around. Otherwise, once Chu Chen is angry, let alone his father, I am afraid that even if his grandfather comes, he will not be able to save him. Asked this sentence, played a big role. From the side, Tao Qianming verified Chu Chen's identity, and Tao Qianming completely conceded defeat. I have confirmed the eyes. It is the person I can't afford to offend. The president of the first supercar club in the capital city. He doesn't want it anymore, he doesn't deserve it. Regardless of his identity or the car he drives, he can't compare to Chu Chen, so what kind of president would he be? Forget it, let Chu Chen be the one. Mr. Chu, walk slowly. Goodbye, Mr. Chu. With the respectful escort of the staff of Wangjiang Pavilion, several people left. When they rushed back to the number 1 super running club in Modu, the other members were already waiting there. Everyone be quiet. Tao Ming stood up and said, I have two things to announce. First, I welcome Chu Chen, brother Chen, to join our #1 supercar club in the Magic Capital. As soon as he said this, there was loud applause from the scene. A big man has joined their club, and everyone is naturally very happy. The second thing, I decided to give up the position of president to Mr. Chu. Tao Ming's next sentence was astonishing. The scene became silent. Only the young masters who had dinner with Chu Chen at noon today were very calm, and they had already guessed the ending. In the future, if Tao Ming doesn't retire voluntarily, I'm afraid they will force Tao Ming to resign as president. From now on, the president of our #1 supercar club in the Magic Capital is Chu Chen. Mr. Chu, do you have any opinions? Tao Ming asked. No. I have no opinion. I support President Chu. Because Chu Chen's Pagani Zonda HP Barchetta was so shocking, no one at the scene objected. Brother Chen, you see how enthusiastic everyone is, don't refuse. Tao Ming said. Brother Chen, you can be this president. Brother Chen, your driving skills are also very good. You deserve to be the president. Those young masters also persuaded Chu Chen. In the end, under the warm suggestions of these people, Chu Chen agreed. Being inappropriate as the president, Chu Chen didn't really care. However, if he became the president, and his own development and worth increased, Chu Chen would naturally not refuse. You must know that the #1 super running club in Modu is one of the best among all super running clubs in Modu, and it is very strong. Membership is not easy. There are also a series of benefits for Chu Chen to become the president. In addition to expanding his contacts, in the future, Chu Chen can let Ferrari and the club organize some activities and the like, in order to increase Ferrari's influence in the Magic Capital. If there is the auxiliary publicity of the first supercar club in the capital, then Ferrari will definitely explode. In the capital, more and more rich second generation, when buying a car, will definitely choose Ferrari. Chu Chen became the president of the #1 supercar club in the Magic Capital, and Tao Ming automatically resigned and became the vice president. The next day, Chu Chen drove the Audi to a bank in Modu. The 10 billion that Chu Chen got before was hit by the system to this bank. Now, Chu Chen wants to move the money. Because he didn't know the senior management of the bank, Chu Chen came in person. The bank that Chu Chen came to is called DBS Bank, a well-known international commercial bank with more than 110 branches in China. DBS Bank has its own DBS Bank building in Modu. Chu Chen stopped and came to DBS Bank. Before Chu Chen signed in, he got a lot of black cards, including the very powerful Mogan Bank black cards, as well as some ordinary black cards. For example, at this moment, the black card of DBS Bank in Chu Chen's hand is relatively common. DBS Bank is far inferior to Mogan Bank, and the requirements for obtaining a black card are also relatively low. You only need to deposit more than 100 million yuan in DBS Bank. This time, Chu Chen did the task, and the 10 billion funds given by the system were put into DBS Bank. By the system, Chu Chen took the black card and entered DBS Bank, where he was warmly welcomed by the staff. Chu Chen was invited to a special VIP room and received by a manager of DBS Bank. Hello, Mr. Chu, can I help you? Manager Lu asked Chu Chen politely. However, before Chu Chen could speak, the door of the VIP room was suddenly opened. A man with a big belly, dressed as a boss, walked in abruptly. Hey! Is there someone? After the middle-aged boss found Chu Chen, he muttered. Mr. Sun, welcome and welcome. After seeing the middle-aged boss, Manager Lu, who had received Chu Chen politely, immediately stood up. Walking to the middle-aged boss, Manager Lu greeted the middle-aged boss very flatteringly. Mr. Sun is not an ordinary customer, but an old customer of their bank. And also a big customer. The richest people in the magic capital have deposited more than 2 billion in their bank alone. I didn't expect you to have guests here, I'm a little reckless. The middle-aged boss spoke. Although he said so, he did not have the slightest regret. As a major customer of DBS Bank, Manager Lu is responsible for his various businesses. Therefore, every time they come to DBS Bank, the middle-aged executives come directly to Manager Lu. This time, the middle-aged boss pushed the door and came in as usual, but he didn't expect that there were other people inside. It's okay, no problem. The reason Mr. Sun can come is to give us the bank's face. So it's okay to let him wait for a while. After the middle-aged boss finished speaking, Manager Lu immediately said. Flatteringly. In Manager Lu's subconscious mind, although Chu Chen is a black card user, he is so young and his financial resources are probably mediocre. Moreover, he had never seen Chu Chen before. He thought that it should be the black card he just got. How much money can he have? Can't compare to Mr. Sunday, it's alright, let him handle it first. The middle-aged boss said generously. And this time I'm just doing a little thing, dealing with a business of several hundred million. The middle-aged boss swaggered onto the sofa and said very low-key. How many billions? Is this still a small business? When Manager Lu heard this, he was instantly excited. If he can handle this business well, then he will be very close to the position of general manager of the branch. Mr. Sun is really his god of wealth. Then ask Mr. Sun to wait for a while, soon. Manager Lu spoke. After that, Manager Lu came to Chu Chen's side again and said, Sir, what are you going to do? This time, Manager Lu's attitude towards Chu Chen was obviously less polite, and even a little impatient. At this moment, Manager Lu just wanted to deal with Chu Chen's business quickly, and then went to flatter President Sunday. I'm also taking some money. Chu Chen replied coldly. After all, Chu Chen gave Manager Lu the black card of DBS Bank. Take it all. And transfer it to another account of mine. Originally, Chu Chen wanted to do some business in DBS Bank, but now, Chu Chen has no such idea. Small money? After taking Chu Chen's bank card, Manager Lu checked it curiously. The next second, looking at the number of deposits in Chu Chen's bank card displayed on the computer, Manager Lu was dumbfounded. How many zeros is this? Manager Lu counted in a trembling voice. 1, 10, 100, 1,000, 10,000. A billion, sir, are you going to take all the billion? Manager Lu asked Chu Chen nervously. He never thought that this Mr. Chu's card had 1 billion in it. At this moment, Manager Lu regrets it a little bit. Knowing that he has 1 billion in savings, his attitude just now is better. Hearing this, the middle-aged boss who was sitting there calmly, just raised his brows and was a little surprised that this young man actually had 1 billion in savings. Of course, it was only a slight surprise. Compared with him, this young man is a little worse. A billion? You're missing a zero. Chu Chen replied to Manager Lu. As soon as Chu Chen said this, Manager Lu was stunned. A few zeros? A billion plus a zero, wouldn't that 10 billion? Mr. Chu's card has 10 billion? how is this possible? Who has so much savings? Manager Leopold believe it. How to put it, many bigwigs, even if they are worth tens of billions, but most of the money is in the company. How many shares of the company, or what kind of real estate? Few bigwigs have so much liquidity in the bank. Just like Mr. Sun sitting here, although he is in charge of a large company of 30 to 40 billion, but with them, the deposit is only 2 billion. But this Mr. Chu said, his card has 10 billion? Just kidding. Manager Lu doesn't quite believe it. With doubts, Manager Lu counted again. Gollum. After counting, Manager Lu swallowed hard. 10 billion. Does this Mr. Chu really have 10 billion in his card? Manager Lu was dumbfounded and stunned. 10 billion, 10 billion. Manager Lu kept muttering. He has been working in DBS Bank for more than 10 years. And he has also met many big people, even hundreds of billionaires. But Carrie had so much money, and it was the first time he saw it. Even the hundreds of billionaires' deposits with them are not as much as this Mr. Chu. This is just their bank, a medium-sized bank, with so many deposits. In other big banks, how much money should this Mr. Chu have? The more he thought about it, the more shocked Manager Lu became. What? 10 billion? The middle-aged boss, who was sitting there calmly drinking tea, overheard Manager Lu's words, and suddenly stood up and said in astonishment. This young man's card actually has 10 billion funds? This is too arrogant. This almost buys nearly half of his company. And he is still so young. In a medium-sized bank, he has tens of billions of deposits. Take it, he really takes it. If you are rich, you are a younger brother, how can you compare with others? After being stunned for a long time, the middle-aged boss sat down. After knowing Chu Chen's inhumanity, the middle-aged boss became very careful and restrained when he sat there, and he didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Looking at Chu Chen, Manager Lu also regretted his bowels. He is really blind. In order to please President Sun, a rich man who only deposited 2 billion in their bank is actually disrespectful to this big man. If he had known that Mr. Chu had tens of billions of deposits and killed him, he would not have taken the initiative to greet President Sun and neglected Chu Chen. Before, he still wanted to please Mr. Sun and complete Mr. Sun's business of several hundred million to increase his own performance. Unexpectedly, it lost tens of billions of business. Because of this, at this moment, Chu Chen no longer wanted to do business with DBS Bank. Mr. Chu, do you really want to take all your tens of billions? Manager Lu asked in a trembling voice. Right. It's all credited to my designated account. Chu Chen nodded. Okay, please wait a moment. Manager Lu replied that Manager Lu's attitude towards Chu Chen at this moment should be more respectful, humble and humble. A few minutes later, Manager Lu finished the business, picked up the card, and prepared to return it to Chu Chen. No, help me cancel this card. Seeing this scene, Chu Chen shook his head. In the future, I will no longer do business with DBS Bank. The first time he came to DBS Bank, Chu Chen had a very bad impression of DBS Bank. After listening to Chu Chen, Manager Lu was stunned. Cancelled the black card? Not doing any business with DBS Bank? Do not do this. Because of myself, such a super big customer, it just went away. This responsibility is too great for him to bear. Manager Lu could not be the master alone, so he hurriedly called the general manager of the branch. What, a super large customer with a deposit of tens of billions, wants to cancel the account? Hearing what Manager Lu said, even the general manager of the branch was shocked. Be sure to hold on to that big customer, I'll be right there. Not daring to be slighted, the general manager immediately ran out of the office and rushed towards Chu Chen. If such a big customer is lost, it is definitely a major mistake by the bank. This big customer wants to cancel the account and will no longer cooperate with DBS Bank in the future. This must be very dissatisfied with their bank, otherwise it would not be like this. Once you let the headquarters know about this, don't say anything about Manager Lu. Even the general manager of the branch will be severely punished. 3 minutes later, the general manager arrived at the VIP room. Under the introduction of Manager Lu, the general manager politely said to Chu Chen, "Mr. Chu, if you don't need our black card temporarily, you can save it. And you don't have to cancel it." The general manager tried his best to keep Chu Chen. "No need." Chu Chen still insisted. In the end, the general manager had to help Chu Chen to cancel the black card, and then personally sent Chu Chen outside and watched Chu Chen drive away. After Chu Chen left, the general manager hurriedly transferred the surveillance video from the previous VIP room. "Bastard, it's all you bastard, with a problem with your eyes." Knowing the cause and effect, the general manager scolded Manager Lu in a veiled manner. "This matter is absolutely unstoppable. And I am afraid it will soon spread to the headquarters. Tomorrow, the headquarters will come to hold him accountable. Manager Lu won't let him feel better, so he won't let Manager Lu go." Manager Lu has been working in the bank for more than 10 years, but the general manager knows a lot of Manager Lu's black stuff. Before, they were all colleagues, and the general manager opened one eye and closed one eye. But now, it's really impossible to justify unless Manager Lu is ruthlessly adjusted. The current tens of billions of funds have been transferred to Mogan Bank. Chu Chen was at Mogan Bank, finishing the banking business he wanted to do before. On the way in the afternoon, Chu Chen came to Tianda Pictures. He is the first shareholder of Tianda Pictures, the big boss behind the scenes, so Chu Chen naturally wants to pay attention. Chu Chen inspected Tianda Films and learned a piece of news unexpectedly. Recently, a very important movie invested by their Tianda Film Company has had some accidents. An actor who played a key role, because of a car accident, broke his leg and is now in hospital for surgery. There was no way to participate in the shooting in the afternoon. And it is impossible for the crew to stop filming because of this actor. If you have to wait, I am afraid it will take several months, which is a waste of money. Now, the director is worrying about where to find such a suitable actor. "What are you playing?" Chu Chen asked. "Playing a super rich man worth hundreds of billions of dollars." The director replied. "The super rich, worth hundreds of billions of dollars, are not ordinary actors who can perform speeches. They need special temperament and a strong aura to perform well. For this super-rich actor, the director had to choose for a long time before he found the right one. But now, the actor has a car accident, and the time is so urgent, where can he find a suitable actor? With such a short time, it is impossible to find a suitable actor. For this movie, they have been preparing for a long time. It is impossible to be like other movies and TV series. Just find a handsome traffic star. Every actor has to be carefully selected. Does it take a lot of time to play? Chu Chen asked casually. Now I'm fine. If the shooting time is relatively short, Chu Chen doesn't mind friendship and makes a cameo. After all, this is his own company's movie. If the movie makes a lot of money, he will get the most benefits. But if it's a male protagonist or something that takes months or even longer to shoot, that won't work. How long does it take to play? Not much, just a day or two at most. The director thought for a while and answered Chu Chen very seriously. A day or two? Chu Chen raised his brows and said. Otherwise, I'll come. Well, President Chu is coming? Hearing Chu Chen's words, the director immediately said in surprise. In fact, as soon as Chu Chen appeared, the director felt that his eyes were bright. Whether it was his appearance or his temperament, President Chu was very suitable. Even more suitable than the previous actor, to play a billionaire. This role is simply tailor-made for the total amount of Chu. After all, Chu is always the real super rich. It's just that the director knows the identity of Chu Chen, the chairman of Chanda Pictures. How could he act? And the director didn't dare to invite Chu Chen directly. But now, Chu Chen took the initiative to bring it up, and the director was naturally very excited. If Mr. Chu can act in friendship, our movie will definitely sell well. The director happily said to Chu Chen. By the way, I can make a friendly cameo, but don't reveal my identity. Chu Chen specifically told the director. If his identity is exposed and known by too many people, it will be troublesome for the system to experience tasks for him in the future. After all, what Chu Chen likes most now is to experience missions. Although the time is a little longer, the rewards are too generous. No, it's terribly rich. What are the shares of Ferrari Group, 100% ownership of Patek Philippe or something? No problem, Mr. Chu. The director nodded again and again, for fear that Chu Chen would go back and stop acting. By the way, in a while, can I call you Master Chu directly? The director turned his head quickly, and hurriedly asked Chu Chen. Can? Chu Chen nodded. Soon, under the arrangement of the director, Chu Chen and the director rushed to the shooting scene. Today's scene is very important and is part of the opening, so early, the hero and heroine are already waiting there. As soon as Chu Chen appeared, he was at the filming site, causing quite a stir and attracting the attention of countless beautiful actresses. What a handsome little brother. Why haven't I seen it before? Maybe it's a newcomer who just debuted. There were a lot of discussions. After discovering Chu Chen, many actresses couldn't take their eyes away from Chu Chen. Go to work, go to work. Afraid of delaying Chu Chen's time, the director hurriedly announced the start as soon as he came back. Director, I've never acted before, so I don't know how to act. Before the start, Chu Chen suddenly said to the director. Hearing Chu Chen's question, the director showed a dumbfounded smile. Young Master Chu, you just need to restrain yourself a little bit, nothing else is needed. The director's remarks made everyone even more shocked. The director politely explained some things and the plot to Chu Chen. Not far away, a displeased expression appeared on the male protagonist's face. The male protagonist is not a complete little fresh meat star, but a traffic star with both acting skills and appearance. Originally, he was the male protagonist, but now, what is this Chu Xiao? But he seems to be the male protagonist and attracts much attention. The male protagonist is a little jealous of Chu Chen. When Chu Chen appeared, everyone, especially the actresses, turned their attention from him to Chu Chen. Listening to the director's name for Chu Chen, the male protagonist subconsciously regards Chu Chen as a relationship household, a rich second generation. A boy who was forced to squeeze in because of his relationship. Pooh. Especially when the male protagonist saw that the female protagonist's eyes appeared from Chu Chen and did not move away from Chu Chen's body, he became even more jealous. You're right, you're the hero. Soon, the filming began. It's just that something even more unexpected happened to the male protagonist. He waited here for a long time, but now the filming is done without him. The male protagonist stood by, watching Chu Chen and the female protagonist filming, and the female protagonist was full of affection for Chu Chen. At this moment, it seems that Chu Chen is the male protagonist, and the male protagonist is just a passerby. The male protagonist is even more envious. After an hour or two, it was over. Everyone take a rest, we will start again tomorrow, shouted the director. Hearing the director's words, the male protagonist feels bad. What's the meaning? He is the male protagonist. He stood here so hard, but now he told him not to shoot. Did you make a mistake? At this moment, the male protagonist wants to cry. Young Master Chu, there will be a private jet tomorrow and the scene of the mansion. You need to shoot it. Because our rental time is tomorrow, we need to wait until tomorrow to shoot. The director explained to Chu Chen in a low voice. Rent a private jet, a mansion? Chu Chen frowned. Whatever you rent, just use mine, it's convenient, and you don't need to spend any money. Chu Chen opened his mouth. Hearing Chu Chen's words, everyone present was stunned. Use his? This handsome little brother actually has a mansion and a legendary private jet. Is it so naughty? That's great. The director nodded excitedly. Wait a minute, everyone, today we'll shoot another private jet scene. The director said to everyone who had not left. The director was afraid of delaying Chu Chen's time, so he prepared to finish the filming of Chu Chen's scenes first, and then film the others. Now that Chu Chen said this, the director felt that there was still time. Chu Chen made a phone call to Jiangnan Airport. As the top VIP of Jiangnan Airlines, the airport prepared the venue for Chu Chen with just one phone call. Under the director's arrangement, everyone rushed to the airport. I don't believe it anymore. What kind of awesome private jet do you have? The male protagonist sneered and muttered. How much is a private jet? I am afraid that any one will cost hundreds of millions. How can you afford a private jet if you are not worth tens of billions? In reality, think about what everyone knows. Who is not a big man who owns a private jet? This Chu Xiao's private jet is probably the kind of rubbish, ordinary, or even second-hand. There's no way it's going to be awesome. The male protagonist sneered in his heart and wanted to pretend, and it was time to watch a good show. He really didn't believe that Chu Chen could have any powerful private jets. After all, Chu Chen is too young. On the way to the airport, the director suddenly thought of something and fell into thinking. Half an hour later, everyone arrived at the airport. Under the arrangement of the staff, they came to a place dedicated to parking private jets. Because today I did not receive a private plane takeoff, or a private plane landing notice. So private jets are quiet here. Chu Chen and the others have plenty of time to shoot. That's my private jet. Director, you can arrange the shooting. Chu Chen pointed to the Bombardier Global 7000, not far away. Everyone looked in the direction Chu Chen pointed, and suddenly made a surprised voice. This private jet looks so advanced. Is this the first time I've seen a private jet? Brother Chu Chen is amazing. Everyone was amazed. Most of the people present were seeing a private jet for the first time. The male protagonist turned his head to look, and his face changed. Humph, doesn't it just look more advanced? Who knows if it's expensive? The male lead is stubborn and still reluctant to accept the reality. Young master. Chu, is this Bombardier Global 7000? The director asked with a trembling body, extremely surprised. Yes. Chu Chen nodded. Gollum. The director swallowed hard and looked even more excited. Director, do you know this private jet? A nearby actress asked. Curiously. Of course, this is the Bombardier Global 7000, one of the most expensive private jets in the world. The annual output of this private jet is very, very small. Now internationally, the price of Bombardier Global 7000 seems to be 4 or 5 billion. The director exclaimed. Because I want to rent a private jet, the director has done research on private jets before and has read a lot of information. Before, their crew rented a very ordinary private jet, but it also cost a lot of money. And the world's most expensive private jet, I can't believe it. What's more, they can't rent a private jet of this level. But I never imagined that President Xi would actually have a private jet of this level. As expected of his boss. One of the most expensive private jets in the world? The price of each private jet is 4 or 5 billion? After listening to the director's introduction, everyone in the crew was stunned. How could young Master Chu have such an awesome private jet? Really rich. Originally, they, like the director, thought that Chu Chen's private jet might be a little more ordinary. Unexpectedly, it is one of the most expensive private jets in the world. As for the male lead, he was stunned. A private jet like this would cost several hundred million? The male lead begins to doubt his life. This is far from what he imagined. Did he really want to watch a play? Everyone, pay attention, Chu Xiao's private plane is the one in the middle. Everyone go to the private plane in the middle and gather under the private plane. The director loudly reminded the cast and crew who walked ahead and wanted to take a tour of the private jet. Don't go wrong. There are 3 identical private jets here, in case someone goes wrong, if they are not careful, something goes wrong. That's it. They can't afford to pay for a private jet of this level. It's okay. After listening to the director's words, Chu Chen added, these 3 private jets are all mine, and you can visit them at will. After Chu Chen finished speaking, he was shocked. The 3 private jets belonged to young Master Chu. Everyone present stopped, turned their heads in shock, and looked at Chu Chen with disbelief. They think that having such a high-level private jet is already very powerful and awesome. As a result, they are now told that these 3 Bombardier Global 7000 private jets belong to Chu Xiao. They all began to doubt life. Sure enough, people are more popular than dead people. Chu Xiao is too inhumane. You see, which rich man buys private jets, not one by one. As a result, when he arrived at Chu Xiao's place, he actually bought 3 in one go. How rich is this? Local tyrants, no, godlike, super godlike. As for the male lead, it was even more shocking. What? All 3 of the 3 private jets are his? There's nothing wrong with your ears. Now that they got Chu Chen's permission, everyone rushed towards the private jet with strong curiosity. Everyone carefully visited and couldn't help but take pictures, even the director was no exception. After visiting for a while, under the arrangement of the director, everyone started filming. Just like before, the male protagonist was still like a passerby, standing beside him staring blankly. The cold wind kept blowing against the male lead's face. Time passed quickly, and the shooting was completed in more than an hour. Chu Chen is simply acting in his true colors, and his acting skills are naturally consummate. Past once. The scene of the mansion. We will shoot tomorrow. It was getting late, and the airport scene was over, so the director called to stop. Young Master Chu, the scene of tomorrow's mansion will be filmed in your mansion? The director asked. Chu Chen nodded. Chatted with the director for a while, made an appointment to see you tomorrow, and Chu Chen left. Looking at Chu Chen's disappearing figure, many beautiful actresses have love in their eyes. So handsome, and so rich? It's hard not to get them excited. If it weren't for the fact that there were too many people here, I'm afraid some female stars would have already pestered Chu Chen. The mansion for tomorrow's filming is also provided by Chu Xiao. I don't know where it is. While packing up and preparing to leave, everyone discussed curiously. I think Chu Xiao's mansion is definitely in the top villa area of the magic capital, one of the legendary top 10 villas in the magic capital. Yes, I also think so. Chu Xiao's mansion may be in Shishan Manor. I think it may be in Huazhou Junting. The mansions there are said to be similar to castles. That is the top wealthy area in the magic capital. Everyone, one sentence for you, one sentence for me to discuss. After Chu Chen left, the director also left. Without the director, everyone could talk freely. What about Shishan Manor and Huazhou Junting? Is he worthy? The director left, the leading actor sneered. At this moment, he has been envied beyond recognition. When Chu Chen was there, he didn't dare to talk nonsense, but now that Chu Chen is away, he naturally has no scruples when he speaks badly behind his back. In my opinion, it would be nice to have his mansion in the royal green garden. The male lead guesses. This is his heart. Having 3 private jets is really cool. But this is just a private jet. If you have money, you can naturally buy it. But the luxury houses in the top villa areas of Modu are not available for money now. You need a matching identity and a strong network to get it. After all, there are only a few top-level villas in Modu, and the villas in each villa area are still pitiful. The big bosses of the magic capital, there are so many big people outrageous, these people have already divided up these mansions. As I mentioned before, whether it is Huazhou Junting or Shishan Manor, they are all ranked in the middle, or even the middle and upper reaches of the top 10 villas in the magic capital. The people who can live here are the top bosses in the magic capital, or the super rich. The Royal Tsuiyuan mentioned by the male protagonist, although it is also a famous villa area in Modu, is still one level behind Huazhou Junting and Shishan Manor. There's some truth to it. It's possible. After listening to the analysis of the male lead, some people nodded in agreement, which really makes sense. I don't believe that young Master Chu's mansion is in the royal green garden. At this time, an actress stood up and confronted the male lead. Yes. I don't believe it either. Young Master Chu's mansion is definitely much more powerful than the royal green garden, at least Huazhou Junting. Other actresses also stood up and refuted the male lead together. In their hearts, Chu Chen already existed like a prince charming, a top male god. How could the male god live in the royal green garden? Don't believe me, let's take a look tomorrow. The male protagonist sneered, knowing that he was definitely not the opponent of these women when it came to quarreling. He was ready to speak with facts. Look and see. How about it, dare to make a bet, if anyone guesses wrong, they will shout 3 times in front of everyone, I'm an idiot. The actress said to the male lead just now. She observed it very carefully, and accidentally discovered several details, which explained the horror of Chu Chen's identity. Therefore, she has full confidence in Chu Chen. Hearing this, the actor stopped talking. He is in the entertainment industry, but he has a head and face. Once you lose, if you shout like this 3 times, I am afraid that tomorrow, you will directly rush to the top 3 or even the first in the hot search list. Then, how could he still be in the entertainment industry? I am afraid he will become the laughingstock of the entire entertainment industry. What's the matter, don't you dare? Our main character, afraid to make a bet with this little girl like me? Actress thriller. Come on, just bet. The male protagonist gritted his teeth and agreed. Anyway, he was 99% sure. Isn't it just a little Chu? Bah, what the hell is he? There are as many as the top of the magic capital. Does he even know Yanjing's eldest son? Wait and see. The next day, everyone gathered in the crew. Chu Chen also came, causing a sensation. Chatted with the director for a while and filmed a little bit of other scenes, which took less than an hour. After that, it was time to play in the mansion. Come with me. Chu Chen drove in front and led the way, and the others followed behind. At this moment, the crew and the actors are very excited. Today they are going to have a long experience. What exactly do the legendary 10 villas in the magic capital look like? Everyone was curious and excited. Present, the most nervous is the male lead. Although I have 99% confidence, but the answer is about to be revealed, the heartbeat will still speed up. The most important thing is that he made a bet with someone else. Time passed by, and finally, Chu Chen brought them to the Tian Palace. Looking at the sign in front of the Tian Palace, everyone was dumbfounded. Tian Palace? The rumored first mansion in Shanghai? Chu Xiao's villa, in the rumored Tian Palace? Don't be so arrogant. Originally, yesterday Chu Chen owned 3 private jets, which shocked them. But now, they know that the mansion that Chu Chen said is actually Tian Palace. The shock level is 10 times higher than that of yesterday. This is the rumored first mansion in Shanghai. Of the people who live here, who is not the top boss in Magic Capital? It turns out that young Master Chu's identity is so defiant. When they got there, Chu Chen got out of the car, and everyone followed closely. Their eyes widened and they looked around excitedly. Is this the number 1 mansion in Shanghai? Why do I think it looks like a palace? The level of luxury here is probably no less than the palaces of those modern royal families. Magnificent, atmospheric, magnificent, and majestic, this is where the great people live. Everyone looked at Chu Chen's mansion and said madly. Although they were extremely curious in their hearts, at this moment, they really didn't dare to move. Even if they stepped on the ground, they had to be careful. The male protagonist was the last to get out of the car, and he was still holding the car door down. When he saw the logo of Tiangong just now, his legs were already weak. Now, his whole body is messed up in the wind. Cough, don't forget. Yesterday, the actress came to the male lead and reminded kindly. I'm a fool, I'm a fool, I'm a fool. Finally, closing his eyes, the male lead shouted out loud. If he doesn't shout, this matter will be known by Chu Xiao. He's probably dead. As soon as the actor's surprising remarks came, Out, everyone finally turned their attention from Chu Chen to him. What happened to him? Did envy break him down? Poor child, don't you know that people are more mad than people? Some crew members who didn't know what happened yesterday shook their heads and sighed. Even the director frowned, thinking whether it was time to replace the lead actor. He's mentally out of whack. Soon, the machine was in place and filming began. After a few hours, the shooting was done. Chu Chen's role is temporarily completed. After the end, it was still early. Chu Chen sent the director and the others away, then drove his Ferrari and went straight to the #1 supercar club of the Magic Capital. After all, I just became the president, so naturally I need to pay more attention. When Chu Chen arrived at the #1 super running club in the Magic Capital, there were not many people in the club. The former chairman Tao Chenming and Ma Yongzhen were not there, only one vice-chairman, Shen Xingjia, was there. Brother Chen, you are here. It will be fine. Hello Brother Chen. As soon as Chu Chen stepped into the club, some members gathered around him. These members are all rich second-generation members of the Magic Capital. They like to play with cars when they have nothing to do. Chu Chen, who owns a Pagani Zonda HP Barchetta, is naturally regarded by them as an idol and is particularly popular. These members did not participate in the party and did not know Chu Chen's identity, so they were not too restrained. Oh, the president is here? At this time, hearing a commotion, Vice President Shen Xingjia also came out. Shen Xingjia went to Yanjing before, and just returned to the Magic Capital yesterday. As soon as he came here today, he heard that the chairman had changed. I am the vice president of the club, Shen Xingjia, the deputy general manager of the Shen Group. Shen Xingjia introduced himself and pointed out that he was the deputy general manager of the Shen Group. Hello. Chu Chen nodded to Shen Xingjia. As for the Shen Group, Chu Chen didn't care too much. Surrounded by the crowd, Chu Chen came to a lounge. Although he is now the president of the #1 supercar club in the Magic Capital, Chu Chen doesn't know much about the club. So a few members volunteered to introduce themselves to Chu Chen, and they came in together. As the vice president, Shen Xingjia also came in. If he hadn't gone to Yanjing, Shen Xingjia would have been very excited to know that Chu Chen had a Pagani Zonda HP Barchetta. But after going to Yanjing and seeing some of the inhumane lives of some of Yanjing's super juniors, Shen Xingjia's eyes widened and he was extremely calm. Chu Chen chatted with these members and asked about the club, and Shen Xingjia accidentally intervened. Does the president have any other hobbies besides racing cars? Shen Xingjia looked for a topic. Hobby? Chu Chen thought for a while. There's nothing else. I'm just bored recently, so I'm going to play finance. Chu Chen told the truth. There is no experience task in the system recently, so Chu Chen has more time. Chu Chen had already taken out a part of the previous 10 billion and hit some of his own companies, which was what Chu Chen did at Mogan Bank before. Apart from this part, Chu Chen still has some money in his hand. Idle is also idle. Chu Chen is ready to play with finance when he has nothing to do. Play finance? After hearing Chu Chen's answer, Shen Xingjia murmured, as if thinking about something. It's good to play finance. I don't know if the chairman knows, but Gao Xingqi, the big man in the financial world of our Magic Capital. Shen Xingjia asked. Gao Xingqi? I know. Chu Chen nodded. Me and Gao Xingqi, Gao, are always friends. Whenever Mr. Chu wants to get Involved in the financial industry, come to me, I will tell Mr. Gao, let Mr. Gao take you and save money. Xinjie pretended to force. From the very beginning, Xinjie was preparing and wanted to pretend to be forceful, let Chu Chen know his strength and connections, and pay more attention to himself. Although he is also the vice president, there are other vice presidents as well. If you can't be the first person, it would be good to be the second person in the club. What? Brother Jia and Gao Jingqi, Mr. Gao is actually a friend. It's a bullshit. Awesome. In the lounge, those members were shocked when Xinjie finished speaking. That is Gao Jingqi, the super boss in the financial world of their magic capital. Brother Jia is actually friends with such a super boss, that's really awesome. Don't be so troublesome, I'm just playing around and investing a little money. Chu Chen waved his hand. How can it work? The financial industry is too risky. I'll call Mr. Gao right now. Xinjie continued to pretend. After all, Xinjie began to grope on his body. Yeah, look at my brain, I forgot to bring my phone. The phone was clearly in his pocket, but Xinjie said to Chu Chen seriously. In fact, he knew something about Gao Jingqi there. Although he has some background in his family, as a well-known playboy. How could he possibly know the big man in the financial world of the dignified demon city? Not to mention being friends with such a superhero. Xinjie said this just to pretend. Xinjie only knew a few big bosses in the magic capital who had a good relationship with his father, but Gao Jingqi was not among them. Well, when I get home, I'm talking to Mr. Gao. After pretending to be coercive, Xinjie deliberately found a reason to round up the situation for himself. After that, Xinjie sat there swaggeringly, ready to accept everyone's amazement and emotion. However, a voice that Xinjie never expected came abruptly. Don't be so troublesome, young Master Xin didn't bring a cell phone, then I'll call Mr. Gao. While talking, Chu Chen took out his mobile phone, dialed Gao Jingqi's number, and pressed the speakerphone. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes instantly focused on Chu Chen. Brother Chen also knows Gao Jingqi? And Xinjie was a little stunned. Called? Is Chu Chen calling Gao Jingqi? A few seconds later, the call was connected, and Gao Jingqi's enthusiastic voice came from inside. Brother Chu, what's the matter? It's like this. I want to play finance, I have some money in my hand, but I don't know how to play. Chu Chen explained his intention. It's easy, Gao Jingqi introduced to Chu Chen. And the members next to them were all dumbfounded listening to Chu Chen and Gao Jingqi chatting. This seeing that Chu Chen and Gao Jingqi were chatting, and the two were very familiar. Several club members present were all stunned. It turns out that their president Chu is so awesome. The chairman is so familiar with Gao Jingqi, the financial boss of the dignified demon capital. And it is not difficult to hear from Gao Jingqi's tone that even a super boss like Gao Jingqi is polite to President Chu. My goodness. What kind of identity is their President Chu? For a while, several people began to guess. As for the other side, watching this scene, Xinjie froze directly. He and Gao Jingqi are so familiar? Xinjie was full of astonishment. Before, he said that he and Gao Jingqi were friends, that was pretending. He believed that the people here were all about the same identities. They were all playboys and playboys. It was absolutely impossible for anyone to know Gao Jingqi. Impossible to dismantle. He dared to pretend. As a result, this President Chu is actually talking with Gao Xingqi, a big man in the financial industry. How is that possible? Everyone is a playboy, why are you so tough? 4. Some reason, Shen Xingjie suddenly had a bad feeling in his heart. Shen Xingjie's feeling became stronger and stronger, and he wanted to run away. However, before Shen Xingjie got up, the words he most wanted to hear came. Brother Gao, do you know a young man named Shen Xingjie? Just now, he told me that he was friends with you and wanted to help me contact you. Chu Chen asked. Shen Xingjie? Who is Shen Xingjie? I don't know. Definitely don't know. Among the friends I know, there is no one with the surname Shen at all. During the phone call, Gao Xingqi thought about it for a while, and answered decisively. As Gao Xingqi's voice came, the entire lounge suddenly became dead silent. In the lounge, everyone's eyes immediately focused on Shen Xingjie. Just now Shen Xingjie said that he and Gao Xingqi were friends, and they were amazed and licked for a while. As a result, Mr. Gao himself said that he did not know Shen Xingjie. Uncles. After a long time, why are you lying to us? Is it fun to pretend? Everyone glared at Shen Xingjie. If it wasn't for their status, I'm afraid they couldn't help but want to do it. Being stared at by everyone, Shen Xingjie was extremely embarrassed, and his face turned red from pig liver. This is the most humiliating time for him to grow up so big. What? Shen Xingjie's heart was roaring, and he could not wait to find a hole and burrow into it immediately. 1 step late. He was a step too late. When Chu Chen called just now, he should have found an excuse to leave immediately. Just because he was a step late, he was destroyed. This matter, I am afraid it will soon spread. At that time, not only the whole club will know about it, but I am afraid that other young masters will also know. He's definitely going to be a huge laughingstock. Brother Chu, you have to be careful, there have been a lot of liars in Moda recently. The Shen Xingjie you mentioned is most likely a liar, please pay attention. On the phone, Gao Xingqi's kindly reminding voice came again. Shen Xingjie, a liar? The people in the lounge almost laughed. Because Chu Chen was on the phone with Gao Xingqi, everyone didn't dare to make a sound, so they could only hold their mouths and forcibly hold back their laughter. The scene is more interesting. Ha ha ha, I really laughed at them. Shen Xingjie was taken by Gao Xingqi and Mr. Gao as a liar. Ha ha ha. Since then, Shen Xingjie's reputation has been completely stinky. As for Shen Xingjie, his face was even more blue and purple. He's going crazy. Although he was pretending to be friends with Gao Xingqi, his identity in the Shen group was true. Fraud. Is your whole family a liar? Shen Xingjie complained wildly in his heart, but he didn't dare to say a word. This is Gao Xingqi, and he can't afford to offend him. Moreover, Shen Xingjie did not dare to leave casually, for fear of offending Chu Chen. In the end, Shen Xingjie could only bow his head here and be an ostrich. Seeing this scene, Chu Chen was also happy. By the way, Brother Chu, how much are you going to invest when you talk about it? Gao Xingqi asked, curiously. Well, I have some small money in my hand, 4 or 5 billion. Chu Chen made an estimate. 4 or 5 billion? Small money? The people who were still laughing at the beginning were unable to laugh immediately. Everyone, look at me, look at you. Look at each other. 4 or 5 billion, is this still small money? Most of the people present, I I'm afraid that all the assets in the family add up, and that's it. After all, they are all ordinary members of the club. But now, the president is just playing casually, 4 or 5 billion? Don't be so arrogant. They are very envious, as expected. People are more than people, and people are mad. Shen Xingjia also looked at Chu Chen in disbelief. Did Chu Chen just invest billions of dollars when he said playing a game? That's right. It's inhumane. Shen Xingjia finally understood that if he pretended to be forceful in front of such an arrogant person as the president, he was still courting death himself. Even Gao Jingqi on the phone was stunned for a long time. Just play around, 4 or 5 billion? Gao Jingqi thought that Chu Chen had hundreds of millions of dollars in his hand, so he just played it when he was bored. The result was billions. Brother Chu, billions are not a small amount, so let's find a time, meet and talk in detail. Gao Jingqi said seriously. If it's a few hundred million, he won't say anything. But for several billions, Gao Jingqi felt that it was necessary to have a serious talk about finance with Chu Chen. No problem, I'll trouble brother Gao. After talking to Gao Jingqi a few words, Chu Chen hung up the phone. The president is really hiding. The president is awesome. President. I have served. Seeing that Chu Chen hung up the phone, everyone immediately sighed at you, and I sighed, kneeling and licking Chu Chen. Before, they just believed that Chu Chen's car was powerful. Now they feel that Chu Chen standing here is just 2 words, newbie. Shen Xingjia also did not hesitate to join the crowd who please Chu Chen. In less than half an hour, the matter was reported. All the members of the club were amazed by Chu Chen's identity. And Chu Chen's status in the club has also reached its peak. The next day, Chu Chen received an unexpected call. Chu Chen took the call, and it turned out that it was Han Yuan. The fat man actually came to the magic capital? Han Yuan is Chu Chen's college classmate and brother, nicknamed Fatty, when Chu Chen just got the system. When something happened to Han Yuan's father, he came to Jiangzhou for medical treatment. An unscrupulous doctor in the hospital made things difficult for Han Yuan and his family because they couldn't afford the sky-high surgery fee. At that time, Han Yuan's mother even knelt down to the unscrupulous doctor, but was ruthlessly rejected by the unscrupulous doctor. In the end, Chu Chen came forward and arranged the operation for Fatty's father. At the Jiangnan airport, Han Yuan, his sister Han Shishir, and several of Han Shishir's best friends were waiting there. After the college entrance examination was over, Han Shishir's few best friends planned a graduation tour and came out to play as 18-year-old girls who have just come of age. Most of them are willing to go to the prosperous cities in China to see the big scenes and broaden their horizons. In the end, because the 2 girlfriends had relatives or friends in the magic city, they chose the magic capital. Originally, Han Shishir was still a little hesitant, but after hearing from her brother that Chu Chen was in the magic capital, Han Shishir could not wait to leave immediately. Before, Han Shishir wanted to go to Jiangzhou to go to university, but he didn't expect brother Chu Chen to go to other places. After staying in Jiangzhou for a long time, because of some things in Jiangzhou, Chu Chen has become an irreplaceable male god in Han Shishir's heart. Finally came to the magic capital, soon to see brother Chu Chen. Han Shishir was very excited. As for Han Yuan's coming to the magic capital, it was with his father's request. Knowing that his daughter was going to travel to the magic capital, Father Han asked Han Yuan to go to the magic capital to thank Chu Chen. His father was recovering from a serious illness, and his health was much better. He didn't need so many people to take care of him. Han Yuan also followed him to the magic capital. Sure. Sure, do you want my cousin to find another car and take you with me? One of Han Shishi's best friends stood in front of a white BMW and said with concern. But no matter how you look at it, there is a hint of bragging about it. Apparently it's a comparison. Looking at the BMW in front of her, Han Shishi's girlfriends showed envious expressions in their eyes. They all come from ordinary families, and BMW is already very good. No need, we can just call a Didi. Han Shishi refused. When Han Shishi was chatting with her best friend, Han Yuan was on the phone with Chu Chen. Besides me, there are also Shishi and her friends who came to Modu this time. Han Yuan said to Chu Chen. Shishi is here too? Chu Chen was still somewhat impressed by Han Shishi, a beautiful girl. Fatty, where are you now? Do you want me to pick you up? At the airport? Chu Chen asked. Having been in the devil's capital for so long, he is also a half landlord. My brother is coming to the capital, so naturally we have to make some arrangements. We're at the airport. Don't have to be so troublesome, we'll just call Didi. Han Yuan replied. Already at the airport? Chu Chen muttered. Han Yuan was already at the airport. It seemed a little late to pick him up now, they might have to wait about half an hour. By the way, Fatty, you go directly to the staff of Jiangnan Airlines, say what I mean, and ask them to send a car to see you. Chu Chen said to the fat man. Chu Chen vaguely remembered that in Jiangnan Airlines' VIP system, the privileges given to VIPs included luxury car transfers, which was convenient for VIPs to travel. As the top member of Jiangnan Airlines, even if I remember wrongly, I don't have this VIP privilege. He said, Jiangnan Airlines will do it immediately. After all, their 3 private jets are parked there, and the annual maintenance fee is sky high. What? After hearing what Chu Chen said, Han Yuan was taken aback. Does the airport still have this service? How could he not know? It is good. You all come directly to Wangjiang Pavilion, and I will clean up the dust. Chu Chen added. After hanging up the phone, Han Yuan said. Chu Chen's words to Han Shishi and the others. After listening, several people were also very surprised. This is impossible. The girl whose cousin came to pick him up in a BMW even shook his head and said confidently. Let's take a look. Although Han Shishi was a little surprised, subconsciously, she still believed in Chu Chen. Finally, several people found a staff member of Jiangnan Airlines. Hello, brother Chu Chen asked us to come to Jiangnan Airlines and said that you should send a special car to take us away. Han Shishi said politely. Send a special car to see you? The staff of Jiangnan Airlines were equally surprised when they heard Han Shishi's words. What do you think? The staff sneered, thinking that they had encountered a fool. I said, how is it possible? Beside, the girl whose cousin drove a BMW said disdainfully. Let my cousin find a car. He is very powerful in Modu. Girl showing off. It's just that the girl's voice just fell, and the staff suddenly changed his face and asked, wait a minute. Who did you just say to ask you to come to us? Brother Chu Chen? Chu Chen? Their top VIP. From Jiangnan Airlines seems to be surnamed Chu too. Could this Chu Chen be that Mr. Chu? Thinking of this, the attitude of the staff has undergone a 180-degree change. Please wait a moment, I'll go to our manager. After that, the staff flew towards the manager's office. After knowing what happened, the manager immediately gave an order, and then went to receive Han Shusher and others in person. What Mr. Chu meant, they had to do what they said. The chairman had specially told them before that when they saw Mr. Chu, they should be treated like seeing him. Even more respectful than seeing him. Mr. Chu asked, no matter what, they have to do it. When the manager of Jiangnan Airlines saw Han Shusher and others, he immediately said politely, "Our airport has already arranged for a car. Please wait for a moment. Because it was too sudden, we didn't prepare any luxury cars, only ordinary cars. Please forgive me." As soon as the manager came up, he apologized again and again. It was too sudden. They really didn't prepare any luxury cars. Don't have any luxury cars ready? A hint of arrogance appeared on the face of the girl who was picked up by a BMW. In this way, it is a car of 1 or 200,000. Rubbish. So rubbish. How can it be compared with her cousin's BMW, but BMW X5? More than 800,000? A sense of superiority rose in the girl's heart. Shusher's brother Chu Chen, no. Just when the girl sneered, not far away, a black Rolls-Royce Ghost was driving slowly. The car has arrived, you are ready to get in, the manager said politely. Hearing the manager's words, everyone was immediately stunned. Car coming? That Rolls-Royce in the distance? Although they don't know much about luxury cars. But the famous Les Rolls Flying Goddess car logo. They have seen it on the internet. This is what the manager said, that ordinary car. Chapter 416, the college entrance examination, is abnormal. Rolls-Royce is normal? How many luxury cars are there in the world? At this moment, several little girls have gold stars in their eyes, and they have often seen Rolls-Royce on the news before. But in reality, they were seeing Rolls-Royce for the first time. Is this a Rolls-Royce Ghost that sells for more than 5 million? A girl exclaimed in amazement. She just checked it online. There are only a few models of Rolls-Royce. After comparing, she recognized the model of this Rolls-Royce. Rolls-Royce Ghost, although the price is not as good as the Phantom, the domestic price is about 5.3 million. More than 5 million? Hearing this sentence, several people took a deep breath. More than 5 million. In the eyes of ordinary people, it is a huge sum of money. More than 5 million can buy 3 sets of ordinary houses in Jiangzhou. At the scene, only Han Shusher calmed down a little. In Jiangzhou, Han Shusher saw brother Chu Chen's luxury car and mansion. But I didn't expect that even in the dignified demon city, brother Chu Chen would still be so powerful. As for the girl who just showed off her cousin's hundreds of thousands of BMWs, she was even more stunned. Rolls-Royce? The ordinary car that came was a Rolls-Royce? How can that be possible? The girl rubbed her eyes fiercely and looked forward, but what she saw was still the grand Rolls-Royce Ghost. This is Shusher's brother Chu Chen, is that the car prepared for her? I was disdainful just now, thinking that Shusher's brother Chu Chen is not good. But now others are millions of rice, but they are hundreds of thousands of BMWs. How does this compare? The girl suddenly felt hot on her face. The sense of superiority just now disappeared long ago, and there was even a trace of shame in my heart. This is gust. The manager nodded and answered politely. It's mainly too sudden. If you can give us half an hour, we will at least prepare a Phantom first-class car. We apologize to you and Mr. Chu again. After listening to the manager's words, several of them even sighed. Of course they understood that the reason the manager said that was entirely because of Shishi's brother Chu Chen. What is the identity of Shishi's brother Chu Chen? The manager of the airport even made an exception to prepare luxury cars for them. Rolls-Royce Ghost slowly stopped in front of several people, and the manager opened the door in person. That, Shishi, you. Go, we will meet tomorrow. The girl who showed off her BMW just now said reluctantly. Although she also wanted to sit in the legendary Rolls-Royce, she still couldn't save her face. Goodbye, see you tomorrow, be quiet. Quiet, goodbye. This time, Han Shishi's best friends and friends came to a total of 4 people. Before, a girl had been picked up. Now, Jingjing also got on his cousin BMW and left. At the scene, only Han Shishi, her 2 best friends, and Han Yuan were left. Several people got on a Rolls-Royce. Go to Wangjiang Pavilion. As soon as he got in the car, Han Yuan said to the driver. When they came to Wangjiang Pavilion, Chu Chen had already arrived. Brother Chu Chen. After seeing Chu Chen, Han Shishi immediately ran over with a shy look on her face. Long time no see, Shishi. The two were no strangers to each other, and Chu Chen greeted them. Wow. Is he Shishi's brother Chu Chen? Looking at Chu Chen, Han Shishi's 2 best friends were stunned. This is too handsome. At this moment, they finally understood why Shishi rejected so many suitors in school, even if it was a school draft. Compared with this brother Chu Chen, the school grass in their school is simply weak. Under the leadership of Chu Chen, several people walked into Wangjiang Pavilion and went directly to the private room number 1. Chu Chen and Han Yuan have not seen each other for a long time, chatting. Oh, Shishi's college entrance examination this year? Inadvertently, after hearing what Han Yuan said, Chu Chen turned his head and asked, curiously. Shishi, how much did you take the test? Well, brother Chu Chen, I'm not playing well. Hearing Chu Chen's words, Han Shishi lowered her head in shame. Playing out of order? Did you get bad grades? It does not matter. Chu Chen was going to comfort Han Shishi. It didn't matter if she didn't do well in the exam. As long as she opened her mouth and wanted to go to that university, it would be trivial for the current Chu Chen. Chu Chen had experienced life before, and the university he was in was not bad. However, before Chu Chen's words of comfort were spoken, Han Shishi spoke again. I only got 721 on the test. Han Shishi lowered her head and whispered. More than 700? Hearing this, Chu Chen, who had just taken a sip of water, almost spit it out. Is this what you call a misplay? At this moment, Chu Chen began to doubt his life. Sure enough, he doesn't understand the world of Shueba. Before he got the system, Chu Chen was nothing but handsome. His academic performance was mediocre, and he had never been a scholar. In the previous college entrance examination, Chu Chen only took a little over 500 and entered the ordinary Jiangzhou University. Now, Han Shishi has scored more than 700 points in the test, which is a full 2 points higher than him. Does that mean it's not functioning properly? If the performance is normal, how much does it take to test 750 or 749? Before, it was Chu Chen who shocked others, but this time it was Chu Chen's turn. Sure enough, the way of heaven is good for reincarnation. Who will the heaven forgive? God is not fair, not only gave Han Shishi such a high appearance, but also gave her such a powerful learning level. Hey! Think about yourself. Before, apart from being handsome, you were nothing. It was too difficult. Here, there are 10,000 contemptuous glances from the system. With the system, are you still not satisfied? Although he was shocked, Chu Chen did not feel any loss, instead he was very happy. After all, he is his own. Sure is too modest. Is she the champion of liberal arts in our province? If there is no accident. Even if Shurshu's results are not in the top 3 in the country, it will definitely be in the top 5. It's unbelievable that the liberal arts can take so many exams. After Han Shurshur finished speaking, her 2 best friends spoke one after another, and they were very envious. You're still the top student in the college entrance examination? Chu Chen opened his mouth in surprise. Incredible. Being praised by Chu Chen, Han Shurshur was very excited. After eating, Chu Chen arranged them to a nearby top hotel. I didn't go to my own Yangyunaman, where the environment is quiet and suitable for those middle-aged rich and big men. But it is not suitable for a young girl. Like Han Shurshur, after all, there is still some distance from the city. Half an hour later, Chu Chen received a call from Du Wendy, chairman of Du's real estate group, and invited Chu Chen to his house for tea. This time, Du Wendy not only invited Chu Chen, but also planned to invite several other old friends. As for drinking tea, that's just an excuse. The reason why he invited so many people here is just to show off his daughter's college entrance examination results. The first person Du Wendy invited was Chu Chen. It was brother Chu who shocked him before, but today he finally had the chance to shock brother Chu. Hey. This year, my daughter did well in the college entrance examination year, and they took a lot of exams. Chapter 417 Brother and sister Chu also took the college entrance examination this year. How many did you take? 15. Du Wendy also knew a few big bosses in the magic capital who took their children's college entrance examination this year, but the results were appalling. But his daughter was different. She scored more than 560 points in the exam, and she was an absolute scholar. You know, before the reform of the college entrance examination in the magic capital, the total score was only 660 points. My daughter only deducted less than 100%, which is a very good result. The daughter's grades, in their circle, are definitely the highest grades in recent years. Now that her daughter has achieved such a high score, and to give herself a face, Du Wendy will naturally advertise it, and he will be stunned. No problem, I'll be there in a while, brother Du. After a period of time, Chu Chen arrived at Du Wendy's villa, and at this moment, several big bosses from the magic capital had come early. President Chu. Mr. Chu is here. After seeing Chu Chen, several big bosses in the magic capital got up and said politely. When Du Wendy heard the voice, he also came out of the study and greeted him warmly. At this moment, Du Wendy has a smile on his face, how happy he is. For such a long time, it was brother Chu who shocked himself time and time again, and this time, it was finally his turn to shock brother Chu. It's not easy. This opportunity is too rare. He had inadvertently known that brother Chu's previous academic performance was average, and his college entrance examination scores were not high. Now, what he was looking forward to is coming. Brother Chu, please take a seat. Du Wendy opened his mouth with excitement and joy in his heart. President Chu is indeed a talented person. At the age of Mr. Chu, I am still running around in front of office workers, but President Chu has already made a name for himself. Sitting there, several Big bosses in the magic capital were very emotional, and also had a hint of pleasing Chu Chen. After all, they were only seeing Chu Chen for the second time. Rare opportunity. If you don't make a good relationship, you can't justify it. By the way, Lao Du, what are you calling us to do? At this time, a big boss of the magic capital asked, curiously. He had been waiting for more than half an hour. He had asked Du Wendy before, but Du Wendy laughed and didn't tell him. Cough cough. Brother Chu came and Du Wendy was no longer low-key. With a dry cough, Du Wendy said with a smile, this year, the little girl's college entrance examination results were just checked out a few days ago. Oh? Niece Du's grades are out? How many exams did you take? Generally speaking, I only got 563 points in the test. Du Wendy raised his head and said very humbly. 563, so many? Niece Du is fine, unlike that bastard in my family, who only took the exam last year for more than 300. It's a shame for me. Lao Du, you have given birth to a good daughter. And you have taken so many exams. That girl from my family just passed the exam a little over 400. Du's niece actually took so many exams. These big bosses in the magic capital are shocked. You say one sentence. And one sentence I discuss. Seeing this scene, Du Wendy was very proud and a little overwhelmed. Because of the willingness of his identity, he was tired of hearing all the touts before. This time, his daughter gave him a long face. He couldn't get tired of hearing this kind of flattery. Congratulations, brother Du. Chu Chen also congratulated. Thank you, brother Chu. After a while, the little girl's entrance banquet, brother Chu, and everyone must attend. Du Wendy added. Must. Of course I did. A few magic capital bosses guarantee. What? However, when Du Wendy looked at Chu Chen, he was surprised to find that Chu Chen seemed to have something on his mind. Brother Chu, what happened? What's the matter? Tell us that in Modu, we old guys still have some strength. Du Wendy thought something happened to Chu Chen and asked enthusiastically. Several other demon capital bosses also spoke up. It's nothing, it's just one of my sisters who just came to Modu today, and the college entrance examination is not bad. I don't know what gift to give, but congratulations. Chu Chen explained. Oh, brother and sister Chu also took the college entrance examination this year. How many did you take? Du Wendy asked subconsciously, very curious. Not much, she said that she did not perform well. In the college entrance examination, Chu Chen said Han Shishi's words literally. Not doing well in high school? Hearing this, Du Wendy and these bosses, like Chu Chen before, subconsciously thought that Han Shishi had failed the exam. However, when they heard Chu Chen's next sentence, they all stopped talking. She only got 721 points in the test, and she was only 20 points away from the full score. It's a pity. 721 points? Brother Chu's younger sister scored more than 700 points in the test? These big bosses in the magic capital are stunned. This score is still low. Not to mention putting it in a province, I am afraid that even if it is put in the whole country, it will be quite impressive. Most of the children of these bosses are playboys, and their studies are generally poor. As for Du Wendy, the whole person is not good. He thought that his daughter had passed the exam for more than 500, but only deducted nearly 100%. It was very powerful and would definitely shock Brother Chu. But my Little sister actually passed the exam more than 700 points, only 29 points away, so she got a perfect score. This people are more mad than people. Don't you just want to chatter? Why is it so hard? Do Wendy wanted to cry without tears, and overturned again. Awesome. I actually scored more than 700 points in the test, maybe. It is possible to become the top 3 in the country this year, or even the champion. Do Wendy asked. Curiously, I didn't expect Brother Chu to have a younger sister. Why didn't you hear Brother Chu say it before? Chu Chen explained, not my sister. Not a real sister? Hearing Chu Chen's explanation, several bigwigs unconsciously thought crooked. When they were young, they also had several good sisters. Chapter 418, someone is showing off the banknote ability in front of Chu Chen, 25, they were also young and energetic. All understand. What's more, they were only rich in the beginning, but now Brother Chu is not only rich, but also so handsome. Congratulations. Congratulations, Brother Chu. Several people congratulated Chu Chen more enthusiastically. Just as do. Wendy was about to speak, he suddenly received a call from his daughter. Don't worry, you can have a good time outside and come back later. To do Wendy's daughter's surprise, when she said she wanted to go home, her father told her not to come back early. All right. Do Wendy's daughter hung up the phone in surprise. After putting down the phone, Do Wendy breathed a sigh of relief. Don't let your daughter see Brother Chu, otherwise, the consequences will be disastrous. Brother Chu is too charming, and he is afraid that his daughter will fall. Now he is a fireproof, anti-theft, and anti-Chu brother. Do Wendy didn't want his daughter to go astray. After staying at Do Wendy's villa for a while, Chu Chen left. The next day, Chu Chen and Han Shishir met. At their enthusiastic request, Chu Chen and them went to Disney in the magic capital. Han Yuan didn't go with them because of some things. Magic City Disney is one of the must-see places for many tourists to travel to Magic City. Especially popular with young people. Han Shishir and the others came to play in the magic capital, and the first stop was here. Today is the weekend, and Disney is extraordinarily crowded. There are 6 theme parks in Magic City. Disneyland. When they came to Treasure Bay, one of the 6 theme parks, a long queue began. Treasure Cove is the first pirate-themed park in a Disney park worldwide. One of Disney's most popular projects, Pirates of the Caribbean, is here. Because it is very exciting, it is very popular with tourists, and it is often necessary to queue for an hour or 2 before it is your turn. Beauty, are you here to play too? Suddenly, a young man with a Rolex took the initiative to approach him. His name is Zhou Jin, and he came here today to play with a few friends. Zhou Jin was immediately attracted when he accidentally saw Han Shishir and several others. So beautiful. Although Han Shishir's 2 best friends are a little worse in appearance than Han Shishir, they are still very high, budding, and full of vigor. This made Zhou Jin very moved. He admits that he is a bit ugly. But he is still full of confidence, because there is one advantage that can completely cover up his good looks. That is, he is rich, the 2nd generation of the rich. He is the legendary money-capable person. With his amazing banknote ability, he is invincible when it comes to flirting with girls. After observing for a while, Zhou Jin walked over confidently and struck up a conversation. Beautiful women, only those with money ability have them. Why can this kid occupy 3 beautiful girls by himself? Just because he's handsome? I bother. His own money ability, kill him. In seconds, in minutes. Not far away, several friends of Zhou Ongjin watched this scene and whispered. How long do you think it will take Brother Zhou to crush that kid and grab his little girlfriend? Someone asked curiously. 1 hour? No, I think half an hour will do. You guys underestimate Brother Zhou's banknote ability. In front of Brother Zhou's money ability, that kid is a waste. In less than half an hour, a few minutes, Brother Zhou can crush him. Several of Zhou Ongjin's friends have seen Zhou Ongjin's terrifying banknote ability. From their point of view, Chu Chen had already lost, and he had lost badly. Looking at Zhou Ongjin, who was scheming, Han Shishir and the three of them subconsciously approached Chu Chen, but no one answered Zhou Ongjin. It's ugly. He's so ugly, why is he so confident? I don't understand. Should have given up treatment. Han Shishir's two best friends whispered. Although the voice was small, it still reached Zhou Ongjin's ears. Zhou Ongjin immediately became extremely embarrassed. You are ugly, your whole family is ugly. When I see Lao Tzu's ability to make money, I think you still call me ugly, don't you? Call me handsome? For this kind of young girl who has just grown up and has no knowledge, the role of the banknote ability is even more significant. As long as they showed it a little, they would be absolutely shocked that they could not find Bay Beauty. I'm not a bad person, I'm a good person. Zhou Ongjin pretended to be forceful. I see that it's very hard for you to line up. Believe it or not, I can let you in within a minute? Get in a minute? How is this possible? There are so many people in line in front of them, at least it will take an hour and a half, or even 2 hours, before they can get their turn. How is it possible to get in a minute? I do not believe. I don't believe it either. Han Shishir's best friend shook her head in disbelief. I don't believe it, hee. Zhou Ongjin said confidently. You watch. Zhou Ongjin took a step forward and said loudly, listen to the people in front, I don't want to line up, I'll give each of you 500 and make room for me. Give 500 yuan. Make room? After listening to Zhou Ongjin's words, the people in front were dumbfounded. Before, they did not believe that there would be a good thing falling from the sky. But now, they believe it. Pies will fall from the sky. Just wait a few more minutes, and you will get 500 yuan. So cool? Who would? Zhou Ongjin asked again. I would. I would too. Countless tourists shouted, for fear of missing 500 yuan. Soon, the tourists who were queuing in front obediently gave way and let Zhou Ongjin go first. Hee, this is the power of banknotes. Seeing this scene, Zhou Ongjin raised his hands behind his back, showing off how invincible is so lonely. Brother Zhou is awesome. Brother Zhou is mighty. Several of Zhou Ongjin's friends also came over and shouted to cheer. Zhou Ongjin. Let's go. Zhou Ongjin proudly said something to Han Shishir and Chu Chen, and strode forward. Brother Chu Chen? Han Shishir asked Chu Chen in a low voice. Walk. Chu Chen nodded. In fact, at the beginning of the queue, Chu Chen had already taken out his mobile phone and sent someone to arrange it, using his banknote ability. He also didn't want to wait here for an hour or two. Zhou Ongjin pretended to be coercive just now, and Chu Chen received the news that everything was done. Now, Chu Chen is very curious, which of Zhou Ongjin's bank notability and his own bank notability is the real one? Under the leadership of Chu Chen, the three Han Shishir followed in Chu Chen's footsteps and walked forward. Zhou Ongjin walked swaggeringly in front, just as Zhou Ongjin was about to step in. Several Disney staff suddenly stood up and stopped Zhou Ongjin. "Sorry sir, we are temporarily closed today, please come back tomorrow." "Temporarily closed today? Come again tomorrow?" After listening, Zhou Ongjin froze there, stunned. "What are you doing? It was closed so abruptly today, come back tomorrow?" Zhou Ongjin was stunned. "Is it such a coincidence? I spent tens of thousands of dollars to get here directly. Now what are you telling me? Suspend business, suspend your uncle." Zhou Ongjin's face turned green. Tens of thousands of dollars was nothing to Zhou Ongjin at all, but it was a great humiliation when he failed to pretend and overturned the car. "Asshole!" Zhou Ongjin was roaring in his heart. He thought that he might start the car, but he never thought that it would be this way. "Why are we closed, why?" Zhou Ongjin questioned the staff loudly. "We need to debug various equipment, so we are closed." A staff member perfunctory. Just now, they received a call from above, saying that a big man was coming, and ordered to suspend business and only receive that big man. Debugging, Zhou Ongjin was furious and was about to explode with anger. "Gone. Come back tomorrow." Hearing the staff's words, the other customers turned around one after another. They had already earned 500 yuan, and it didn't seem that important to pause or not. What's more, it is not the first time that the equipment debugging and inspection are carried out here. For safety, this is normal. At the scene, everyone walked outside, only Chu Chen and Han Shishir walked in. Zhou Ongjin wanted to say something more, but before Zhou Ongjin could finish speaking, an excited voice suddenly interrupted him. "Are you Mr. Chu?" A leading staff member respectfully said to Chu Chen. "I'm Chu Chen." Chu Chen nodded. "Come in quickly." The staff quickly invited Chu Chen in. "Let's go." With the three of Han Shishir, Chu Chen walked in. In place, only Zhou Ongjin, who was even more dazed, remained. "Don't you mean it's closed? Why does this kid get in? Why?" Not only Zhou Ongjin, but several of Zhou Ongjin's friends were also dumbfounded, speechless for a long time. At this moment, Zhou Ongjin's whole person is not well. Can this kid get in? Can't he? Just because he looks ugly. It seems that your bank notability is fake. Just when Zhou Ongjin was stunned, a faint voice came. Hearing this, Zhou Ongjin almost vomited blood, making him mad. How could his bank notability be fake? Zhou Ongjin had some doubts about life. No. This kid must have an acquaintance here. After thinking for a while, Zhou Ongjin finally thought of a reasonable answer. That is, Chu Chen has an acquaintance here, it should be a small executive or something. So it became like this. Wait a minute, this kid comes out. He looks good with him. He doesn't believe it anymore, this kid has acquaintances everywhere. On the other side, Chu Chen and Han Shishir were playing alone inside. "Brother Chu Chen. You are really amazing." "Yeah, I was so worried just now." Brother Chu Chen is mighty. Walking on the road, Han Shishir and her two girlfriends said, "I just heard the staff say that the business is closed," which made the three of them very nervous. "I finally came to the magic capital once, the first time I came to Disney, I just missed the most popular project. It's really unsatisfactory. But what they never expected was that after seeing Chu Chen, the staff's attitude changed drastically and they took the initiative to welcome them in. Walking in the huge park, these little girls were very excited and kept taking pictures. Did we book this place? One of Han Shishi's best friends muttered. That's it. Chu Chen nodded. That's the benefit of banknote capacity. Of course, in order to achieve this, the banknote ability alone is not enough, and there must be a strong enough network to support. Wow, brother. Chen has reserved this place? Oh my God. Hearing Chu Chen's answer, the little girls were even more shocked. This is one of Disney's parks. Brother Chu Chen was actually able to book the venue. Do you want to be so arrogant? Several people looked at Chu Chen, who was walking in front, with careful in their eyes, and their heartbeat couldn't help speeding up. Is this what it feels like to be heartbroken? He's handsome, has a good personality, and is so powerful. This is the real God. Beside her, Han Shishi noticed her girlfriend's expression. I groaned. In my heart. Not good, could it be that the two of them also fell in love with Brother Chu Chen? Brother Chu Chen, wait for me. Brother Chu Chen, you are amazing. Han Shishi's two best friends chased after him, to please Chu Chen. Seeing this scene, Han Shishi felt a little helpless. Before they came to the magic capital, Han Shishi introduced Brother Chu Chen to them. At that time, they looked arrogant and thought it was impossible to have such a handsome little brother. The elder brother Chu Chen, that he said was only Shishi in the eyes of his lover. They definitely don't. But now fireproof, anti-theft, anti-girlfriend. The old man did not deceive me. Thinking about it, Han Shishi also chased after him. In the Van Diego Theater, which can accommodate more than 1,000 people, Chu Chen enjoyed the performance alone. After the tour, Chu Chen and Han Shishi came out. It was noon now. They're going to dinner at Disney's famous Royal Ballroom. It happened a few dozen meters from the Royal Banquet Hall. One of Han Shishi's best friends made a surprised voice. Suddenly, the eyes of several people were attracted. It seems that if you go to the Royal Banquet Hall for dinner, you need to make an appointment sometime in advance. She was swiping her phone just now, and happened to swipe this one. As Disney's most popular restaurant, the Royal Ballroom is so popular that it needs to be reserved in advance. For example, today's location, I am afraid that it has been booked half a month ago. They came in such a hurry that they didn't make an appointment at all. What? We forgot. A regretful voice came, and they really forgot. Forgot to make an appointment? There is me. At this moment, a harsh voice came. Zhou Ongjin chased after them and happened to hear their discussion. Just now. I know the manager of the Disney Royal Ballroom, and as long as I say a word, you can go in right away. Zhou Ongjin continued to pretend. Our brother Zhou's network is not what you can imagine. Such a trivial matter, just a word from brother Zhou. Zhou Ongjin's younger brothers touted it. As long as you ask brother Zhou, don't make an appointment, go in to eat, it's a trivial matter. While they were talking, many staff members in the Royal Banquet Hall, not far away, suddenly came out and seemed to be welcoming someone. Seeing this, Zhou Ongjin raised his brows. Is this the first time he's seen it? Huh? Suddenly, Zhou Ongjin's mind flashed. And he had a new way of acting. However, before Zhou Ongjin could speak, he began to pretend. Chu Chen, had already taken Han Shishir and the others to the royal banquet hall.